Chapter 804, Final Day, 1. The skill of the rank 1 monster cryptid, Omens of Corruption. When the skill was used on a target, one of their skills would become corrupted and permanent so that it could never be removed at any point in the future. No matter how much money you spent at the temple, the associated essence would be impossible to erase. Put it simply, the target would be forced to treat whichever skill was corrupted as a graduation essence. Please, not Storm Gush. I sent up a silent plea, hoping that the one essence I was planning to upgrade didn't get picked. However, even if I got my wish, that didn't mean I could relax. After all, very rarely, Omens of Corruption could do something interesting. I think it was around a 10% chance, 1 time out of 10. When a skill was affected by Omens of Corruption, the ability of the targeted essence would be changed at random. Stats to stats, passives to passives, and actives to actives. One of those 3 would change, though there was a chance it could upgrade the essence instead. That wasn't much of a comfort either. My rank 5 skill giantization changing to the rank 3 skill form of the giant wouldn't really do me much good at the moment. I would need to get rid of all my equipment since form of the giant didn't work with Union. Vroom. Just then, a dark red ray of light began to flow out of my body, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. The corruption had begun. I, unfortunately, had no way of stopping it. All I could do was pray. Please, please, please. Soon enough, one of the threads connected to my body began to change color from red to black. My eyes darted down the line to see where it connected. Thankfully, it wasn't Stormgush, and it wasn't the combination monster that held giantization either. The essence of Bayuan is corrupted. The corrupted essence cannot be used for 180 days and can never be removed even after the time is up. The essence of Bayuan wasn't so bad. Capital I had planned on keeping Transcendence forever, and considering its effect, it wouldn't restrict me too much to have it sealed during this battle. However, the problem was, I'm really screwed, aren't I? The moment the black dyeing the thread reached the Bayuan, the monster began to roar, screaming like its internal organs were being twisted. Kayak, there was only one reason for that effect to appear. The abyss calls for you. The essence of Bayuan was corrupted, deeper than expected. I was hit by the 10%. The effect of passive skill Transcendence is permanently altered. Transcendence no longer improves the effects of all passive skills. The effect of active skill Transcendence is permanently altered. Now, when Transcendence is used, I'd head up on the 10%. However, I had no idea what had changed. Was it a tat, a passive, an active? No, maybe, not just one, but 2 or more changed at once. That was just the type of skill Omens of Corruption was. I couldn't predict what changed. I had tried using the skill to empower a fully built endgame character once, but the risk was so great and there were too many variables at play, so I gave up trying to use that route shortly after. I probably shouldn't be thinking about this at the moment. Anyway, I decided to take my time checking what had changed about Transcendence later. Yandel. The instant after I came back to my senses, I was raising my shield to block the attack heading my way. Defense successful. Wall of Aegis absorbed all damage. There was no denying it. Although I'd forgotten for a moment after being pulled into the world of my mind, I wasn't in all that good of condition. You are poisoned. Highest rank. My body was so full of poison that I could even smell the stench of my organs deteriorating. Sven Paraf has cast Prayer of Protection. 30% of the damage taken by the target is healed through divine power. Sniktral has cast Lethal Poison. Your health is below 20%. The effect of poison is increased by 8x. Even though I was being kept up by all sorts of heals and buffs, I couldn't stop my body from careening toward death. Erwin Fornaxi Tertia is casting Concentrated Fire. Nevertheless, time was still flowing forward. But how many minutes have passed? Well, I had no idea. I was pretty sure it had been over 10 minutes since Erwin began casting Concentrated Fire, at least. At that moment, Raven shouted from behind me, Mr. Yandel, I understand what you're trying to do, but isn't this enough? Everyone's at their limit. I was honestly in the same boat, and I could hear what she left unsaid too. Even so, not yet. If we made one mistake, we'd never be able to fix it. What? No, at this rate, you'll die. We're not in the best shape either, but I'm fine. Even so, I had to endure. Some more time passed since Raven's attempted final call. I wasn't completely sure how long, but nothing much changed as the fight continued on the same way. In other words, I was still getting beat over the head and racing toward my death. Boom. Erwin Fornaxi Tertia is casting Concentrated Fire. Likewise, Erwin continued to concentrate. However, there was one thing that changed, and that was Bjorn. Let's stop now. It was no longer just Raven. Other members began to join her calls to fire the shot. Even Erwin. Mister, isn't this enough? Was I in that bad of a condition? I couldn't even feel that much pain, though my body did feel a little heavy. Damn it. If you're going to give the order, either way, then get on with it. I can't just stand back and watch you suffer like this. Rada. Me neither. Even the frontline members whom I had sent to the back went against my order and joined me at the front. Not that they lasted long, of course. Einar Fenelon has cast Curl Up. Melon Caselin has cast Will of Iron Wall. I'd say they were around for 2 minutes, give or take. That said, I had no plans on reprimanding them or telling them they weren't of any help. Those 2 minutes actually did me a lot of good. Bayallah, because when I saw Caselin on the ground, unconscious, and Einar standing her ground while gripping her arm that was twisted the wrong way, I made my decision. Alright, that's it. We couldn't hold on for longer. More precisely, even though we technically could, I'd have to risk someone dying. With that calculation made, I finally said the words I had been holding in. Erwin, fire. Perhaps it was the call she had been waiting for. Erwin didn't even ask for confirmation. She just immediately let go of her concentrated state and cast her skill. I had no idea how long she had been charging her shot, but honestly, the effect that happened when she fired her arrow wasn't particularly spectacular, though it wasn't really fair to say that. After all we could see of it was the blinding light that filled the room. Even the sound of the impact was beyond our senses. Regardless, over my skin told me just how powerful the tremor that shot through the air and that attack truly was. You have taken damage from an ally in a companion state. Light of Trust protects character from the damage. I couldn't help but feel a chill down my spine. If it weren't for the effect of no. 12. Light of Trust, this rugged body of mine probably wouldn't have survived. Wound. However, standing around awestruck by the destructiveness of that shot wasn't an option. There was only one thing I needed to know, and that was if that arrow had enough damage to kill Snictra in one shot. It didn't take me long to learn the outcome. The headache-inducing ringing in my ears finally quieted, and my vision returned, allowing me to take in our surroundings. The machines were buzzing with sparks, and the water in the air was sizzling off into steam. And beyond all the environmental carnage was Snictra collapsed on the ground with a huge hole in its neck. Now armed with all the information my eyes could perceive, I had a thought. No, to be precise, I recalled a conversion I shared not long ago. Bill Ironlid, if my memory serves me right, he did change his name before. I'm certain that it was some common name. My gut feelings never played out favorably for me. Damn it. And so, I watched as the collapsed Snictra with a giant hole in its neck didn't begin to turn into rays of light, but instead began to thrash its tail. Snictra's health is below 10%. Flash before death has activated. We failed in our gamble. Snictra's second passive after 10,000 poison body, flash before death, automatically activated after it fell below 10% health, and its effects were very simple. All stats of Snictra are temporarily doubled. Snictra temporarily gains immunity to all status effects. Snictra temporarily gains immunity to all damage types. It became absurdly strong, though there were a few drawbacks. Snictra's movement is temporarily restricted. It couldn't do anything for 1 minute after its skill abdicated. Seriously, though, compared to those absurd bonuses, I couldn't even call that a drawback. The other one was much nicer. While Flash before death is active, Snictra's health quickly decreases. Even if we let it be in that state, it would lose HP. In other words, we didn't have to worry about getting around its invulnerability state to deal any damage. It would die if given enough time. Plus, Flash before death was impossible to cancel before the battle ended. To put it simply, either it had to die, or we all had to die. I think it took around 5 minutes for it to lose 10% of its health. 5 minutes, a length of time that was both somehow short yet excruciatingly long. However, pulling together all the experience I had gained fighting Snictra in the game from my memories, I came to a quick conclusion. We might just win a physical brawl if all its skills were sealed. In its current infinite MP state, though, 1 minute, a single minute was all it needed to tear us to shreds. Badump. No matter how hard I tried to look for a silver lining, I could only see a hopeless future. There was only one way left. I turned away from Snictra and banged against the closed entrance with my fist. Arda, enough. Open the door now. If we die, you know the thing won't die either. But no one answered. Arda. No matter how much I shouted, we never got an answer back. I knew that the speaker had been destroyed in the chaos, but could they also not see what was going on here? Damn it. Mister, what are you doing? Yandel, it's not moving right now. We need to. Quickly. My allies spoke to me, not understanding what I was doing, but I couldn't hear any of what they were saying. For the first time in a very long while, I felt despair. I always tried to keep a cool head and grasp at any possibility of living, however slim, but there was nothing we could do now. Finally turning to face them, I admitted, it's over. I'm sorry, everyone. My miscalculation put all of you to death. Wait, what are you saying? That thing will start moving soon, and that'll be the end of us, I explained. I'm sorry. I truly apologize. Everyone could see it in my expression. I wasn't joking. The realization began to dawn on them. If anyone has something to say, say it now. Soon enough, you won't even have the time. Although I was speaking to my allies, I was also saying it to myself. I had seen countless deaths along my journey here. The creature called human became surprisingly strong in their final moments, but they also became terrifyingly weak. The shell they had built up for themselves slowly unraveled, and truths that had been bound deep within their hearts would be exposed, just as it was for me at that moment. Even if Amelia wasn't here with us, I couldn't carry this to my grave. Erwin, Miss Shaw, listen closely. In truth, it happened just as I was about to continue. Agent, Hut, I asked, startled. Agent of the stars. A bright flash of holy light shone from somewhere. Swoosh, the silver light was both warm and majestic, shockingly me still as my jaw dropped. Sven Parav has cast the rank 0 holy spell Agent of the Stars. The activation condition has been met. Goddess of the Stars, Riatlis, descends upon the world through Sven Parav's body. Chapter 805, Final Day, 2. Agent of the Stars was the authority. When that Sven Parav obtained some time ago, through an awakening-type event, put his life on the line to help people escape a burning temple. After a few rounds of tests, I concluded that after awakening, he had obtained the perfection bonus that only saints could obtain. Not that I ever figured out what type of skill Agent of the Stars was. So then, what was its activation condition, one might ask? It was a skill I had never seen in my long days of playing this game, an authority that a goddess had personally granted him. Since the skill would no doubt be of great help in the future, I intended to figure out its activation condition by testing a lot of things in the city, but everything I tried failed. I'd even wondered if it was only possible to use within the labyrinth, so we resumed the experiment when we entered, only to come up short once again. It suddenly worked, and yet, Agent of the Stars had activated. As proof of that, Parav's entire body was glowing with a gentle silver light. Oh ho ho, it has been a while, Bjorn Yondell. What was more, although his voice remained the same, he sounded completely different from the usual Sven Parav. I never expected to see you give up. Truly, it was a surprising thing to witness. Well, all heroes have a moment where they falter. You have suffered a lot. The way he was covering his mouth with his hand, the gentle expression on his face, and the way his body moved and twisted, those small attributes subconsciously registered to me as very feminine traits. Then there was the fact that Parav was a paladin. Suddenly, it clicked. Are you Riatlis? I asked hesitantly. Rather than answer me, Parav had a smile behind his hand. Oh ho, that laughter was the answer. I didn't know what happened, but Riatlis had entered Sven Parav's body. Was it an incarnation-type skill? That made it even weirder, though. Even if you advanced your character to a saint in the game and made them use incarnation, they would only be able to borrow the authority of their god and use it. A god directly descending via their apostle's body was unheard of. Still, I guess that's not important right now. Although I had many questions, I decided to focus on one above all else. Can you get us out of this situation? Could this be our salvation? At that question, Parav, no, Riatlis giggled. Who knows? Who? What? Though, I suppose I wouldn't be here if I couldn't. Right. Seriously, a joke now, of all times? I can't do much for you, but your circumstances aren't all that bad, she concluded, and as soon as she'd spoken the words, the 1-minute seal on Snikshura ended as it let out a roar. Riatlis raised her hand and let out a random hap. Then a translucent silver wall was created between us and Snikshura. Boom. The snake slammed its body against the wall repeatedly, but the barrier stood strong. Having performed the miracle of trapping a rank 1 monster like it was nothing, Riatlis Sven Parav shrugged before turning back to us to give a wink. How long can you stop it? I asked. What? Enough to save your lives. Kayak. Snikchura continued to roar in anger from beyond its trap, but I no longer paid it any attention. Somehow, something more surprising than a rank 1 monster had appeared before us, and the other members were quick to demonstrate their faith in this miracle. Are you really Lady Riatlis? Are you? Oh ho. And my goodness, may the blessing of the Twilight Star be with us. Meanwhile, while most were busy prostrating, there was one who showed overt hostility. It was none other than Bileg, who had finally arisen after being healed. Are you really Riatlis? Once again, Riatlis didn't answer him either. However, it seemed everything she had shown until now was answer enough. Without waiting for an answer, Bileg continued asking questions. Why did that child need to die? Was that the fate you decided for her? Riatlis once again didn't answer, instead, just looking upon him with pitying eyes. The sympathy in her gaze only fanned the flames of his anger. Answer me, he shouted. If you really are the goddess that presides over fate, answer me now. Bang! Despite Beleg's boiling rage, he was unfortunately cut short in his questions. It would have been fine, if only he had restricted his anger to shouts, but he had taken it one step too far, a physical step forward with probably intent to charge. Oh, the one who stopped him and slammed him to the ground was not me but Caitlin. Don't show her any disrespect. It is only by her will that we are still alive, Caitlin ordered with a harsh breath. I understand that you must have many questions. I have also lost someone precious to me. However, you know well that she's not the one you should be arguing with. Beleg remained quiet, a stark contrast to his earlier outburst. I'll take it as you understanding my words and let you go. Please do not make a mistake. Caslin then released him, but Beleg showed no signs of getting up from the floor. He just looked into the air with empty eyes. Even if she descended through Parav, a power of that level can't be maintained for long. I would be lying if I said I didn't feel any sympathy for Beleg. I myself had many questions I wanted to ask, but something else had to take priority. More likely than not, Riatlis would leave Parav's body the moment the situation was resolved. There was something I needed to check before that happened. What's the activation condition for the authority? I asked. Bjorn. How could you talk like that to Lady Riatlis? Miss Shaw admonished in a scandalized tone. What was she even talking about? Capital I brushed it off. You don't have to worry about her, so just answer me. Do you truly wish to hear it? Riatlis questioned after a moment. It may be better that you don't. If anyone else said that to me. But this was a goddess, the goddess of fate, of all things. Even I, of all people, was forced to reconsider. Nevertheless, I eventually decided, I'll still hear it. If ignorance was bliss, that bliss was fleeting. It would only allow me a short moment of reprieve before the waves of pain inevitably washed over. If that is your decision, Riatlis then revealed, it is only possible for me to descend upon the world through this authority when Sven Parav's fate in that moment is certain death. I couldn't even laugh. For that to be the condition. That was why nothing worked, no matter what we tried in the city. Still, there was one thing I didn't understand. Why was it better for me to not know that? The moment Sven Parav learns of the condition, it will become tens of times more difficult for him to use this authority. What? I blocked, startled. It is difficult to explain in detail with so little time available to us. To put it simply, the moment he learns the exact activation condition, he will become dependent on the authority. When that happened, two different fates will exist at the same time and I cannot intervene in an uncertain fate. Even when she explained it like that, I still couldn't understand. Riatlis read my expression, easily picking up on my confusion. Oh ho, that's why I told you it was difficult to explain. If you find yourself struggling to understand, just remember this, as I told you before, the moment Sven Parav learns of the activation condition, it will become tens of times more difficult for him to use it. Understood. I've memorized it. Good, good. Riatlis then sent me a consoling smile, as if from mother to child. The sentiment was there, if a bit overshadowed by the fact that she was doing all this using Sven Parav's body. More importantly, there is something I must tell you. I blinked, surprised there was more. Fate is called as such because it always arrives the same. The goddess continued. What are you trying to say? In this moment, Sven Parav has changed his fate, and with it, the fates of many others who should have died here beside him. My jaw was clenched. And, just get to the point. The fate you have avoided today will return without fail. So we've only survived today, but we'll all die in the end. Well, why do you think that you all will? You die? She gazed at me with that same smile as she said, Bjorn Yondell, even without my intervention, you wouldn't have fallen today. Even if you faltered for a time, would have regained your will and struggled until the final finale. So, what are you trying to say? That smile on Riatlis's lips fell just slightly, back into something I couldn't quite name, but yet didn't speak another word aloud. 7 people. I flinched as her voice echoed in my mind. Remember this, Bjorn Yondell. In this place, 7 people have avoided their timely demise, and whether quickly or slowly, that fate will return to them. So nurture him to the best of your ability. In a way, amongst all of humankind, he is the most like me. Who knows? Maybe if he grows and grows to the point where he reaches a class of his own, he may one day be capable of changing not just his fate, but the fate of others as well. With that, Riatlis spoke aloud once again. Well then, this is the end. The end. Oh ho, I will see you next time. With a sudden farewell, Parav's body collapsed to the floor. But it hasn't even been 3 minutes yet. There are 2 more minutes left until Sniktra dies. Unlike before, the previously unbreakable barrier began to crack as Sniktra repeatedly slammed its body against it. Boom, boom. Judging by the number of cracks, it would only survive 4 or 5 more hits before shattering completely. Yet she just leaves? Riatlis definitely said that she could block the monster long enough for us to all survive. So what was this? Was she just lying? Crackle. Just as my thoughts began to take a dark turn, the speaker that should have been broken crackled back to life as the door that Arda closed opened, broadcasting a familiar voice with a bit of a mechanical artifact to it. Oh, hey, the voice cried. See, can you hear me? Aryan, please get out there, quickly. Everything became clear to me in that moment as my body sagged with relief. Right, so that was what she meant to happen. I picked up the collapsed Parav, and as soon as everyone left the testing site, Sniktra finally broke through the barrier and charged at us. The door just barely closed behind us, stopping it from getting to us. Boom, boom. Bang! Although Snickshra continuously slammed its head against the door didn't even budge, meaning I could probably relax a little. Whoa, I sure am glad I wasn't late. I quickly asked into the air, Ian, what happened? How was Ian talking through the speakers when I'd stopped him from going into the bus room with us? Did you enter the control room? I don't know what a control room is. Can you see into the testing site through the devices up there? Yes, I can see it. So he was there. Question was, how? The reason turned out to be quite simple. As you said, I was waiting up top for you to come back, but the doors around me suddenly started opening and closing rapidly. I figured something went wrong and went into one of the open doors. Something had apparently gone wrong with the machines up top after we broke everything in the test site as well. Well, that did make sense. The command room was accessible after defeating Arda, after all. But when I entered, I could see the situation in the room where you all were. When I heard you shout to open the door, I tried all the devices and it opened the door and let me speak to you too. In other words, it was a completely unforeseen chain of events, though I couldn't exactly call it pure coincidence either. So this was always going to happen. In all likelihood, the events would have taken place even without the use of Agent of the Stars. We would have been thrust into a fierce battle, and after the 7 people that Atlas spoke of died, we would then barely escape through the door and rush out of the testing site. I couldn't help but turn my head when the wall shook with another booming blow. It also prompted Orion to speak up again, through the speaker. It's still flailing in the room. How about we get everyone up just in case? No, it'll be fine. Alright, then should I come down as well? No, stay there and wait for us. Understood. Boom, bang, boom. The door continued to reverberate with impacts from the other side for a while until, finally, the frequency between the reverberations became shorter and more distinct. Then, the impact stopped altogether. Was it finally dead? I didn't even need time to mull it over. The impact of experience gained when taking down a rank 1 monster was unmistakable. You have defeated Snickshra, EXP +9. Snickshra was dead. Its sea collapsed. Captain, since I got the confirmation from above, I didn't need to worry any longer. Somehow, after going through all that, we were able to defeat a rank 1 monster without losing a single person. The essence. I nearly asked if it dropped an essence, but I barely held back. Ian, open the door. Yet, some things, you needed to confirm with your own eyes. Chapter 806, Final Day, 3. If you looked at the difference between a rank 8 and rank 9, say, a goblin and a death fiend, the monsters were worlds apart. However, the relative gap between the two wasn't that large, not compared to the gap between a rank 2 and a rank 1, at least. Usually, 5 rank 9 adventurers could easily defeat a rank 8 monster. It was the same with 5 rank 8 adventurers and a rank 7 monster. This formula stayed true for quite a while, until around rank 3. For a rank 3 monster, at least 12 rank 4 adventurers were needed for a raid, and an entire expedition force of 30 rank 3 adventurers was needed for a rank 2 monster. So then, what about a rank 1 monster? In truth, each rank 1 monster was unique in its own way, so it was difficult to generalize. However, considering how many elite adventurers we lost during the Wolf of Prophecy, Cashin, raid at Library Island despite the hundreds of people present, it can't be standardized. I could at least be sure of that much. A rank 1 monster was on an entirely different level than rank 2. It was for that very reason that possessing a rank 1 essence made an adventurer the talk of the town. Demon Eye was a prime example of that. Whatever the case, that wasn't that important. Perhaps because of the many dents Snickshra left behind in it, the door didn't open smoothly like before but instead with a wailing creak. As I looked at the widening gap of the door, my heart raced. Badump. Did it drop it or not? Creak. Was it all the dopamine flooding my brain? It felt like the door was opening in slow motion. Boom. When the door finally came to a stop, I got my answer through Raven's stuttering realization. That's an essence, right? I rubbed my eyes a little before answering. Bala. Snickshra had dropped its essence. The influence of the rank 1 essence was immense. Whoa, so that's a rank 1 essence. Adnus, I hope you're not thinking of pulling anything odd. Ahem, I was only expressing my amazement. Honestly, though, just the aura emanating off of it is on another level. Everyone's jaw dropped at the mysterious majesty of the essence. I didn't blame them. Even if a person had worked as an adventurer their entire life, it was rare to witness a rank 1 essence firsthand. Plus, just as someone had said, the color itself was different from a regular essence as well. It's 2 colors, floating in the air with shimmering light. Snickshra's essence was made up of 2 different colors. They weren't mixed either, but instead separated in a yin-yang pattern. I have heard about this before, Raven remarked. A few rank 1 essences are said to be like this. Since it's 2 colors, does it also give 2 abilities? Yes, or so I've heard. Then that essence, who knows? Even I don't know much. Information about rank 1 essences is quite rare. Honestly, they're mostly treated like legends. Still, aren't there a few people every generation who possess one? That is true. But then it becomes a question of whether those people cooperate in research, and some things never change, no matter the error, Raven said while giving me an accusing side eye, as if she knew I had information about the essence. Well, her guess wasn't wrong. Raven, I called, take out the magic vial first. Anyway, work came first. While we still had a lot of time left, there was no need to waste it. It was also gamer instinct to go in and snatch up whatever rare things appeared, even when they didn't need to. But, oh, is that not the color you wanted? Raven asked me while taking out the magic vial. Oh, that? The reason I put it in the magic vial wasn't because of the color. It was a little more awkward than that. This essence is for Emily, I explained. Aha. So you're going to first take care of a woman who's not even here with us. Oh, was that how that worked? I guess since the clan members who were present risked their lives to fight it, this could be considered a little scummy. Raven eyed my expression. I was joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Oh, it's not that. Huh. I don't know how someone like you made an internal rule like that. The captain has the same number of votes as all the members combined, doesn't he? Sensing it would only be to my disadvantage if I continued to speak, I chose to remain silent. Raven stopped messing with me, concentrating harder than usual on storing the essence in the magic vial. It's done. Eventually, Raven handed me the magic vial containing the essence of Snictura, and our work here was done. Hap. Just then, Parav happened to awaken from his unconscious state. He jumped up and took on a battle stance to fight whatever was near him, waking up while shouting as if he had just experienced a nightmare. It was an understandable reaction. Last thing he would remember was battling against Snictura. I'd also heard that the vanguard who fought on the front lines experienced momentary lapses in consciousness quite a bit, so things like this were common to see. However, with a quick glance around the area, he seemed to calm down, as he fell back into his regular stance while looking a little shell-shocked. Did we win? Yeah, we won, I said, shrugging. So calm down. And no one died. As you can see, Parav let out a sigh of relief. Was that how I looked to the others? There was no telling, but I didn't mind either way. Collapsing with the knowledge that one's allies were safe only served to make the person look better and more trustworthy. But what happened? Parav asked. How much do you remember? Well, you told everyone to say their last word since everyone was going to die. Oh, I really lost all hope and thought I really would die this time. He trailed off, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Excitedly, he shouted, oh, that authority. I used the new authority I got since there was nothing else I could try. Anyway, but did it work? I went quiet. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Did it work? No, it worked, right? That has to be how everyone survived. His excitement struck a chord with me, pushing me to affirm his guess. It only made my heart feel heavier. So, what was it? What was the authority's effect? Was it a defense type? Or maybe attack? Wait, did I kill Snictura in one hit? Why aren't you saying anything? Parav furrowed his brow in confusion at my silence and looked at the other members, only to find they also avoided his gaze as soon as he looked at them. Or, rather, they glanced directly at me. Hey, can you perhaps not hear me, Caitlin, Ms. Maroney, Ms. Karlstein? I hissed in a breath. In the end, I needed to take charge. I did feel a little sorry for him, as it felt like we were isolating and bullying him, but it couldn't be helped. The goddess herself descended to give us this warning. Sven Parav could never know about his authority. Authority? What are you talking about? He blinked. Nothing happened. Even though I was sorry, this was the right choice. Even though I was sorry, this was the right choice. We left the testing site, climbed up the ladder, and entered the bunker area we were initially at, where we were greeted by Audien running to meet us. Captain, thank goodness, you're safe. Thanks, you really helped us out this time. Not at all. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. I didn't really do much. Don't say that, I pushed back. Making sure to convey my genuine appreciation, I said, everyone survived, thanks to you. My compliment prompted Parav to ask, we all survived, thanks to Rockrobe. What do you mean? Didn't we work together to kill Snictura? Wait, why are you going silent again? Parav seemed confused once again as the room dropped into chilling silence. Really, he should know when to ask which question. Thankfully, I didn't need to navigate around his question this time since someone spoke twice at the perfect time. I was watching everything. You've accomplished the D task to you, warriors of the Empire. The voice of Arda, the master of the secret base, echoed through the speakers. Capital I couldn't help but feel baffled. They spoke with a congratulatory tone, but I still remembered their gripes about how selfish we were as Imperials. They also said something I couldn't ignore. I was wondering what would happen when you suddenly began to destroy the testing site, but my decision was correct in the end. Correct? I asked back in the ancient language. See, what would have happened if I opened the door? This world would never have received its salvation. Damn, did it actually just say that? I had a lot I wanted to say, but somehow, arguing with an AI felt counterproductive, so I just bit my tongue. I was planning on getting only what I wanted from this thing and leaving anyway. Thanks to you, we have taken one more step towards salvation. If you lend me just a bit more of your help, we can stop the end of the world. Of course, the destroyed testing site will need to be restored before that. Restoring the testing site? This wasn't in the game at all. I guess we did destroy the testing site before it was supposed to go, though. So, I prompted, warriors of the destroyed empire, I only wish to request one more thing from you. Tell me. To be honest, I didn't actually need to hear what it said. Although the story's starting point and progression had changed a little, its core was the same. In summary, Arda would help us, so we needed to get to the island that was the origin of the end, defeat the boss there, and return with what it dropped. When the explanation had finished, I said, sure, we'll do that. I knew that would be your answer. The hope of humanity. At some point, we were promoted from warriors of the empire to the hope of humanity, but I didn't care that much. After all, Arda said something much more deserving of my attention. Oh, and one of the humans I observed at the origin of the end not long ago had a similar insignia to yours. You mean this? When I showed Arda the insignia of the Anabrata clan, Arda confirmed, that's right, it's that symbol. Was it a woman? With red hair? That's right. Is she your ally? Yes, she is. However, Arda's response wasn't what I expected. Then you must hurry. That woman, she will die soon. At some point, we were promoted from warriors of the empire to the hope of humanity, but I didn't care that much. After all, Arda said something much more deserving of my attention. Oh, and one of the humans I observed at the origin of the end not long ago had a similar insignia to yours. You mean this? When I showed Arda the insignia of the Anabrata clan, Arda confirmed, that's right, it's that symbol. Was it a woman? With red hair? That's right. Is she your ally? Yes, she is. However, Arda's response wasn't what I expected. Then you must hurry. That woman, she will die soon. I received a sudden quest. Chapter 807, Final Day, 4. Amelia had told me she would stay back to observe the group on Skull Island. So what was she doing here? There was no way to confirm it, but I could at least make an educated guess. Amelia went to keep an eye on the Golden Tree clan, so if she's here, that must mean there was a very good chance they were here with us as well. Amelia wouldn't have come here for no reason. Did you perhaps see anyone other than my ally? I asked, rolling with a guess. However, my question was met with an answer that I didn't expect from Arda. No one in particular. I have only confirmed that one woman. I paused. Just her. Is there a problem? No. I will ask this, though. Why do you think she will die soon? I don't know if she is lost, but that woman has already entered the territory of the beast. I wouldn't be surprised if she were to encounter it at any moment. The memories of the end that we found ourselves in was a hidden field similar to the labyrinth of Larkaz that I had visited before, and this so-called beast could be considered its boss. And Arda was telling me she was inside its territory? Damn it. We didn't have any time. None whatsoever. Arda, is there anything else I should know? As I told you before, to defeat the beast, you must keep my words in mind. So there's nothing. Understood. I'll see you later. Since I didn't need to hear the details of the strategy from Arda, I cut the conversation off there, then quickly summoned my members before leaving the Arda secret base. You understand without me having to tell you, right? Yes, we will get there post-haste, Captain. With Arian's trustworthy confirmation, the boat cleaved through the waves. Splash. We were moving faster than when we first came to this place. While part of it was thanks to the mana stones we were pouring into the propulsion system without holding back, they weren't the only thing contributing to our speed. Arian Rockrobe has cast Fair Winds. Arian Rockrobe has cast Trade Route. Arian Rockrobe has cast Ghost Ship. The other members stirred anxiously as we watched Orion use all the abilities in his possession. Navigator lad, are you sure you're okay with this? I understand that we're in a hurry, but haste does make waste. You may collapse if you go all out from the beginning. I could tell they weren't just saying it out of sympathy for the amount of work he was putting in. We were all logical adventurers. If he ran out of mana in the middle of the journey and his skill turned off, we could arrive at our destination later than intended. As the representative of the rest, I stepped up to question, Arian, will you be alright? I needed to think about the return trip when we were coming here, but that's not the case anymore, right? Just as we were experts in fighting monsters, he was an expert in navigation. I just needed to trust him. Understood, I said. Splash. And so, we sailed for the island that couldn't even be seen from the helm yet. Sometime later, though, the 10-hour timer that I set when coming to the Arda secret base rang. I thought I'd given myself plenty of time to plan around unexpected variables, that maybe I'd even be able to relax a little on the return trip. No one could know the future, and the Snikshra raid ended in a completely different way than I had initially planned for as well. Now, there was nothing I could do except wait for the boat to reach our destination. Even so, as I looked at the horizon, I couldn't help but get lost in the possibilities. Don't worry so much, she'll be fine. Yes, that's right, mister, it'll be okay. My allies eyed my clenched fists in jaw. They must have assumed I was worried for Amelia, which I was, but she wasn't the sole reason for my concern. The event we experienced not long ago continued to haunt me. We were in big trouble this time, but everyone survived in the end, right? So don't let it get to you, Erwan consoled. Despite her intentions, her words instead became needles that pierced my heart. We had nearly all been wiped out just a few hours ago. No, we were wiped out once. All of us. I hadn't been able to find a way out of our predicament, and after accepting my fate, I'd prepared my final words for the first time since becoming a barbarian. Of course, we managed to defeat the rank 1 monster and obtain its essence, but it's not because I did anything right. We survived because we got lucky. To be honest, I wasn't even thinking about Agent of the Stars. This all happened because of my bad decisions. As I looked back on our previous battle, I knew there was a way we could have avoided a total wipe. If I'd just given up on Beleg, the raid would have progressed as planned. However, I wasn't able to do that. I allowed optimism to rule and hoped that everything would be fine if I just sacrificed myself a little bit more. The result of that arrogance and stubbornness was the ending we got. Of course, things worked out in the end. But how much longer could I keep relying on good luck like that? Did it even make sense for a person like me to rely on luck, to be at ease and relieved in the first place? No, this was the only lucky encounter I would get. A second chance would never come. If a similar situation ever arose again, I would meet my fatal ending. The more I thought about it, the more certain I became. Bang! Something was wrong with my head. Seriously wrong. Silence fell over everyone on the deck, possibly because I had suddenly slammed my head into the railing at the head of the ship. After belatedly noticing everyone had gone quiet, I looked around, only to see the clan members all turn their heads away. Whenever I met eyes with them, I should take care of the equipment. Where is that? I sighed. I'd messed up again. Problem. With my head or not, a leader shouldn't be making the personal problems the problems of the clan. And I'm not the only one having a hard time. Being an adventurer didn't mean you were immune to stress. While towing the line between life and death was a risk that simply came with the job, adventurers were bound to experience an immense amount of stress. It was also one of the reasons there were so many adventurers with personality disorders. In any case, everyone had just escaped from a near-death situation, so they would be exhausted and grumpy. Yet I put them on edge with my tantrum. Sorry, everyone. I just wanted to slam my head for a second, I shouted as a joke with some brutal honesty baked in. Thankfully, that lightened the tension in the air slightly. Really? Why yeah, right. Everyone feels that way. Sometimes. Right. That's right. Although the reactions were a little awkward, it was better than silence. Plus, my efforts seemed to bear some fruit. Even Raven, who had been avoiding me due to my foul mood, approached me. It feels like you're ready to talk now. I sent her a look. Do you have something to say to me, too? It's about Snictra's essence. Oh, that? I thought she was coming over to console me. Still, getting treated normally was better in this situation, right? So what ability is it? I've been on the edge of my seat with curiosity. She began. Is it the color you wanted? Half of it. Then one of the colors matched what you wanted. That's right. Okay, but why are you answering me like that? You obviously know what I'm asking. Can't you just tell me? We can do that later. What do you mean, later? This is the worst habit an adventurer could have. What? If you die later? If you do, I'll get so mad that I won't be able to go through mana decomposition. Mana what? I couldn't help but tilt my head at the odd word. Raven avoided my eyes as she explained. Right. Oh, well, it's a wizard thing. They believe that when we die, we won't go into the embrace of the goddess, but dissolve into mana particles. Oh, so something like what the atheists believe back in my world? In certain ways, I agreed with them. The afterlife didn't exist, and when we died, we just returned to nature as particles and molecules. Of course, I hoped I was wrong. Could rest in peace after I died. Then I could. If the afterlife did exist as a place where I meet with people again and talk about the past at least one more time. Hello? Oh, yeah, I was in the middle of a conversation. Really? Are you not going to tell me? Raven whined. No, I was just about to tell you. What was the question about again? Snictra's essence. Right. I couldn't think properly. Maybe it was that same problem in my head. I just decided to info dump the article that I read before this out of my mind. Snictra's essence comes with two passive abilities. One is 10,000 poison body, and the other is flash before death. I rattled on about the effects of the passive skills and the active skills as Raven went from looking very interested at first to frowning a little. No, so which color did you want? So that was the question. I didn't really want a specific color. What? The most important part of this essence is flash before death, the passive ability. What? Not 10,000 poison body. Well, that was really good as well, but not better than the first. Given the core essence of Amelia's build, self-replication, that core was the very reason I had her eat the Twin Hydra's essence for dual control to increase her control over her clone, along with the Cyclops' wave connection to increase the effectiveness of the clone to be comparable to her main body. Flash before death, that's the skill it used right at the end, right? The one that activated right before it died. Raven mumbled to herself. Then, something seemed to click in her mind. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Oh, so that's why. If you use it on the clone, it removes the downside of not being able to turn it off willingly after it activates." Yeah, that's right. Of course, you couldn't move for a minute after the skill activated, but after that, the clone would be upgraded to a powerful weapon that outclassed even the main body. If I feed her this essence and help with her loadout a little bit, she'll become the first to be eligible to challenge the 10th floor. So, what's the activated ability of this essence? Oh, that? Well, one of them was Shift. Oh, isn't that really good? When Snyxra used it, it could change into other monsters freely and use their unique skills, but the skill is different in essence form. How different? You can only change into the last monster you defeated, and even after you change, your physical abilities don't change with it. Oh, I see. Despite her obvious disappointment, there were more uses to the skill. It was still a rank 1 essence. After all, it was only natural for it to have more uses, but I figured I only needed to tell Amelia about the tricks, so I omitted them. Then what's the other one? I hesitated. It's final day. What? There's an ability like that? There is. Raven studied my expression with suspicion. Why did you make that face? It's a little awkward to explain. Although I'd said anything would be fine, this was the one exception. Even Seed of Destruction would have been better. What's awkward about it? Is it bad? I mean, I can't exactly call it bad either. Objectively speaking, it's good, I hedged, but many different conditions need to be met to use it. Oh, now that I think about it, I don't think it used the skill once that entire battle either. What ability is it? I then took quite a while explaining to her the effect and conditions of the skill, and that seemed to have sated her curiosity as Raven left. What's awkward about it? Is it bad? I mean, I can't exactly call it bad either. Objectively speaking, it's good, I hedged, but many different conditions need to be met to use it. Oh, now that I think about it, I don't think it used the skill once that entire battle either. What ability is it? I then took quite a while explaining to her the effect and conditions of the skill, and that seemed to have sated her curiosity as Raven left. I finally had some time alone, and only then did I remember. Oh, wait, it wasn't the time for me to worry about the essence of others. Omens of corruption. I got hit by that, right? Chapter 808. Final day, 5. When hit by the special skill Omens of corruption, the ability of one of the target's essences could be twisted in odd ways. In my case, the ability that got hit was by Yuan's transcendence. At least Stormgush didn't get hit. Despite avoiding the worst-case scenario, I couldn't fully relax. Transcendence was a core combo skill that boosted not just giantization, but many of my other essences. Even if it wasn't as important as giantization, it didn't change the fact that the essence did earn its place in the final build of the Shield Barbarian. I wonder how it changed. The thought that it had morphed in some weird way and that I'd become a trash character was seriously starting to mess with me. Still, I couldn't check it right then, no matter how much I wanted to. After getting hit by the skill, the corrupted skill couldn't be used for 180 days. Since this is the 33rd day of the expedition, even if we return to the city on day 75 as planned, that would only be 42 days, then 30 more days in the city. Even if I get 75 days in on the next expedition, I'll still have 33 days left. So the earliest I could finally use Transcendence and see what changed about it would be during the expedition. After the next, Captain, we can see the island. Just then, we finally reached the point where our destination was in sight, interrupting my contemplation where I stood on the deck. The island looked otherworldly with the sky above it dyed red, the lava flowing into the ocean and hardening into rock, and the dark red smoke covering the entire island. We're disembarking. From getting on the ship to arriving on the island, we took around 3 hours and 50 minutes. Overall, we'd saved around 50 minutes compared to our first journey heading to the secret base. Good work, Aryan. Thank you. After having used his abilities the entire journey, Aryan wasn't looking good. He was hunched and staggering like he would enter soul exhaustion if he used just a few more abilities. You can rest easy now. Pardon, Aner, I shouted in response. I wouldn't need many words for this. As soon as I called for Aner, she came over and understood what I wanted from her. Got it. I can just carry him, right? Pardon? I am fine. Haha. Don't worry about it. I'm used to carrying others. Alright, that solved Aryan's movement problem. Plus, since Orb of Fire had been kept on from the moment I first arrived on the island. I didn't need to turn it back on. Again, we'll now move as quickly as possible, I ordered. With the clan members having rested enough during the 4-hour-long sailing trip, we were able to run across the island. Our destination was the island's center, where Amelia was last spotted. However, as we continued to search the surrounding area, Amelia wasn't the only person in danger of dying. Status effect eternal burning is applied. You will periodically take fire damage, and the fire damage will increase as time passes. The damage from the field effect wasn't that high yet, so I could ignore it. Time until death: 5 hours, 50 minutes, and 17 seconds. Even so, there were less than 6 hours until Terminus's effect applied, so we needed to move quickly if we wanted to reset everyone's time. Raven, Moroni, from now on, apply distortion magic on all monsters we fight. We hunted monsters in our own way while applying distortion magic to them, moving forward in a breakthrough formation. While the monsters wouldn't drop any essences, there was a chance they would leave behind their corpse for us to harvest. Look, it worked. Rather than disappear into a puff of light, the defeated monster collapsed onto the ground with a thud, a clear signal that the distortion magic had worked. Soon enough, though, the corpse was swept up in flames and turned to ash, and then, voom, a red mirage floated from it into the air. Something like an essence appeared. It means it worked, I explained. Its name within the game was Original Sin. I had no idea why it was named as such, but it had 2 effects when consumed. You have consumed Original Sin. Fire resistance is permanently increased by +1. Status effect Terminus is reset. You will die in 24 hours. Fire resistance was increased by +1, and the Terminus granted by the field effect was reset to give us an extra day of life. Also, the fire resistance increase was only applied on the first consumption, but that wasn't the important thing here. Since we didn't have an icon to hover that told us our remaining time, I intended to have everyone reset their timers whenever they got fed Original Sin, one by one. It feels weird, Moroni murmured, looking at this and knowing that this is the time we have left. Isn't that right, Mr. Parav? Haha, yes, that's true. How great would it be if we could see it like this in real life as well? Parav flinched. Pardon, our remaining time. I just wondered how great it would be if we could always see our remaining time. I mean, didn't you feel it before as well? When I thought that everything was going to come to an end in a minute, was so shaken. There were so many things I hadn't been able to do yet, too. It would be nice if this world was like that. If you could know how much time you had left, you could say everything you wanted to say, not do. Haha, I'm just saying, as an example. Even while all this was happening, Moroni and Parav were flirting with each other. And Parav did volunteer to carry Moroni when we were talking about moving around. Do these two also have a thing going on? There was no telling, but honestly, I figured I would just let them be. Before, I absolutely would have been wary of feelings and relationships like this blossoming within the party. Emotions could lead to unexpected variables, after all. However, recently, I had changed my mind. You might not have a second chance. Erwin hummed in question. Did you just say something, mister? Just talking to myself. After pushing away her question, I turned my attention back to Moroni and Parav. Capital I had no idea what their relationship would become, but I didn't want to interfere in it at all. It would either work out or it wouldn't. I just hoped they wouldn't have any regrets. With that, I redirected my focus back to the mission and headed toward the center of the island. Einar Fenelon has consumed Original Sin. Fire resistance is permanently increased by +1. Then, around the time we obtained 4 Original Sins to reset the timer on Terminus, I suddenly heard a voice that captured my attention. I finally found you. Hut, that voice was definitely Emily. Amelia appeared with a sly grin. What? You look like you've seen a ghost. I was caught off guard. Just as she said, it felt like I was encountering an apparition or something. To be honest, I didn't expect to find her so quickly. Wait, I guess she found us? I had no idea that Amelia was looking for us. If Arda hadn't told us, I would have had no idea that she was even on the island in the first place. What happened? I asked. Why are you here? Something happened outside. Is it the Golden Tree Clan? No, nothing related to them. What? Nothing. Those guys left the island immediately after they realized we caught their spy. Capital I waited just in case they returned, but I saw nothing until I came here. Every theory of mine had missed a mark. Then, I just assumed she must have come because of them. If it's not because of them, why are you here? At my question, Amelia gave an answer that I would have never expected. The Lord of the 6th floor has been summoned. What? Although the news was quite surprising too. Here, it also explained everything else. So the moment you realized the Lord of the floor was summoned, you came here for refuge, or I summarized once she finished explaining. Yet, I'd be in big trouble if I got involved with that. And when I calculated the time, it was around the time you guys should be returning. I nodded reflexively at her reasoning. Really, she was a dependable person. She was always on the ball with her decision-making skills. Good work. Most lords of the floors affected the entire floor. A prime example was the third floor's Ryukus. As soon as he appeared, all floor portals were closed off and the entire floor was transformed. That was what happened with the lord of the sixth floor as well. Although the portals weren't blocked off, as soon as the lord was summoned, anyone on the floor could become a target of this thing that could appear anywhere in the infinite ocean. Well, to be precise, it was when the thing used a specific skill. But anyway, I was planning on just leaving in case of an emergency, but that plan's not going to work. Although one of our options had disappeared, the current situation was honestly better for us. We had come into a sort of shelter without realizing it. If we hadn't been here, we definitely would have gotten swept up in the shenanigans caused by the Lord of the Floor. Well, either way, I'm glad you're okay, I concluded. Let's talk after we get out of here. Why out of here? We can encounter something troublesome if we stay here. Though, we do eventually want to defeat that guy, but let's prepare first. I see. Understood. After reuniting with Amelia, we got as far away from the center of the island as we could before continuing our conversation. She spoke up first. Did you get what you came here for? I was worried that something might go wrong because I wasn't with you. Well, did something happen? It did, but it worked out in the end. Oh, and we got the essence too. The rank 1 essence? That's impressive. I don't know who'll be getting it, but the rumor mills back in the city won't get enough of it when word gets out and you're... No, that won't be happening. Amelia sent me a confused look as I cut her off. With a shrug and a grin, I explained, you hate being famous. She arched a brow, clearly wondering what I was talking about, until her eyes went wide in realization. Someone let out a drawn-out whistle. It was Caselin. I'm so jealous, Raven grumbled. You have a man who's willing to gift you a rank 1 essence. Why don't I have a man like that, Ms. Raven? I thought you couldn't use essences because you're a wizard, Maroni asked. But I like researching essences, Erwan scoffed. A rank 1 essence is nothing. I got gifted a floor essence by Mr. OS. Oh really? Both of those sound nice, Miss Shaw said meekly. Well, the actual gossip ended up starting here with all the whistling and chattering, but Amelia didn't seem to pay them any mind. She just looked directly at me and said, thanks, I'll make good use of it. Just 7 little words a reply that was short and stern. However, I sensed there was a weight to her words somehow. That brief reply felt more genuine to me than 100 words ever could. Of course, that stone-facedness didn't last long, although she seemed emotionless at first glance. When you got to know her, she had a childish side she couldn't hide. Then what ability does this essence have? She asked, unable to hold back. And how do they interact with the ones I already have? Oh, you can ask Raven about that. Raven flinched. Me. I'm sure that you've already compiled all the information required here. I mean, that is true. Oh, fine. Here. Amelia took the skill document from Raven, then asked me for a few pieces of advice after internalizing the information. But what's this? The name sounds pretty cool. Oh ho. Final day, is it? I had no clue what was so cool about it, but I could at least tell her, oh, you don't have to worry about that for now. With all the conditions it needs to activate it, you might not even use it your lifetime. Really? Well, looking at the conditions here, it'll be difficult to use it if you don't prepare for it. Yet, saw your final day. Really, that curiosity of hers. She was never satisfied until she tested these things at least once. But even if she cast it, there was no way it would go through. Flash. Or at least, it shouldn't have. What? Boom. Bjorn. Over there. Look at the sky. Why were there meteorites falling from the sky? Bong. Although I had no idea, I became sure of one thing when I looked at Amelia's obviously startled expression. Did I make a mistake? She asked, sheepishly. Flash. Or at least, it shouldn't have. What? Boom. Bjorn. Over there. Look at the sky. Why were there meteorites falling from the sky? Bong. Although I had no idea, I became sure of one thing when I looked at Amelia's obviously startled expression. Did I make a mistake? She asked, sheepishly. Things had gotten out of hand. Amelia Rain Wales has cast Final Day. For the next 24 hours, random attacks will fall within an area of 6 miles. Chapter 809, Hidden Story. 1. Final Day was one of the active skills of the rank 1 monster Snictura, and its effects were pretty diverse. Boom. Meteors fell from the sky. Flash. Lightning bolts that did the same damage as rank 3 attack magic struck the ground. Rumble. The ground also sometimes shook and caved in to inhibit your movement for a bit. True to its name, the ability came with some terrifying effects, and all for an entire 24 hours within 6 miles of the caster. After hearing the explanation, Aner looked genuinely excited. Isn't that a good thing? We can kill monsters without having to do a single thing. I didn't bother trying to explain it to her. For barbarians, learning with their body was the best method. Flash. When the lightning bolt struck her, Aner couldn't even let out a squeal as she shivered in place. Bang! This was the biggest problem with Final Day. Although the meteors, lightning bolts, and other effects befitting the end times were certainly destructive, they didn't distinguish between allies and enemies. Fenelon. Are you alright? Yug. I am fine. I just can't move my mouth. Flash. Aner got hit by another lightning bolt. Are you alright? Jigu. Oh, Emily. Stop this. Already. It hurts a lot. Aner somehow got unlucky and got hit twice by lightning already, leading her to quickly call for Amelia. However, the latter only had a shocked expression for her. That would be because of the second problem with this skill. It was impossible to cancel it even as it struck indiscriminately between allies and enemies. Emily, you might not have heard me, but stop, Aner, I admonished. This isn't something she can stop while it's going on. It will be maintained for 24 hours no matter what she does. What? Don't lie to me. I'm not an idiot. What kind of ability doesn't let you turn it off? Oh, I trailed off, not knowing what to say. I wasn't expecting her to shout that out like it was the most obvious thing in the world. However, judging by the others' reactions, I wasn't alone in my surprise. Raven, aren't most activated abilities not able to be cancelled while they're active? Oh, why yes, I suppose. Even the indomitable soul skill that Ms. Aner possesses continues on for its set duration after being activated. Once she heard it straight from Raven's mouth, Aner couldn't come up with a retort. Amelia, the cause of all this discussion in the first place, carefully took a look around at us. Well, it's still interesting. It maintains itself for 24 hours. Not interesting. Terrifying. But this is a big problem. If this is how Fenelon reacts to it, most normal people could die in one hit. And the fact that this will continue for 24 hours, this is a problem. Amelia cleared her throat, knowing that she was the cause of the accident. Then, with a gentle voice and direct gaze, she spoke to me. So, as strictly speaking, it's not all my fault. For a moment, I thought I might have heard her wrong. I was wondering what she was going to say, and she was pushing the blame onto someone else? Amelia was? When I just stared at her, utterly baffled, she turned away from me and said, I mean, Yandel, this shouldn't have worked, if the conditions you talked about were right. Oh, well, that's true. That's right, Mr. Yandel, Raven said, barreling straight ahead with curiosity. Why was it cast successfully? The attention of the rest also fell on me. I hummed thoughtfully. Who knows? The problem was, I also had no idea why it was able to cast. In the game, there was exactly one condition that needed to be met for Final Day to be activated. What do you mean? Who knows? Didn't you say that this is only able to be activated on the day the labyrinth closes? Raven was right. The skill could only be used on the day the labyrinth closed, the 7th day for the first floor, the 10th day for the second floor, and so on. We may have been in a hidden field, but we were still on the 6th floor, so it should only be usable on the 60th day. Then how come it activated now? Good question. Ignoring the fact that we were in trouble, wasn't this a little weird? How could an ability that could only be used on the day the labyrinth closed be used now? Boom. Were there other hidden things about it that I wasn't aware of? To be honest, I've been getting too lucky. Recently, we almost got wiped out by Snectura, but then we were able to get out of that battle without anyone dying, and it even dropped in essence. We were lucky. Far too lucky. And because of that, I feel even more uneasy. From personal experience, good events were always followed by bad events, or vice versa. I have a lot to think about. The Lord of the 6th floor being summoned, the activation of Final Day, and the decisions I should make. But as for right now, we're not doing too bad. That was my conclusion. Anyway, if we ignored the happenings on the outside and just focused on clearing the hidden field, memories of the end, the activation of Final Day was good for us. It would at least help us defeat the beast, which was the boss of this island. Over 10% of monsters within the region have been eliminated. The authority of the ancient beast is weakened. Over 20% of monsters within the region have been eliminated. The authority of the ancient beast is weakened. Even though we were just walking around the outer regions of the island with Amelia, the monsters within the island were being defeated at a quick pace. It was like we were nuking everything around us. You have defeated a fanatic gatekeeper, plus EXP 7. You have defeated a frightening memory, plus EXP 6. You have defeated a fascinating flower, plus EXP 6. You have defeated a winter hound. Judging by the feeling of experience welling up every once in a while, the monsters over rank 4 were also being crushed by these meteors and lightning bolts. It might be possible to clear out the entire area in just one day, considering that I planned for this part of the expedition to take us a week. This was a much more accelerated pace. Not that it didn't bring a new variety of problems, though. Just like everything else in this world, haste made waste. This is the 10th time I got hit by lightning already. Kaya, Mr. Parav got hit by a meteor. Party members were fainting after getting hit by lightning and going into critical condition after getting hit by meteors. The biggest problem, however, was something else. We have 5 people left now, right? Since Ms. Rains doesn't need it immediately, it's 4 in reality. I see. Memories of the end was a field that we needed to clear while continuously resetting Terminus. However, final day ended up getting in the way of that reset. After all, we needed to actually see the monster to be able to apply distortion magic on it. We tried to run around with our wizards to cast it on the monsters we saw, but due to the sheer number decrease in monsters we were encountering, our harvest was less than expected. This made everyone worry, especially the members, who hadn't been able to reset their timers yet. Will we be okay? We only have 2 more hours left. Haha, it'll be fine, Ms. Maroney. Don't worry so much. Not worry, Mr. Parav. You can only say that with a smile because you've already reset your time. I wasn't smiling. There was a pause. I'm sorry. I was too sensitive about it. It's not even your fault, either. It's fine. I understand that you're in a situation that could elicit a reaction like that, so you don't have to apologize. Of course, in the worst case scenario, I was planning on getting the members who weren't able to reset through the portal onto Skull Island. That would at least cleanse their terminus. The problem is that the floor outside isn't completely safe since the Lord of the Floor has been summoned. Still, it was 100 times better than being in a situation where you were 100% guaranteed to die. Time until death, 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 17 seconds. With less than 2 hours left until Terminus activated, we moved with all our might and focused on applying distortion magic on the monsters. Lilith Maroney has consumed Original Sin. Beleg Shushadi Terja has consumed Original Sin. We were able to reset 2 people and succeeded in obtaining a 3rd one as well. After that, we just needed 1 more. However, for some reason, the Guildmaster Eliadnus's expression brightened as soon as 1 dropped. Although I didn't say much about it, I had a problem with what he mumbled afterward. So it's finally my turn. It was something I couldn't ignore as the captain. Your turn? There is 1 more person who hasn't eaten Original Sin yet. Oh, you mean him? Adnus then glanced toward Oyen, who was standing next to Amelia. However, he didn't look too worried. Haha, please don't joke around. I mean, you aren't feeding this to people randomly, are you? From what I can tell, you first feed the vanguard, before feeding the backline, and then the ones who would be helpful to the expedition. Wow, he noticed that? Maybe I should have expected as much from someone in politics, but he was pretty quick with it. But how could someone so intelligent not notice this? Orion is next. You're the last in order, you punk. Needless to say, the pecking order caused some amount of conflict in the group. Guild Master Adnus looked over at me with a look of dissatisfaction. What are you looking at? He hesitated. I'm not looking at anything. I literally saw you. Are you saying you are more helpful to this expedition than Orion? I pressed. Adnus jumped to respond, as if he had been waiting for permission. It has been a while since I retired, and I do understand we each have our talents, but I am not so unskilled as to lose to any random person. From what I could tell, he was a little miffed that his importance was being pushed down by a mere navigator in his eyes. I'm okay. I can eat the last one. Orion volunteered. I glanced his way. What are you okay with? Here, well, Mr. Adnus is much more incredible than I am. Admittedly, I got a little pissed when I heard that. I couldn't tell if he was saying that because he didn't want to cause any strife or because he was genuinely that humble. But I wasn't just going to sit back and let a member of my clan do that to himself. Who cared if Adnus was the guild master, honestly? Ian, you are a member of our Nabada clan, and he's not. Got anything else to say about that? If not, eat. I will give Adnus the next one we get. There was an order to everything. That ends the discussion there. We don't have time, so no questions. Adnus didn't say anything else. He knew as well that here, my word was law. Ian Rockrobe has consumed Original Sin. Fire resistance is permanently increased by +1. After resetting Orion's timer, I was able to continue with a bit of weight lifted off my chest. The same couldn't be said for Adnus. Haven't we gotten too relaxed about this? You're imagining it. And no, I can tell that we are moving a little slower than before, and we are getting further away from the portal. Didn't you say that we need to take that portal in the worst case scenario? Everyone is tired. Don't whine so much. When everyone's exhausted, I apologize. It wasn't my intention to irritate you. You should have said that from the start. I needed to correct his attitude every once in a while, then we'll increase our pace. After that, We continued to move as quickly as before to resume our hunt, and in the end, we were able to reset Idnus's timer as well. Idnus has consumed original sin. Fire resistance is permanently increased by +1. Some more time passed. Above, I raised my head at someone shouting, only to see a black portal being formed. It wasn't that surprising to see. Again, in truth, that was one of the effects of final day as well. On top of meteor strikes and lightning bolts, the skill also sometimes summoned portals like this that dropped a random monster on the ground. I wonder what it's going to be this time. Don't lower your guard too much. If what Mr. Yondell told us is right, it can summon up to rank 2 monsters. As soon as we discovered the portal, everyone got into their battle formation. It's small. Is it a miniature type? It doesn't look that powerful. The monster slowly revealed its form from the portal. Hut, and that monster screamed as it fell to the ground. Yuwa, thud. Having fallen onto its butt, the monster rubbed its butt with both its hands before saying, "Oh ouch," but I succeeded. I was able to actually come here. Wahoo! My research in the monoquantum dynamical extraction conversion dynamical alignment was correct. Wait, was this even a monster? I had no idea, but the maybe monster shouted in excitement before turning around, and then immediately startling itself when it noticed our presence. Hiek, who are you? That was what I wanted to ask. It was talking in the ancient language as well. What are you? I asked back. Me? I am called Arda. Arda. We found yet another hidden secret that I didn't know about. Chapter 810, Hidden Story, 2. There's no way this is a coincidence. Machine Monster Arda was the final boss of Arda's secret base. My gamer instincts, honed through nearly a decade of playing Dungeon and Stone, were telling me that these two beings didn't share a name by sheer happenstance. Is using final day on this island the condition needed to meet this guy? I'd had no way of knowing up to here, which just meant I needed to learn the answer now. Raven, use barrier magic, I ordered. So suddenly, she questioned in protest. But you told me not to use it all this time around because of how much mana it costs to cast. We'll need to bear with it if we want to try talking to this thing here and now. Understood. Raven immediately created a dome-shaped barrier around us that sort of looked like an umbrella. Boom, flash, rumble. The translucent barrier successfully blocked the meteors and lightning strikes falling from the sky. Alright, now that we have a quiet environment to talk in. Oh, interesting. A language similar to the common tongue but different in its construction. The man looked at all of us up and down. Still, I suppose the language hasn't completely been lost since someone is speaking it here? Well, the language itself doesn't particularly matter. Then suddenly, something changed about the words coming out of his mouth. Establish intent communication, he mumbled. Alright, can you hear me now? Moroni flinched in surprise. I turned to her and asked, can you understand him? Moroni, pardon? Yes, I don't know how, but I can understand what that man is saying, even though my brain knows that he's speaking in a different language. Noticing Maron's reaction, the man-monster thing carefully asked, excuse me, is this perhaps your first time experiencing intent communication? Pardon? Yes, I've never heard of anything like this. He sighed. I suspected as much when I saw your attire, but it seems a lot of technology has been lost. Do not be alarmed. I have only connected the waves emitted by our brains so that we can understand each other, though I do suppose it's natural to find it unfamiliar at first. The man who identified himself as Arda then paused, looking at the meteor and lightning beyond the barrier that Raven had created. This truly is the final day of the world. It is exactly as I imagined it to be. He marveled with sparkling eyes. He giggled to himself then. With these research results, I won't need to worry about next year's budget. Many things about him remained very suspicious, least of which was the fact that he had come out of that mysterious portal, and yet I didn't feel threatened by him. The way he looked, the way he spoke, and the way he dressed, even though it all made him look slightly creepy, it also made him seem harmless. Hey, Arda was it? I called. He seemed to shake himself back to awareness. Pardon? Yes, I was distracted for a moment. But who are you lot? If possible, I would appreciate it if you would explain the current situation too. We'll be the ones to ask you questions. Of course. You must have many questions as well. I will answer all your questions. However, could I make a request as well? Oh, it's nothing major, so you don't need to worry. I took a breath. Talk. If I answer all your questions, could you answer my questions as well? In truth, I have many questions regarding our current situation. What was with this guy? Was he hiding his true strength? I was a little surprised by how daring he seemed to be, considering how weak he looked, but since obtaining information about him was the foremost priority, I nodded. Understood, I promise. Alright, then go on. What is it you want to ask? Who are you? As I said before, my name is Arda. Currently. No, I suppose I should say previously. Regardless, I am the top researcher at the First Magic Engineering Research Center. I'm not trying to brag, but only the vice director and director of the research center are above me. Research center, I echoed with a furrowed brow. Something about that term seemed familiar. Oh, he began curiously. Do you perhaps know about our institute? Well, not particularly, but I did have a hunch. Do you mean the research center that uses monsters as research material to create living weapons? Pardon? We don't do anything like that. Our research center truly focuses only on the development and progress of magic engineering. Although our research data is used to create weapons, we aren't a research station made to make weapons. I see. Fair enough. The place I explored on the first underground floor was named the Panthelian Research Station. After all, not this magic engineering whatever. I decided to move on to my next question. So, what's someone of your status doing here? Well, what else is a research member of a research station to do except do research? Don't joke around. We don't have time. Yes, I suppose from your perspective, you are running quite low on time. Considering that you are no expert on this, I will try to explain this as plainly as possible. The research we have been undertaking was on the observation of the time and space of the future. The observation of time and space. That's right. Observing the future to change the present. This was the core of our research, not the past. Haha. You seem to be referring to time travel, but it has been quite some time since it was proven that changing the past to change the present is impossible. That is why we decided to focus on the future. What, then, was his plotline that his research succeeded, and now he was here? Isn't this supposed to be a fantasy setting? It was pretty random, but I understood what the story was. So could I ask you a question in return? In truth, I've been dying to ask you this. What year are we in? We were the future. RPG was short for role-playing game, or to put it simply, a game where you played a role. In a grand sense, the new reality I'd found myself in hadn't changed that. If I kept up my role while continuing on with the story, the episode would come to a natural conclusion at some point, and then I would receive a reward. And that was why I need to find clues to progress with this new story. Once I'd come to that decision, I talked with Arda for a while to get information from him. The difference was, this wasn't like the game where I could just spam the spacebar to skip all the dialogue and go straight to completing the quest. New World Year? My goodness, the name of the era itself has changed. The world ended once due to the witch, and now, the city-nation ruled by the Raftonian royal family is the only thing that remains. I can't believe my ears. I gave you the impression that I knew of the situation here? Haha, it is true to some degree. The coordinates that I chose were the end of the infinite time, the final day, so to speak. Pardon? Why did I do that? Well, who wouldn't? I was curious about the end of the world I live in. Oh, haha. Am I not afraid? Well, if my heart stops or I end up in a dangerous situation, I will return to my original time. I am fine, so long as I don't die there. The greatest magic engineers are waiting for me there, and they can even pull me from the brink. Why do we have magic engineers, and not priests? Has this year's magic engineering fallen so far? Well then, how did the world end up in this state? From what you said before, isn't the witch who tried to end the world dead? Now, Arda gained information about our world, and I got it through our conversation. In conclusion, for the end of the world to truly exist, I must learn the cause of the end and the method to stop it. People of the future, could you help me? If you do, I will prepare something to stop this disaster from happening in the past. There it was, the basic layout of the quest. Needless to say, the most important about it was the reward thing. What do you mean? What reward will I give you? Don't you want to stop the end of the world? There is nothing in particular I can give you. Then was the reward distributed in another way? Something like a treasure vault that only this guy could enter? I was joking. The world ends if we fail, so, what good is a reward? I will do anything to stop the world from ending. With that, I ended the talk about the reward by playing it off. I knew you were joking. Let's continue our conversation as we move. Yes, that sounds good. I don't have much approved time on hand either. Approved time. I forgot to tell you this. There is a limit to how long I can stay here, so I must gather as much information during that time. What happens if you don't return within the approved time? That won't be happening. In that case, I will need to face the end of the world with you. I see. I brushed the idea off as a simple curiosity for now. I couldn't just say to his face that I was thinking of forcing him to stay if a special event or reward didn't appear while we took him around. Maybe the real quest will start if this guy doesn't return to his original time. Since this was a hidden secret that I had never encountered during my time playing the game, I needed to do everything I could to explore it. Raven, I called. Cancel the spell. After Raven dispelled her barrier, we officially resumed wandering around the island. Excuse me, Mr. Arda. Raven, who hadn't been able to join in on the conversation because she had been focusing on her spell, began talking with Arda as well. Mr. Arda, or, well, she tried to. Do you not want to talk to me? Eventually, he revealed, it's not that. Capital I am quite shy, but you were pretty open with Mr. Yandel. I focused on this exchange to see if anything useful came of it, but all I learned was that Arda was terrible at talking to women, and I am interested in magic engineering as well. Could you tell me a little about that? Raven asked politely. Oh, such a beautiful person as yourself is interested in magic engineering. Is that true? Oh, yes, I am. Haha. Ask me whatever questions you have. I'll answer them all. And it seemed that Arda was weak to women interested in magic engineering. Alright, now I know to get Raven to ask him about whatever I need to get out of him. I listened in for a few minutes more, but the magic engineering concepts they were talking about were completely alien to me, so skip. However, I didn't stop them. Adding to Raven's knowledge was a good thing, and I just focused on clearing out the island. Over 50% of monsters within the region have been eliminated. The authority of the ancient beast is weakened. Over 60% of monsters within the region have been eliminated. The authority of the ancient beast is weakened. Over 70% of monsters within the region have. My apologies, but I should really be using this time to focus on gathering information rather than conversing like this. Do not worry. I will do everything within my power to save you, Miss Raven. Around the time that we had cleared about 70% of the island of monsters, Arda apparently regained his senses, as he stopped his conversation on magic engineering and returned to his main duty. So, Mr. Yandel, was it? You said that the cause of the end was a beast. Why are we not heading in that direction? Now he asked, just how weak was he to women who fit his type? It was honestly baffling, but I still answered him. We need to kill the monsters of the island to weaken the beast first. I see. Is there anything you've figured out while looking around? Well, not much yet. No surprise there. He had been more focused on Raven the whole time, anyway. But there is one thing I noticed, he noted. What is it? The center of the island, where that end-bringing beast resides. I can sense powerful waves of mana emanating from it. Mana waves. Was it going to be a secret room that I hadn't been able to find in the game? Or was it simply just a location of the boss? Well, whatever it was, I would find out soon enough. Over 90% of monsters within the region have been eliminated. The authority of the ancient beast is weakened. It was time to take on the boss. Chapter 811, Hidden Story, 3. Memories of the End was the hidden field that could be reached through Skull Island. In the game, fighting the boss of End Island, the beast, was all you needed to do on the island. However, you could enjoy additional content if you did the work of discovering and fulfilling certain hidden conditions. For example, if you left the island and went to the secret base, you could fight in the raid against Snikshura. You could then receive a quest there, go back to End Island, and defeat the beast, and then return to Arda's secret base to obtain additional rewards. If you refused the additional reward at that point, you could fight against the real boss, the machine monster, Arda. I can just ignore the Arda raid since I was planning on skipping it anyway. All I needed to do now is complete the second part of the story by defeating the beast and receiving my additional rewards. Or that was the plan, until this guy showed up. I thought it was simply a difference in mana. I can see concentration at first, but now that the mana infused within the air itself is different in nature, this distribution is usually only seen at artificial sites. Just what was this guy? Was there a hidden chapter on the island other than the fight against a machine monster Arda? My gamer instincts were telling me it was more likely than not, so I listened more intently to what he said. I'll need to search for this island's coordinates in my original time to look deeper into it. If the original island has the same distribution, then it could be considered a trait inherent to the island itself. It was common in games for hidden secrets to be first discovered through the random ramblings of NPCs. Well, in this guy's case, I honestly have no idea what he's talking about. The distribution and concentration of mana. No clue what that was all about. It wasn't like I was a wizard. However, I was sure that taking Arda around and finishing off the beast raid was the right path to take, and the reason for it was quite simple. The center. We need to get to the center of the island. I need to observe the phenomenon closely so that when I return, just what was this guy? Was there a hidden chapter on the island other than the fight against a machine monster Arda? My gamer instincts were telling me it was more likely than not, so I listened more intently to what he said. I'll need to search for this island's coordinates in my original time to look deeper into it. If the original island has the same distribution, then it could be considered a trait inherent to the island itself. It was common in games for hidden secrets to be first discovered through the random ramblings of NPCs. Well, in this guy's case, I honestly have no idea what he's talking about. The distribution and concentration of mana. No clue what that was all about. It wasn't like I was a wizard. However, I was sure that taking Arda around and finishing off the beast raid was the right path to take, and the reason for it was quite simple. The center. We need to get to the center of the island. I need to observe the phenomenon closely so that when I return, the method for summoning it was pretty simple: stay in its territory for long enough, and it would just show up. I should also explain that there was no other way to summon it, or at least, an alternative route didn't exist in the game I played. Formations. That was why even as we hustled into formation, I grew suspicious. It appeared this quickly? This had never happened before in-game. I always needed to move around for at least an hour or two before the boss appeared. Yet somehow, this time, the boss appeared as soon as we entered its territory. Oh, is it here? Arda wondered. Was it true, then? Was it because of him? Either way, that wasn't the point at the moment. Yet, so go and stand over there, I ordered, sending Arda to the back for his safety. Yes, understood. Then I turned forward, heart hot and racing with the threat of battle. As always, I took deep breaths to calm myself. It was a routine of mine, like those rituals athletes did before competitions. In and out, I breathed until I felt myself instinctively relax, then clenched my hand. This small moment of calm would increase my chances of winning, however slightly. Rumble. It's coming. The ground swelled in waves before the beast revealed itself from between the surging ripples of magma. Boom. Every minute, every second, counted. That was because its aura skill, Song of the End, had a very peculiar effect. All time is accelerated. The only description available was that one line. However, just like in those superhero comics, the shorter and simpler the ability description, the more powerful and cheat-like the heroes became. The same went for Song of the End. Time until death, 22 hours, 50 minutes, and 43 seconds. You will periodically take fire damage, and the fire damage will increase as time passes. From this point onward, the time remaining for Terminus would decrease at a much faster pace, and the damage of eternal burning would amp up much faster as well. The damage having effect of Orb of Fire wouldn't be able to help me for as long as it had before. I had decided how long we could spend defeating this boss way back when I created the expedition plans. 30 minutes. 30 minutes was the maximum time we could afford. If we took any longer than that, we'd forfeit the raid and just run without looking back. But if things go well, we won't have to do that. Although the beast was definitely a difficult boss, it was much easier to fight than the Snake of the End, Snikchura. That was, of course, under the assumption that someone knew the strategy to defeat it in the first place. Seeing the beast appear right before her, Einar sounded weirdly excited as she shouted, "Oh, Bjorn, is it the thing she had made that big speech about, fighting the bones she saw on Skull Island?" Apparently, that desire hadn't waned. I honestly thought she'd be afraid when she saw its living form. After casting Giantization, I observed the monster from behind my shield. It was around 30 feet tall, large enough to be categorized as very large by monster standards. Its build was also similar to that of Lord of Chaos, Ryakus, with that bipedal form and huge tail. From a modern perspective, it looked like a dinosaur. Grah. It crouched, then roared directly at us, shaking the very air around me. It wasn't a simple roar either, but a skill. Ancient Beast has cast Final Warning. The physical stats of all nearby characters will gradually decrease over 5 minutes. When hit by the skill, one's physical stats would decrease for a set amount of time. Although it was an area of effect debuff, the stat decrease wasn't substantial, and the time limit of only 5 minutes meant that the skill's value wasn't that high. All time is accelerated, but when compounded with the effect of Song of the End, it was practically a cheat. Skill. Oh, what is this? Strength is leaving my body, and I'm starting to hear weird voices. 2. The skill's maximum effect wouldn't take not the full 5 minutes to apply, but instead just 1 minute. It also didn't have a cast cooldown, so we were going to be dealing with the effects of it for basically the whole fight. Well, we would be dealing with it if we hadn't prepared any countermeasures. Oh, do we have to fight like this? Why was she like this again? I could vividly remember giving her the expedition briefing myself. Raven. At my short command, Raven cast the spell she had prepared beforehand. Arawar Raven has cast the rank 5 curse. Magic white noise. You are temporarily deafened. As soon as the spell was cast, silence filled my ears, as if I had put in earplugs in a quiet room. A complete silence where I couldn't hear the rustling of my body or even my own breathing. The reason for casting this spell was simple. Final Warning has been dispelled. When this spell was cast, a debuff would be applied that no magic tools, consumables, holy spells, or essence abilities could dispel. And surprisingly, I had no idea how it worked. But was that even important to a gamer like me? Gamers didn't ask questions like that. They just needed to know if something was effective or not. So it actually works. I just stumbled into this tactic while playing the game and figured it was a bug. However, after coming to Raftonia and delving into the labyrinth countless times, I realized that there were no such things as bugs in this game. But this does feel nice. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little worried. If this didn't actually work, we would have needed to give up the raid immediately and run. I turned back to my party members. Since we had entered total silence with the spell, I communicated using signals that we had discussed before and carried on with the raid. Ancient Beast has cast Ruin's Resentment. Greatly decreases damage taken temporarily, and when the set time is up, greatly increases stats relative to damage taken. When I raised a closed fist, everyone stopped attacking. Ancient Beast has cast Predation. When I opened my palm and waved it front and back, everyone other than me stepped away to evade. Beleg Shushadi Terja has cast Soul's Trumpet. When summons attack the same target, additional damage is dealt. When I raised just my index finger, only the ranged damage dealers were to attack. Einar Fenelin has cast Focus Strike. Erwin Fornaxidi Terja has cast Rupture. When I raised my index and middle fingers, both ranged and melee members were to attack. And when I raised just my middle finger like this, silence. Everyone used their strongest ability to deal as much damage as possible. Weird, feels like something's missing. I guess it's because I can't hear anything. Anyway, the raid progressed swimmingly. Ancient Beast has cast Earthshake. Phase 1 ended. Ancient Beast has cast Bone Flute of the End. Then we safely cleared Phase 2 after using nearly an army's worth of resources. Ancient Beast has cast Homecoming. Phase 3 was dealt with without much problem as well. If I were to identify the moment of greatest danger, it was when Einar fell unconscious after being struck by lightning, and we nearly took heavy damage because of that. It's only taken us 18 minutes so far. We have time. With that, we were able to reach the final Phase 4 after only 18 minutes of fighting. Ancient Beast's health is below 20%, slowly recovering its lost authority. Phase 4 had two notable gimmicks to take note of. One was that the monster's so-called authority that we had sealed away by clearing out the monsters on the island would slowly begin to recover. The second, and Ancient Beast has cast Authority of Loss. The second was that the first authority it used would target a cursed one without fail. Wow, using loss from the start? Surprisingly, it used its strongest authority. First, it didn't have a cast time, and it was impossible to block this single target. Insta-kill ability. A hazy cloud took form around the beast's body, then flew toward its target. I hadn't mentioned it in a bit, but the target had already been decided. The one who obtained the title of Cursed One by dealing the final blow on the Skull Island boss. 1. Midask, Guildmaster, Eliadnus. Of course, I didn't put in the work of planning this raid just to make the Guildmaster into a sacrifice. I wasn't such a wicked barbarian. Plus, this was the first authority it used and it had been cast while the boss was recovering, so the effect wouldn't be that powerful. Its other authorities would be stronger later on. In any case, he wouldn't get KO'd just by getting hit by that. However, he would lose something he possessed. What could it be? What would a guildmaster lose? His ability to heal? His equipment? Or maybe one of his essences? I whipped around to check on the guild master, then I couldn't help the silent exclamation that escaped me. Ah, lava, meteors, and lightning strikes all flashed across my vision. Perhaps it was because all of those things were lighting up the surroundings that light reflected off of him like a mirror. So, even that can happen. He had lost his hair. Chapter 812, Hidden Story. 4. The guildmaster lost his hair. It hadn't receded. It hadn't withered into any bald spots. It was just there, and then it was gone. He lost it so thoroughly that his scalp looked like it was shiny and smooth. Well, that worked out. I forced myself to turn away and look on the bright side. If this were a cup, some would describe it as half full while others would call it half empty. I had come to realize with time and experience that the former was a much more productive mindset to have, and in truth, good would indeed be the word to use to describe what had just happened. It's not the best look for him, but still, he's pretty lucky that his hair was all he lost. The authority could have taken his equipment or even the skills and stats of his essence, so losing his hair was a much lesser penalty. He could just grow it back. However, since I had absolutely no desire to go bald like him, I let out a roar and charged forward. Baala! Although neither I nor my allies could hear my scream, that beast absolutely still could. It actually roared back at me as if to respond to my battle cry. Not that I could hear it. Arg, it's spitting on me. Getting spat on always felt worse than getting blood on my skin? Seriously. Still, I didn't have time to wipe my face, so I just kept charging as the spit dripped off my skin. I blocked its gargantuan attack one more time. Bang! You have used Dragon Plate of Aegis. Then I used the effect of the armor that I obtained not on the labyrinth, but in the outside world. The beast's eyes went wide. Of course it was surprised. A Viking warrior, much larger than it had appeared out of nowhere, and that warrior even slammed his greatsword directly onto its head. I hope you like it. The damage dealt by the spirit warrior was reflective of the damage I had been taking for the past 18 minutes. Reflecting all accumulated damage, I was only giving back what I got. It didn't take long for the beast raid to come to an end. Once the damage from my dragon plate dealt critical damage to the beast, we dumped all the damage we could onto it for the next 3 minutes, and that was enough to make it collapse. If I were to pick out a few notable things that happened, Ancient Beast has cast Authority of Change. The frame before we killed it, the beast managed to use one last authority. Unlike the first skill, this one's target was completely random, and yet, surprisingly enough, it was once again the guild master. What the hell? If surprising was the word for seeing him targeted twice, the effect of the authority was altogether unbelievable. He turned into a woman. His still bald frame slimmed down as feminine features were applied to his body. To put it simply, he became Ms. Eliadnus. I watched him gesticulate, growing increasingly curious about what he was saying. When I signaled with my hand, Raven understood my intention and undid the spell applied to the group. "WH, what is this?" came his shrieking voice. "FF, first my hair and now, why, is my chest." That's not the only thing that changed. He pulled out a mirror and started panicking, but I didn't have the time to waste on consoling him. "Calm down, you can grow your hair back. That isn't the problem." "Then are you discriminating against women?" "No, this isn't discrimination. Don't worry, you'll return to normal after some time." He finally paused. "Is that true?" "Yeah, I swear upon my warrior's honor." I thought about feigning ignorance and tormenting him a little, but he'd probably grumble and complain the entire expedition, so I just told him the truth. Straight up, we still had things left to do. "Oh, I can finally hear again. But is it really over?" "It doesn't seem to be moving. More importantly, the guild master." "Don't talk about it. He'll hear you." The members started buzzing with questions as they eyed the collapsed beast. A few of them were understandably worried. "You can relax," I reassured them. "It's all over." "But then, why is the corpse not disappearing?" "Oh, that? I didn't know exactly why, but the beast was an unranked monster. Even within the game, it didn't give experience points, and the corpse didn't disappear whether or not distortion magic was applied to it, unless it dropped its essence. Of course, Miss Shaw bit her lips in regret when I explained it to her. "Ah, so it's not going to give us an essence this time." I could sympathize with her disappointment. The essence of the beast would have been one of Miss Shaw's graduation essences. I could have just fed her the essences if it popped out this time. That wasn't to say that we would be coming back to this island multiple times to reattempt the raid and acquire the essence. It would take too long, and since the Ice Double Sword Master was a core part of my late game strategy, there were many different builds I had in mind. Using the essence of the beast would be the A build, and there was a B build using a different essence as its color. There's a C build too, but the ceiling for that is a bit low, so I don't want to go there if possible. Given the low essence drop rates in this game, I needed to create multiple builds and cultivate the characters in fluid ways to successfully reach the gate of the abyss. It's disappointing, but we're not at a complete loss because of it. While not as valuable as its essence, the beast's corpse could still fetch a pretty price. What are you all doing? Get the leather off its skin. Its leather, for example, was as effective as Drake leather, a grade 4 material. Drake leather? You mean that famously expensive? I heard that you can only use the leather on a Drake's back. Are you saying this entire monster's body is covered in that leather? Then how much is all this? Well, if we sold everything, we probably get enough money to buy 1 or 2 rank 3 essences. Still, it was too early to rest on our laurels. Be careful about the leather on its head. That one's similar in quality to ogre leather. What? You mean it's a grade 5 material? And be careful handling its bones, like you would with its skull. If you make swords out of them, they'll be as sturdy as adamantium. This thing was more of a treasure chest than I realized. It was a very large monster, one that couldn't easily be handled by a handful of people, but with how skilled we all were as adventurers, it didn't take long to loot the entire corpse. Skull, leather, organs such as the heart for Raven's research, and much more. After taking everything we could, I noticed Arda just standing there, blinking. Oh, right, him. He had an odd expression on his face, so I approached and struck up a conversation. "Is there a problem?" After a moment, he began, "It's odd." "What is?" "If this beast truly was the cause of the end, you should have all died here." "No, even if you didn't die, you should have failed. That is the reason I followed after you, to try and observe the process of the world coming to an end and to find a clue as to how to stop it." "What the?" Then was he just standing back and watching us, expecting us to all die? "So what are you trying to say?" I demanded. It's too weird. My research mapped out the time to pinpoint coordinates along its course. I succeeded in my experiments and then arrived at today, the final day. I got it, so get to the point. If you succeeded in your battle, how is today the world's last? Then Arda answered his own question, not with more questions, but with certainty. "I apologize, but that beast you defeated just then isn't the cause of the end." That was pretty interesting. In the secret base over the ocean, the machine monster Arda told us that the beast was the cause, but now, a different Arda was telling us it wasn't. Then what is the cause? I asked. We'll need to figure that out from now. How? Those powerful waves of mana that I mentioned before. I thought that the wave was coming from the beast that you mentioned, but that's not the case. Now, even after the beast is defeated, I can still feel the waves. So you want to go over to where you feel the waves coming from? Yes, that's right. I don't have much time left. Got it. Let's get going. I didn't need time to think. I had already expected something to happen after we defeated the beast, and from what I could tell, he already had a destination in mind. How much time do you have left? I checked first, and it seemed we were running lower on time than expected. Well, for some reason, the time I had remaining decreased significantly after that beast appeared. Oh, because of Song of the End. Then should I send him further away the next time we have this raid? While the thought did cross my mind, I wondered if I would ever really need to use this hidden secret a second time. Plus, I still wasn't completely sure of the conditions that needed to be met to summon him, or even how Final Day was able to be cast in the first place. I know everyone is tired, but hold on for a little longer. We'll now resume moving at full speed. After taking all the loot we could, we quickly followed after Arda. Here, yes, I can feel powerful waves of mana coming from within. Let's go in. Surprisingly enough, the place we arrived at was the cave with a portal. I don't think there's anything hidden here. I was genuinely curious. I had searched cave from end to end when playing the game, and I was confident that it's here. We're approaching it at a rapid pace. Arda cried soon enough. I couldn't help but tilt my head in confusion. Are we? I echoed, wondering if there was some hidden space yet unknown to me. However, just as suspected, we arrived right back at where the portal was located. Let's quickly go in. Still, since we were already here, we moved toward the portal with Arda. Voon. Soon enough, the ominous dark red portal came into view. The moment he saw it, Arda let out a confused exclamation. A portal? Why is a portal here? How? What went wrong? There's no way. He seemed to fall deeper and deeper into confusion. No, confusion wasn't the word. It was like he began to panic as he started to mumble to himself. Wait. He skittered back like a man afraid, and I figured now was as good of a time as ever to interject. What's the problem? Isn't it just a portal? His expression twisted into a weirder one at my own confusion before his eyes went wide with realization. I'll ask you one question, Arda said with a deeper voice than ever before. Am I perhaps inside the labyrinth? I was speechless when I heard his question. What was this now? Chapter 813, Hidden Story, 5. As far as the game went, Arda was an NPC, a non-player character, through and through. Then again, he was technically more achievement of Gabrielius, as they called, of a hidden secret than anything. And it in this world, then? Anyway, I was getting distracted. Am I perhaps inside the labyrinth? Genuine surprise swept through me. It didn't matter whether Arda was a hidden piece, an achievement, or an NPC. Those who were a part of the labyrinth couldn't free themselves from its laws. Monsters couldn't use portals to move to other floors, not even the ones you could converse with or NPCs. Not only could they not move between the floors, but they even believed that the world of the labyrinth was the real world. You are the first living things I've seen in a long time. Where do you all come from? Not a vampire of the bloody citadel, wild dogs of the empire seized by greed, capital I, will punish you today, nor the night of the end that I met at the White Temple. This is the labyrinth, and I am an adventurer who is going through the labyrinth. What is the labyrinth? Even when I met that vampire again in the first underground floor, the Duke whom I presumed to be the original Kembormir wasn't much different from the first vampire. It was why I went out of my way to not mention the labyrinth when I spoke of the history of our current era. As I said before, my name is Arda. I am the top researcher at the First Magic Engineering Research Center. Haha, I'm not trying to brag, but only the vice director and director of the research center are above me. Arda also believed that the world inside the labyrinth was their real world. So if all of that was true, what was this? Inside the labyrinth? I repeated warily. What do you mean? It's as it sounds. Please answer me. Am I currently standing inside the labyrinth? He knew of the labyrinth's existence. Well, I'd have to figure out later if the labyrinth he knew and the labyrinth I knew were the same. I paused, drawing out the silence before asking, what is the labyrinth? Could I take that as you knowing nothing about the labyrinth? Well, if I just said yes here, I got the sense the conversation would just stop. I decided to give a more open-ended, ominous answer instead. Well, that'll depend on what your answer to my question is. I would no longer reveal my cards. First, Arda stared at me for a moment before quickly continuing. The labyrinth is an artificial dimension, created using the power of origin, a place where we could create the laws of the world in our own design. Anything can be newly created within the labyrinth, and you can go anywhere you wish freely, and portals are a transportation method within the labyrinth that the former empire thought up. His quick explanation was baffling, yet, for some reason, my heart lurched with a spike of fear. The empire created the labyrinth. That's right, His Imperial Majesty wished for an immortal life, absolute authority, and a perfect world under him, one which could be controlled by him, like a heaven on earth. Gods are beings, flaws, after all. With too many, confusion washed over me. I couldn't make sense of it, even as I took in his every word. Was what he was saying real, or was it just the description that was given to him? However, it did make me curious about one thing, although it may be an entirely unrelated or unimportant question. But why labyrinth? Arda hesitated. I don't understand the question. No, but if they wanted to create paradise, why did they name it the labyrinth? I don't know why that caught your interest, but I will answer you. He didn't even hesitate as he continued. The end of the labyrinth always provides an answer. I stared at him in open confusion, prompting him to explain further. It is an old saying, very old even from my standard, and the emperor spent his time's entire life looking for an answer to save this massive project of creating an artificial, the world, under the will of that emperor. Dimension to create a paradise was named the labyrinth, and the day when the blood, sweat, and knowledge we poured into it lead us to the end of the labyrinth, we will enter an eternal paradise. That was a portion of the speech the emperor gave us when he visited our research station. Did that answer your question? It did, I said gravely. All right, then please answer my question. Arda stared at me and asked once more, are we inside the labyrinth? Well, I honestly still wasn't sure. In fact, I was even more confused than before. Still, that didn't change the facts. Yet, we're inside the labyrinth. After I affirmed his suspicion, a long silence ensued. Arda seemed to be stuck in his own mind, not saying anything as his thoughts consumed him, and I let him continue without interrupting. It wasn't either Arda or I who broke that silence, nor was it the dense Aner or the intellectually curious Raven. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm rang in a rhythmic pattern. The sound came from within Arda's pockets. As I reflexively looked in his direction, Arda came back to reality and said, it means it's nearly time for me to return. I see. Even as I kept my response calm, I wrestled with a dilemma in my mind. Should I just continue with our conversation until he left, or should I carry out the plan I had thought of before and forcibly stop him from returning? At worst, the latter would just be an unnecessary detour if no special situation or reward appeared after carrying it out. We're already in that situation, anyway. However, my opinion of Arda had changed. Before, I had only focused on rewards and events. With time, though, I'd come to find greater had importance in the story he, rather than those rewards. It might even help me, world, understand the secrets of the, if I need to knock him out. Just as I was settling on my decision, Arda suddenly stopped me in my tracks. Stop. It was as if he'd heard what I was thinking. I wondered for an instant if he had a magic tool that granted him telepathy or something, but that thankfully wasn't the case. Any who have observed the future as long as I have are no stranger to that look in your eyes. I wasn't thinking about anything. I'd hesitated for a beat too long, and he laughed. That would be nice if it were the case. I have my fair share of experience with this and have multiple different safeguards as a precaution. There was no way to know if he was telling the truth, but coming out with such a bold and open statement like that was pretty effective against me. It was making me hesitate even more than before. What do I do? The internal dilemma that I thought I'd resolved took form once more. But if this were just a run of the game, I wouldn't have thought for so long. No matter what happened here, I just needed to try again later. How about letting go of that desire and using the remaining time as efficiently as possible, for both of our sakes? Arda once again derailed my thoughts, and I decided to just reveal my true thoughts in kind. Being honest suited barbarians more, right? I don't know about you, but what's in it for us? I questioned. It's because I know why today is the final day. What? I didn't know before, but now that I know that this is inside the labyrinth, it came to me quite easily. I understand why all this happened. Hesitation tried to grip me again, and I threw it aside. All right, let's talk. I would go with a peaceful method. His personality had shifted 180 degrees, as if that dopey attitude from before was an act. Plus, there were too many obstacles for me to just charge him. Lastly, I got the sense that it wasn't a bluff when he said he had something prepared. As long as I wasn't certain I could get through whatever he had prepared or know what his hidden ace up the sleeve was, I couldn't know what risk trying to fight him would pose. Seeing as we don't have time, let's ask one question back and forth. That will make it fair, Arda offered. Sure, the mode of conversation was decided as well. Fortunately, it was a mode that I was very familiar with. I had experienced it many times in the past for one reason or another. From oral Gavis to Bicoli to the Round Table, everyone of this world, no matter who they were, tried to avoid taking losses at any cost, even when they had plenty they desired for themselves. Not that I was any different. It's a shame that I don't have misplaced trust anymore. After I'd used the final charge on the last one, I'd planned on procuring another one just in case. However, the item wasn't always out on the market, so I had failed to get one. Well, I don't even know if that will work on this guy. Anyway, I shrugged off any regret I might have felt. Then No, I'll go first. Arda paused, processing the fact that I had cut him off quickly. Then, with that, my turn began. My first question had already been decided. However, since I didn't know what sort of shocking answer I would get, continue with what you were saying before. How is today the final day? For the security of the conversation, I decided that speaking in the ancient language would be safer. Arda thankfully seemed to understand my intention with it, as he turned off the translation device to answer me. Needless to say, the answer I received wasn't the one I wanted. Ask another question. What? Don't worry, I'm not saying I won't answer that question, he assured me. I just want to move it back a little. Why should I do that? There is a good chance that you'll only understand what I tell you when that time comes. I was a little peeved, suspicious that he might be plotting something, but it didn't seem like he would just come out with it for the sake of it, so I let it slide. Got it, then I'll ask you something else. What is the name of that emperor you mentioned? I asked it just in case the name of the immortal or the king of the new world came up, but unfortunately, that's a name I haven't heard before. Capital I grumbled. The name of the emperor was one I had never heard before. Since the name of the dynasty is also different, is it a completely different entity from the kingdom of Raftonia? In any case, that was the end of the first question. Then it's my turn. It was now his turn to ask me a question. As always, I listened intently to what he would say. In a conversation like this, the question itself was information as well. What was he most curious about? As he began to speak, that answer was revealed to me. Bjorn Yandel, have you perhaps seen a being who came from a different dimension, or have you ever heard of such an entity? My mind blanked. Please answer me. This is a very important question. I had no clue why that, of all things, was so important to him. Chapter 814, Hidden Story. 6. The question itself wasn't anything special. The existence of evil spirits was a well-known truth within Raftonia, after all. But this is someone from the past asking about it. While I was hesitating, Arda's eyes flashed with sharp wit. An answer given after giving the question. So much thought is bound to be rife with lies. Although he didn't say it explicitly, that sure seemed like him telling me that he could end the conversation at whatever moment he pleased. I decided to get on with it. I was just surprised. I have no intention of lying. Answer me first. We don't have much time. Since we were running short on time, I couldn't contemplate for as long as I'd want to either. You're right. They do exist, I affirmed. Then jumped to my second question. How did you know about them? I wanted to ask if evil spirits existed in the past as well, but I held back. In my experience, questions that could be answered with a simple yes or no should be avoided in these exchanges. Is that your question? Yes, it is. It's not that I knew. I just had a theory about them. If I knew, then I wouldn't have asked you. I don't like that vague answer of yours. At my legitimate complaint, he seemed to concede the point a little, as he quickly gave additional context. While carrying out the labyrinth project, there were a few unexpected variables we encountered. We discovered unidentified life forms within the labyrinth that we had not created. Their appearances were completely different from ours, but they had intelligence. And after a long period of research, our research team came to a conclusion that unidentified life form was a being who came over from a different dimension. I understand what you're trying to say. Then do. I think that was enough of an answer for that question of yours. Well, he did give me a long explanation. Capital I couldn't allow myself to get greedy here. Then could I ask my question now? Arda inquired. Go on. Please describe to me the world you know outside of the labyrinth. Well, that wasn't anything difficult. I could go on forever if I tried giving him all the details, but the gist of it was pretty simple. The palace, Nork, the labyrinth and the monastones, adventurers, to which these points were enough to give a basic outline of the world, and since I explained the events of things within the labyrinth last time already, the answer itself didn't take long. Then you adventurers are people who adventure through the labyrinth to provide resources for the enclosed city. You got it. Then it's my turn. With Arda's nod as the signal, I presented my next question. What is the power of origin? In a way, that was the heart of it all because, from what I could tell, this power was what was driving the labyrinth. It is a power that exists in each dimension. Our empire found the origin on accident, and after a long period of research, we discovered a way to harness the power that flowed out of it. That's a little too vague. Give me more. When you use the power of origin, you can create new artificial dimensions. However, there is only a finite supply of it, so the power decrease is equal to the power used. What happens when you use all the power? I threw out the question, hoping for a bonus answer. Unexpectedly, Arda just gave it to me without a hassle. Can't you tell yourself? The end of a dimension will come, like what you see now. Only then did I start to get an idea of what was happening. Arda continued to ask questions about my current world, and I asked questions about his world in turn. I think I've waited long enough at this point. Tell me, I demanded. Why is today the final day? You are hasty. Could I ask you one more question before I answer that one? Although the order was broken, I didn't. On mind. Go. Have you perhaps met or heard of a creature? No, an intelligence that proclaims and defines itself as Arda. How did he know about that? I took a moment to scan my surroundings, wondering if one of my party members had slipped up. It seems I won't need an answer from the looks of it, but could you still give me an answer? I have. As I thought, Arda donned a serious expression and fell into contemplation. In the end, I couldn't help but ask him, how did you know about that? It was practically the same question as I'd asked before. This entire conversation, I felt like I was on the back foot. The questions I felt compelled to ask him kept changing the more I talked to him. Thankfully, at least, I immediately received an answer. The reason I know of this other Arda is simple. It is because I have been formulating a plan regarding it in the present, but from what I can tell, it seems it has failed in the end. Are you saying you're the same Arda as the other one? I cannot say that we are the same in the truest sense, but possibly yes, in a sense. Just below that, could I perhaps meet him? I'll answer this as your next question, but that's going to be impossible. It'd take hours to get there by boat from here. I see. Then I have obtained all the answers I wanted, and the time lined up as well. What? I'd gone out of my way to answer multiple questions in a row, and now he was thinking of running. Feeling cheated, my hand was about to reach for my hammer when he continued, saying, so listen closely to what I have to say. It will be of great help to you. Make it quick. First, after I leave, go talk to the other Arda about my story and learn as much information as you can. He will know how history has passed much better than I have. And then, second, if you can return to Raftonia alive, go to these special coordinates that I will now tell you. I will hide a useful item. Therefore, you hiding something in Raftonia? Was that even possible? I couldn't wrap my head around any of this. Was this guy an NPC, or was he real? If what he just said really worked, then I could just treat him like he was a simple, hidden secret of the labyrinth. Stop. I got the coordinates, so I should just check them out later to confirm it. Rather than getting my thoughts tangled in endless loops, I decided to check on something that caught my attention. If we return to Raftonia, I quoted. What do you mean? I haven't told you that yet. While we were carrying out a labyrinth project, there were quite a few difficulties we've faced, but the greatest difficulty was this. Arda didn't show much emotion as he continued his story, but I couldn't match his calm. The thing that threatened us most wasn't beings from other dimensions, nor was it terrorism by hostile forces who opposed the labyrinth project. It was simply a phenomenon. We haven't been able to discover the cause of it yet, but as we worked, there were multiple times where the dimension itself twisted and killed all members of the research expedition. Oh, was he talking about a dimensional collapse? You asked how I knew today was the final day, correct? This is the answer to that. I was left speechless. Wait, is this guy saying that today is when the dimensional collapse will happen? I stood there in a daze, my mind wiped clean of all thought. Vyre. The alarm inside Arda's pocket rang once more, beeping faster and faster. Arda took notice of the sound just as I did and rushed over to me. Third, changing the future is not an impossibility at all. What? I managed, still dumbfounded. Give me a proper answer before you leave. Arda grabbed my arm and blurted out, alright, this is the last one. Keep this in mind. A being from a different dimension ordinarily cannot enter another dimension. The only way for a being such as that to enter another is. I didn't even have time to hear his answer before a flash of light blinded me. Nothing much changed after that. The bolts of lightning and meteors caused by Amelia's final day were still falling, and the island continued to spew hot lava like it was on the verge of exploding even after we slew the beast. However, there was exactly one thing that did change. Please just finish what you say before you leave. I had been sharing a conversation with Arda before the flash, and after it, Arda had vanished. The other members had stayed quiet after I began speaking in the ancient language. Now, they just glanced at me, not seeming to understand the full extent of what happened. In that uncomfortable silence, I took a moment to collect my thoughts. Changing the future, beings from other dimensions, hiding a treasure in the city. It all seemed so distant in this moment. If I filed those ideas away and gathered only the important points, then this was the most important one of them all. A dimensional collapse is going to happen. It was just a hunch, but there seemed to be two conditions that needed to be met in order to encounter the Arda from the past, use final day on this island and do so on the day of a dimensional collapse. It was only a theory, of course. I had no way of testing those conditions. By my guess, the dimensional collapse will probably happen the moment the final day's duration ends. We still have time. Some, but not much. It won't be enough for us to get down to the 5th floor. If what Darda told me was true, we would need to face the first dimensional collapse. On the 6th floor, there was only one thing we had to do at that moment. Alien, I called. How long will it take from here to get to Arda Island again? We won't be able to get there as quickly as when we first got there. We pushed the ship too hard on our way back. Just tell me this, can we get there and come back within 9 hours? There was a pause. Not with a regular boat we use. We also used most of the monostones on our way here, and because medium-sized ships consume much more soul power than small ships. I see, but there is a smaller boat that I've prepared. With that, I should be able to use my abilities to let us make it in time, but it can only carry 3 people at a time. That's good enough. I turned to the others and announced, everyone except me and Alien will wait here. Wait, there's one more spot left. Why are only the 2 of you going? Amelia interjected, trying to suggest an alternative. We're not going there to fight, and if a fight does occur, there's no difference between 2 and 3 people being there. That's true, but we don't have time. Emily, wait here on standby and prepare. Prepare for what? I let out a wry laugh. I was the one who said it, but I had no idea what to prepare for either. Maybe it can only carry 3 people at a time. That's good enough. I turned to the others and announced, everyone except me and Alien will wait here. Wait, there's one more spot left. Why are only the 2 of you going? Amelia interjected, trying to suggest an alternative. We're not going there to fight, and if a fight does occur, there's no difference between 2 and 3 people being there. That's true, but we don't have time. Emily, wait here on standby and prepare. Prepare for what? I let out a wry laugh. Capital I was the one who said it, but I had no idea for either. Maybe what to prepare. This might have just become my most difficult expedition yet. Chapter 815, Hidden Story, 7. The small boat capable of only transporting 3 people rushed over the waves while receiving myriad buffs from our professional navigator. Alien Rockrobe has cast Fair Wind. Alien Rockrobe has cast Trade Route. Alien Rockrobe has cast Ghost Ship. This boat's speed wasn't that different from our main ships when carrying all the members of our clan on it. Swoosh. In fact, it felt multiple times faster. Boom. Splash. Bang. Maybe because the ship was smaller? As far as a passenger's experience, though, this ride was by far the worst of the 2. Every time we hit a wave, the boat shook and shuddered, leaping into the air like a dolphin. Honestly, if Ainer had gotten on with us, the ride would trigger her seasickness all over again and make her throw up all over the place. Just like me right now. Blurg. Oh, unfortunately for me, barbarians were weak on the ocean. Should I slow down a little? No, I warbled. Don't ever slow down. How was Ian of all people fine with these conditions? Would a regular person get dizzy and sick at this point? I didn't know of any stats or skills that a navigator could have that would help with seasickness. Blurg. Please hold on for a little longer. We're nearly there. Nearly there. I'd heard that quite a few times already. It had given me strength at first, but now, it was only making me despair harder. Let's think. It was just like that very first day, when I crawled around on the cave floor after stepping into a goblin trap. If I shifted my attention to a different thought, I'd arrive at my destination at some point. The problem was, the seasickness was making it difficult for me to think. The machine monster Arda and the human Arda, the past, present, and the future, the labyrinth project, the empire and the kingdom, the dimensional collapse. All the different pieces of information I had obtained during this expedition continued to fly around in my mind and tangle themselves up with each other. It felt like I was so close to reaching something big, yet I was still too far from the truth to know anything. Still, for some reason, I got the feeling that the moment I could untangle these strings of information, I would have the answer to everything. That last thing he tried to tell me is bugging me too. Even while my head felt like it was going to explode from all the thinking, I couldn't help but recall his words and his expression. Keep this in mind. A being from a different dimension ordinarily cannot enter another dimension. The only way for a being such as that to enter another is. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was going to tell me something very important. The fact that I wasn't able to hear it was driving me up the wall with frustration. Did he time that on purpose? Stop. My thoughts were going on a rampage like an unleashed bull. I reined them in to stop them from crashing into the parts of my mind that needed to focus on what was most important at the moment, a dimensional collapse. How could we overcome the disaster that was likely soon to come? That was the problem I needed to solve first. The Lord of the 6th floor has also been summoned. Man, I hoped that the raid ended before the collapse began. If not, that guy would end up being a huge pain to deal with. Maybe I shouldn't have come here but gone outside to look for a wizard who could use dimensional doors. Despite my doubts, I decided not to dwell on them. It was practically impossible to find a wizard who could use a dimensional door on this endless ocean of a floor. Arda. Plus, I couldn't help but feel that some very deep secret was hidden within Arda's story. Before I left, I needed to figure out what that was. Captain, we're here. I sighed in relief. We'd finally arrived. Yet, good work, Blurg. I was already exhausted. You have entered a special area, field. Effect Arda's secret base is applied. All hostile actions are forbidden within the field. Hatches and pipings lined the walls from end to end. They were the mana circuits that looked like the electrical wiring of the Arda's secret base. However, even though we had entered the base, we didn't hear a voice. Arda, I bellowed, and a frantic reply quickly answered me. You're finally here. I wasn't able to witness you fighting the beast. Some problems arose, you see. But now that I see the reaction has disappeared, I can tell that you have defeated the beast. How about coming here and thanking me, personally? Yes, I should definitely do that. However, I must repair the testing site quickly. Don't do that later. Come here now. I have something important to discuss. What does that even mean? There is nothing more important than recovering the testing site. Have you forgotten? This testing site must be recovered to stop the end of the world. What was he talking about? I took out one of the drops from the beast and held it up so that he could see it. If you don't have this, you won't even be able to restore your testing site. Anyway, are you threatening me? Threatening? No, I'm persuading you. So how about you drop the testing site business and talk with me first? I see. Understood. Speak. Just what is it that has you in such a hurry? At this point, I feel that we should talk while looking at each other face to face. That will be problematic. Why? Because you're not human. The answer came back to me through the speakers after a momentary pause. Do you know about me? Yeah, I do. I've seen this guy multiple times during the game. When I progressed through the normal story, a moment would come when Arda would demand the remains of the hunted beast, and that was when the player would be given a choice. Give it to Arda or don't give it to Arda. The moment that the former was chosen, the story would end with the player obtaining the rewards from Arda. If the player attempted to speak to Arda after that point, he would just say he was busy with his work and tell the player to stop bothering him. If the player then left the secret base due to the time constraint of Terminus, the entrance would close and this place would become inaccessible forever. Put simply, choosing to keep the rewards from Arda would end his storyline. Well, not that the second choice gives that much of a story either. If the player chose not to give Arda the drops, Arda would reveal his machine monster form and battle would commence. He's as difficult to fight as the Lord of the 9th floor. It probably went without saying that I was wiped out during my first attempt. My specs just weren't up to it at all. From what I figured out later, Machine Monster Arda was a raid boss that was much more powerful even than Snyxra or the Beast. In the end, I created a team that could explore the 10th floor and brought them all the way to the 6th floor to attempt the raid, and even then, it took dozens of tries for me to finally defeat him. The problem is that the reward I got wasn't anything special. Even after I defeated him, the reward was one machine monster heart, and I wasn't completely sure what its use was. Sure, it could be consumed to be used as an elixir that greatly increased the character's stats, and when used as a material, it was treated like the highest quality mana core on the same level as a dragon heart. By that alone, it was definitely a valuable reward. However, it didn't feel like anything like a reward you'd get after defeating a monster on the same level as the Lord of the 9th floor. That was why after I succeeded on my first clear, I wondered if there was a proper way to use the heart that I didn't know about, so I continued to delve deeper into his story. There were a few things I was able to learn because of those attempts. Answer me. Do you know about me? Well, I at least know that stopping the end of the world isn't why you want this, I replied as bait. He caught on immediately. Are you a pilgrim? Pilgrim. In the context of this world's history, the term referred to the betrayers of humanity, who fought on the side of the witch. Arda had asked us the same thing at the start as well. Who are you, pilgrims? You still haven't answered my question. Who are you, pilgrims? Important to note, I told him that we were not. Arda had a way to prove that we weren't pilgrims, and the players had no way of proving they were pilgrims. Then why did he keep asking us if we were pilgrims? Although doubt surged within my heart, I didn't make it obvious. The moment I asked him that question, he would know why I asked and immediately sounded out that we really weren't pilgrims. Ending the conversation there, I decided to file the question away for later. How about letting me see your face before we begin talking? When he didn't respond, I pushed it further, saying, I really only want to talk. I will give you this after our conversation is over. The offer was outwardly gentle, but looked at from a different interpretation. My sentence could mean that I wouldn't give him what he wanted if he refused. Thankfully, it seemed Arda understood that subtext as well. With a defeated voice, he said, understood, even while all the doors were opening and closing randomly due to the damage done to the testing site. One door had remained closed all this time. That door finally opened with a hiss, and Arda revealed his true form. Clank, clank. He stepped forward to the sound of metal on metal, a sound that human movement should never make. I have revealed myself as you requested. What do you want from me? From now on, above all, I had to stay focused. Arda stood a couple of inches above 6 feet tall, looking similar to those humanoid robots made to look like humans in sci-fi movies. However, Arda's particular design left much to be desired. It really is disgusting to see him in real life. His arms, legs, and body were all openly mechanical, as shown by the steel frames that made him up. Yet disturbingly, his face was all too human-like, almost as if a person's face stretched over a machine. Why is his face a real human face? Back when I was playing the game, I didn't really understand why Arda had chosen that form. I figured each person had their own preferences and left it at that. Well, he wasn't really a person so much as a machine. Anyway, that wasn't the point. Seeing him like this, I can tell it's the same face. The secret base Arda and the researcher Arda I saw not long ago were one and the same. Speak already. Although we were face to face, he wasn't speaking with his vocal cords but the speaker system he had been using to talk all this time. You don't seem like a survivor from the destroyed empire. What are you, really? Well, what do you think? I asked back. I will not answer that. Then it'll be difficult for me to just hand this over to you. Aren't we here to talk? Arda just stared at me, his slightly red eyes that looked like camera lenses made me feel chills down my spine for some reason. It was like the computer of his mind was calculating what was more efficient, continuing to talk to me here or just ignoring my request and taking the drop from me by force. I lack information, he said eventually. As long as you don't reveal your identity to me, all I can make about your identity are guesses. But if you are to make that guess, a pilgrim, but as I thought, there isn't enough proof to make that judgment. Tell me, what are you? Hearing the question repeated, I shrugged and answered, it's not important if I'm a pilgrim or not. To me, all I can make about your identity are guesses. But if you are to make that guess, a pilgrim, but as I thought, there isn't enough proof to make that judgment. Tell me, what are you? Hearing the question repeated, I shrugged and answered, it's not important if I'm a pilgrim or not. I had already thought up how to steer this conversation to agitate his curiosity, plus, how to gain even more than that and gain his favor. Then could I take that as you declaring, you are not a pilgrim? Alright, let's cut him off here. Research member of the Empire's first Magic Engineering Research Center, Arda, capital I, was sent here by you from the past. Any person, no, even a machine wouldn't be able to hold back after that. Chapter 816, Hidden Story, 8. Maybe it went without saying, but even with his mechanical heart, Arda couldn't help but bite at the bait I tossed his way. My past self. Arda, didn't you say you had an idea as to who I am? Didn't you come to this place when you were still human? But back then, I didn't meet any living beings like you. Of course you wouldn't. Then, your past self told me that changing the future is not an impossibility. That seemed to work as a passcode of some kind. After taking a moment to calculate, quietly to himself, he slowly began to speak. So the actions of my past self have changed this present moment. That is not impossible, certainly. However, what proof do you have? I think you're mistaken here, I said, once again cutting him off. I'm not telling you to trust me. I held up the quest item that he desired, the harvested remains of the beast, and observed his reaction. As long as I had this with me, he needed to answer my questions. It doesn't matter if you trust me or not, I argued, waving the remains in front of him. I just need to obtain the information I want from you. And isn't that the same for you? Unexpectedly, though, he accepted the proposition immediately. What do you want? So then, he decided to assess what I truly wanted by seeing what my next question would be. Well, I didn't mind. Tell me about your story. What happened on this island, and what happened after you returned to the Empire? I had to hear it from him, this story that I didn't know, to see if there was something hidden within. Your question is quite unspecific, but I will attempt to answer it. That's a good attitude to have. Arda paused one last time, then launched into his story. When the final day was calculated to befall on this day, their dimension on the verge of being destroyed was nothing on this island. It was just after the origin was damaged, The beast wasn't here either. The existence of the beast was the greatest difference between the observation of the future and the future that came. May I continue? Sure, I won't cut you off anymore, so go on. After our observations of the future concluded, I spent a long time wondering what the cause of the end could be. I then began to think that it had a close relation to time. I was able to confirm my hypothesis, the Empire's Labyrinth project, and with as the world inside to grow, the power higher labyrinth continued, of origin held by the dimension continued to shrink. Oh, I see. Then what's the higher dimension? Oh, sorry about interrupting. I tossed in at the end, noticing Arda go silent for a second. He quickly continued. To put it simply, it could be considered a more real world. The real world. The concepts are a little different, but you will understand well enough with that conception in mind. Then go right ahead. The first problem occurred when the labyrinth grew to be larger than the higher dimension. Although it didn't lead to a dimensional collapse, errors began to appear in the higher dimension. Having observed the horrifying sights in this place, I went and protested against the continuation of the labyrinth project, but no one heeded my advice. Artist stood unmoving as he rattled off the facts of his explanation, not moving an inch to gesture or gesticulate. The Empire didn't care what happened to the higher dimension. Their goal was the construction of paradise, and that paradise was inside the labyrinth. In truth, the Empire succeeded in the project's completion and was able to move the entire Empire into the labyrinth. However, I did not leave with them. I abandoned my soul, leaving behind my knowledge alone within this vessel to await the end that would one day come. I believed that the moment the higher dimension came to an end, the labyrinth would also collapse. So time passed, and now, here we are. I trailed off, jumping in when I thought the story was coming to a close. However, Arda sternly shook his head. No, that is still just the story of the past. I hesitated. What? The higher dimension met its end in that way, and I wasn't able to stop it. And so, I was forced into the labyrinth as well. Wait, I couldn't understand what he was saying. I should keep listening for now. I didn't think it was the right time to cut him off, so I just closed my mouth and continued to listen to what Arda was saying. The land within the labyrinth matched up perfectly with the land I had been born and raised in, a truly perfect replica of the world, excluding a few people in power. There, the residents of that world didn't even realize that their world was inside the labyrinth. Of course, it differed in some ways from the base world. To create a perfect world, the Emperor created 4 systems, and those systems were called God by the residents, as they and ruled the world. Controlled. However, this is where the second problem occurred. The labyrinth wasn't the paradise the Empire thought it was, or at least, it wasn't so after the end of the higher dimension. Many big dimension met its end, as if affected by and small errors began to appear within the labyrinth. One of the 4 systems created by the Emperor went on a rampage, and became an enemy. Even the absolute authority held by the Emperor weakened. As a result, and monsters of every sort, ones not created by the Emperor, began to appear all over the world. And then, most astonishingly of all, the Earth which was born. The moment the words were spoken, it felt as if someone had fired a shotgun at the back of my head. Wait. The information was too much to take in at once to make perfect sense of it all, but if I was at least getting the gist of what he was saying, give me a second to gather my thoughts. So, what he was saying was, if the Earth which was first born inside the labyrinth, wasn't Raftonia inside the labyrinth as well? It turned out that I needed a lot more time than a second to think, yet even then, the shock of it didn't seem to lessen at all. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much to me, though. The more shocking the situation, the calmer I needed to be. And it wasn't as if my way of thinking was wrong either. This wasn't my original world, anyway, but one separate from Earth. Who cared if I was in the higher dimension or the labyrinth? Still, it definitely caught me off guard. Phew, that helped me calm down a little. I'm fine now. You can continue. So what happened after the Earth which was born? I asked, pressing the metaphorical resume button. Arda continued right away like he'd been waiting for my signal. A war began between the Empire and the Witch. Many things happened, but the result was that the Empire was defeated. It wasn't a bad outcome for me. I believed that with the disappearance of the Empire, the end would also cease to be. However, that was just my belief. I had no way of confirming it as a fact. I agreed with this sentiment. A 99% chance and a 100% certainty were clearly different. And so, I observed the final day once more. Yet for some reason, the final day wasn't any different from what I had observed previously. I needed to stop it. And so, I created the base on this island, and continued with my research. And finally, after nearly an eternity of study did I belatedly realize the truth. What was it? That there is no way to stop the end. That short sentence went against all the stories I knew about Arda Island. That is my story, Arda concluded his speech. What? I balked. I haven't even been able to ask you. I have concluded that I have provided a sufficient enough answer to your nonsensical request. I will only allow 3 more questions from this point on. That's not. There is no guarantee that the deal will be kept after our conversation ends. Continuing this conversation with someone whose identity I know nothing of is a waste of time. I might even be leaking my information to an enemy this very moment. Wait, why did his tone change so suddenly? It was just like in the game, when he would change into the machine monster and go on a rampage. If you refuse, use of armed force will be initialized, 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 initialized. He began to repeat his words, as if an error had occurred. A chill went down my spine. Arda was a raid boss on the same level of difficulty as the Lord of the 9th floor. If he went on a rampage, I had no chance of surviving. Stop. I stuttered. I understand. I'll only ask 3 more questions, so calm down. Confirmed. Ask your question. What a quick change in attitude. Did his CPU rust in his old age? With no way of knowing, I focused on quickly formulating 3 questions. Hurry, 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 hurry. After all, how was I supposed to relax when that was the state he was in? First question. Like a man being chased, I quickly asked. My first question. The 4 systems created by the Emperor. The existence of Raftonia. The research center is on the 1st underground floor. The non-humans that ancient civilizations had never discovered, and this labyrinth where monsters appear and level-ups could take place. I had many questions I wanted to ask, but I let them all go for now. Just what is the Earth Witch? His answer came the moment the first question was out of my mouth. Earth Witch refers to the human female, Elise Groundia. She was born with the power of origin, of which the cause is suspected to be an error created as a consequence of the end of the higher dimension. She is omnipotent, but she possesses too human a heart to be called a god. It was as if you were reading from an encyclopedia. It wasn't the answer I wanted. I only asked that generic question because I thought he'd go into more detail. If I did. Second question. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Damn it. Was I under a countdown or something? Second question. What is a record stone, and where can I go to see it? Depending on how you look at it, this information was even more important than anything to do with the witch. No relevant information available. I stiffened. What? Third question. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Wait, he didn't know anything, but it still used up one of my questions? I stared at him, stumped and feeling cheated. Hurry, hurry, hurry. However, considering the situation, I didn't expect anything would change even if I complained. Still, the fact that he has no information about the record stone is information itself. I decided it was best to let go of my disappointment. Alright, as you wished. This is my final question. I began. You said you realized there was no way to stop the end. Then, what is your goal? You can't stop it, so why did you want to kill the beast? Once again, Arda replied immediately. The beast is a being created by the Earth Witch by modifying pilgrims to protect the power of origin. It has no relation to the end. However, Arda wished to eliminate the beast because as long as the beast is alive, none other than the witch can access the power of origin. What's more, Arda's goal is. Suddenly, Arda's voice paused, then a beat of silence later. I have been solely a bystander for all that long while. I heard Arda's voice. The mechanical tinge was still there, through the speakers, yet for some reason, his voice sounded more human than before. Had he returned to his original self? There was no telling. I was only able to watch, unable to change anything with my own 2 hands, Arda said, his red eyes peering directly at me from his human face still attached to the machine body. That is why it will change this time, because change is human. Arda clanked up to me before opening up his metal palm. There, now hand it over. I haven't heard what you are going to do with it yet, though. I will use it to create a new labyrinth. If you wish to stop this. I sensed anger starting to rise in him again, so I quickly cut him off. Here, take it. Capital I. Don't intend on stopping you. The way Arda's eyes bounced away and back told me he was confused about why I would hand it over so willingly, though I couldn't really be sure. It might just be a hunch I got. Are there any additional rewards? Capital I asked slyly. I think you have something you wanted to give us at first. The time you've spent here is reward enough. Yet, go figure. I couldn't get the rewards from the game since I took a different route to get here. Really? Then we'll be going. With that, I ended our conversation and left the secret base without looking back. Then, got on the boat we'd arrived in to hurry back to the original island. Splash. Arian seemed to have a lot he wanted to ask me, but maybe out of the compassion in his heart, he didn't say anything. Thanks to that, I was able to focus on my thoughts and to evade the seasickness somewhat. Arda. There was a gap in history between the human Arda and the machine monster Arda. Although they were the same, fortunately for me, I had an idea of how to make sense of that gap. They were also fundamentally different. Making a new labyrinth. I smirked. It was pretty ironic. If my guess was correct, Arda wouldn't be able to change a damn thing. Why are you smiling like that? I looked over at Orion, surprised by the question. It's just a very bitter smile is how I'd put it. My smirk widened, revealing a flash of bare teeth. The questions rolled in soon after. That is why it will change this time. Because change is human. What was Arda's original self doing now? Was he dead, or was he still alive, waiting for someone to kill the beast for him? Did anything really, truly change? Splash. There was no telling. It was pretty ironic. If my guess was correct, Arda wouldn't be able to change a damn thing. Why are you smiling like that? I looked over at Orion, surprised by the question. It's just a very bitter smile is how I'd put it. My smirk widened, revealing a flash of bare teeth. The questions rolled in soon after. That is why it will change this time. Because change is human. What was Arda's original self doing now? Was he dead, or was he still alive, waiting for someone to kill the beast for him? Did anything really, truly change? Splash. There was no telling. Chapter 817, Lifeline, 1. Bjorn. You're not hurt. Good work. You too, Orion. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, madam. Ahem. Ms. Rains. It is my greatest and only glory to be of help to the captain. As soon as we returned to the cave, the waiting members came up and greeted us. So Yandel, did you get what you wanted? Sort of, I answered Amelia vaguely. How are things here? Nothing special. Well, everyone was a bit restless. I couldn't deny that I had been a bit worried, but other than not being able to rest properly due to final day, it seemed nothing else had happened. So, what will happen now? To be honest, I've been getting this ominous feeling for a while now, Parav asked while shivering. That wasn't a good sign. His reactions gave some credence to my suspicion that the dimensional collapse was approaching. Yet, it's like Parav says, you just told us to prepare, but not what to prepare for. I think it's about time you tell us. I sighed. Should I tell them or not? Although I hesitated, the moment didn't last long. I've gotten information that a dimensional collapse could soon occur. It was just a short factual statement, but silence fell over everyone, then was quickly followed by an uproar. Pardon, a dimensional collapse. But you've gotten information, right? What does that mean? Did you hear it from that guy who came from the past? No, even more important than that is this. When will this happen? Raven's question pierced through the chaos, pushing me to give an honest answer. Emily, I called. How long has it been since you've cast Final Day? Around 20 hours. Then it'll be in about 4 hours. If the information I received is correct, that is, 4 hours. Raven shouted, appalled. But that's so soon from now. Why are you telling us something so important only now? And why did you go so far away despite knowing how little precious time we had? There was reason enough for it. But then at least tell us what that reason is. Stop, wizard, Amelia intervened, stopping Raven before she went off on me. Excuse me, Yandel said he had a reason for it. That is, enough. I found myself, admittedly, a little surprised. If Raven hadn't been here, Amelia would have been the one to question me. Then again, maybe it was a little different with her since she only did that when the two of us were alone. Heedless of my thoughts, Amelia continued, Yandel is our leader, and what you're doing right now is going against the hierarchy order of our group. You've been in the military, so you should understand what I'm trying to say. Raven seemed to second-guess herself at Amelia's stern scolding. I apologize. I've overstepped. Well, it looked like no one here could truly win against Amelia. Whether or not that was actually the case, since she had used the stick, it was my turn to use the carrot. You don't have to go that far, Emily. Everyone here, not just Raven, must be curious. To keep it simple, I obtained the information about the dimensional collapse before I left for the secret base. However, I concluded that nothing much would change whether or not I went, so I went to the secret base to get as much additional information as I could, even if that didn't amount to much in the end. What do you mean, nothing will change? Think about it. The dimensional collapse will occur today, but so what if we leave this place a little early? The 6th floor is already in pandemonium now that the Lord of the Floor is out. None of the members seemed to have a retort to that. The silence stretched on until Kaislin stepped up as a representative of everyone else here to ask, so, do you have a new plan now? I smirked. No, nothing like that. The conversation I had at the secret base had nothing to do with surviving the danger of the dimensional collapse, and we had no strategy to beat the dimensional collapse in the first place, anyway. But are you all just going to lie down and die because we don't have a plan? Let's just face it head on. Aren't we adventurers? Just like we always did. This time, I would do everything within my power to save them all. If there were a point of most danger, I would stand in that place. However, I didn't say those words out loud. I didn't need to. I will always trust you and follow you, Captain. I don't know what dangerous thing you're planning on doing this time. It's fine. So don't be so reckless anymore, okay? Every person here, except maybe the Guildmaster Beleg, who had come into the labyrinth with me for the first time, was a member of the clan who trusted me. Well, there was one other exception. But to just face it head on. Didn't you nearly give up on everything not long ago? Caitlin asked with an exaggeratedly joking tone. He was obviously trying to poke fun at me a little, but his question was one worth considering. I did. So cheer up, everyone. Caitlin tilted his head, bemused by my reaction. Ignoring that, I looked at the group and said, when a barbarian says to hit something head-on, it's because he's already concluded that it's possible to hit it head-on. Even if the sky were to collapse on us, there was bound to be a hole we could climb out of. You have entered the sixth floor grade ocean. Around 4 hours before the dimensional collapse, we left the memories of the end aptly named for the many memories we now had of it, and returned to the original Skull Island. Well, maybe returned wasn't the right word for it. Splash. The portal spat us all out, then disappeared, like its work had been done, plunging us into deep, abyssal darkness. Sure enough, the entire cave system was underwater, but that was no problem for us. Think about it. If we'd known it could be a problem and did nothing about it, the real problem would be with our intelligence. As planned, Ravine used her magic to create an orb of light as soon as she was dropped out of the portal. With our vision restored, we communicated with hand signals while affixing the hooks of the ropes tied on our bodies. Name: Anabada Skullfish Formation. It was a formation specialized for underwater travel, where the entire group could be led to the destination with just the person at the front swimming. Speaking of, I was that person at the front. Even though barbarians couldn't swim, they had an easier time walking underwater than other races. Thud, thud. After using giantization, I walked in steady steps against the current as if hiking up a mountain. Because we had cast diving magic on all the members before taking the portal, we didn't need to think about breathing for a bit. Thud. Once we left the cave, I could see the whole of Skull Island submerged under the water. The drowned island possessed none of the calm energy that the submerged city of Atlantis did, but instead looked as if a storm was passing through it. Swoosh. The currents were extreme, incomparable to the flow I felt in the cave, and littered with pieces of debris. I'll need to change the plan. Even though my body had been enlarged with giantization, I was actually starting the torrents. I was able to grab hold of, to float, unable to resist the flow of the ground to stabilize myself, but the rocks, trees, and other debris that were swirling around us were making it nearly impossible to do anything. And so, I gave up on plan A, walking to a safe location before summoning the boat. Splash. We immediately summoned the boat, and I immediately got on before clutching the pillar in a bear grip. The Anabada clan boat was a high-level vessel and even featured a mana propulsion system. It was constructed from the highest quality, buoyant lumber, which had been further improved by the empower buoyancy spell applied to the entire boat. Swoosh. In other words, the moment it was summoned underwater, it automatically floated up to the surface like a block of packing peanuts pushed deep into water. Soon enough, the world brightened, and air rushed into my lungs as I took in a deep breath. All in, I said, once I'd caught my breath. How's the boat doing? The sails are broken, and the mana propulsion system has taken a lot of damage. At this rate, just floating is all we can. That's fine. Pardon, just staying afloat is good enough. After checking up on my allies, I took a proper look around. Heavy wasn't enough to describe the rain pouring around us. It was as if the heavens themselves had opened up to dump water upon us. The ocean, too, had welled up with clear intent to take its spoils, and the waves sloshed around like tsunamis. The falling meteors and lightning bolts were final days, so I didn't bother with them. Why did this guy have to be summoned right before the collapse? The environmental effects we were experiencing were happening all because the Lord of the Sixth Floor had been summoned. Most Lords of the Floors had a special effect that applied over the entire floor they were summoned on, and he was no exception. Lord of Tears, Tetragea, awakens from a deep slumber. The moment he was summoned, rain would begin to fall over the entire sixth floor and engulf all the islands in water. All waves head toward the island of beginnings. After they were submerged for long enough, the waves would crash down like tsunamis and summon all adventurers of the sixth floor to a single place. The Golden Ghost probably knew this as well, which had forced him to leave the island before the island was submerged, to look for another. There were a few islands that were safe even after the Lord of Tears was summoned. After all, can't say I'm not intrigued that he has precious information like that. Either way, I had better things to focus on at the moment. Since the waves' patterns were fixed, it was already too late to look for a safe point to ride out the storm. Not that that mattered. The dimensional collapse will soon begin, anyway. Captain, with the damage sustained by the mana propulsion engine, we cannot control the boat. It's fine, so just stay put. Pardon, I already told you, just being able to float is good enough. I settled back and just watched as our boat rocked and swayed with the waves to where the Lord of the Floor would be. waiting for us. But at this rate, we'll just end up where the Lord of the Floor is, Raven cautiously asked, noting my inaction. Maybe it was the scolding she got from Amelia before, but she seemed a little less sure of herself when asking this time. It's fine. Getting there is my goal. Oh, she breathed, already much more relieved. So you did have a plan. I didn't answer her further and chose to remain silent, and Raven didn't pester me for more answers either. With enough time, we saw them. Oh, a ship. Looks like they were all panicking over there. Of course they were scared. How could they not be with all the islands submerging and the waves being this fierce? Soon enough, we began to see more and more ships that had been swept up in the waves just like we were. Unlike us, though, most of them were frantically trying to avoid the grasp the waves had on them instead of just drifting. Resisting won't let you escape. Not to say they were struggling for naught. That helped decrease the speed at which they were being taken away. It was also the reason they were able to see us out here instead of at the island. There are so many ships here. As we were towed in by the waves, we finally arrived at our destination. Shwoo! The whirlpool was swirling savagely, as if to suck in all the waters of the 6th floor, and there in its throes were hundreds of vessels, each of them being dragged along into the whirlpool's orbit. I recognized each of the ship's clan flags, but none of them were any of the truly famous ones. Well, the fact that they were dragged here means they're small fries. The highest-ranking clans would have either already gone up to the 7th floor, or found one of the safe islands as soon as the Lord of the Floor was summoned. Then again, we would all be on equal footing once the collapse began. Anabata clan. It's the flag of the Anabata clan. Someone on one of the ships we were passing by shouted when they recognized the flag on our ship. The Anabata clan? The one led by Viscount Yondell, the great adventurer who defeated the Lord of Terror and etched his name on the Stone of Honor. We're saved. I could understand why they were so passionately calling out to me in support. These people had just been stuck here, waiting for their deaths to come when the second phase began. They surely felt like my arrival was the lifeline tossed their way, to help them miraculously survive. But why? He's got to have the ability to escape this place. Are you kidding? It's the Baron Yandel. No, the Viscount. He's the hero who defeated the Lord of the Floor to save other adventurers on the 3rd floor, so he must be here to save us, too. We just need to follow his commands. That will increase our chances of survival. Yet, before I could even talk to them, they began to maneuver their boats to latch on right next to us, but I didn't dodge them or avoid them. The hundreds of vessels, or avoid them. The hundreds of vessels present here were the first reason I didn't face the dimensional collapse inside the memories of the end. Are you the captain? Yes, I am Captain Melder of the Small Hand Clan, Viscount Yondell. We'll trust your judgment going forward, so please give us your orders. I won't be giving orders, but I'll ask you one thing. Yes, whatever it is, I will answer to the best of my. Do you have a wizard who can use dimensional door? Captain Melder of Small Hand Clan stumbled at the desperation in my voice. Yep, no way there was one here. Chapter 818, Lifeline.To. I was looking for a very particular someone as we floated along, being dragged in a circle by the gargantuan whirlpool. Oh, Viscount Yondell, are you here to hunt the Lord of the Dimensional Door? Any wizard who can use dimensional door? I checked each boat as we passed them, but no one gave an affirmative answer. I'd expected as much, honestly. I knew I was grasping at straws when I executed this plan. Wizards who could cast dimensional door were rare. Very few schools of magic taught their wizards to use the improved spell, and even if one of their members could manage it, a rank 4 wizard could cast it only once in their life. Plus, that was before mentioning that said precious wizards were all nearly extinct, what with how long the war against Nork had dragged on. Each school was constantly trying to nurture new wizards to take their place, but that didn't mean anything in the here and now. A rank 4 wizard couldn't just be created in a few years. The supply could never meet the demand. From a certain angle, they're the most valuable human resource available these days. Practically every clan was desperately trying to procure wizards who could cast dimensional door, and even though I declared that the Anabata clan, who didn't take in new members, would allow an exception for a wizard who could cast dimensional door, none came forward. Sure, some responded, but they were all liars who just wanted the chance to meet me. Whatever, that wasn't important right now. If Viscount Yondell is looking for a dimensional door wizard, then that battle fiend wants to get out. Is the Lord of Tears really that fearsome of a monster? The palace. Where are the palatial soldiers? They'll surely come when they realize a situation is at hand. Somehow, the crowd started speculating in the wrong direction about my intentions, maybe because I'd randomly asked around for a dimensional door wizard. I wouldn't be here doing this if I had the time, you know. Even if I'd immediately left the memories of the end once I'd heard about the dimensional collapse, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Lord of the 6th floor. It should go without saying, since its first phase wasn't done yet, we just had to ride out this whirlpool while waiting for phase 2 to begin. The rain. It stopped. The heavy rain that poured out from the sky stopped instantaneously, and the sky opened up once more, buffeting great winds against our vessel. Whoosh, to be precise with it, the sky didn't actually open. It just looked that way as light began to shine down from between the parted clouds. As the dense clouds dissipated, harsh sunlight poured directly into the center of the whirlpool, like a spotlight on a stage. The brilliant pillar of light shone even brighter and looked more divine compared to the washed-out grays of our surroundings. Whoa, I could see the adventurers around us staring in awe as they continued getting dragged around. Of course, not everyone was drawn in by the sight. Damn it, what are you all doing? Wake up. It may be obvious, but there couldn't be many among the groups present who knew exactly what that pillar of light meant. Even still, rather than just gaping in awe and watching the show, some adventurers showed caution against the new phenomenon. They knew from experience that the most dangerous thing within the labyrinth was the unknown. Something's coming. Their suspicions were proven true. When the rain stopped and light poured out from the sky, it only meant one thing. Shwa. The waves finally stopped as phase 2 began. There. Something's coming up. What the hell is that? From the center of the whirlpool where the sunlight shone, the water receded, and a relatively small island revealed itself. The island of beginnings. Lemia. I heard the mumblings of adventurers with keen eyesight, but their guesses were incorrect. Although it was indeed called the Island of Beginnings, and its shape was very similar, its location is completely different. The Island of Beginnings we knew, Lemia, was much further south than where we were and also fully submerged. Needless to say, it'd be difficult to get to at this point. If so, then the island we could see down there had to be. Honestly, only the names differ. It's practically the same island and is only used for raids. That, and acting as the summoning altar. To summon the Lord of Tears, you needed to anchor your boat at this location and dive down to that island, meaning someone had summoned the Lord of the Floor on purpose. But who? With no way of knowing, I tossed the question aside. It wasn't something I needed to concern myself with at the moment. No matter what their plans were, they couldn't have anticipated the soon-to-come dimensional collapse. Oh, wait, could I really be certain that they wouldn't have expected it? Or was there a possibility that they could have? The doubt ate at me, but I quickly dismissed it. It was just a baseless hypothesis given how little information I had. Captain, the ship is being dragged down. Arian rushed out. Although we weren't in full-on panic mode, I could see that everyone was nervous and worried, so I needed to calm them down. First, it's fine, I answered. Don't worry about it. Oh, I got scared for no reason, so nothing much is. The Lord of Tears will soon show itself. Funnily enough, as soon as I said that, something gigantic revealed itself from behind the cliff of waves. Splash. It started with its wrist, elbow, shoulder, and then, even the face with a cloth over its eyes and a gag in its mouth. It's the Lord of Tears. We need to run. The moment it revealed itself, everything fell into chaos. Thinking about it, it was to be expected. No adventurer present would have seen a monster of that size before. How big is it? We need to fight that. It was overwhelmingly massive, incomparably taller than even the 30-foot tall primagent. I wasn't sure, but it was probably bigger than that super giant that I saw on Giant Island back on the first underground floor. After all, that thing wasn't even standing yet. After freezing the entire sea in fear just with its entrance, it ignored us and began to crawl toward the island. Boom, boom, boom. Every time its knee hit the ground, a quake erupted beneath it, as everyone just stared at the creature while its overpowering presence made them forget to even shiver in fear. The Lord of Tears arrived at the island, then embraced the island with its arms as if protecting something precious. Having covered the entire island with its enormous body, it turned its head and looked toward us. Whoa, although gaze would be the wrong word to use due to the bindings on its eyes. I felt chills go down my spine as I felt like our gazes met. It seemed the feeling wasn't just limited to me either. Oh, Captain, what happens now? Like I told you, you don't need to worry. Oh, I see. It'll just try to kill us now. Pardon. Of course, it wouldn't actively start hunting us. Phase 2 was just the thing hugging the island. The problem was that even though the Lord of Tears wouldn't move, it would start using all sorts of skills against us, and the walls of water surrounding us would start spewing out monsters to attack us. Raven, who had been a bit quiet after that talking to from Amelia, spoke up, in confusion. Then aren't we in big trouble? I heard that the Lords of the Floor from the 6th floor and up are as strong as most rank 1 monsters. The Wolf of Prophecy was terrifying. Just how fearsome will that monster be? The members shivered at the horrific memory. That's why I'm telling you not to worry. I spoke as I stared at the Lord of Tears, who seemed to also be staring back at me while hugging the island. It's about time. I still didn't know whether I should be relieved. Honestly, I would have preferred 100 times over for my prediction to have all been wrong and for us to have to just fight the Lord of Terror today. However, 003, 002, 001, luck was never on my side. 0 hours, time to do this. Final day's duration has expired. The labyrinth has closed. You are moved to Rafto. You are moved to Rafto. You are moved to Rafto. An error has occurred. Failed to move you to Raftonia. The bolts of lightning and meteors falling from the sky all disappeared in a moment of quiet. However, that quiet was far from peaceful. It was the calm before the storm. At least I was able to sense that this was the silence before the great storm slammed into us. Crack. It began with a small sound. Crack. Then a small rift appeared in the world. Rip. Crack. Finally, those small cracks connected and branched out like spider webs. The hundreds of adventurers previously at the mercy of the currents of the Lord of Tears witnessed an abnormal event that they had never experienced before. Crock. At last came one more cracking sound that echoed throughout the world. The world shattered into thousands of pieces, and on those fragments, I could see unfamiliar faces, monsters, and locations. A wizard hunting in the great demon realm. A large clan traveling across the dark continent on the 7th floor. A small, no-name team hiking through the snowstorm on ice rock. These people moved across the reflections of the thousands of fragments, like pieces of a shattered mirror. What the who's that? Bjorn. Yandel. Wait, is that the great ocean behind him? Some even spoke in my direction. And then, a snowflake carried on the wind drifted over before melting on the back of my hand. This was the dimensional collapse. An ordinary world forcibly twisted and crushed by an unknown power and turned into a scrunched piece of paper. Crack. Another cracking sound led to the thousands of fragments shattering into millions more. So a dimensional collapse really is happening. Even though I knew of it beforehand, my chest, heart was pounding away in my however, in contrast to my racing heart, my thoughts slowed and honed in instantly on my duty. Stick close to me, I hurriedly shouted. All the members on the boat rushed over to me. Shatter. With the sound of something shattering, the world crumbled again. This is when I regained my senses and raised my head. Gate of the Abyss. A familiar stone gate greeted me. Chapter 819, Lifeline, 3. If someone asked me to choose the worst disaster a player could encounter while playing Dungeon and Stone, I would immediately pick a dimensional collapse without hesitation. And for one big reason alone, you had no idea what would happen to you. When a dimensional collapse occurred, the separation between each floor became meaningless, and the portals that connected all the floors stopped functioning too. It was as if all the tiles on the map turned into random portals. Whenever you pressed a movement key in the game, so every time you took a step in any direction the surrounding area changed, and you were teleported to a random area in the labyrinth. Ba-dump. And that was why it wasn't completely unbelievable that this was where I found myself. Gate of the Abyss. Ba-dump. Even though I had only ever seen it as a 2D sprite in the game, I could instinctively recognize that familiar stone gate. The Gate of the Abyss. The hope and dream of the evil spirits dragged into this other world and the place that led Bicoli to burn his life down in flames for a slim chance to open it. You have discovered the Gate of the Abyss. The moment this gate suddenly appeared before me, my mind went blank, but not because it was bereft of thoughts. It was more like I couldn't focus on any single thought because of how many were firing off at once. Ba-dump. What were the chances that I would land in front of the Gate of Abyss, considering all those areas from the 1st floor to the 10th floor in this vast labyrinth? Ba-dump. Was this a hidden secret that I didn't know about? No. More importantly, what would happen if I took a step forward and opened the gate? Ba-dump. What about the Earth Witch who told me not to open it? What about the palace that was definitely hiding some secret from me? Ba-dump. Did I not need to care about any of that? Would everything come to an end the moment I opened that gate? Would I really be able to return to my original world, just as Oral Gavis said? Then again, that wasn't what I wanted. Ba-dump. Thoughts immediately swirled through my mind, but the ending had already been decided. It doesn't matter, anyway. All sorts of traps littered the area in front of the Gate of the Abyss. The moment I stepped beyond the tile I was currently on, I would face potential extermination. Not to mention, I didn't know exactly which tile I had ended up on. The sheer fact that I had landed on a safe tile among the thousands here was something I needed to be grateful for. That was what I should be feeling. But maybe, just maybe, if I could just get lucky once in my life and run up to that gate while only stepping on the safe tiles, what would happen? Yandel. Just then, Amelia's voice dragged me back to reality. Just what are you thinking so hard about? You've been ignoring me. She was trying to talk to me. Sorry, I said after shaking myself out of it. I just got distracted for a moment. I don't know what you were thinking, but you need to stay focused from this moment on. The dimensional collapse has begun, just like you said it would. Understood. I just barely managed to wrench my attention away from the door, and when I looked back, I could see my clan members looking around on high alert. Alright, there doesn't seem to be anyone who was left behind. I can't sense any monsters nearby. That's a relief to hear, but I have no idea where we are. But, was there a place like this in the labyrinth? I don't know. I've never been to a place like this, at least. Although talk about what this place could be was beginning to circulate. I only told them to stay close and not stray too far without any additional explanation. There was no reason to cause a commotion by going out of my way to tell them that it was the gate of the abyss. Mr. Parav, do you know? Haha, I have no idea either. As a player, Sven Parav definitely would have recognized the gate of the abyss, but he was acting dumb just like I was to avoid drawing any unnecessary suspicion. Although more people than just I knew the truth now, that only applied to the people closest to me, the ones I could trust most. Most of the members here didn't know of my true identity. It's not like staying quiet will do us any harm, so there's no need for me to step up. It's not like we're going to be here for long. Like the universe had heard my thoughts, there was a blinding flash of light, and our surrounding area changed once more, replacing the darkness around us with a bright light and cold, cutting winds. Ice rock this time. I had arrived in the place where I had once fought for my life. I took in the cold winds battering against my skin, recalling the declaration I made in this place. But first, I need to check on the members. I quickly looked around and did a head count. Thankfully, no one was separated this time either. Mr. Yandel. However, this time, a monster had appeared. A monster right in front of us. Kuaak. The beast-type monster charged us right as I finished my count of the clan members. However, before the monster's open jaws could reach me, Erwan fired an arrow that pierced straight through its neck. With a whooshing hiss, it disappeared in a burst of light, leaving behind a monostone, a manticore. Someone mumbled in a daze. It was the rank 5 monster that dropped the leap, which was a personal favorite of mine. Everyone was confused by its appearance. Why is that thing here? Wait, maybe we're not at Ice Rock. No way. We definitely were at Ice Rock. There was a reason for that manticore's sudden and unusual appearance. It's because of the dimensional collapse. Raven piped up. Just like how we suddenly arrived here when we were on the 6th floor just a moment ago, that monster was also dragged here without being able to resist. Since Raven explained in my stead, I didn't need to speak up again. By the way, everyone heard what Mr. Yandel said before, right? Everyone, come here. Even if we have monsters appearing around us, we need to stick together, as closely as we can. If you don't, you might end up falling into place all by flash, yourself. Wow, it wasn't even giving us time to talk. When we opened our eyes this time, we were in a jungle with dense foliage. However, there were no other distinguishing features we could pick out, so it was difficult to say where we were. When we noticed how dark our surroundings were and took a closer look at the trees, though, it's the Great Forest, on the 7th floor, Dark Continent. Of course, it didn't really matter where exactly we were. This was a dimensional collapse. We weren't going to be here for long. Anyway, the real problem wasn't our location, but what we could encounter here, ready for combat. Unlike before, as soon as we opened our eyes, the monsters around us charged as if they had been waiting for us. You have defeated a Deadbun. You have defeated a Red Eye. You have defeated an Iron Rock Hill Guardian soldier. You have defeated an Orc sorcerer. Thankfully, since the monsters were low rank, our battles didn't take that long. Maybe that was why it happened. This dimensional collapse thing is easier than I thought. That damn guildmaster ended up planting a death flag. Every time someone said something like that, something worse was bound to happen. Shut up. It hasn't even truly begun yet. I snapped. Haha, there's no need to say that. Is this insubordination? No, haha, it's nothing like that. Before he could even finish, I punched the guildmaster straight in the face. While I held back because it was just a warning shot, the guildmaster still seemed shocked at being hit out of seemingly nowhere. I stared him down and made myself clear. It's only been 3 minutes since the dimensional collapse began. But you think it'll be easy? I don't care if you think like that in your mind, but never speak it out loud again. I worry that your rotten mental state will infect the others. Wait, that wasn't my intention. Then what was your intention? What if we hadn't faced low-rank monsters? What if it were a rank 1, or even just a rank 2 monster? Then, I couldn't continue my lecture before another flash of light engulfed us and changed the scenery, and then we were at the Dark Continent once more. Judging by the bones scattered about, we must have been at the entrance to the path into the dragon pit. A bone dragonian. There was no point in shouting out a direction, as the rank 3 monster just appeared right in the center of our formation. Well, maybe appeared wasn't the correct word to use. From its perspective, it'd look as if we were the ones who suddenly appeared and surrounded it. Kuaak. Bayola. Before it could go on a rampage, I immediately jumped onto its body and tried to wrestle it into submission. What the hell, already? Although it had only been a few seconds since we were transferred, another flash of light blanketed us. This time, I had no idea where we were. No, to be precise, I didn't have the luxury of taking the time to assess our surroundings. I was too busy suppressing the bone dragonian that had followed us. What are you doing? Kill this thing. Already. There are monsters outside the formation, as well. Team 2, take care of the monsters outside. We'll deal with the bone dragonian. Thankfully, Amelia gave the orders and my Stead to quickly and cleanly deal with the situation, and we continued our battle. However, before we could finish off the Bone Dragonian, our field changed once more. It was one of the most annoying parts about a dimensional collapse. Arg, it's too hectic. It was like an infinite monster wave simulator. Our terrain changed constantly, and monsters rushed us at the same time. Of course, we wouldn't have any problem if we could deal with them before the next jump flash. But when it took too long to deal with a rank 2 or a rank 3 monster, we needed to begin the next wave with a prior handicap in place. Just like now, it's another rank 3 monster. We'll deal with the Bone Dragonian first. The world continued to flicker in and out as our battle stretched on endlessly. Still, we were on the lucky side for now. We hadn't encountered any rank 1 or rank 2 monsters yet. Flash. We even encountered reinforcements. An Abada clan. We'll deal with the rest, so you guys take that side. Oh, alright. I recognized them as the Red Steel clan, from their insignia. There had been 42 of them when they entered the labyrinth, but now, there were only 18 of them left. Apparently, they hadn't stuck as close to each other during the dimensional collapse as we had. One of the Red Steel clan members rolled to the side to dodge a monster attack, and in the next instant, the man's body disappeared as if he had rolled into an invisible portal. Damn it. Johnson got taken. Don't go. Shit, it's already too late. This was another trait of the dimensional collapse. Although we couldn't see them, we were surrounded by walls. The moment anyone crossed one of those invisible walls, they would be transported to a different area without any flashes of light, and unless they were extremely lucky, getting back to their original location was practically impossible. You have defeated a frost wolf. You have defeated an ice golem. You have defeated a Beldinus. EXP +7. You have defeated a storm gush. You have defeated an orc hero. Still, thanks to the addition of the other clan who had been swept up in the dimensional collapse, we were able to slowly but surely deal with all the monsters that came our way. We got a bit of time to catch our breath. It's fate that we met like this. Let us at least introduce. Damn it. Without any time to rest, there was another flash of light, and we were separated from the Red Steel clan without any goodbyes, since they were standing a little ways away from us. You have defeated an Akeltis. You have defeated a Slayer Knight. EXP +7. You have defeated a Garshan. You have defeated a Lucher Talismancer. This process continued on for a while. The field would change with a flash of light, which exposed us to new monsters, and when the flash came again, the monsters we weren't able to kill followed us and kept piling on. GRRK. Once, we were summoned into the middle of the deep sea and had to fight harder than we had ever fought before. Hold on for a little longer. We spent so long sticking close to each other and trying to endure the crushing currents. I don't think I see any more of them. Is it over? Even though we defeated all the monsters around us, the world didn't flash white. I hadn't noticed because of how hectic everything had been. I let out the breath I'd been holding in. How long has it been since our last teleportation? Oh, I think it's been around 10 minutes. Okay, in that case. Oh, is that the end of it? It's easier than I thought. Aner cheered unthinkingly. I was about to tell her off, arguing that she didn't know a thing, but I just let it slide since I had more important things to think about. I even ignored the guildmaster who looked at me with a pitiful expression as if I'd wronged him, and instead just picked up a pebble off the ground and tossed it. The stone that I threw skittered across the ground, plopping and rolling and not disappearing or falling to the ground in the distance. Is it over? I nodded at Raven's question. Yeah, the first wave had completed. Foreshock, main shock, aftershock. Just like how earthquakes could be divided into these 3 stages, the dimensional collapse also had multiple stages of collapse. We're between 2 different waves. It was a temporary period of safety, designated a blank period. From the records left behind by those who survived a dimensional collapse, this blank period was always of different lengths, but they were at least 8 hours each. Raven explained. Then, can we just rest now? Well, if nothing happens before then. Didn't you say this was that blank period or whatever? At Aner's question, Raven gave a wry smile and shrugged. If it was going to be that peaceful, it would have been named rest period instead of blank period. Oh, I see. Explain it to me in simple terms. Although we're better off than before, we're still in danger. We have no idea where we are, and all sorts of monsters would have been dumped onto this floor as well. There might be a rank 1 monster wandering around here, if not worse. I smirked, ignoring the fact that she was able to stay so calm while saying something so terrifying, and took a look around. Raven, do you really not know where we are? What? Oh, only then did she seem to recognize it. The Burning Forest. It was a place that was somewhat special to us. The Burning Forest was the field that allowed entry into the special field Mirror of Fire through the use of the remains of the Milarodon that appeared on the 5th floor Great Demon Realm. You have activated Orb of Fire. It was also the place where I obtained my Orb of Fire, which I was using even now. From what I can tell, you don't plan on sitting down and resting. 8 hours is too long to waste on just resting. If we meet another group of adventurers, we could team up with them, too. Well, that is true. After catching our breath somewhat, I led my members toward the burning forest, the acquisition point of the orb of fire. It'll be useful to have one more on layaway since we're operating as 2 teams now. As we traveled, we continued to encounter monsters that we would have never encountered here that blocked our path, but none of them were too threatening. Whoosh. The continuous fire damage also wasn't to the point where I needed to worry about it. The orb of fire was good enough even without cold blood to stack on top of it. We're nearly there. As we passed by the trees into the heart of the burning forest, a huge monolith revealed itself. For note, this obelisk was only a landmark and didn't have any special function in the game. That was why I only used it as a guidepost when looking for the hut where the orb of fire lay dormant. But was it always this white? It seemed I wasn't the only one who thought something was off. I think something's written on it as well. Hearing what Raven said, I approached the stone to look at it a little closer. Hut. A woman appeared from the side of the monolith, wearing clothes that were way too ordinary looking to be mistaken for adventurer's gear. You She was holding an infant who was crying their heart out. You were here? I've been looking for you. A man appeared from behind them to call for the woman. Let's go home already, Tarvian. And astonishingly called her by a name that I was familiar with. Chapter 820, Lifeline, 4. Tarvian, Tarvian, Tarvian. Where had I heard that name before? Why was it so familiar to me? Those two, what are they saying? While I was standing, observing the man and the woman, Raven's question pierced through the dazed fog of my mind, and only then did I realize it. Oh, they were speaking in the ancient language. Although Raven could read it, her listening and speaking of the language weren't up to par. Wait, let's just wait here for a little longer. You don't know, maybe someone will be here. Travian, in this world, no one. Yeah, sure, let's wait a little bit before going back. The 3 of them existed despite all rationale and reason, perhaps even as a mystery on a different playing field than even this bizarre-looking obelisk. They're wearing regular clothes, use the ancient language, and are even holding an infant. Just who are those people? Raven pressed. This time, I could sense something beyond her initial caution, fear. I didn't blame her, though. Fearing the unknown was a very human reaction. I don't think they were ordinary adventurers. Maybe they're an achievement of Gabrielius. How many of these have I experienced after following Viscount Yondell into the labyrinth? I couldn't tell if that last one was the guild master's muttering to himself in joy or in regret, but I quieted everyone down. I understand that everyone's curious, but stand down for now. If we were too noisy, they could detect us. Thankfully, it didn't seem their senses were heightened enough to have discovered us, so I just continued listening in on their conversation. Not that they had a lot to say. The woman just clutched her child close as she stared up at the stone monument while the young man looked at her with a bit of sadness in his eyes. When the baby cried, the woman consoled and calmed them down, and a conflicted expression stole through the man's eyes as she did so. Let's go back now, Zephyrus. Zephyrus? Why did that name also sound familiar? I was starting to get frustrated with trying to figure out where I'd heard of them. But just then, a thought struck me like a bolt from the blue. However, since I wasn't completely certain yet, Raven, yes, do you remember the names Tarvian and Zephyrus? Not really. There was that one diary we found in the cabin where we obtained the orb of fire. Oh, that diary. That's right. I think those 2 were the names that were in that diary. Lower your voice a little. So, why are you suddenly bringing it up? Oh, that? It seems their names are Tarvian and Zephyrus, I answered flatly. Raven took a moment before shouting out in surprise. Whoops. They probably heard that one. I quickly shut her mouth with my hand, and turned my head to look at the man and woman. Zephyrus, did you hear that? I did. The 2, who had been on their way elsewhere, suddenly turned around in our direction, wary and on guard. Thanks to us crouching down between the burning trees, we fortunately weren't spotted. Ba-dump. However, moments like these were always the most nerve-wracking when playing hide-and-seek. Okay, but why am I even scared? Wouldn't it be better if I just walked out to talk to them? It'd save time too. We need to go check. Maybe there's a survivor. It must have been a demon who made that sound. Let's go already. But the day will soon come to an end. Let's go. Okay. They concluded the sound must have come from a demon and turned around to head off. Looks like we won't need to wander around this time, I mused. What? If we just follow them, we'll arrive at that cabin where we got the orb of fire. Raven shot me a sidelong look and remained silent. Oh, did I sound too much like a villain just then? The 2-story stone cabin was situated in the middle of the forest. I had visited it both in the game and in reality, and unlike Stone Monument, I could immediately tell the difference between the 2 versions the moment I saw it. A whirring dome was shielding the building, producing a similar effect to the one produced by the orb of fire. Inside, the walls of the house were clean without a single blemish, and the wooden entrance also showed no signs of having been burned down, looking very well kept. And on top of all that, they're living a pretty good life. A single tree was growing in their small yard. It seemed to have been planted recently, as the tree was very small. Raven, do you remember the contents of the diary we read inside that house back then? Give me a second. I think I wrote it down back then, somewhere in my subspace. Oh, right, here, day 192. The rescue team did not come today, either. Now, there are only 3 of us left in the expedition. Tarvian suggested building a house, and I agreed. Demon meat tasted disgusting, as usual. No. Day 271. A decent-looking house was calm. No. What's the point of living when the world has ended, you ask? Even if everything burns down, there is still hope. As proof, we are. Still, I didn't care for the whining, so to just summarize the important parts. Day 467. Tarvian is pregnant. Whose child could it be? Day 672. No, 673? I don't know, but something big happened. The orb of fire began to lose its power. Already, the outer walls are getting scorched by fire. Only the wizard, Tarvian, can fix it. But even if she sacrifices her life to prolong the duration, what meaning is there? Day 711. At long last, Zephyrus and I agreed on something. Today, we die. If the world has not ended by the witches, and if someone, someday, finds this place, I hope you use the object in the hand basement to save the world. Although I said they were important parts, these diary entries didn't have anything that useful in them, so I decided to just use them as a reference. Erwin, can you overhear the conversation they're having inside? I can hear them, but I can't understand what they're saying. Oh, right. They spoke in the ancient language. Then what should we do now? We did follow them all the way here, but I had no idea what I needed to do from this point on. Should I just continue observing them? It was the easiest choice available to us, but I was worried about our situation. After the blank period passed, we'd get swept up in the dimensional collapse once more. We'd already spent quite a bit of time coming all the way here, and the other members needed to rest for what time we had left. I'll be right back, I announced. What? I'll go and check by myself, so keep an eye out from here. Don't do anything unless I call for you first. A few members looked at me as if to ask if I really needed to go over there, but it didn't take long for me to convince them. From the situation, it's clear that they're an achievement of Gabrielius. If we get lucky, we might be able to obtain something that'll help us get through this predicament. Still, if I sense that you're in danger, I will act. Got it? I'll trust you. With that sorted, I steadied my breathing and headed toward the house. The barrier word, it truly did seem to have the same functionality as the orb of fire. Even though it worked well in keeping the flame out, it offered up no resistance to me passing through. Although I went out of my way not to hide my presence, I couldn't hear anyone or anything being alerted from inside the house. Were their levels so low that they couldn't even detect me? Or was it simply because they weren't on guard against someone potentially invading their home? I didn't know, but soon enough, I was stepping up to the threshold of their door and gingerly lifting my hand. Knock, knock, knock. There came the sound of something crashing, and the conversation inside abruptly cut off. Clearly, they were startled. I didn't agitate them any further than that and just waited in front of the door. Soon enough, I felt a presence peek through the window next to me, so they were trying to observe me through that. We open? Maybe. Expedition. It be demon. Rather, ambush. I fire. For talk. Later. Hide. Because of how quietly they were speaking, I couldn't pick out their words. Not looking directly at them might be best. I acted like I couldn't sense their presence either and grabbed the door knocker once more, knocking 3 times before speaking in the ancient language. Anyone home? I purposefully spoke to tell them that I was a conversable entity. This seemed to help a lot as I heard a response from beyond the door. Who are you? Well, how should I respond to get the best reaction? If I said I came here to take the orb of fire, it would probably lead to a battle. Did you perhaps see the signal? To save us. Signal. I echoed. The monowave emitter. Did you not see one on your way here? There were a few set up around the area. Oh, was he talking about that monolith? So that was what it was, something like a radio tower. Who are you? Are you the rescue party? Perhaps suspicious of my answer, the voice that spoke next was audibly more guarded. Inwardly, I clicked my tongue, debating how to introduce myself. I'm not from the rescue party, I replied. Eventually, since it was obvious I would be found out if I lied, I decided to answer the question truthfully. Immediately, I picked up on the resulting disappointed sigh. They had apparently still held on to hope despite their raised suspicions. I didn't give the man any time to think and asked in return, by the way, are you from the expedition party? You know of us. Somewhat. I pulled from my memory of what I'd read in the diary, matching the details of their story as closely as possible. As a result, they seemed to come to the conclusion that I wasn't their enemy. By the way, could you open the door so we can chat? I have no intention of hurting you. When they didn't respond, I added, you should know that I have no problem breaking the door down since I came all the way here without issue. Even while saying that, I tried as carefully as I could not to make it sound like a threat, and my good intention seemed to have reached them. As the door slowly creaked open a moment later, please come in. A man opened the door and guided me. Inside, the man named Zephyrus, whom I had seen before. Given how I couldn't see anyone else, he must have told the other two to hide. Slowly, Zephyrus began, if you're not from the rescue party, just who are you? And how did you come to find this place when there are demons all over the place? Could it be that it hasn't ended yet? Questions peppered me as soon as I entered. This was probably the reason that he let an utter stranger like me into his home. He was more desperate for a conversation than I was. Talking with another person was a potential lifeline that had found him in this world of despair. Still, though, how should I answer him? After thinking for a second, I decided to dodge this question. I had already personally experienced quite a lot of the story regarding the Empire, and I'd heard the important parts from Ardenac long ago as well. I could deceive him if we kept the conversation short. Answer me, please. Has the world not ended yet? No, it hasn't ended yet. Oh, by the gods, have you perhaps heard of Raftonia? I have. My best friend was from that territory. But why do you ask? Damn, as I thought, this was the exact era and time I'd suspected it was. Alright, looks like he's taking the bait. I went for a bold move in my story. Currently, all the survivors from across the world are gathering there to form a new kingdom. How? What about the curse? What are they doing about the curse? The witch's curse cannot cross over into Raftonia. That land is the final citadel. Is that true? Then please take us there, please. 8:20 p.m. Greek letter theta. The witch's curse cannot cross over into Raftonia. That land is the final citadel. Is that true? Then please take us there, please. In his excitement, he mistakenly revealed the others by saying we, but I didn't pay it too much mind and continued, Well, as I put my hand on my chin and looked down at him, he gulped in nervousness. I cannot take someone I do not know there. You could do things that harm the territory instead. Now, the roles had shifted. And no, we're from the expedition. There's no way we Then tell me everything that happened to you until now. Alright, let's hear that story of yours. Chapter 821, Lifeline, 5. Where should I begin? When the man began his story with that, I immediately cut him off and told him the answer plainly, from the very beginning. No reason to worry about a little bit of summarizing here or there, just tell me everything about your life. It wasn't a typical ask, of course, but under these special circumstances where I was practically interviewing him, it was plausible enough. The Imperial Western Front, that is where I was born and raised. Zephyrus was part of the generation born at the end of the Continental Age, when the war with the witch was at its peak. To put it another way, he was born when the world didn't have long until its end. My mother joined the war as a nurse officer, and my father was an ordinary soldier. Battles were waged every day, and every time one of those battles occurred, he lost someone close to him. His parents weren't exempt from that brutal list. When I became an orphan at 11, I immediately volunteered for the army. I wasn't motivated by anything like anger against the monsters or a sense of patriotism. It was just the only thing I could do, the only thing I knew how to do. Fortunately, he was talented in the art of warfare. From a foot soldier to a unit leader, from a unit leader to a centurion. With every subsequent battle, he gained more of a reputation for his achievements and quickly rose up the ranks. Well, it's not so much that I accomplished anything great, but really that the people above me continued to die out one by one. I just happened to be able to fill that empty station. Although that was how he saw it, I took his words to mean he was being humble. Honestly, even if it was odd to say, the fact that he survived meant that he was strong. As you know, the situation out there isn't good. The Western Front, where I grew up, was pushed until we just couldn't possibly maintain that battle line any longer. In the end, we were absorbed into the Central Forces. Even in this new environment, however, he did his absolute best to survive, and he continued to grow stronger. Thankfully, there were many paths I could take. Since the world was coming to an end, we didn't have any additional ladders we needed to climb. The martial arts of the ancient and historical dukedom, magic, even the crafting techniques that were passed down to specific units, all of them were things any common soldier could study. Over time, Zephyrus started to make a name for himself, and just as he began to receive some recognition from his higher-ups, I heard a rumor that an expedition force was to be created. Naturally, I volunteered. You're asking if it was because of the loathing I felt for the monsters? Well, I won't deny it played some part in it. If I could, I would immediately go and rip apart that witch and create a world where monsters like this didn't exist. But the true reason that Zephyrus joined the expedition force was because of one single sentence. I heard that if this expedition succeeded, this war would end. That was enough for me. I was honestly getting pretty sick of this life of death and death alone, and I didn't have a choice either. The world was already heading for its doom. I needed to do whatever I could. And so, Zephyrus joined the expedition force and headed out in hopes of saving the world. The first destination of the expedition force was that cave where everything began. There, we defeated the First Lord of the Witch's army. And by the First Lord, you mean Dreadfear, that murderous monster, that thing born of an unexplainable mutation from consuming that transformative drug, the one that even the witch wasn't able to save, a transformative drug, one that even the witch wasn't able to save. While I didn't know enough to understand everything he said, I certainly recognized one thing: Dreadfear, the Lord of the First Floor. Given the title of terror, I had a few things I wanted to ask Zephyrus, but I held back and continued to listen to his story. But why do you ask about that? It's as if this is the first time you're hearing about the First Lord, because if I didn't, he would begin to doubt my identity if I asked him something I should obviously know. There was a chance that his entire conversation could crumble if I made a mistake. It's nothing. Continue talking, I urged, waiting him out as he hesitated. Well, sure. Zephyrus talked for a while after that. After defeating the First Lord, our next goal was to defeat the Second Lord. For that, we split our expedition force into 4 groups and each headed to different areas: the Rock Desert, the Goblin Forest, the Den of Beasts, the Land of the Dead. After heading to those 4 locations, the expedition force fought a fierce battle and was finally able to defeat the Lord of Regret. In the end, after that, we arrived at the witch's hut. Then, as planned, we succeeded in fooling the Third Lord and summoning him too. By that point, I didn't even need to ask him leading questions. Although I had no idea how the two were connected, the route of the expedition force lined up with the route up the floors of the labyrinth. The battle itself wasn't difficult. As planned, we defeated the Third Lord, and we left to go defeat the fourth. The tower in the sky, they call it. That's what those blasted pilgrims, who treat the earth and the sky the same, called it. To praise the witch, they said, even though the building led into the ground. It's not widely known, but that tower was constructed by the Empire. They dug deep into the ground to seal the evil god there and put a gatekeeper to watch over the seal. Well, in the end, the territory was taken over by the witch and her pilgrims, who renamed it instead. In any case, the Fourth Lord was a very difficult enemy. Zephyrus shivered, as if just thinking about the Fourth Lord was enough to make him feel fear. Even so, the story continued with the expedition force defeating the Lord of the Heavenly Sky. We then arrived at our final destination, the Great Demon Realm. Only at this point did I learn the expedition's true goal. We went there to kill the Fifth Lord, Siliot, for the crime of betraying the Empire and serving the witch, and then to seal the evil god once more, and after that, to kill the witch. However, that goal couldn't be accomplished. After entering the Great Demon Realm, he and his group members were separated from the expedition force during combat, and after a few more died off, he had no choice but to sit around here wait for a rescue party. That is my story. Even I don't think it's that interesting. I have a few questions. I began once he had finished. Go for it. It seems my life is currently in your hands. Why do you believe that the world ended? From what I could tell, all that happened to you was your team getting separated from the others. That expedition force was the final hope of humanity. And if that expedition succeeded, this sea of fire that surrounds this building would have disappeared as well. The expedition failed. The world ending just because the expedition failed. It was proof of how dire the situation had truly been and how the Empire had brainwashed the expedition force before sending them out for their mission. Then, Zephyrus hesitantly asked for confirmation. Am I wrong? I let a bitter laugh escape me. Oh, the expedition probably had failed in the end. However, they wouldn't have failed in the Great Demon Realm. First floor, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. The route the expedition force had taken was in line with the floors of the labyrinth. No, I suspected that the expedition had continued on for a while. Past the Great Demon Realm, they would have set out into the open ocean, then gone past a dark continent and defeated the one called Lord in Ice Rock. They would have then made their way through the Land of Dawn and the Tomb of Stars and even reached the Abyss. So what in the world happened? In the end, I was left disappointed, knowing I would not get to hear those stories from Zephyrus, the man left behind on the 5th floor. Tell me, did the expedition fail? You will naturally learn of it when you leave, I answered shortly. Alright, then, I'll ask the second question. Go on. What are these lords? It was something that had caught my attention while listening to his story. Just, what were these beings called lords? I awaited his answer in anticipation. How does this question help prove that I won't be of harm to Raftonia? Oh, well, that was true, but I widened my shoulders and glared down at him to intimidate him. Are you talking back? No, Zephyrus squeaked, hunching into himself a little more. It's not that I don't want to answer, but I have no idea why you're asking me this question. I'm not expecting you to understand. You just need to answer my question. Is this a test? A test? Not a bad assumption. When I just stood my ground and stared down at him, he couldn't bear the pressure and ended up speaking first. I still don't know what this is about, but I'll tell you everything I know. The lords, they are pilgrims born through the authority of the witch, and they possess power that exceeds the laws of the world. More than exceeds the natural laws. They can ignore them. However, not everyone agrees on how they were created. Even just the first lord is a point of contention. Having been a prisoner of war, the imperial army forced him to consume a drug that would destroy his mind and body, then be reborn into a new living weapon. But for some reason, it went on a rampage and became the first among the lords instead. They never leave their own territories, and since they're practically the kings of those areas, they were named as the lords of the witch's army. The second, the fourth, and the fifth lords obeyed the witch with unquestioning loyalty, while the first and the third lords were just murderous monsters moving on instinct, not making a distinction between friend and foe. Some even suggested that birth of the lords was instigated by the witch, and that they were created because the witch wasn't able to fully control the powers she possessed. That is all I know. I see. The explanation he gave me was all over the place, but it didn't seem like he had a concrete understanding of the lords either. Third question. Why did the expedition force go after the lords and the evil god? Isn't that obvious? The lords were made to protect the witch, and the evil god is the witch's ally. But the way you asked that, is there perhaps something that I don't know? I clicked my tongue. This guy kept parrying my questions with his own. I'll just ignore him. Final question. Are you alone here? Zephyrus shut his mouth tight as a wary expression fell over his face. He's doubting me after all this time. Well, I could understand why. Even though he decided to put his trust in me, he couldn't make that decision for the others. He was hesitating out of concern for his allies, not wanting to make a reckless decision and bring them harm. Finally, after a long pause, Zephyrus began to speak. He's not alone, another man said, cutting Zephyrus off as he appeared from above the stairs. The man looked to be more than 6 feet tall and in his mid-30s, sporting a messy beard and stark facial features that made him look even stronger. I didn't recognize him, but I did feel a sense of connection with him. Zephyrus is in front of me. Tarvian is a woman, and since he's not a baby, there was only one person left after the process of elimination. Do excuse me, but I heard everything you said during the conversation from above. He was the author of the diary. Greetings. I am Ormy Nork. My brain short-circuited at those two familiar names combined into one, but then rebooted itself nearly instantly. There was only one person left after the process of elimination. Do excuse me, but I heard everything you said during the conversation from above. He was the author of the diary. Greetings. I am Ormy Nork. My brain short-circuited at those two familiar names combined into one, but then rebooted itself nearly instantly. The Ormy Revolutionary Corps and Nork. For your reference, I am the one from Raftonia that he was talking about. And Raftonia on top of all that? This is getting very interesting. There was no such thing as a coincidence. Chapter 822, Lifeline, 6. Ormy Nork was a part of the expedition force and had ended up trapped in the burning Great Demon Realm after being separated from the main force with his two allies. And I knew how he would die. Day 711. At long last, Zephyrus and I agreed on something. Today, we die. In the end, this entire group would greet death in despair. Do you know who I am? The moment I realized the author of that diary was named Ormy Nork, my thoughts took a different turn. What if he didn't die on that day? What if he escaped this place, reached the city of Raftonia to create the Ormy Revolutionary Corps sometime later, and then ultimately succeeded in constructing the underground city of Nork? Is that too much of a leap in logic? Maybe, but I couldn't just ignore the theory either. In the end, imagination was just a combination of accrued data. My imagination had created this plausible theory the moment I heard the name Ormy Nork and the keyword Raftonia. There are some inconsistencies, though. The Ormy Revolutionary Corps in the city of Nork didn't have a lot of history with them. At most, they'd been around for a few hundred years before our present time. There was an immense gap in time between this ancient era and the current world. No, I don't, I answered firmly. I thought I'd heard about you once before, but I don't remember. In the end, I decided to dig for more information. It was clear there was some connection between this man, Nork, and the Ormy Revolutionary Corps. It makes sense if you came from Raftonia. Our family is one of the oldest vassal families of Raftonia, so you may have interacted with one of the people of my family. I could see the intense desire burning in Ormy Nork's eyes when he said it, too, an unyielding will of sorts, to return alive no matter what. Of course, that didn't snuff out all of his lingering doubts. But, is it true that Raftonia survived? That it became the sole citadel that stopped the witch's curse? He spoke as if he still couldn't believe my words, but then quickly continued, take us there, quickly. I wish to confirm it with my own eyes. I have not finished my verification test. Is there a need for that? If that man is still the Lord, I'm certain he'll welcome me with open arms when that is your opinion. I sternly cut him off. The man became flustered, not knowing how to respond. Seeing his reaction, I calmly asked him another question. What is the name of the Lord of Raftonia? To be honest, I'd asked because I wasn't sure myself. However, he seemed to think it was a confirmation question, so he gave me the answer I wanted. Revision Kamal B. Raftonia. Oh, so the immortal was still the ruler. As I checked another theory off my mental list is confirmed, he carried on to say, any question will do. I will answer them all. So please, let us. No, we're fine. There is a mother with her young child. Just those two. Please take them to Raf. Suddenly, he cut himself off before he could speak the full name. An uncanny sense of unease fell over me as the silence settled between us. No, it was more than just unease. Something was off. His pleading voice and sorrowful expression had been wiped away completely, and now, he just stared at me. I shot a glance at Zephyrus, only to find the same was true for him as well. As if time had stopped, the two men in front of me went deadly quiet and just looked at me with a blank expression, like two broken robots. Badump. In unexpected situations, my instinct always leaped before my reason. Rather than analyzing the situation I was in, my hand jumped to my shield, ready to lift it at any moment. And then, the moment I entered my combat-ready stance, he spoke. Stop. The words were not on the ancient language we had been communicating in this entire time, but in the Raftonian language. I understand that you didn't intend on coming here, but do not make fools out of these people any more than you already have. Badump. As the low beat of my heart thumped in my ears, I slowly parted my lips, although I had no idea what had just happened. Who are you? His character had just changed. The man didn't immediately answer my question. Instead, he merely stared at me for a good long while as he collected his thoughts. Eventually, he revealed, if you go into the basement, you will find the orb of fire. With that, it will empower the orb of fire you already possess by another step. Oh, there was an effect like that? While I was still marveling a little at that fun fact, the man continued coldly, so after you obtain that, leave this place immediately. That is the sole reward you will be able to gain from your visit to this place. To be honest, the entire situation was a surprise to me. I didn't know what was actually going on, but it wasn't as if I had any way of figuring out who this guy in front of me was. However, I knew one thing for sure. Who the hell is he to boss me around? This guy didn't know how to deal with barbarians at all. With how much of an asshole he was being, I wouldn't do what he asked me, even if I'd planned on doing it in the first place. Well, you're wrong, I rebutted. Rewards aren't just physical things. Now piss off and stop getting in my way. I need to finish my conversation with this man named Ormy Nork. Sure, I was beyond curious who this entity was, but I tried my best not to make it obvious, and it was for one very simple reason. The person who desired less was usually the one who would take control of the conversation. He was practically spilling all his beans for me, and now this weird guy appeared in his stead. I complained, huffing to make my point. I watched his brow twitch into a frown for a split second. From my experience, that was a sign that he was getting pissed with me, despite being so offended, though he wasn't doing anything. So talking is all he can do. Because there was still some doubt in my mind, I decided to experiment a little bit. If you want me to leave, why didn't you say this instead? In exchange for taking the orb of fire, please leave this place without causing a scene. Something like that. When he didn't respond, I continued, can you not do that? Wow, I don't know how you were raised, but you have no manners. The entity went to speak, but I quickly interrupted him. Whatever, just bring that guy back. I have nothing to say to you. He remained silent for a while before asking, if I say that, will you leave? Oh, was he actually going to do it? With no way of knowing for certain, I just shrugged. I'll see. One genuine word could be the thing that changes everything. In exchange for taking the orb of fire, please leave this place. Wow, he actually did it. I tensed my facial muscles to stop the edges of my lips from curling up. That's better, then, but isn't it common sense for you to introduce yourself when you're requesting something? Having been caught in the trap of to shake in anger, however, it seemed that barbarian common sense, the entity began, was all he could do. As soon enough, he was revealing his identity to me. I am Ormy Nork. Oh, so you're the original. Then, if you know that much, then this conversation will be quick. What you were just talking to was an entity that is a reenactment of my past self. I just tossed the word original out there, without much thought, so the immediate response I got back was shocking enough to nearly make me shout. Still, there was something that pulled me straight back to reality. Since I've introduced myself, can you now help? He was taking every opportunity he got together. He shot me a confused look. Since you know now, make your request and your introduction together. I am the original Ormy Nork. Please do not taint this memory any further and leave with the orb of fire, please. The request was extremely polite compared to before. Once again, I gave it a serious moment of thought before handing him an answer. I don't want to. What? I'm not leaving. That's not what you promised. What promise? I said. I'll see. I am genuinely begging you. And I took a genuine moment to consider it, and I'm not leaving. You were planning on making a fool out of me from the beginning. Make a fool out of you? What are you talking about? You made a sincere request, and I took a sincere amount of time to think before refusing your request. Is there a problem with your head? You should know your place. Resorting to insults now. Since this shameless individual had no intention of learning his manners despite my teachings and had even misinterpreted my genuine response, I no longer saw a reason to continue going easy on him. Even as he shouted, I didn't retreat but instead took a big step forward, using my barbarian figure to my advantage to look down at him. What are you going to do about it? Size and battle strength didn't have much correlation at our levels. From the looks of things, you can't do much about me being here, can you? But our conversation up to this point had proven to me that he posed me no threat, because you would have kicked me out already. Am I wrong? As I expected, he fell quiet. However, it didn't seem he was a complete fool, as he skipped past all the unnecessary dialogue and went straight to the point. What do you want? Information, or physical rewards equivalent to that? That orb is all the physical reward you can take from here. That would have been the case originally, but we aren't in a normal situation now, are we? Things had progressed to the point that an entity claiming to be the original version of himself had appeared. It was clear that he'd cough up something if I continued to shake him down. Apparently, though, he had seen through my clear as day intentions. He bit his lip in anger. Shameless bastard. To my ears, that's a compliment. There are no physical rewards I can give you. I don't even have that authority in me to begin with. Then you'll need to give me information. I've met a few people like you who call themselves the original. Just what are you? Are you using your right to remain silent? He smirked. And if I am, what will you about it? Well, so that was the approach he was going to take. Well, I don't know yet, I admitted. But if you keep staying quiet, I'll go down and take the orb of fire from your basement. He snorted at that. That attitude of his didn't last long. However, after that, I'll destroy everything. I'll destroy the house, destroy Zephyrus, destroy your body, and even destroy that mother, even the mother, he mumbled in apparent shock. So this guy didn't know what true equality was. Didn't you ask what I'd do? I've only told you the answer you wanted to hear. And if I happen to make good on my word, what can you do then? I taunted. I will recreate everything. The orb of fire, this house, their lives. I can just recreate them again. This whole thing is but a play created by that child to begin with. Now I kept quiet, waiting for him to finish. Soon enough, he revealed, however, even if I am able to restore everything, I cannot bear to see you beat Tarvian to death. Oh, fine. You win, barbarian. Ask me something else. I will answer everything I can, then, but I cannot tell you about my origins. That is something that I cannot share even if I wanted to, so don't get it twisted. Oh, even so, my answers are sure to be better than the ones my past self was giving you. I know much more now than he did back then. I guess that's true. Still, I couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with my gains somehow. Now, choose. I have presented you with all the possible options. Those words were his final declaration. After taking a moment to think, I gave a nod. Sure, it was time to have an intelligent discussion. Chapter 823, Lifeline, 7. The intelligent conversation that followed was peaceful and effective. I asked, and he answered, no tricks or tomfoolery to be had. Then I'll ask this first. In the past, I happened to come across your diary and read it. On the final page of that diary, it said, today, we die. What happened after that? He answered my first question willingly, revealing to me a dark story that he wove in a calm and matter-of-fact tone. We all decided to die together, and so we ate the drug that Travian created for us. However, for some reason, I didn't die. It may have been because of a resistance that I had built up after consuming all sorts of transformative drugs while I was a soldier. Their plans to die together on the same day failed when Ormi Nork survived. There weren't any more drugs left, so I left this home where my allies slept and wandered out. I couldn't find the demons that I was looking for, but it didn't matter. The flames burned my skin, and the scalding air ruined my lungs. With this, I thought I'd be able to return to their side soon enough. However, if this second plan had succeeded, he wouldn't be here telling me this story. Even so, I survived. How is that possible? I wondered. While I was slowly being burned alive, a demon appeared, a welcome creature that would end my suffering. However, when I approached it with a smile, an arrow suddenly flew in and shot it in the back of its head. The man bit down on his lip in pain before continuing. It was the rescue party, the people whom the four of us had been so desperately waiting for. Even as I lost consciousness due to the exhaustion of it all, I could hear that voice, that gentle voice, telling me not to worry, that I would survive. With that, the man closed his eyes in despair, And when he woke up later, a few days had passed, and I had been saved by the rescue party and was being transported out of this damn great demon realm. He told the party to return to where he had been, to retrieve the remains of his allies at least, but the rescue party refused and said they didn't have the luxury for something like that. A wave of regret swept over me. Just one day. If we had made our decision just one day later, everyone would have been rescued. We would have all survived. Having been rescued after years of waiting, the man contemplated what was left for him in this life. Should I live, or should I die? However, that decision had already been made for him as well. The living had their own responsibilities to fulfill. After all, in the end, he wasn't able to throw himself down the cliff of despair, and so his story continued. However, before I heard the rest of it, I asked one thing. This rescue party you're talking about, who were they? Raftonia. What? Revision B Raftonia. The Immortal. Revision 3. More specifically, it was him and the allies he had been making history with. Fate had inexplicably twisted for the man, who could welcome only death. In truth, the man had met the Immortal before this encounter. The Immortal was of the direct bloodline of the Territory Lord's family, after all, and this man was a son of one of the vassal houses. However, when the war intensified, a conscription order was given to even the territories in the countryside, and I had to leave the territory before I was even of age. Because of that, there was a long gap of 20 years before this reunion. Curious, I asked what was he like. Even though it had been a while since I had seen him, he was the same as before. He hadn't lost his cheerful persona and was still witty with his words. He had the energy of a prankster, but I could always sense the respect and care he had for those around him. So he was normal. Normal. Well, perhaps, I suppose you could see it that way. That is, if the world had been in that situation. Then, the man said, his laughter and bright energy didn't suit this hopeless world. Having met him again, how do I put this? He had become great. Great enough that even an ordinary person like me could notice in an instant. I hadn't expected a guy with the name of Nork to praise the Immortal. The strangeness of it left me reeling for a bit after, but I decided to focus for now. I would get my chance to sort through the feeling hearing the rest of his story. In this world without hope, he had been roaming around the continent with his allies to find that hope again. That was how he was able to find me in the Great Demon realm. What happened after that? He took me to Raftonia first so that they could restock their equipment. That must have been nice, being able to return home after so long. Well, I don't know if I'd call that place my home. Noticing my obvious confusion, he explained, it wasn't the Raftonia I knew. Instead, it was a shelter created deep in the underground to survive the end. The survivors there were struggling to just pass the day. The moment he said it, I got the feeling this shelter he was talking about was, in fact, Nork. I did hear that that city had been created by Raftonia once upon a time, hence the dimensional square. There, only after their skills developed did they leave the underground, build the city walls, and create the grand kingdom of Raftonia as it was now. In any case, I returned to that Raftonia, and he parted with his group once more, leaving me the heavy burden of managing the shelter. I still have no idea what he saw in me to entrust such an important task to me. Maybe it was the historic vassal name of Nork that I possessed, or maybe he wanted to give me a purpose when I had been left to wander away my days, just waiting for death. The man couldn't have known this, but while he had been left behind and did his best to manage the shelter, Revision had gone off for his grand adventure. Every time he returned, survivors from with every corner of the world returned him and gathered together. The shelter developed, and the number of people who left on his journeys with him increased as well. And so, time passed. He finally finished his great journey and discovered the hope for this world. What was it? I cannot answer any question related to my origin. However, you should already know what it is. I let out a quiet mumble. The labyrinth. The man didn't respond, but that was answer enough. If I combine this with the information Arda gave me, does that mean the Immortal obtained the power of origin at the end of his journey? This secret ancient history was filled to the brim with interesting and exciting plot points. However, unfortunately for me, all the stories that followed were locked away beyond my reach. Did you know? Sometimes, hope only births even deeper despair. The hope that he discovered was no different from looking away from the despair in front of our eyes and toward a different source of despair. How about you just tell me directly what this is, instead of going in circles with riddles? I grunted. I cannot. I sighed. Was this another one of those questions related to the origin or something? Having learned all truths, he devised a plan to save the world. The uninformed were satisfied with this, but those who knew the truth could only be horrified at his plans. And I suppose you can't tell me what this plan was. He was silent. Yeah, figures. It's fine. So just tell me everything else you can tell me. Those who agreed to his plans were sick and tired of the underground. They left with him and created a kingdom above ground. Those who couldn't agree to his plan, including me, remained in the underground city. This felt like an itch I couldn't scratch. Although I now knew why the underground refuge city of Raftonia was called Nork, the questions that I actually wanted answered weren't being answered. What about the Ormy Revolutionary Corps? I pressed, getting impatient. Can you not tell me anything about it either? I have told you everything I can. What about Gabrielius? What kind of bastard is that guy? He was the greatest companion on the journey Revision took, and the man who executed that terrible plan. Well, in the end, he also seemed to have changed his mind and turned away. What do you mean by turned away? Silence. Man, I'd wanted to get a decent answer for that one at least. Still, combined with everything I'd heard from Arda, I got the sense that I was taking gradual steps toward the truth about this world. Alright, then I've told you everything I could. I hope that you can leave now. As he signaled that this conversation was over, I gave a stern shake of my head. No matter how much you push me, I have nothing else I can tell. That's not it. I'll need to take what is mine before I go. Wasn't he the one who told me I could upgrade my orb of fire? Pretty sure the basement is that way, correct? I was going to get what I could and then leave. You have obtained the pristine orb of fire. The orb of fire in your possession has evolved into perfect orb of fire. When I went down to the basement and grabbed the other orb of fire, it combined with the one I originally had and changed its appearance. Although its form didn't change completely, the flame that was burning within the orb seemed to grow much more powerful. I can test out its effects later. Still, this was incredibly interesting to me. An event like this had never appeared, not even when I obtained 2 orbs of fire. Did it have to be the orb of fire from this place in particular? Just then, a new question popped into my mind. Nork, where are we? Just what was this place? I could tell it wasn't simply the hidden world accessible through Mila Rodin's mirror. Shelter. Oh, the field name was different from the jump. How do you enter this place? What are the conditions? He took a pause, then said, I cannot tell you. As the name suggests, this place is my shelter, one that I cannot allow anyone else entry into. But then how did we end up here? You can only access it if the entire labyrinth is unstable. Must mean the method of entry is pretty difficult. Was it something like gathering 7 different orbs of fire like that one show? Well, not that it mattered now that I'd finished. Now leave. I have given you everything I have to give. Hey, don't rush me. I'll be forced to leave at some point, whether or not I want to stay. Though Nork didn't respond, I exited the basement back into the living room and took a moment to look around. Zephyrus was still standing tall near the door like a broken robot. If I went upstairs, the woman named Tarvian and the child would probably be in a similar state. This whole thing is but a play created by that child to begin with. Suddenly, I recalled that phrase I heard from Nork. Why did that wordplay leave such an impression on me? A play just for one person. I think I get why this place is called shelter. Nork didn't respond to my mumblings, and for some reason, I couldn't help but say it. When I saw his muted reaction, are you satisfied? No answer came this time either. However, his expression was an answer in and of itself. It was one of bitterness, as if to ask back how I could even think he could be satisfied. My instinctive barbarian repulsion to anyone who looked like that activated, and I ended up patting him strongly on his back. Smack, smack. The slaps made quite a loud sound each time, too. What are you? He freaked out like a neutral monster who just got damaged, and I rushed to speak before the situation could escalate. Just hold on for a little longer. What? I don't like how everything is now either. Honestly, I had nothing else I could say to him. I knew too little to make any promises to him. Were you perhaps trying to console me? He asked, belatedly realizing my intentions. I just shrugged at that, then left the house. Whoosh. Because the protection of the orb of fire was no longer present within, the building began to burn down as I moved farther away. I took a moment to stop and watch, then clicked my tongue. When we eventually left, that building would rebuild itself, and that guy would secretly watch the events of his past play out like some pervert. My feelings were clear now. I don't like this at all, and when I didn't like something, I needed to get rid of it. That was the way of the barbarian. After leaving Nork's shelter, I regrouped with my allies, who had been carefully observing the area. We then began to reorganize ourselves before the dimensional collapse resumed. Those who needed to rest rested plentifully, and those who had some time freely talked with each other about what would soon happen, prepared for any and all scenarios to come. As for me, I went with Raven to check on the effectiveness of the newly upgraded orb of fire. Oh, there's no way the numbers are wrong, right? Why are you the one asking that? The results were surprising to say the least. All fire damage within 15 yards is decreased by 90%. The phrase continuous damage had disappeared. The effect now applied to all fire damage. A 15-yard radius where all fire damage within its aura would be decreased by 90%. This is nuts. The results were surprising to say the least. All fire damage within 15 yards is decreased by 90%. The phrase continuous damage had disappeared. The effect now applied to all fire damage. A 15-yard radius where all fire damage within its aura would be decreased by 90%. This is nuts. Fire was nothing now. Chapter 824, Every Man for Himself. 1. Fire damage resistance of 90%. Not just for myself, either, but in an area around me. The implications of these two simple sentences were massive. I mean, think about it. No matter how high the floor was, I could practically ignore any fire-based rifts, and in the same vein, I didn't need to fear rank 1 monsters as long as they used fire-based attacks. Well, in theory, anyway. You couldn't really tell what was inside most rifts until you entered them. Thus, it was difficult to single out a rift as fire-based and hunt those in particular. Also, rank 1 monsters could only be found on the 9th and 10th floors, and our stats and builds were severely lacking to hut straight there with just our belief in the orb of fire. Maybe the first underground floor's library? I suddenly recalled the place that allowed us to summon whatever we wanted, though I quickly closed that line of thought. We had just barely been able to escape from that place, and we had even had to form a contract to never return in the process. Since I had already signed the contract and paid the price, there was no guarantee on what would happen if I went back. No, wait, a conversation I had with the village chief, now Jerome Saintard, flashed through my mind. 10 to 15 years when short, and 30 or 40 years in between when long. Corpses like this fell from the sky, and I suspect that it could be related to dimensional collapses. The village chief had produced the adventurer's journals recovered from the corpses as proof of his hypothesis, and I had confirmed that they were records of adventurers who had been swept up in a dimensional collapse. There was already precedent for this. If I keep getting thrown about by the dimensional collapse, I might end up back on the first underground floor. Of course, there was no guarantee that I would end up there. That was only if I got severely unlucky. However, unlucky. Just thinking about that raised my blood pressure a bit. Badump, if I really ended up going back there, what would happen after that? Without the help of the Royal Army, our chance of survival with our current members was practically zero. Stop worrying unnecessarily. I forcibly stopped the train of thought. Rip, over there, another collapse is happening. That marked the end of our rest then. Everyone, stick close to me. For now, surviving to see tomorrow was the highest priority. The dimensional collapse wasn't a one-time event. Unlike what the average adventurer believed, the dimensional collapse progressed quite steadily. It would last a few days at least, lasting up to 2 weeks at most. So, this is wave 2. No one could predict how many waves a single dimensional collapse event would bring forth. 7 waves would be on the short end. I think 15 waves is the most I've seen. I was using a character who was strong enough to move around the 9th floor back then. On top of that, I was generally pretty lucky during that dimensional collapse and encountered quite a few fortunate events. However, in the end, my party was still wiped out. My highest record of waves survived was 14. That record was also made during my final playthrough. Having survived a total of 14 waves of dimensional collapse, I was able to learn and obtain a lot of things, and that became the foundation with which I was able to reach the gate of the abyss. And I was sucked into this world after that. I shouldn't have even started playing this game in the first place. Why did it have to be this game that I was obsessed with? A little too late to complain about that, don't you think? After waking up in the body of a barbarian warrior, I had experienced many things. I had gone on many adventures and defeated many more enemies. Throughout this vast labyrinth, I had uncovered many precious treasures and had lost many precious things. However, through all those experiences, not Hansuli but Bjornyandel, I came to a decision. Whether I liked it or not, I decided to live in this world filled with everything I held dear. So, Bayola, I screamed the name of the ancestral god, and swung my hammer. Crunch! In the initial phase of the collapse, there weren't enough high-ranking monsters to dissolve our battle formation. We weren't tired yet either, so the situation wasn't that dangerous. Vwoon. Well, our surroundings continued to change randomly as we fought, and the arrival of entirely new monsters kept us on our toes. Still, it's been a while since I've gained experience this quickly. You have defeated Volantis Wizard. EXP +5. You have defeated Volantis Knight. EXP +4. You have defeated Volantis Fixer. EXP +3. You have defeated Volantis Palace Knight. EXP +6. You have defeated Volantis Wandering Bard. EXP. The Grave Palace of Volantis. It was a rift of the 7th floor Dark Continent, which could only be entered on very slim occasions. Originally, we would have only been able to arrive here after formulating an exploration plan and attempting multiple times. I got over 200 experience in just 15 minutes. As a rift famous for its dozens of different elite monsters, we were able to accrue a ton of experience in a short period, and this repeated throughout the entire dimensional collapse event. You have defeated Ice Abomination. EXP +4. You have defeated Frozen Mimic. EXP +4. You have defeated Ice Caller. EXP. These points of experience would be of great help. The higher an adventurer's level, the more exponentially difficult it became to reach. the next level. All of this would be of great help to our Anabata clan. Crunch. That is, if we returned alive. To me, as we continued to crush the skulls of the ice-type monsters that appeared within the snowstorm, our surroundings changed. Once more, whoosh, we were surrounded by a sea of fire on all sides. For a moment, I wondered if we had returned to that burning forest. However, it's different. I quickly scanned the environment. Even though we were standing in the midst of fire, a few things caught my attention. Capital A. Hard, stone floor, tiled black, blacker than if it were just burnt from the flames. When I raised my head to look up, I saw a ceiling above us. We weren't outside. Huh. Where the hell are we now? Having discovered a few mysterious headstones within the dancing flames, I realized where we were. The Red Dragon's Heart. What? It seemed only Raven recognized that name, so I quickly explained, it's one of the 8th floor rifts. Additionally, its guardian was a red dragon. It had dragon fear as its passive, which meant that it required a party full of at least level 9 or above adventurers to even attempt to raid it. However, we didn't need to worry about any of that. We didn't land in the boss room. Given that we're inside, it looks like we're in the passage section. Fortunately, we landed in the passage leading up to the boss room. Thus, this was around the chapter 3 mark of the rift, and the monsters that appeared there, boom, were giants that dripped fire like sweat with every step they took. Lava giants. As a note, lava giants were rank 4 monsters, and I had technically experienced them before. Regal Vegas, the Dragon Slayer, had a lava giant's essence. With how big they are, seeing so many of them at once is enough to make one feel as if the end has come. What are you talking about? Are you scared? Not at all. Please be careful when you see steam above their heads. It means they've activated blast furnace. And they're immune to cold and fire damage, so don't use those. Seeing these giants, I became reminiscent of the past. Back then, I was so afraid of the Dragon Slayer. They're more manageable than I expected. They're rank 4 monsters, but they're slow. Keep your focus. To maintain formation, Einar, Caselin, and Sven Parav stood at the forefront and easily dealt with the waves of lava giants attacking us from all sides. And then, Arawar Raven has cast the rank 5 attack, Magic Lightning Spear. Beleg Shushadi Terja has cast Soul's Trumpet. Lilith Moroni has cast the rank 3 Summon Magic Rock of the Earth. All spells cast within the area are transformed into physical type. Erwin Fornaxi Terja has. While the vanguard maintained the battle line, the backline continued to let loose their immense firepower. You have defeated Lava Giant. EXP +6. The giant that was closest to us collapsed to the ground before turning into a cloud of light. Then, you have defeated Lava Giant. You have defeated. The other lava giants followed suit. This was the expected outcome. I mean, with their current build, rank 4s were a piece of cake. All fire damage within 15 meters is reduced by 90%, and I even had the Orb of Fire. It was as if the lava giants' fire type abilities were completely nullified. Well, the punches they were throwing were still doing pure physical damage. Slow, too slow. Ha. F. Fenelon, please calm down. If you jump around like that, Bayallah. But with how slow they were, even Einar could dodge them while in her excited state. I guess not all of them. Smack. As soon as I had that thought, Einar ate a punch to her side. Fenelon. Ha. I'm fine. But thanks to how tough she was, she continued to fight while ignoring such incidental hits. I guess this is our easy round. Having been on high alert the entire time because of the environment changes, I decided to change my strategy. Maybe this would have been different if I didn't have my cheat-like evolved Orb of Fire, but since I had it, the Red Dragon's Heart could be soloed by me in my current state. With that, there was only one thing we had to do. Save as much strength as possible and focus on recovering. We had to spare as much stamina as we could before the next wave of the dimensional collapse. As we continued to fight with a bit more relaxed tone, Badump, my heart of the warrior detected the change first. What is it? My head belatedly moved to look for the reason for the reaction. I quickly scanned the area for any detail. A miss. Bang. You had Did you think I'd get hit by that? I became hyper-focused, not letting even a single whisper evade me. However, what is it? I couldn't find anything. There were no changes I could see, even as I looked around. So, why? Badump, why did I feel so uneasy? Maybe the feeling wasn't nervousness at all, but paranoia that I misinterpreted as such. I desperately hoped that my mental state was what was wrong, but despite my desires, I still steadily finished my preparation. I mean, this primal warrior's body had saved my life countless times, although I had no idea what it was screaming about in the moment. Stop the fight. Better safe than sorry. Gather to me. As I was trying to give that command, my body froze. It didn't take long for me to realize what had caused it. I recognized what this was. Character has entered the range of Dragon Fear. This gap in power. Character is petrified for 10 seconds. Just like when I encountered that bone Dragon with beak Holy's party. When I was out and about outside the city walls, a chilling fear climbed all the way up to my skull before freezing my body. With my body frozen, I could only barely move my eyes to look toward the dancing flames, and there, I saw a gargantuan figure moving through the fire. Red dragon. This was a creature that should have quietly stayed in its bus room, never to be encountered in the passage. Why the hell is it here? I couldn't help but groan, but I held back the flood of questions battering my mind. Who cared about the reason? The important thing was that it was here, standing before us. Dragon. Chapter 825. Every man for himself. 2. Badump. I ignored my pounding heart and focused on counting the seconds. Boom. When that huge dragon bastard revealed itself from beyond a wall of fire and entered into our field of vision. 7 seconds. Not even 3 seconds had passed. We needed to survive 7 more seconds before the petrification wore off, and from my calculations, that was more than enough time for that peak rank 1 dragon to butcher all the members of my lovingly nurtured and Abrada clan. What do I do? What did I need to do to stop the dragon from blasting all my friends? The crossroad of survival. With my utmost focus on the task at hand, my brain continued to mull that question over and over. Oh, my body. Erwin, Miss Shaw, and the others were still affected by petrification. It was natural, of course, as no one from our expedition group had reached level 9 yet. I expected as much for Raven, and it looks like Parav isn't considered level 9 yet. We were all standing there like stone statues. What was the way out of this draconic mess? I felt suffocated and frustrated by the lack of an answer. Yandel. But at that moment, I saw from the corner of my vision the form of Amelia walking toward me. Given the scrunched-up expression on her face, it seemed she was feeling mighty uncomfortable somewhere on her body. She can move? That surprised me. Amelia was still level 8, just like me. Well, I was an early level 8 while she was a late level 8. I suddenly realized something. What if her experience bar, which was nearly full before all this, finally tipped over to the next level due to all the fighting during the dimensional collapse? And what if she did reach level 9 but wasn't able to find the time to tell me because we were busy fighting? This works. Although this was a variable I hadn't planned for, it became our escape route. Emily, we're retreating. Take the members and move over that side. Capital I ordered. What? She asked. What do you mean, what? Although it was correct to stay in one place and fight off the waves when in a dimensional collapse, there were times when you needed to run when an undefeatable enemy appeared. I had already told everyone about this point as well. My telling her that probably made her remember. Got it. You can move me last, so move the others first. With that, Amelia dashed like lightning and moved the members out of the tiled room. Well, to be precise, flick, she grabbed them by the scruff of their necks and threw them away like one would a bag full of luggage. She went with the ones closest to her first. Erwin, Ian, Miss Shaw, Maroney, Raven, and even Erwin's Uncle Beleg. After tossing them to the side, just as she went to grab the guildmaster by his collar as well, Fwoosh, an extreme wave of heat, distinguishable even through the burning flames, erupted toward us. Red Dragon has cast Fire Breath, an AoE ability that all dragons had, and one that was nearly guaranteed to insta-kill anything. However, this wasn't the worst possible outcome. I can tank it. Maybe not under normal circumstances, but I now had the Orb of Fire. Even with a 90% damage resistance, I would have died if I were a wizard or a rogue, but as a tank, this was bearable. Fwhip, the guildmaster was thankfully moved out of the way just in time as well, and Amelia instinctively stuck herself flat right behind my back to hide. Character has cast Giantization. Character has cast Iron Fortress. Character has cast Scales of Greed. Just as I activated my abilities, the fearsome firestorm crashed and rushed around my body. All fire damage is decreased by 90% in a 15m area. Even with that, I felt the pain of my flesh melting off my body. However, this was a positive sign. If my entire body had melted, I wouldn't have been able to feel the pain at all. Creak. Well, my bones still throbbed and my organs felt cooked. Condition of Dragon Claw has been fulfilled. You take physical damage equal to magical damage taken. This damned hybrid damage. Still, I was thankful that the physical damage was calculated from the 90% resisted magic damage. Fwoosh. In any case, the flames that I thought would rage on forever finally began to calm down. Emily, are you alright? I asked. I can still move. It seemed she still got hurt even though she was standing behind me. From the way she said that, I could tell that she was probably severely injured. Petrification has worn off. I was worried for Amelia, but the moment my petrification was released, I dashed forward. The remaining members of the clan were still there in critical condition. Thanks to the 90% reduction in the damage, none died due to the breath attack, but they were all only alive by the skin of their teeth. Rower, however, it seemed that the fact that no one died had pissed off the red dragon. It let out a monstrous roar, and then, growl. It swiftly turned its head toward my allies. While they were still trying to catch their bearing, its first target seemed to be Sven Parav. Thankfully, I didn't miss the opening. The moment its huge maw went to swallow Sven Parav whole, I arrived and wedged my shield in between its teeth. Clang. Grr. The fact that it couldn't close its mouth due to a single piece of metal surprised the dragon. Don't look down on the indestructible trait. Parav, are you alright? Yug. Sven Parav seemed on the verge of passing out as he looked directly at the sharp fangs lining up the open jaw in front of him. As I was wondering what I should do, Amelia quickly dashed in from behind and grabbed him. Then, stop tensing up. You're heavy. Our reins. Didn't you hear me? Relax. She dragged Sven Parav away to the ones she had previously thrown aside. Creak, creak. The dragon continued to flex its jaw to try and bite down on this indestructible shield. I hoped that it would at least keep this up while we got Aner and Caselin out. Hut, roar. With that frightening roar echoing around me, I felt as if gravity had flipped upside down. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was happening. Enraged at the fact that it couldn't break my shield, the dragon had raised its head with the shield while I was still holding onto it. Roar. Of course, I didn't mind how long it tried to throw a tantrum while biting and clawing at me. However, the situation I was in was a bigger problem. Rip. We were still under the field effect of dimensional collapse, where invisible barriers could separate us at any moment if we made the wrong step forward. That meant, unlike the monsters, we were practically trapped in glass boxes. So, what would happen if I were to be flung straight out of the box like a toy being tossed aside? The answer was exceedingly simple. Flash. With a flash of light, I appeared in a whole new world. When the blinding light finally faded away, the first thing I noticed was the azure sea. No, to be precise, I was about a few hundred meters above that sea. Whoosh. I was falling from the sky for about 4 seconds. Flash. Even while falling, another flash of light blinded me and teleported me somewhere else. The sky darkened, then brightened, then cliffs appeared to either side of me, before green woods entered my vision. Vroom. Once, I was flung back upward as if the rules of physics had been reversed. This repeated for a while. Bang. In the end, I landed in the middle of a desert with hot, dry winds blowing all around me. Even though I shouldn't have fallen more than 5 meters, due to the acceleration I had built up during all the teleporting, I fell like a meteor into the middle of the sandy desert and created a crater. Thankfully, the fact that I landed on sand helped to disperse the impact. However, I hated how the sand seeped in through the cracks of my armor and mixed with my sweat. Well, maybe that wasn't the real reason for my frustration. I was speechless. A level of anger uncategorizable by a single word bloomed from within me, and I wanted just to take a moment to lie back and chill out. However, that damn dragon, maybe this was what those enemies felt. When I ran the Eye of the Storm and Transcendence combo, I never expected to be separated from my allies in this way. I forced those thoughts of weakness out of my mind and stood up to stare at the sky. I barely held back a sigh, but that didn't mean that I was accepting of the situation. I didn't even know where to begin thinking about trying to find my way back to them. During a collapse, the labyrinth was like those formations you saw in martial arts. Man was the ones where an illusory formation made navigation impossible, but a single path existed for those who knew. That was why the retreat strategy from before even had a chance of working. If everyone moved through the same boundary, there was a high chance that we would all be moved to the same field. However, how can I get back in this situation? I didn't put too much effort into trying to solve that question. There was no chance of finding a path through the impossible, no matter how much more thought I put into it. I just prayed that the others were safe and calmly scanned my surroundings. It was a vast desert with no end in sight. In the distance, as if having sensed an intruder, construct-type monsters rose from beneath the sands. Cannon Golem, rank 7. Due to this, it was quite easy to figure out where I was. Character has entered a special area. Field effect gun desert is applied. Piercing damage of all ranged weapons is increased by 1000%. Gun desert. It was one of the rifts that was possible to encounter on the second floor rock desert. Boom. As if firing cannonballs, the cannon golems fired shots of mana, which became a signal to call the other monsters to my location. Kobolds, sandmen, and so on. They were monsters you could find in the rock desert as well. However, there was one major difference in this field. Every single one of them had a random, crude firearm they seemed to have picked up from somewhere. But in the end, they were still just rank 7 monsters. You have defeated Cannon Golem, EXP +3. You have defeated Kobold Gunner, EXP +2. You have defeated Waste Sandman. It didn't take long for me to kill all of them. It was all experience points I had missed out on during the first underground floor solo rifts, as those only had the guardians in them. After dealing with all the monsters, my mind was once again swarmed by thoughts. What happened to the ones who retreated before the dragon breath was fired? Would they have been able to regroup in the same place? What about Amelia and Aner, who were the last to go? Were they safe? No, even if they escaped from that place alive, would I be able to reunite with them in the city after the dimensional collapse ended? And so, as my questions began to ask more questions, I suddenly heard a scream from behind me. As I quickly turned my head to see what it was, I saw an unfamiliar man fall out of the sky. After rolling on the sand for a second, he quickly grabbed his weapon before springing straight up into a guard stance. When he saw me in my giantization state, he screamed before taking a step back. Although we hadn't said anything yet, I got a sense of what had just happened to him. He got separated. I didn't feel any sympathy for him. Rather, it only woke me up to the reality of my own situation. I'm separated. Barbarian.To. When the man belatedly recognized me, I asked him just one question. What's your name? I demanded. Maze Rainer. Alright, so he wasn't a Hans. I moved him up to the second interview. What are you good at? Even if he was separated from his group, he was still definitely an adventurer. He flinched once at my random question, but seemed to quickly piece together my reason and gave a passionate response. I'm confident in everything but combat. Although my combat capabilities could be considered lacking since they are around rank 5, I have never once been told off for not carrying my own weight. From this moment on, I will do everything you ask of me without hesitation. Lord Baron, please, just take me with you. So he was at least quick-witted, but let's get the important thing out of the way first. It's Viscount Yondell, Chapter 826, Every Man for Himself, 3. Maze Rainer. Surprisingly enough, he was a high-quality reinforcement who had received a designation of rank 3 by the guild. Although his combat capabilities were abysmally low compared to his supposed rank, that actually bumped him up in my books a few more notches. It was proof of how excellent he was in other fields by comparison. And he's only 33 years old as well, a rank 3 adventurer at the age of 33. Even if he wasn't part of a large and famed clan, he was still the vice captain of a mid-sized one. A little odd that he said so himself. But in any case, there was no denying that he was an elite unit. This labyrinth had only been open to the best of the best. After all, even if we disregarded all of that, the fact that he survived one day into the dimensional collapse was proof enough. Alright, I think that concludes my analysis of him. I was sitting cross-legged to look him level in his eyes, but I slowly stood back up. Alright, let's get moving, I stated. Pardon? Where? He asked. Did I not tell him? To find my allies. Although I gave a concise explanation, he still seemed utterly confused. I'm planning on just searching every nook and cranny of the labyrinth. He remained silent. Any problems? Is that so? Why, your allies must be so glad. Having such a reliable captain as you, Viscount. What was he going on about now? It was obvious that he was contemplating running away from me. That's what we'll be doing, so get on. What? Get on. I thought he was a serious and assertive guy, so why was he so hesitant now? Well, he already said he'd do everything I told him to do, so I shouldn't even be asking his permission in the first place. I grabbed him by his collar and lifted him onto my shoulder, and thus, in my barbarian tank mode, hold tightly, consider yourself dead if you fall off. We set off. Snowy fields and grassy plains, boom. Deep ravines and estuaries, boom. Mystical forests and burning lands, boom. A cave with flowing lava. It didn't really matter what terrain we were moving on since we only stayed there for a few seconds each time. Bayallah. Currently, I was running through the labyrinth, boom. Every time my foot touched the ground, a heavy thud echoed out. Growl. Against the uncountable wave of monsters, I raised my shield and slammed through. Naturally, the monsters didn't let this slide. Having practically taken up the job of killing every single adventurer inside the labyrinth, the monsters didn't hesitate for even a second and began to attack us. Demonic Archer has cast Baptism of the Moon. Arrows flew past us. Ice Ghost has cast Frost Spear. Icy Spear struck us. Curses fell, sparks flew, and MP was drained. Only Rainer's screams while he was riding on my shoulder were evidence of how reckless this plan was. Hold on, I called. If that was a little closer, my head would have. I know, so just hold on. I was certain of it. This is the best method. Do you really need to find your allies this badly? He probably crossed the line when he said that, but I just smirked. The reason I was doing all this wasn't simply to find my allies. I mean, I was a tank. It took quite a long time to kill even a single rank 4 monster, so as the waves continued, it couldn't be helped that the monsters would continue to stack. If I stayed still, I would just end up smothered and dead. Just like a shark, I ran with a belief that I would die the moment I stopped. This was the only way to survive. I suppose the one silver lining was that I wasn't alone. I was lucky enough to find a pretty reliable companion. Maze Rainer has cast Light and Load. All negative effects applied to the character are transferred to Maze Rainer. Although it was a little different from the Priest's Purify and Wizard's Dispel curse, all of the debuffs that had been stacked on me disappeared instantly. Also, Maze Rainer has cast Devour Negativity. All negative effects have their duration reduced based on the spirit stat. Greatly restore soul power and health whenever a negative status effect is lifted. The debuffs that were transferred to him would be converted to MP HP. Maze Rainer has cast Blood Transfusion, and he would provide that HP right back to me. Maze Rainer was an incredibly built ability user, and a very rare support type, at that. His essence rank is low, but the synergy is good. Adventurers should model themselves after this guy. High-ranking essences didn't always mean they were better, and his fighting capabilities are still that of a rank 5 on top of all this. He told me he had a bow-related skill he could use to support me in a battle if necessary. I suddenly became curious to see how he fought. Clench. Stop your useless thoughts there. Whoosh. I swung my demon grinder with all my might. Rather than attacking weak points to kill them, it was more like I was using brute force to push them away. Clang. When a small opening was created from this, I would once again raise my shield and charge through. And so, when the world flashed wide and a new area appeared once more, finally, someone else, I discovered a second survivor. The second survivor was a man as well. He seemed to be around 40 years old, a sole survivor, surrounded by a mound of corpses within a translucent barrier. The old man had his eyes closed as if he had given up. However, it seemed closing his eyes didn't help with the fear he was feeling. Boom, 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 screech. Whenever the monsters around the box slammed into the barrier while screeching, I saw the man flinch and shiver. So, he's the last one alive. This man's situation was a little different from Rainer's. Unlike Rainer, who was separated from his group during the dimensional collapse, this man was with his allies until the end. The number of corpses around him was evidence that he was the last one standing. The barrier looks like it'll break in the next minute. When that happened, the man would go to where his allies were. That was what would have happened if I weren't there. A wizard. This was a great find. He could be pretty useful if I carried him around on my shoulder, was the thought I would have had if I had been a heartless bastard who couldn't understand what the wizard was feeling. Will he be in the right state of mind? Although I worried for a moment, I decided that the man probably wasn't in the worst mental situation he could be in. Even if he was the last one alive, he was still fighting to survive. He hadn't let go of his life yet. With that in mind, Ba'Allah, I let out a grand roar, and the man within the barrier opened his eyes in surprise. After he got over the shock of having discovered me, I saw hope settle in his eyes. However, we didn't have time to talk, considering the dozens of monsters gathered around the barrier. Time the barrier so that I can come in. After saying that, I pushed past the monsters and ran toward the barrier. Vroom. Just before I made contact with it, the barrier was undone. I was honestly a little worried he'd missed the timing with how shocked he looked. Looks like you can still understand me. Are you here to save me? Why else would I be there? Whatever. Get on. As if uprooting a carrot, I grabbed the man by the back of his shirt and put him on my other shoulder. Then, I'll hear what you're good at while moving. Before the monsters could surround us even more, I quickly pushed past him and left the area. The next field we arrived at was a little better. It was on a lower floor, and due to no survivors being here, there weren't that many monsters either. And so, crunch, I casually crushed the skulls of the charging low-ranking monsters and caught our breath. Are you, perhaps, Viscount Yondell? Yet, so start talking. Talking? What do you mean? He wasn't as quick-witted as Rainer was. I could tell he was of a lower quality. Well, he did just lose all of his allies and was on the verge of death as well. I decided to go a little easier on him and kindly asked, a little more verbosely, I don't need your age or your name, your rank, school, specialty, and also tell me if you have any good tricks up your sleeve. When I described the information he needed to provide to join me in my barbarian tank mode, the wizard quickly understood the situation and gave a quick briefing as to who he was. In summary, a rank 3 wizard of the Spree School, famous for their space magic. He specialized in barriers and teleportation magic. Wait, if you're from the Spree School, I used dimensional door when I was in the military, so I can't use it anymore, he clarified. I see. I wasn't particularly let down by this. Since the dimensional collapse had begun, you couldn't use dimensional door even if you wanted to. Anyway, tell me if you have an ultimate move or something. Don't try to hide it. I can send even rank 2 monsters far away, if they aren't especially resistant to magic. That is, using space magic to instantly teleport away a difficult to fight monster. Usually, it would have only sent them about 30 meters away, but in our current situation, with the dimensional collapse still ongoing, we could get them completely out of sight. This might be useful. I am 43 years old. Name, Elvin Cutter. I will be in your care from now on. I told you I didn't need your name or age. I smirked before confirming one last thing. So, are you alright? What do you mean? The wizard asked, completely clueless. I asked once more with a careful tone, those bodies around you, weren't they your allies? It was a roundabout way of speaking, completely unlike how a barbarian would talk. However, in the end, there was no need for any of that. I am only regretful. Don't be. It wasn't your fault. I don't know how I ended up entering the labyrinth with trash like them. What a stupid mistake. Everyone practically begged me to join the expedition, so I let them, but they couldn't even protect me from monsters of that level. I even went out of my way to defeat commoners nearly got me killed. The high-ranking monsters, those lowly. I became speechless at the complete reversal in the situation. He called those who died to protect him trash. Oh, still, the one good thing from this was that I could be sure this wizard wouldn't suddenly get depressed and give up. Compared to them, you are so virtuous and dependable, Viscount. Phew. I'll be sure not to let you down. But this still left a bitter taste in my mouth. Should I just abandon him? This really felt like the unsettling calm before the storm. Elvain Cutter was a clear-cut and brazen high-ranking elitist wizard. As a blue-blooded noble like you, Viscount Yondell, you must have noticed it. But my uncle is Baron Cutter, he explained. Ah, I see. Who the hell was that? The House of Baron Cutter? Maybe I heard about it once when I was studying about the noble houses in the past. I did wonder why he went out of his way to tell me his name. So this was what he wanted to use that for. And my eldest sister made marriage vows to a family member of the master of the Spurry's school. I remained silent. And even more, my second eldest sister is in talks of being engaged to Baron Vavnen. Just what was this guy's deal? We were in a relatively safe space, I'd give him that, but he was still using this opportunity of all time to boast about his family connections? I was dumbfounded, and I just decided to play along for now. Yeah, you are pretty special. If I were a teacher, I definitely would have put this guy in the special class. Phew, I knew that you would recognize my worth, Viscount Yondell, but still, how moving to hear it from you. I said nothing. From what I can see, it seems you are in a similar predicament to me. From now on, I, Elvain Cutter, will put my life on the line to support you to the best of my abilities. The way he said that pissed me off for some reason, but I decided to think positively. I mean, with how delusional he was, it also gave me certainty that he would follow every command I gave him to the T. Well, not from anyone else, it seemed. I am Maze Raynor, a rank 3 adventurer in the same predicament as you. I'll be in your care. Raynor introduced himself. Are you a noble? I don't think I've heard of a House Raynor. No, my father runs a leatherworking shop in Camelby, the family of a craftsman. Then how could you say that we're in similar situations? Ahoha, you're even a rank 3 adventurer. Don't you know that it's common sense that a wizard's rank is considered one higher when compared to yours? Well, it was true that a rank 3 wizard was much more valuable than the average rank 3 adventurer. I hope you can call me Sir Cutter when you refer to me in the future. Maybe I really should just abandon him. Here, chapter 827, Every Man for Himself. 4. Even after picking up the special wizard Elvain Cutter, our situation didn't change that much. Ba'Allah. I continued to charge through the monsters and teleport around the maps. The only slight change was that the journey became a little easier compared to when I only had Raynor with me. Firstly, I was able to apply a new companionship spell. Elvain Cutter has cast the rank 4 space magic blessing of distortion. Dodgemed is applied to the character. Many abilities and attacks of the monsters missed me. Elvain Cutter has cast the rank 3 space magic escape route. When there were too many monsters to deal with, he would create a magic door on the other side for us to escape with. He's pretty good. One's personality and level of skill usually weren't proportional to each other. Honestly, there were too many cases where the most skilled and powerful individuals had the worst personalities. This was a brutal world where one wrong word could have you splattered across the labyrinth walls. The fact that he was still alive with that terrible mindset of his was just proof of his skill. Anyway, that wasn't too important. Thud. My giant footsteps continued to echo as I rushed through the collapsing labyrinth. With that, I repeated the same scenes over and over, just like when I picked up Raynor and the special wizard. What are you good at? Stealth, assassination, poisons. I use a dagger as my main weapon, and I'm a rank 3 adventurer. TCH, a thief. He wouldn't be of much help in our current situation. He would just end up getting carried by me. Still, his rank was pretty high, so there probably would come a time when he could show his use. Get on. With that, I brought him along. Why yes, as expected of a thief, he was quick on the uptake, and the smooth introduction led him to land naturally on my shoulder. More time passed. I see someone. We picked up our 4th rider not long after the 3rd, a woman this time. She was wearing pretty interesting clothing, a white cape with the edges a little burnt off, and the only thing she was holding was a small stringed instrument, like a harp. You use an instrument as a weapon? What are you? I serve Lord Handel. What? A priest. This was a crazy pickup. Since she was using an instrument, didn't this mean she was part of the Three Gods choir? An incredibly precious individual, in the top 0.1% of priests, even. Get on. Pardon? Kaya. I quickly picked her up before someone else came to scout her. With the addition of the choir member, my barbarian tank mode stability entered a whole new level. Maria sure Eloyd has cast Moon's melody. As long as the melody continues to play, all resources consumed by characters within the area are halved. She could use one of the top 5 strongest holy spells within Dungeon and Stone. Maria sure Eloyd has cast Full Moon Wolf. As long as the melody continues to play, all characters within the range have their mental stats greatly boosted, and all negative status effects have their durations greatly reduced. She also had great synergy with our support type ability user, Raynor, as well. Thanks to that, we could move much faster and more safely. However, as if to say that my luck had run out, we didn't find another survivor after the fourth one. Thus, Creek. The second wave came to an end. Clack. The loosely thrown pebble rolled on the ground. It was the signal for the arrival of the stable period after the end of the chaotic second wave. Well, that didn't mean we were in a totally safe area with no monsters, but at least for the next 8 hours, we didn't need to worry about being swept up in the dimensional collapse. As the reality of our safety washed over us, our tense muscles finally loosened. We're alive. I thank you, Viscount Yondell. Truly, I will never forget this debt for the rest of my life. My 4 passengers fell back onto their butts on the ground. Of course, the calm silence didn't last long. So, what do we do now? The priestess spoke first. Oh, could I ask your name? I asked. I am the humble servant of Lord Heindel. Maria sure Eloyd. I didn't have time to ask her name since she had been singing all this time, and the freeloader thief had stayed quiet to not bring attention to himself. After belatedly realizing that I had committed a huge mistake, I quickly asked the thief for his name as well. More importantly, what's your name? I am Creed Ellen. Phew. So he wasn't a Hans. The thief looked confused at seeing me so relieved by his answer, but I didn't care. I am Elvain Cutter. My uncle is Baron Cutter. Welcome, Miss Eloyd. No, could I just call you Eloyd? Sure, I don't mind. Phew, then you may call me Elvain freely as well, since he was being much more friendly with her than with Raynor. Maybe he respected the cloth, or maybe he's just acting like that because she's pretty. I couldn't be sure, but Eloyd completely ignored the special wizard's courting and went straight back to the point. More importantly, should we discuss what we'll do going forward? She asked. What is there to discuss? We have already been saved, Elvain stated. Already? Saved? That's right. We have practically been saved the moment we each met Viscount Yondell. Well, it's certain that this all was due to Lord Heindel's protection, but shouldn't we still make a plan? So my point was that there is nothing we need to plan for anymore. Am I wrong? We've all seen it. We just need to continue charging as we have done. Well, Elvain's words weren't baseless either. By using the running plan, we hadn't encountered any great danger yet, since the synergy between the passengers, other than the thief, was pretty good as well. We were well protected. However, we don't have space to carry any more people. At most, it'd be just 1 or 2 more. As expected of a religious individual, Eloyd put more importance on rescuing others, and the special wizard with his elitist mindset couldn't understand her at all. Why do we need to carry them? He asked. She was stunned silent. We can just leave them behind. It was a very simplistic mindset, where, since space was a problem in carrying more people with us, we just needed to not take any more people. From that point on, the eyes of the priestess turned cold whenever she looked at the special wizard. I could tell that she was wary of him from the moment he tried to act friendly with her, but this seemed to have given her certainty. However, perhaps he recognized this as well. Of course, we'll have to take those who are as important as you. If we don't have the space, we'll have to make some. The special wizard continued to spew his special words as he glanced in a particular direction. Could I ask why you're looking at me? Creed asked. Don't worry about it. The thief was flabbergasted at how brazen the wizard was being, but he also understood he was getting carried, so he spared his words. No one spoke with this special wizard for a while. Naturally, the topic of conversation shifted to me. Who cares what he thinks? The one who makes the final decision is you, Viscount Yondell. I am interested in hearing your ideas. I hesitated for a moment, but in the end, I decided to honestly share the plan with the others. After getting enough people together, I'll stop the running plan. Moonlight protects. Eloyd let out a word of prayer, seemingly taking that I made this decision to save more people. However, the special wizard couldn't understand this. Putting yourself in danger just to help those you don't know. You are quite odd. A shameless thing to say for someone who forgot that he himself was saved. However, maybe because he was so consistent in his stupid position, I didn't feel any anger or any negative emotion toward him. It was more like, yeah, he's special. I kindly explained the reasoning to him. This is the logical decision to make. No matter what the priestess thought, I put my survival over saving others. That was why continuing with our previous plan was far too dangerous. Pardon? I don't understand what you mean. Do you remember how many times we've moved between the floors? Haha, I joined in the middle, so I don't know either. He fell silent, but I know it's over 1,000 times. From the first floor to the 10th floor, all those hidden fields and rifts. In one day, we had charged all throughout the labyrinth. This was an exceedingly dangerous thing to do. Although there aren't that many, there are a few dangerous parts of the labyrinth where just entering them could kill us instantly. One of the rifts on the 8th floor, 3 on the 9th floor, lava pond, edge of the world, and origin of dreams. On the 10th floor, there were 5 areas. Of course, these fields didn't literally kill a person instantly just by entering them, but if we weren't prepared, it was practically game over if we landed in one of those 9 places. There was also that special field called hell, and even that place on the 10th floor. In that final hurdle before the gate of the abyss, there were tiles that could induce instant death. It was a trap where, no matter how prepared you were, you would die the moment you stepped on it. I had experienced this myself. When the dimensional collapse happened, I had abandoned my team members and used a similar method to what I was using this time, just to save my main character. But in the end, I stepped on the instant death tile during the 3rd wave and got a hollow game over. There was only one thing we could do from this point. We had no other choice today, and that's why we risked it. But our best method to survive the collapse is to gather as many people as possible and hold on, I explained. The best outcome from this would be to reunite with my clan members. It makes sense when you put it like that. I understand. We will also become a ray of hope to those adventurers in despair. I will follow you no matter what we do. Thankfully, my passengers were all eager to agree with me. Well, the thief still didn't say anything, but he had no right to talk while being carried anyway, so I didn't pay him any mind. With that, our plans for the future were settled. As for the next pressing matter, whoosh, the ball of light summoned by the wizard could only light a 5-meter area around it due to the suffocating darkness we were currently surrounded by. Ordinary dirt and gravel covered the ground. I don't see anything special. I had scanned the area while talking with the others and thought deeply about it, but nothing came to mind. With that, I decided to just honestly ask the group, does anyone have an idea as to where we could be? Just where the hell were we? Chapter 828, Every Man for Himself, 5. At first, I didn't think it was a big deal. Countless areas of the labyrinth were shrouded in darkness. Due to the lack of any discernible features, I couldn't guarantee where we were on the map, but I was sure that I could figure it out after looking around a little longer. However, the reality was, I have no idea. Even after having walked a fair distance from our landing point, I couldn't figure out where we were. There were no monsters around to act as clues, and the terrain hadn't changed at all. Of course, even if a monster were to appear, I had no way of knowing if it was native to the area or if it had been swept up in the dimensional collapse as well. As I slowly continued to explore the area, I found myself even more confused. The fact that there was nothing special here was what made this place so special. The ground is still just flat with dirt. Although I had a few places in mind, I couldn't narrow it down to any single one of them with certainty. However, I believed there was a high likelihood that this wasn't one of the lower floors. I've personally explored all the areas on the 7th floor and below. Then where the hell were we? Just then, Elvain gave his uninvited opinion. Well, it doesn't seem like there's any danger here, so how about we take a break? I furrowed my brows. That seemed logically sound, but we were adventurers. We discovered and defeated monsters to become stronger. Even when considering the last blank period, if I hadn't walked around the burning forest to ultimately discover the Orb of Fire upgrade, we all would have died to the Red Dragon. Most importantly, this has piqued my curiosity. To be honest, my sense of curiosity as a gamer was one of the main driving factors. Just where were we? Perhaps, like those survivors I saw in the burning forest, this was a place I could discover an unknown mystery of the labyrinth. Naturally, I didn't say all that out loud. We still need to scout the area. There could be others who are spending their safe moments here, just like us. After I gave that reasonable response, no one else spoke up. However, it seemed that Elvain found the silent walk to be too boring, and he brought up a new topic of conversation. But isn't it quite odd? He asked. What is it now? The dimensional collapse. No matter how I think about it, it's too suspicious. Get to the point. As I raised my voice a little in frustration, the special wizard flinched before speaking much more quickly. Distortion phenomenon, he said. To put it simply, it involves the existence of invisible barriers everywhere during the collapse. Regardless of what you see beyond them, the moment you walk through those barriers, you arrive in a completely different area. For simplicity's sake, I will refer to them as dimension walls from now on. I get it, so get on with it, I interrupted. Ahem, the reason we were able to lose those monsters while continuously moving was because the monsters weren't able to follow us through the dimension walls. So, Isn't that contradictory to other things we've seen? When an area collapses and the world changes around us, the monsters we are fighting are transported with us. So, why can't they cross the dimension walls as well? He wasn't speaking complete nonsense. I had actually been looking forward to hitting him over the head if he'd said something actually stupid. Well, I guess that is weird. When it was just a game, I thought of it as just that. Now that it was reality, I didn't have the time to ponder these things. However, as expected of a wizard, this guy had a different outlook. He continued, our school researches all physical phenomena of the labyrinth, including space magic. Just looking at its structure alone, the labyrinth is like a huge space, magical. Keep it short so I can understand. Maybe the determining factor is being an adventurer. To be precise, being someone who came from the outer world, like us. I asked. That's right. Unlike what the average person thinks, a dimensional collapse doesn't mean the entire labyrinth is collapsing, it's just the collapse of the space around us. It's as if the labyrinth is trying to drive out the invaders within it. Although this theory didn't have any proof to back it up, that last note of his caught my attention. It was as if the labyrinth was trying to drive out the invaders within it. I had a feeling that Arda had said something similar when he talked about the collapse. Then is the reason the monsters get transported with us just because they were close in proximity to us? The priestess asked, somewhat interested. That's right. Elvain's face brightened, as he gave a big nod. However, the priestess sounded very uncertain. Then what about that? You were able to use magic to send the monsters beyond the dimensional wall. I've thought about that as well, but that's a different case. For example, even if I throw a fireball at the dimension wall, it can't pass through it. This is something similar. The space magic that is cast is itself affected by the dimension wall, so the monster, the target of that spell, is affected by the same rules. The priestess furrowed her brow in confusion. However, it seemed her priestly intelligence wasn't enough to debate the wizard's theories. Then if something like this exists, should it have been researched already and known by everyone? This is something that can only be found out by personally surviving a dimensional collapse. How many wizards do you think have survived these collapses? He blustered. There should be quite a few. The wizards who are prone to exploring the labyrinth usually aren't as interested in research. They're only focused on making balls of fire grow bigger and faster. Do you think they'd try to understand such phenomena? Elvain seemed to insinuate that he was able to discover this because he was a great person, but I didn't agree with him. It's clear the royal house had a hand in this. It was clear that the palace was behind the dimensional collapses. Would they, who burned through adventurers at every opportunity, just sit back and watch as people developed research into the dimensional collapse? I had a feeling they probably would have nipped such a thing in the bud, and in that case, phew, if I can just return to the city, I will conduct some proper research. If the research can progress to the point of publishing a theory, the entire academic world will tremble. Elvain probably didn't have long to live. Even if he returned to the city alive, he would probably be visited by a few scary men before he could complete his swoop. The step that I had carelessly taken ended up sucking my leg straight down, as if I had stepped on a puddle of mud. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but I could instinctively feel something was very wrong. Character has entered the range of Saturnus. Your earth resistance is decreased proportionally to your distance from the caster. You can't move. With the disgusting sensation of something grabbing me from beneath the earth, I realized where we were. The ninth tomb of stars, ancient stone plains. To be precise, the hidden field you could enter after walking through the spirit gate. Eternal hole. The place where the rank 1 monster, primordial spirit, appeared. What an unbelievably troublesome place. I couldn't help but sneer, but there was nothing else to be done. Battle formations. We just had to win. It didn't even take a moment before the passengers realized the predicament we found ourselves in. My leg. What is this? It's as if someone is dragging me down. Due to the immobility debuff, it felt as if our feet were stuck straight to the ground. But that wasn't all. The ground is moving. Saturnus was a skill that caused all targets within an area to stop moving before slowly dragging them toward the center. Naturally, the primordial spirit would be waiting for us in the center with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow us. Viscount. What's going on? Everyone was sure that they were in serious trouble, but no one knew for sure what was happening. However, before I began my explanation, there was something I needed to check first. Elvain Cutter, how long will it take for you to cast mass teleport right now? I demanded. It depends on the distance. You need to tell me how far you want me to. From what I knew, the range of Saturnus was around half a mile. It would continue to slowly pull us toward the center in an arc, like a meteor caught by a planet's gravity. Half mile. No, let's give us some room. Try for a mile. Oh, that's shorter than what I thought. If it's only that much, I cut him off. You won't be able to draw the magic circle on the ground. What? Then I'll need to draw it in the air. It'll take a bit more time, he exclaimed. Give me a number. I need to know exactly how long it'll take. 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I can't do it any faster than that. Elvain gave that response because he thought I had a problem with it, but it was the opposite. 10 minutes was much shorter than my expectations. Maybe it's because he specializes in this? Raven would have taken 20 to 30 minutes for such a task. There really were levels to all of this. Fine. Start casting. As soon as I gave the order, Elvain closed his eyes. I could see his mouth move as if he were running a calculation in his mind. The other passengers, recognizing that he was entrusted with an important duty, all quieted down as well. So, what exactly is going on here? How could I explain this? Since I didn't have anything I could do while waiting for the teleport to pop, I decided to tell them everything I knew. There was a primordial spirit nearby. It was a rank 1 monster that could be found on the 9th floor, and one that was impossible to escape through physical means alone when you entered its range. What happens if we aren't able to teleport out at the right time? The thief carefully asked after hearing the entire explanation. I gave an honest answer. We will have to face the primordial spirit waiting for us at the center. The rank 1 monster. Why? Are you scared to death already? Yes, but I don't plan on dying. Please tell me more about it. I'll need to know what it can do so I can plan either my escape or alternative actions. You're mentally stronger than I thought. I liked his mindset, so I gave a more detailed explanation about the primordial spirit. However, hearing this seemed to have only damaged his spirit. Physical attacks don't work against it. How can such a monster exist? That was what all rank 1 monsters were like. In the first place, the effects of Saturnus were absurd. The skill had a radius of a half mile, but it also applied the unbelievable status condition of immobile. Don't worry too much, we won't have any problems if the spell gets cast in time, so our lives are in that man's hands. Everyone looked at Elvain, but he was fully focused on casting the mass teleport spell in time. And so, time passed. We're sinking deeper and deeper. It was only up to my ankle at first, but the ground had reached my thighs already. The speed of the earth had accelerated as well. From a distance away, it would look as if an overflowing river were carrying the mud and silt from its riverbed. Be careful not to fall over. I can't do much if you do, I warned. Yes, by the way, Sir Cutter is impressive. To show that much focus in a situation like this. I agree. His personality might be a little, but his skills truly are. Seeing Elvain focus so hard on completing his spell, our perspective of him started to change a little. But then, who's there? Is someone there? We heard an unfamiliar voice from the darkness. A desperate cry for help. Surprisingly, it wasn't just one voice. What do you mean? Who are you calling out to? No, I definitely heard someone there. You must have heard it wrong. Who would be in a place like this? Stop wasting your breath and think about how we are going to leave. I could confirm that there were at least 3 people just by their voices. Who's there? Someone really is there. Please wait a second. After they said that, I could see a red flame float through the darkness toward us. It didn't look like magic. It had to be a spirit. Voon. As our vision brightened, I could see 6 other adventurers being swept away by the earthen current, just like us. They definitely weren't near us from the start. Perhaps our currents coincidentally converged at this point. It might be out of place to do this now, but let us introduce ourselves. Hello, we are the survivors of the Illuma clan. Who are you? I am Bjorn, son of Yondel. I called back. Viscount Yondel? I did notice your stature. Thin are those people with you, the Anabata clan. I am by myself due to some circumstances. These are friends I met not long ago. I see. It's great to see you. But do you perhaps know what is happening here? How much do you know? Nothing. We don't even know where we are. That's why we were searching around, but our legs suddenly got stuck in the ground. Well, there wasn't too much information about the 9th floor out there, and the Eternal Hole was a hidden field as well. There was no way anyone would know about this place. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, the 10 minutes promised to Elvain would be up. However, since the base number for the calculation was just our numbers, adding 6 more would definitely extend the calculation time. Pardon? Could you talk a little louder? Capital I. 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, the 10 minutes promised to Elvain would be up. However, since the base number for the calculation was just our numbers, adding 6 more would definitely extend the calculation time. Pardon? Could you talk a little louder? I can't really hear. I'll give you 3 minutes. What do you mean by that? What do you think I meant by that? It means explain in 3 minutes. If you couldn't even understand that, you've just failed the first interview question. What are you good at? They needed to prove that they deserved to survive. Chapter 829, Eternal Hall, 1/5. There was no need for lengthy explanations or beating around the bush. In a survival test, only the quickest thinkers survive. Fortunately, the 6 survivors of Clan Illuma that we encountered within the Earth core area seemed to understand this rule well. Instead of appealing to emotion, they immediately began introducing themselves with enthusiasm. I am a guardian of the regeneration line. 3rd level. I have always acted as the main guardian in large-scale expeditions. I possess the essence of malaise, as you can see, I'm a heavy weapon warrior. 2nd level. I specialize in facing large monsters, not the small ones. I've already faced 2nd level creatures during the exploration of the 7th floor rift, and I accomplished my role with ease. A main tank with a valuable essence and a 2nd-tier Tarian black bear warrior with proven competence, I am a user of special abilities focused on summoning. I work with a combination of plant-related essences, so when I introduce myself to others, I usually say that I am a plant summoner. I excel especially in group combat, I'm a scout with a talent for guiding. I can fend for myself well and specialize in stealth and detection, always acting as a scout on expeditions. Thanks to the special skill Lucky Detection, I've already encountered several Gabrielius arrangements. I don't know much about this plant summoner, but this guide seems extremely professional. I'd even say it's a superior version of Rockmiller. I serve Mrs. Reatlas. I'm not like the blood spirit, but when it comes to archery, I'm quite confident. So we have a priestess and an elven archer. We were missing a mage, unfortunately, but the group was solid, with good compositions and no one who is dead weight. I didn't need to think much to decide, does anyone among you go by the name Hans, or has anyone ever gone by that name? No, sir. Perfect. All approved. Once I confirmed their approval, the special wizard ended the casting of the multiple teleportation spell. Who are these people? It happened. How much more time will you need? Wait another 5 minutes. If you can, try to hurry. I think things are about getting tight, if we get dragged any further than this, even I won't be able to handle it. I know that, and if it happens, it'll be their bad luck. Perhaps because he had been pushed to his limit in creating the magic, he sighed deeply before beginning to set up the 6 extra names. 1 minute, 2, 3. Time passed, the current of earth grew stronger, and the depth increased. Or perhaps in this case, it's called a soil current? I don't know, but apart from me, everyone was practically buried up to their waists. The only thing that could be considered good news was that the newly arrived survivors, instead of being pulled away, were being pulled even closer. We're saved? I doubt it. It's still too early to celebrate. If the magic isn't completed in time, there's no way to say we escaped this. The truth is, we're probably already pretty close to the center. 4 minutes. There were only 60 seconds left until the time promised by the wizard, but he still showed no sign of opening his eyes. Still, it was better to look on the bright side. Even after separating from the group, things didn't turn out so badly. If I hadn't picked up that wizard along the way, there wouldn't have been any hope left. Not to mention, I haven't even found Hans yet. 30 seconds. Only 30 seconds had passed, and I could already feel with my whole body that the critical moment was approaching. I still couldn't see anything, shrouded in the darkness of the labyrinth. No unusual sounds, no explicit signs, but, the presence of the primordial spirit, huddled in the shadows, began to make itself felt. An instinctive shiver ran down my spine, and it seemed I wasn't alone. When I realized what was happening, everyone was silent, as if they feared that even the slightest noise could attract a creature hidden in the darkness. They held their breath, staring fixedly at a single point, and then, 15 seconds, with only 15 seconds left until their promised time, the silence was broken by a man. Shit, we messed up. He was the 3rd level guide of the Illuma clan group, probably the most sensitive to the monster's presence among us. Next was the elven archer, oh father of the world, how can such an absurd creature actually exist? Perhaps she sensed its presence through her natural affinity with nature, or perhaps, with her keen eyesight as an archer, she had truly seen the creature through the shadows. It doesn't matter which is the case. The fact is, and the magic isn't ready yet. We're already right below the thing's jaws, and proof of this came soon after. The character entered Earth body range. Earth resistance has been set to 0. My legs, which had been completely restrained, began to move. The effect of blocked movement had ended. Of course, this doesn't mean total freedom. The speed of movement is reduced proportionally to the value of force. The reduction in speed varies according to the strength attribute. The character has strength greater than 700. Movement speed has been reduced by 50%. From this point on, no matter how much force one has, this is the limit. So, in that case, archer, turn on a light. I give the order firmly. What? We need visibility, but what? Does she think the monster won't see us in the dark? Or is it just that she doesn't want to see? If that's the case, what a shame. Do as I told you. I'm not the type to close my eyes in fear. Reality doesn't change just because you refuse to face it, Behala. Immediately after my shout, the elven archer summoned a spirit of fire, illuminating the surroundings. Whoosh! The center of the mud flow spiraled like a whirlpool. Far below it, a colossal mouth seemed to open, like that of a whale swallowing plankton. Deep within the whirlpool, a pair of terrifying eyes gleamed under the spirit's red light. And the problem here is, 0 seconds. The time to complete the spell had already expired. but the special wizard still hadn't opened his eyes. Apparently, he miscalculated the time, that cunning fellow, who had just asked me for information about the primordial spirit so he could escape if necessary, was now frozen, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence. The others are like that too. A faint thought crosses my mind. If I hadn't added the 6 new ones, I would have boarded on the first round and avoided all of this. He arrives. Thud. I banged my forehead against the shield, regaining my focus. After all, it was my choice, and even if I regret it now, nothing I have to do will change. It has to be done. Ultimately, only I could do it. I stepped one leg through the mud that was already covering my thighs. What are you doing? Buying time until the magic is ready. Whoever can move, take care of the others. I gave the order, but no one responded. They say that in situations like this, you have to point directly at the person. Shield, hammer. I'm talking to both of you. I understand. Done. Problem solved. Now there's only one thing left, to buy time. Splurge. I take another step, tearing through the thick mud, and finally, those bright eyes turn directly to me. The look of someone who sees prey approaching on its own. Kuang. The exact moment our eyes meet, I feel like a giant rock is crushing my chest. My body freezes. The character witnessed part of a myth. It's not a physical block. It's something mental, like my brain's been chained. After all, I know better than anyone. Facing a first-level monster alone, hand to hand, is practically suicide. Even so, achievement attained. Condition, mythical discovery, 2/5. Reward, soul power permanently increases by +20. An intense satisfaction floods my chest, as if something were pouring into my heart. Yes, I had that achievement too. This is the primordial spirit level. Just by looking at the creature, the system already rewards you with an achievement. Just enter a kilometer radius, and if you don't have a mage, it's impossible to escape. A natural calamity disguised as a monster. Even if I had the rest of my life to prepare, I could never defeat it in its current state. Badum. But then, so what? This is still the option with the best chance of survival. 1 minute, semicolon, there is, even if the magic is ready. Wait a minute, I'll be out until then. Understood? Spur, what do you mean by that? I didn't have time to hear the answer, especially because, at that very moment, a giant hand was emerging from the whirlwind. If nothing was done, a direct confrontation would begin. Therefore, tatted, kicking through the thick mud up to my knees, I charged straight into the raging vortex. Bail. I'll come back alive. And since I'm going to go through this, I'm going to take advantage of everything I can. You accepted nature willingly. The primordial spirit shows great interest. The character entered the land of the primordial spirit. Achievement attained. Condition, enter the land of the primordial spirit. Reward, your earth resistance is permanently increased by +10. Achievement reached. Condition, enter the land of the primordial spirit. Reward, your earth resistance is permanently increased by +10. TIP, primordial spirits, which have existed since the beginning of time, are extremely fickle. Be careful that their interest doesn't wane. The terrain was shrouded in utter darkness. Not even the magical artifact attached to the helmet provided any light more than 3 meters around. As soon as I opened my eyes, I just caught my breath and stood up immediately. It wasn't because I said I'd be back in a minute. It's just that, in this place, time moves extremely slowly. Although that doesn't mean I can waste it. The character entered a special area. Field effect primordial spirit earth activated. Land of the primordial spirit. A type of hidden field that is accessed by directly controlling the character and stepping into an area within the boss's reach, resulting in instant death. State abnormality, nutrient drainage applied. Vitality will be drained every second, increasing over time. Since I opened my eyes, I felt my body being slowly drained of vital energy. It's not something extremely noticeable yet, but I need to finish this in under an hour. The maximum time is 1 hour. After that, the loss of vitality per second increases to percentage levels. Even with high natural regeneration, there's no way to resist. Thompson. With my body in gigant form, I took long strides, running at full speed. But every time my feet touched the ground, I felt a slight discomfort, as if something was pricking me. I think I understand why the people here hate the land. Contrary to modern perception, for the people of this world, the earth is not something positive. The earth is, above all, greedy. It has the nature to absorb everything and convert it into nutrients. That is the essence of the earth. It is even recorded in the Genesis of the celestial triad, that the sun god, Tavara, punished the selfish earth, and only after that did it begin to share what it possessed, allowing the crops to grow and life to flourish. Still, that's just ancient history. Since the emergence of the labyrinthine city of Rafdonia, the land has never been merciful to humanity. Apart from the gnome tree, there are no resources buried beneath it. No grain grows there. It was responsible for forcing humans to crowd into tiny houses within walls erected on a narrow strip of land. Perhaps that's why, even when burying the dead, these people don't place them directly in the ground. They cremate the bodies, place the ashes in urns, and only then bury them. It's an attempt to avoid direct contact with the earth, even if only slightly. As I ran across the endless plain shrouded in darkness with a field of vision of only 3 meters, I was forced to brake sharply. Screech. I found the first puzzle sooner than expected. I was lucky. A blue rock suddenly appeared in the middle of the dark desert. What to do when faced with such a suspicious rock? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? First law of Dungeon and Stone: if something seems suspicious, break it first and ask questions later. That already guarantees you half the battle. Like now, the character destroyed a lunar fragment. The Earth's energy increases slightly. The primordial spirit demonstrates an extremely intense interest. Chapter 830, Eternal Hall, 2-5, Land of Primordial Spirits. In truth, it's not entirely accurate to say this is a hidden area. Depending on the situation, it can also become a raid map. Even without entering the way I did, reaching the 4th stage allows access to this place. More precisely, it involves pursuing the cornered primordial spirit to capture it. In any case, so I took the first step. When you enter here peacefully, as I did, the way to escape is quite simple. Sun, moon, stars. You need to destroy a total of 10 fragments of these 3 types scattered around the field, and, upon achieving qualification, exit through the exit. 5 minutes have passed before this greedy land devours me completely. State abnormality, nutrient drainage is enhanced. Feeling the debuff in my body intensify, I raised the hammer again. The reason was very simple. If it was just about walking around the map and destroying fragments, the group would have already explained the situation and thrown the thief, the most agile of them, in here. Swah. Light seeped through the cracks and the broken shards, taking on a menacing shape. The order of knights that inhabits the fragment awakens. When I realized it, I was already surrounded by dozens of 6-foot-tall horsemen wielding enormous rapiers. The official name is Moon Knight. 5th level. Individually, the level isn't that high, but for that thief, or the others, that alone would be a major threat. Of course, it's better if I do that. With that thought, I brought the hammer down on the head of the nearest knight. Of course, being a 5th level knight, it was quite resistant. Quong, 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 quong. It took dozens of blows before he felt the resistance give way. Quachik. It didn't matter that the other knights were stabbing me. I kept hitting only him, even using swing. And finally the guy lost his strength and fell, transforming into light. You defeated a Moon Knight. EXP +5. Great, I've already secured the experience, so, Behala. Breaking through the formation of those surrounding me, I advanced forcefully. Now, it's not like I need to kill every single mosquito just because they're buzzing near my ear, especially with time so tight. Kuang, kuang, kuang. The knights who had already been alerted pursued me, hurling swords and teleporting to block my path, but without looking back I relentlessly continued down the road. At least now I no longer had to wander aimlessly. The primordial spirit, interested, guides you. After destroying the first fragment, the spirit begins to show the way with each movement. As if opening trails in the forest, it creates a clear path ahead. Kuang, if I try to go in another direction, it even builds a wall to block me. It's as if it's saying, stop being silly and go destroy the annoying rock I showed you. If it's already helping, it could at least remove the debuff as well, I thought, considering the guy wretched egoist. But cursing doesn't help. Thanks to this setup, it was still possible to face this place. Kuang. Following the path, the second target soon appeared, another moon. Well, sooner or later the remaining 2 types would appear among the 10. You destroyed a fragment of the moon. The Earth's energy strengthens slightly. The order of knights that inhabits the fragment awakens. Without needing any more experience, I ignored everyone and kept running. And then, Kuang. I repeated the same process until I reached the required goal. You destroyed a star fragment. You defeated a star knight. EXP +5. You destroyed a fragment of the moon. You destroyed a star fragment. You destroyed a fragment of the sun. You defeated a knight of the sun. With each fragment destroyed by the hammer, the number of knights pursuing me increased, reaching into the hundreds. That doesn't matter, I'll pass. Frankly, I could stand being beaten by them all day. The problem was the time. 40 minutes have passed. State abnormality, nutrient drainage is enhanced. I had already passed the stage where natural regeneration and potions were enough. Now I instinctively felt my life being drained. Once the limit was exceeded, the rate of draining only increased exponentially. But, with only a fragment remaining, all I had to do was destroy it quickly and, drug, Kuang. Mid-blow against the rock, I forced the hammer's trajectory toward the ground. I couldn't help but curse. That bastard wants to kill me. Sun, moon, stars, these aren't the only fragments here. There's also the earth fragment, and destroying it makes the primordial spirit hostile. It's a hidden trigger. Of course, the rock's different color makes it distinguishable to the naked eye. But, I was following his instructions and almost broke it by mistake. Why the hell did that bastard bring me all the way here? I was about to get really annoyed when I realized the guided path went beyond the rock. Following it, I found a red rock, HAA, so it was just the shortest straight route. What if I had broken it? I was discouraged, but I gathered my strength and crushed the last fragment. You destroyed a fragment of the sun. The order of nights that inhabits the fragment awakens. From the shattered stone emerged nights of light as before. But instead of forcing my way through, I stood still, waiting. After all, there was no longer any reason to flee. DRR. The ground shook as if in an earthquake. The Earth's energy is visibly increasing. At the same time, both the newly summoned ones and those who were chasing me froze. They didn't stop of their own accord, but as if they were trapped. Fwoong. Invisible chains dragged them down. The greedy ground became a viscous swamp and swallowed them whole. In a few seconds, hundreds of nights vanished without a trace. The primordial spirit is extremely pleased. If you are satisfied, then hand over the reward immediately. I don't know if you understood my words, but the answer came. SSSHHK. From the last destroyed fragment, a new path emerged, leading onward into the darkness, and I already knew what lay at the end. The way out. The primordial spirit feels gratitude for you. If you're so grateful, you could remove this damn field effect. Or does it not matter if I die before I reach the exit? Visual restrictions in this territory disappear. Affinity with nature plus 50. Earth resistance plus 50. Well, at least the attribute bonuses are welcome. And the surrounding glow also brought relief. Kuang, kuang, kuang. With no reason to waste time, I ran along the indicated path. About 5 minutes later, kuang, the route ended at a cliff. It almost seemed like one of those GPS stories that led people to the abyss. But, surprisingly, that was indeed the exit. Okay, I found the way out. So, I quickly did the time calculations. How much longer could I hold out from now? If the map had been generated cruelly, I might not even have that leeway, and I could die before reaching the portal. Safely, 10 minutes. At most, 11 or 12. After 10 minutes, the field effects would grow exponentially. Semicolon, let's go. With each step, my footprints sank deeper into the greedy earth. Kuang, I pushed forward with all my might and lunged into the darkness. After so much effort, I had to leave here taking whatever I could. A hidden region that can only be accessed by fulfilling certain special conditions or with a great deal of luck. I simply call it the hidden field, but people call it Gabrielius's arrangement or, more generically, the mystery of the labyrinth. And so, golden sand. Naturally, hidden fields offer much greater rewards than open common areas. Just like this. You have consumed golden sand. Earth resistance permanently increased by +3. Splash. You dove into the suspicious lake. Soul power permanently increased by +10. Please, an elixir. You have discovered a primitive mural. Spirit permanently increased by +10. You opened the ball of grass. It was like a land of honey, where almost every minute a hidden secret was discovered. Of course, it was a just reward. From the moment the vision was unlocked, finding these hidden secrets on a flat map was an easy task. You just had to run and grab whatever appeared along the way. Like in those old games, when a stage was completed, items were scattered throughout the map and, during a short interval, all you had to do was run frantically to collect everything. A true fever time. Kuang, kuang, kuang. I had already secured 6 rewards by taking advantage of this fever time, but I was still running around like a madman through the wasteland. It wasn't because I was still hungry. The problem is that the most important thing hadn't been found yet. HAA. Since I had come all this way, I wanted to find it at all costs. 55 minutes have passed. State abnormality, nutrient drainage is enhanced. Should I give up now and head for the exit? If I went any further, it might be too tight to get back in time. Or perhaps I should turn around and, on that return, search one last time. Even when I was unsure, I kept running. Kuang, kuang. In my experience, what I was looking for was never very close to the exit. So, even if it meant taking a risk, kuang, I ventured deeper and deeper, in the opposite direction. That was the style of Dungeon and Stone. Without taking risks, there were no gains. Therefore, kuang, I stomped down even harder, advancing with all my might. 10 seconds, 20, 30. But along with the determination, the anxiety only increased as time went on. 50 seconds. When I thought that if I didn't give up and go back right then, my life would truly be in danger. Hallelujah. Finally, it appeared before me. A crater, as if a meteor had fallen there. And, right in the center, a small grayish stone. You have discovered the primordial element. I ran over there and held out my hand. Not to take it with me. After all, that object can't be carried. The energy of the earth dragon surrounds you. 2/3. Wow, how many years did it take to accumulate 2 charges? Now all that's left is to complete the dragon hunt to reach the maximum. The blessing engraved on the soul reacts. The character's soul permanently receives the dragon's dignity. And so, in the body of a barbarian, I conquered the dignity of a dragon. In other words, Behala. Now the true dragon barbarian mode was within my reach. You can use Draconic Fear. Chapter 831, Eternal Hall, 3/5. Draconic Fear. the characteristic ability that every being of the dragon race possesses by necessity, and a symbol of the dragons themselves, hu. There are only two ways to obtain this ability: consuming dragon essence, or receiving the dragon's blessing. Regardless of which type of blessing is chosen, in the second stage one acquires dragon dignity. Well, albeit an inferior version. You cast a draconic fear. It's not a passive skill, but an active one. Furthermore, it has a cooldown. Depending on the level difference compared to the target, penalties are applied differently. The effect itself is also quite weak. Considering my current level, 8, a third level monster, equivalent to one lower than me, would suffer paralysis for 5 seconds. If it's 4th level, it would be 5 seconds of rigidity, from 5th level onwards, 10 seconds of rigidity along with a state of fear. No matter how great the level difference, you never get an overpowered instant death effect. But that doesn't mean it's a bad skill. Ultimately, why do explorers go so crazy for numbered items, elixirs, and magical artifacts? Just the fact that they can get stronger without using up essence slots is valuable enough, especially since the third stage of the dragon's blessing is what's truly valuable. Of course, that's from a long-term perspective. If you only analyze the current, short-term situation, it might seem negative. After all, the biggest obstacle remains. The Earth's energy visibly weakens. The primordial spirit rages immensely. The Earth trembles, expressing its fury. The response to its intent came immediately. SSHHK. The newly created path leading to the exit had also disappeared, as if telling me to get out of there quickly. But that wasn't very important. Why do you think I went all the way to the exit to check for myself? It was precisely so I could find it again without needing navigation. Vision restrictions return. Well, returning to the darkness of the maze, reducing the field of vision to 3 meters, is kind of annoying. Affinity with nature -50. Earth resistance -50. Even the bonuses you had given me were meanly taken away. But still, I achieved something much greater. I decided to swallow my resentment over that petty old friend. He wasn't someone I was going to see again anyway. Kuang, the barbarian, is not afraid to cut ties. An eerie silence hung among the explorers, buried up to their mid-body in the muddy swamp. The kingdom's hero and idol of explorers, also famous as the leader of the barbarians. It was this warrior who, to buy time, fearlessly entered directly into the mouth of a first-level monster about 5 seconds ago. At first, it seemed like some new method of suicide, but the instant he descended to the bottom of the hole, the whirlpool ceased. He'll be back, won't he? Someone broke the silence. Maze Reiner, the first passenger in the barbarian tank. Her murmur echoed the same thoughts shared by all the survivors there. Certainly. He survived countless incidents and became famous for it. This time will be no different. They spoke those words, but uncertainty was etched in their trembling voices and wavering gazes. Let's just wait, he himself told us to wait a minute, whatever happens. That's what they decided, not out of nobility or loyalty, but because the magic wasn't ready yet. There was nothing they could do at the moment but wait, HAA. The wizard's breath, which sounded at that moment, changed the atmosphere, the spell. Are you ready? Yes, but what about the Lord? Where is he? He only asked us to wait a minute, but he went straight into the hole. The wizard seemed confused, but at least he understood one thing clearly. Those trashy people have another idea in mind. Of course, no one said it directly, but in the voice, in the eyes, in the nuance, the magician caught the second thought and immediately drew the line. Until Lord Yondell returns, don't think I'll use any spells, What does that mean? The Lord himself said that if a minute passes, we should leave without him. In fact, the order was to wait, whatever happened, up to a minute. But, unaware of this, the wizard scratched his chin. So that's it then? Yes, there are only 30 seconds left until the allotted time, still, I haven't changed my mind. If there's no danger, we should wait for the Lord, however many more minutes it takes. That's the least respect we owe to the one who saved us, don't you think? That's true, but, the words, laden with loyalty, surprised even the priestess. But in reality the wizard was not speaking solely out of honor and fidelity. And how can we trust this garbage? It was unthinkable to overcome the crisis without Bjorn Yondell. Even now, the one who stepped forward to solve the problem was that wild barbarian. To safely navigate the colossal storm called dimensional collapse, they needed the umbrella called Bjorn Yondell. And if this reaches the Lord's ears, my rating will only go up. With that calculation done, the wizard kept the multiple teleportation spell ready, fixing his eyes on the center. Time passed until, the ground began to shake. The whirlwind reappeared, reopening the hole in the center. Even a layman would have noticed that something was happening. Could it be? Did the Lord manage to return? This thought crossed the minds of all the survivors. Go. From the deepest depths of the crater, a chilling howl echoed, as if from the very abyss, freezing everyone's bodies. There was no language in that voice, but all who heard it could feel the same emotion in that hideous scream. Anger. An unprecedented monster, capable of tearing them apart in an instant, roared in fury. And then, goo. There was no longer any doubt. It can't be, it's coming towards us. The sound was approaching in real time. Upon realizing this, the wizard screamed in despair. Quick, we have to run. Everyone come. But I just said we should wait. I said if there were no danger. The wizard's logic made everyone not in agreement. So let's go. Time's up anyway. The priestess seemed annoyed, but faced with that terrible roar, she dared not disagree. Swoosh, light poured from the wizard's staff, making the magic circle float in the air and shine, at the very moment when, there is, something immense shot out of the hole like a cannonball. Fwoong. A colossal arm emerged from behind, stretching out as if to grab them, and, like someone's open hand crushing a fly, it descended upon them. Elvine Cutter cast the 4th level spatial spell multiple teleportation. The spell was completed. When I opened my eyes, I felt not the viscous mud beneath my body, but the firm ground. Faces turned toward me were watching me. Lord Yendel, thank goodness you got back in time. We'll wait until you arrive. They weren't expecting anything. I saw the magic circle activating even before I left. But shouldn't we run away quickly? Yes, that thing, whatever this primordial spirit is or whatever it is, seemed to be consumed by fury. As I stood up, everyone hurriedly offered words of concern, but I didn't pay much attention. The primordial spirit wasn't a wandering creature. Like certain plant monsters, it remained fixed in its position, serving as a guardian and devouring invaders. Having left the Earth body's area of effect, minimal safety was already guaranteed. Please, we need to decide soon. He arrives. Sir, I'm thinking, so shut up. The problem had now risen. What to do next? 2 options occurred to me. First, simply stay here, waiting until the next dimensional collapse. No immediate risk, but also no return. That one doesn't appeal to me much. The number of people was a troublesome factor. As before, it would be difficult to resist constantly moving throughout the collapse, and there was a lack of safety to confront the waves directly. By process of elimination, I chose the second option. Prepare to march. Sir, we will keep moving and look for survivors. Perhaps because they lacked the strong bonds of our Inabita clan, the survivors' expressions betrayed their displeasure. Searching for people in an area where first-level monsters were emerging, right after what they had just witnessed, that was what was going through their minds. Viscount, I understand your intention, but, this time, I was tougher than usual, not out of emotion, but out of reason. In any group, if authority isn't established early on, unexpected problems arise during crises. I will not accept objections. If anyone disagrees, they can leave. I take silence as agreement. Of course, no one dared to argue back. Still, I added to my decision, which had sounded rather authoritarian. Since we know where we are, if we proceed cautiously we will not face great dangers. As far as I know, the primordial spirit does not move from its region. Even if there are problems, I will solve them. As before, you don't need to worry. We are counting on your strength. Forcing obedience through fear has its limits. It was necessary to convince them that following my orders was the most sensible option, thus reducing the chance of conflict. But, where did this information come from? This primordial spirit. I didn't even know it existed. There are things you only discover when you receive a title of nobility. Perhaps that's the greatest advantage of having become a nobleman. Since I gained the title, I haven't needed to give lengthy explanations. That pretext ended any doubt. After all, they weren't nobles. But the nobles I knew nothing of this. Sometimes someone more knowledgeable about the nobility would show up and ask additional questions, but that wasn't a problem either. They are nobles, not adventurers. Naturally, they wouldn't be interested. Yes, that makes sense. Sorry for asking unnecessarily. If there are no more doubts, let's go. Yes. So I continued on, guiding the group of survivors. I already knew of his reputation, but I didn't imagine it was so true. The Lord is indeed noble and magnificent. I noticed the priestess's gaze on me subtly change, but I chose to ignore it. Even under these circumstances, dedicating oneself to saving more people. In truth, my decision to move forward wasn't primarily aimed at rescue. Searching for survivors was merely a way to bolster our strength, and that's not even the main point. To be frank, finding survivors was just a secondary mission. After all, now I knew exactly where we were. The Eternal Hall, the hidden realm on the 9th floor, which even I hadn't been able to reach through normal methods. May the moonlight protect us. Cough cough. A place full of useful things. Includes the characters and monsters. Chapter 832, Eternal Hall, 4/5. Eternal Hall. The structure of this place is quite simple. Fire, earth, water, wind. There are 4 types of fields in total, and in each one, the primordial spirits of the respective attribute are the owners of the area, guarding the paths, and, somewhere on the map there's the Gate of Spirits. We ended up here because of the dimensional collapse, but even if that weren't the case, it wouldn't make much difference. After all, entering through the spirit gate, we'd fall into a random position anyway. The strategy for this map is to explore it and exit again using the spirit gate. No, you can't even really call that a strategy. Under normal circumstances, one would simply have to stay put and wait until the labyrinth was closed. But since the door of spirits itself is a reward, almost no one would do that. Follow me. We began the actual search and, little by little, we increased the pace. First walking briskly, then running more lightly, like a jog. Oh my. And now we were really running, invoking various spheres of light to maximize our field of vision. This road is blocked, turn right. Upon detecting any obstacle ahead, we would immediately change direction and resume running. And, blocked again. We repeated this endlessly. We could only act this way because we were inside the Eternal Hall. Normally, widening the field of vision too much would attract the monster's attention. The usual thing is to keep it just enough to avoid discomfort. The other time, when we were caught by the Earth core, since we didn't know where we were, we kept our vision to a minimum, and that's why that happened. Phew, look over there. Fire. After more than 3 hours of searching, the surrounding environment finally changed. No amount of light sphere magic was needed to see it. The ground was ablaze with crimson flames, visible from afar. It finally appeared. Hiding a satisfied smile, I led the group toward the fire zone. We moved along the line that marked the border between the fire field and the earth field, a kind of safe road. On that dividing line, the primordial spirits rarely appeared, and that's why I always advanced along that path. And then, guide, are you feeling anything? Still nothing. Not even luck detection has been activated since that little stone we found earlier. I told you not to answer any old way. And no, that's not it. It's really true. What do you want me to do? But does that make any sense? If there were a portal, it should have been detected already. If I tell you to, you do it. Is it really that difficult? Periodically, I used the guide's talent to rotate like a radar. The door of spirits was also considered a portal, so it could be detected by his ability. Of course, unlike the common floors of the labyrinth, there was the condition that we were within a certain radius of range. Do we really have to go in? There wasn't much time left until the 8 hours of guaranteed stability were complete. The time was approaching to risk a decisive move. Follow me. We're going to investigate inside as well. When I pointed to the fire zone, the survivors were startled. Inside? You can feel the heat even from here. Don't worry, it won't be that hot. After I briefly explained about the orb of fire, the group's resistance quickly disappeared, although one doubt still remained. But could there be survivors there? Indeed, he was right. Path. The guide, struck in the back of the neck, looked at me with a grimace. Why did it hit you out of nowhere? I only told the truth. There can't be anyone alive in a place like that. This guy had already been acting like a radar in some way, and he even dared to talk back. In the labyrinth, there is never absolute certainty. But still, and what if there are survivors inside? What would you do then? Would you take responsibility? Our responsibility? I only said one sentence. You stated with certainty a moment ago that there were no survivors. Defeated in the battle of logic, the guide bit his lip in frustration, but it seemed he still hadn't quite processed it. We are grateful for being saved, but I cannot accept being treated like this. Besides, you even swallowed that finding I detected with sword detection. Before he could finish leveling that accusation against me, his own companions interrupted him. Anton. Wow, that caught me by surprise. He arrives. But, I said enough is enough. The thunderous voice of the hammer-wielding warrior, from the same clan, brought the guy back to his senses. Taking a deep breath, he retreated. I apologize on his behalf, Viscount Yondell. Accepted. Thanks. Nonsense. We are all warriors. Yes, when a warrior apologizes, accepting it is a man's duty. Besides, he was from the same tribe of black bears as Lord Bear, which made me feel a certain affinity. Leaving the hammer-wielding warrior behind, I advanced toward the fire zone. Perhaps because of the incident with the guide, everyone else followed me without protest. Phew, the raging flames engulfed us, but thanks to the effect of the orb of fire, combined with his spells and sacred prayers, the damage was practically negligible. So, sacred power? Suddenly, the priestess murmured and then shouted. The Viscount was right. What? I couldn't understand. They are survivors. Why would there be survivors here? I told the guy there might be survivors, but deep down I wasn't serious. I just needed an excuse to enter the sea of fire. Oh, and teaching that insolent guide a lesson was just a bonus. Yes, that was all. Yes, that's true. I also feel a wave of mana coming from that direction. After even the expert wizard confirmed it, we rushed there, and the priestess's words about there being survivors proved incredibly true. 8 explorers emerged, protected by a shield of sacred power, supporting the wounded and traversing the flames. I can't believe it, there were actually survivors. The guide, who had argued that it was impossible, stared at them completely stunned. If I saw my own reflection, I'd probably have the same expression. The surprise wasn't just that survivors existed. When I checked their faces, I recognized several people I knew. The Armin Exploration Group, the same clan with whom we had shared the journey in the first basement level. It wasn't a mistake because we were far away. I had met them several times in the city, keeping in regular contact. Does this make any sense? To see such familiar faces again here was an overwhelming joy, braces LAAH. I couldn't contain myself, and I called out the names of the ancestors at the top of my lungs. With that, they also noticed our presence, that strong, powerful voice, there are people over there. Since I was still using identification, it wasn't difficult for them to recognize me, even from a distance. Baron Yandel, no, it's Viscount Yandel, oh my god. They looked exhausted, so I rushed over to them while my temporary companions helped Armin's group, who were in critical condition. Be quiet. We'll help you. The priestess and the priest received the wounded to begin treatment. You maintain the protective magic until you almost depleted your mana. Rest now. Leave it to us. The mage in Armin's group, on the verge of exhaustion, dropped his staff and collapsed. They knew how to take care of themselves just fine. Loss. I approached the leader, Armin, Viscount. He looked at me, almost collapsing. This isn't a dream, is it? You could feel how much hardship and pain they had endured. Even in that state, he still asked us to take care of the wounded first. Well, after all, he was the leader, it's not a dream, don't worry, what a relief. His dry throat barely allowed a voice to escape. Not many words were needed, you did well. I, who understood better than anyone the weight on our leader's shoulders, simply touched his shoulder in silence. After about 5 minutes, Armin regained some energy and finally asked, what happened to you? I never imagined finding you here. I'm in the same situation as you, and the members of your clan? Don't worry, we were separated in the middle of an incident, that's all. They'll manage. I understand. He nodded. Then I asked back, and you? We are the only ones who are here, I understood. I did notice that there were few familiar faces. A sigh escaped me, but it wouldn't be fair to let him notice. I changed the subject. Did you guys fall here too? Yes, as soon as the period of stability began, the flames engulfed us. Even though we were exhausted, we kept walking, for 6 hours? Surviving this far has been pure luck. Armin suddenly fell silent. Only then did I realize my blunder. Drug. Someone must have died along the way. We should have stayed put. We could have held out for at least 8 hours. But we didn't know how long the stability would last, so I thought it best to try to get out of the sea of fire. It was a mistake. If we hadn't found you, we all would have died here. Long words, full of self-accusation. I shook my head firmly. No, it wasn't a mistake. If they had advanced just a little further, they would have escaped the flames. Is that so? And if you hadn't made it this far, we wouldn't have met. Your decision wasn't wrong. Do you understand? Did my words offer any comfort, or did they only deepen his pain? I couldn't know what lay behind that silence, but Armin lowered his head, as if holding back strong emotions. About 10 minutes later, with the wounded treated, I broke the silence. Okay, let's get moving again. Now again? There are still people who can barely stand. Then let someone carry them. But, you never know. There may be more survivors. This time I couldn't speak with such conviction. Finding this group had already been a miracle. I could have sworn there was no one else alive. But their reaction was unexpected. The Viscount remains the same. Even though we are weak, we too will join your cause. Armin's clan, which had ties to me, showed unconditional support. Yes, there may be others. The more people there are, the greater our chances of survival. Even the temporary companions, influenced by the example of the Armin clan, reacted with enthusiasm. And, perhaps infected by this atmosphere, I apologize for earlier. This time, I will expand my perception more carefully. Even the guide, who had been confronting me, eventually gave in and diligently fulfilled his role as a radar as we advanced through the firing zone. And perhaps that effort was rewarded by the heavens. There. I can feel the energy of a portal. The target finally appeared on the radar. Chapter 833, Eternal Hall, 5/5, Clinic. I waded through the sea of fire, rolling a perfectly sized pebble in the palm of my hand. It was the item the guide had found using the luck detection skill and then given to me. Of course, it wasn't anything ordinary, but it wasn't anything extraordinary either. Selling doesn't make sense. Yes, I would use it myself. Potions and items of that kind shouldn't even be given to family. Having made the decision, I crushed the stone with the strength of my index finger and thumb. The character destroyed the Earth Soul Stone, Earth resistance permanently increases by +3. Spiritual power permanently increases by +10. It wasn't an effect that was immediately noticeable, but it was something that lasted a lifetime. Still, after so much trouble with luck detection, achieving only that wasn't entirely satisfying. At least there was some compensation. We had found the most important thing of all. Well, even so, I don't know how this will end. There. That must be it. The guide who was running ahead stopped suddenly and pointed. Those behind immediately began to murmur. It was natural. That which no explorer could fail to recognize was right in front of us. A portal? In the midst of the raging flames, a portal flickered. But unlike any we were used to seeing, its colors blended red, blue, green, and gray. The gate of spirits. The only way to leave the eternal hall, and also, a shortcut. I passed the guide and approached the portal when someone behind me shouted in warning. Be careful. We don't know where that portal might lead. Coming from someone who knew exactly what it was about, that warning sounded almost funny. Do you know anything about him? More or less. The portal trembled before me. The gate of spirits was a door to anywhere, up to the 9th floor, provided the explorer had already been there at least once. With these two conditions met, the portal led to the desired location. It was also possible to use it to access hidden rifts or fields, even for floors that are already closed. Of course, in those cases the closing date of the 9th floor served as a reference, and some hidden secrets could only be discovered using that method. But now that didn't matter, especially since, in the midst of a dimensional collapse, closing dates made no difference whatsoever. If I go in now, what do you think will happen? Everything I've described so far only applies to normal situations, and in almost 10 years of playing Dungeon & Stone, I had never entered one of these portals during a dimensional collapse. But it would be a waste to come all this way and not go in, wouldn't it? I've decided, as soon as I enter, if the portal's colors change, you all enter too. What? Don't worry, it's not dangerous. This portal can lead to any part of the labyrinth. I briefly explained about the Gate of Spirits, and with that, the suspicious looks calmed down. But soon another question arose. So, do we really need to use it? In the end, when the period of stability ends, the collapse will begin again. The minimum period is 8 hours, but that doesn't mean it will be exactly 8. I understand. So you thought you could take advantage of that during the break. That's right. Furthermore, according to an old tome I read, simply crossing that portal brings a blessing. A blessing? I mean a baptism. That's right. In fact, Dungeon & Stone players simply called baptism a conquest. In that case, we have to go in. Don't worry, we'll go after you immediately. The survivors' expressions changed instantly. The mention of achievements had been decisive. After all, it was rare for an explorer to disregard attribute bonuses. They were all obsessed with these permanent potions. So it's decided. I took a slow step towards the portal. See you on the other side. Okay, now, what will be the best destination? The character entered the shortcut. Actually, this map wasn't anything particularly remarkable. In the game, crossing the Gate of Spirits simply opened the map. You just had to choose your desired location and that was it. But, so this is the real feeling. It wasn't the first time I'd felt a chasm between the 2D pixel art graphics and reality. It had also been the case in the balance room, when I used controlled desire in Larquez's labyrinth, and in the temple, when erasing on essence. The game and reality were very different, just like now. So that's the map. A black space, like the universe. When he raised his head, he saw an immense chessboard divided into levels. The one upstairs must be the 9th floor. Okay, but how did you get there? I was thinking about that when I looked at myself. What is this now? I was holding a strange little flag in my hand. I more or less understood its purpose. If I plant this, it should fix destiny. But that wasn't the most important thing. My body began to glow blue, like a spiritual flame. My equipment had vanished, and I was naked, floating like a spirit. Strangely, the sensation of levitating felt natural. It was as if I had acquired a new organ. I simply knew instinctively how to move, without needing my feet. Oh, what a fright. The instant I thought about moving forward, my body shot forward. The speed was absurd, but it didn't feel fast, as if it had transcended the laws of physics. So this is how it's done. Now that I had an idea of how to get around, I headed for the top floor. The side of the 9th floor, the stellar tomb, appeared before me as if I were observing it from thousands of meters above. Although it's impossible to say that's really the case. The map showed only outlines, the entire 9th floor shrouded in a dark mist, which was natural, since I had never been to the Star Tomb, so the time I went outside the wall doesn't count. It was as expected, nothing disappointing. Some areas, however, appeared open between holes in the fog. They seemed to be the places I had crossed during the dimensional collapse. The space fields float separately like satellites. Independent spaces hovered around the 9th floor. One of them stood out, completely visible, the Eternal Hall, through which I had just passed. After all, I had explored a great deal during the period of stability. Fuum. Intrigued, I descended there. Seen from above, the place seemed somber, as if I were watching everything through a sepia film. The crimson flames of the fire zone were gray and motionless, as if time had stood still. Of course, you can't go where there's fog. I tried, but as expected, an invisible barrier blocked me. Fuum. I then followed the path without fog. In the real world, it had taken us more than 6 hours to explore all of that, but this time I reached the gate of spirits in an instant. Before it, my companions were frozen like statues. If I marked that portal as my destination, would I be able to cross the gate of spirits indefinitely? While I was lost in pointless musings, I realized, wait, what the heck? That wasn't just a map. If that were all, my companions wouldn't be standing there in front of the portal. So, this is all live. A shiver ran through me. Even as a spirit, I felt as if my skin was covered in goosebumps. It makes sense. With this, I can find them. Yes, it was possible to find the companions who were lost during the dimensional collapse. I never thought the Gate of Spirits had this kind of feature. It was too absurd. For me, the only priority was to find my allies, but the risk that this live mode represented was indescribable. It wasn't a matter of peeking under the priestess's skirt, catching thefts, or seeing which clan was exploiting where. The problem was something else. If this were a war, just entering here would be enough to know where everyone is. With malicious intent, it would be possible to track down and assassinate anyone. Think of the Dragon's Lair, for example. If he had used that, he would have already appeared before me out of nowhere. Fuum. Upon realizing the magnitude of the power of the Gate of Spirits, I flew straight to the 8th floor. The idea was to descend floor by floor. This one is small. Dawnland, on the 8th floor, was tiny compared to the vastness of the 9th. In fact, the hidden fields that floated alongside it were much larger. Because of the cracks, the number here is enormous, but they were all shrouded in mist. The only noteworthy spot was the plain at the entrance to the Land of Dawn, where dozens of explorers were gathered, divided into 3 groups, keeping a certain distance. Apparently, the coincidence of periods of stability had brought them together. I don't see any familiar faces. I walked right past. I even recognized some colleagues, but it wasn't enough to make a decision based on them. If it were someone like Mr. Bear, then I would think twice. So the 7th floor is like this. The 7th floor was divided in 2, the Dark Continent and the Frozen Rock. They floated separately like islands. I had already explored quite a bit here, so the map showed a large uncovered area, although a third was still covered in fog. This was normal, since exploration always required the most efficient routes, and the bigger the continent, the more people. Several explorers were spending their stability period on the 7th floor. From up there, it was easy to see groups every few minutes. They probably don't even imagine that there are other survivors so close by. It was almost like being an omniscient god, but it only seemed that way. I couldn't warn one group about another camp nearby, nor alert them to monsters lurking in the darkness. I wasn't a real god. Next, after sweeping the 7th floor, I went down to the 6th. Since travel here was by ship, most of it appeared covered in fog, but, it's calmer than I thought. There were no giant waves. On the contrary, the sea seemed even calmer than usual. I went to the place where the Lord of Tears used to be summoned, but there was nothing there, and I wasn't in the wrong place. Could he also have been dragged down by the collapse? It seemed like the most likely hypothesis. On the 7th floor, I had already seen lots of monsters from other floors. Then that bastard must be on some other floor. A shiver ran through me again. The dimensional collapse alone was a headache. Now I had to worry about that abomination too. Well, I haven't run into him yet. I remembered my objective and continued my search for the 6th floor. Perhaps my companions were on one of the islands, surviving the period of stability. I searched each one carefully until, and for the first time, I saw familiar faces. It's not possible. It was Bicoli's team. Chapter 834, Resentment, 1/5. Surviving in the game as a barbarian. Ludria Island. It wasn't the Great Rock, the easternmost point of the Great Sea, but rather a tropical island on the periphery. Beneath the palm trees, beyond the beach, a group of 9 explorers gathered. The scene seemed too peaceful. Lekors, a burly human, a true symbol of a tank, wrung out his wet shirt, as if he had just finished playing in the water. Belbevrunjeans, the old man, in the twilight of his life, used a fallen tree trunk as a chair and, sitting there, read a book. Jaina Flyer, the priestess in the black robe, kept a certain distance, leaning against a tree, her eyes closed, as if she didn't want to mingle. Bicoli, the wretched blond man, with his arrogant features, was sitting in front of the campfire. And not just sitting, he was laughing, saying something animated. Biko. There were 5 others I had never seen, but there was no room in my mind to think about them now. The sudden vision left me stunned. My spiritual body trembled, my ears ringed. I calmly closed and opened my eyes, but nothing changed. Biko. It was him, the same one who killed James Calla and Versil Galland. The same one who, on the day I founded the Anabata clan, crushed my vow never to feel that humiliation again. Then he also entered the labyrinth. From that day on, he hadn't given any sign of life. I thought he had disappeared, but of course, he was out there, sniffing out something to take advantage of, like a cockroach. Hatred overwhelmed me. I wanted to plant my flag right there and walk through the gate to go after him, but, no, I resisted the temptation, not only because, with my current team, we didn't stand a chance against his group. I can't. The flag was the only item capable of reuniting me with my companions lost in the dimensional collapse. Was it enough to waste it just to attack that worm? What if my allies died because I squandered the chance to save them? I would hate myself for the rest of my life. I sighed, averting my eyes from Bikoli. If I continued to look at his face, my convictions would waver. So I observed the others. 5 people. New members joined his group. It was best to record their faces. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. The first, a smiling boy, roasting something over the campfire. He must be underage, maybe a wizard. A mysterious masked figure, slightly over 1.70 meters tall, impossible to tell if it's a man or a woman. A swordsman, listening closely to Biko, his face grim. He clearly didn't like what he was hearing, which was understandable. That sociopath didn't know how to say anything that would please anyone. Finally, the next one, an elf with skin so dark that not even a shadow could erase it. Could it be a dark elf? But supposedly they had become extinct centuries ago. It shouldn't just be a 10. It wasn't possible to know at the time, so I passed it on. I know him. A dwarf, with hatchets hanging from his waist like a keychain. What was his nickname again? In any case, he was a former promising member of the Golden Generation, but for some reason, he murdered the former Dumoka, the chief of the dwarves, and fled to join Ordocules, considered more dangerous than the corpse collector, although I had never seen him fight. The last one, a Tarian, lying with its arms outstretched on the beach, apart from the others. It didn't seem to be contemplating the stars romantically. Empty bottles lay around it, drinking in the labyrinth. He must be crazy. But of course, if he was hanging out with Bikoli, it wasn't a surprise. In the end, I only recognized one of them. It was ridiculous. Accepting that hanging out with Biko meant having some level of skill was already humiliating, but not recognizing almost anyone? Where does this wretched recruiter go? In some underworld agency. My eyes memorized the new members. Perhaps my knowledge was insufficient, but I would find out who they were later. Exploration completed. I rolled my eyes one last time at the group, and inevitably, the center of attention returned to Biko, I knew I needed to stop. I had already gathered enough information. It was time to focus on the original objective, but my feet wouldn't move. Bikoli. It was living proof that, in a foreign land, one should fear one's own countrymen even more. All that remained was hatred. But that wasn't the only thing that held me captive. Why did that bastard go into the labyrinth? To grow as an explorer, hunt monsters, gain levels, find treasures? I doubt it. He must be plotting something. What conspiracy was hidden behind that smile? Could it be that even the Lord of Tears? The idea suddenly occurred to me. No proof, but impossible to ignore. Could there be anything more suspicious than this group? Bikoli would sacrifice thousands for personal gain without hesitation. Perhaps even the dimensional collapse is connected to it. Some might call that an unfounded assumption, but I didn't think so at all. After all, that damned bastard Biko was the root of all evil, the most harmful existence in this world. Surely even the Earth, which would be more beneficial to the world than him. Probably. Honestly, I really don't know what that idiot Biko was thinking, but there was something I always wanted to tell him if we ever met again. Well, it's not like my voice reached his ears right now. Biko, I know why. After decades, you've never been able to open the gate to the abyss. You always took the easy way out. You always blamed external factors. You always looked for solutions outside yourself. You never tried to change yourself. I am different. A dimensional collapse. This time, too, I will survive. I will become stronger, to the point where I will no longer need anyone's help. And, when the time comes, just as I did with the Dragon Slayer, I'll come after you. Before that worm got away, I should have said that to his face. But, well, just thinking about it already eases my chest a little. So now, when I finally decided to walk away, something caught my attention. Suddenly, Fallen Grandpa caught my attention. The old man was reading a book again. Come to think of it, he'd done that before, when we explored outside the walls. Whenever we set up camp or took a break, he'd usually be reading a book in some corner like that. Back then, I thought he was reading some kind of magic book or something, so I wasn't particularly interested. What is he reading? Taking advantage of my spiritual body, I went behind him to spy. And then, the white fur of the warrior back to Reina glistened with sweat. When I stroked her small, fluffy tail and approached, Reina startled, her white ears bristling. I was so shocked I was speechless. So, there was no way to explain it. But one thing was certain. I lost even what little respect I had left. My hatred and disgust for Bicoli's group only intensified even more, despite having wasted a considerable amount of time discovering Bicoli's group. Perhaps because I searched relentlessly afterward, it didn't take me long to complete the search throughout the 6th floor, the Great Sea, albeit without results. The 6th floor too, nothing. I searched even the subterranean islands beneath the sea, but I couldn't find a single hair of my companion's belongings. It seemed like a tragedy of separated families. Where the hell were they all? Phoom. The narrower the search radius became, the greater my anxiety grew. Not because I was thinking the worst. Of course, that possibility couldn't be completely ruled out. But, realistically, it was minimal. After all, it wasn't because they were my companions. The Anabata clan was, objectively, very competent. They wouldn't be annihilated in just one day simply because they lost me. The problem was something else. Please, they should be in a visible place. If they were in an area covered by fog, places I had never been, there would be nothing I could do. Not even the 5th floor. My anxiety grew, and I redoubled my efforts, searching meticulously. But even in the great desert I found no sign of my people. To tell the truth, finding living people was already difficult. The reason was quite clear. The Lord of Tears. I didn't see him on the 6th floor and wondered where he had gone. The answer, he had plummeted to the 5th floor and was wandering around there, probably because he had been forcibly separated from the island he was holding. The result, he had already advanced to the 4th stage, without even the blindfold on. This place has turned into hell. Around him, mountains of adventurers' skeletons, all melted by his acidic ability. Suddenly I felt as if our eyes met. It was impossible, but a chill ran down my spine. I quickly moved away. Crush. As if something had broken, the monster reached out its hand toward me. Surprised, I climbed higher and increased the distance between us, and that was it. Soon he became motionless again, frozen in the monochromatic world. Damn, what a scare. Instead of trying to understand why it had moved, I tried to move even further away. What if it moved again? I didn't want to be dragged into unnecessary trouble. So, I just took a quick look around the rest of the 5th floor and went straight to the room. I didn't need to spend much time there. I had already gotten the hang of movement in a spiritual state, and the search was completed at lightning speed. And then, finally, I found what I was looking for. It wasn't in the main arena, the Celestial Tower, but rather in a hidden area on the 4th floor. More precisely, Larkaz's Labyrinth, a place with which I already had a lasting connection, and one of my companions was there, Aner, surrounded by a dozen hostile-looking adventurers. A small gesture, a big impact. Chapter 835, Resentment, 2/5. Why was she there? Alone, no less? And where were her companions? Had she been separated in the confusion of the collapse? A barrage of questions arose, but in moments like these, it was best to set priorities. I would hear the stories after I rescued her. First of all, I analyzed Aner. His condition didn't look good at all. His equipment was torn by sharp blades, and blood was seeping from the cracks. He didn't see any immediately fatal injuries, but he couldn't be sure. In Dungeon and Stone, there were countless types of injuries invisible to the naked eye. Besides, judging by his appearance, his life was already nearing its end. Badum. My heart pounded, compelling me as it had when I saw Bicoli. Badum. The rage was unbearable. If it had been a monster causing her to be in that state, it would be understandable. But were these people, in the midst of a disaster like the dimensional collapse, where it was already difficult to survive alone? Who the hell are these bastards? In the midst of the fury, I noticed something. I carefully observed the group surrounding him, and they all displayed the same coat of arms. Sawtooth, a clan with whom I've accumulated numerous enmities. James Calla, who had been from Moranabada clan, was their second in command. And when we defeated Ryakis, the Lord of Chaos, there was a fight over loot theft. So that's why. At first it seemed absurd, but thinking about it, it made sense. Even though James had been sent on the expedition to the Frozen Rock as a mere disposable pawn, he ended up with another clan. And that clan, precisely, stole the glory from a raid in which they had invested so much effort. In this cruel world of explorers, that was enough to make someone want to kill. Clench. I tightened my grip on the flag. In practice, I had already decided where to plant it, but I still restrained the immediate urge. Planting it now or later wouldn't change anything in Aner's rescue. However, if I waited a little longer, I could still search the remaining floors and gather more information. Just like I found Bicoli on the 6th floor, maybe I'd locate other suspects, or, with luck, discover the situation of the other companions. Of course, if I found more than one in danger at the same time, I'd have to choose who to save, but even so, I need to confirm. That was my principle. It's better to know than to ignore. At least that way I would have a choice. Phoom. I left the labyrinth of Larkaz, where Aner was, and descended to the 3rd floor, the Pilgrim's Path, a field full of memories and events, with almost no fog obscuring anything. But, nothing. There were no other companions. The only noteworthy event was seeing two groups fighting seriously, swords drawn. Even amidst all this, they still kill each other. Was it because of looting, a misunderstanding, or just plain spite? I had no way of knowing their story, but that wasn't my business. I was already busy enough taking care of myself. Phoom. The second floor was similar. The rocky desert, the beast's den, the goblin forest, the land of the dead. 4 regions. And since I had wandered quite a bit when I was still a novice, there was no fog obscuring anything. Another failure. No sign of mine. Same on the first floor, in the crystal caves. Then, phoom, I went down even further. Surprisingly, the door of spirits also led to the basement, level -1. First basement level. I didn't expect to be able to go this far either. Well, since the restriction was only up to the 9th floor, I guess it wasn't impossible, right? The reason the first basement didn't appear in the game must be because I'd never been there before. As soon as I reached the top, a vast expanse of silver filled my vision. The initial stone island, the human island with the village chief, the library island where I met Hampton, the island of rifts with its exclusive solo rift. It's bigger than I remembered. Looking down from above, I realized how immense that floor was, and to think that, when I was looking for a way to escape, I thought I had explored everything. There were so many areas still covered by the fog. What could they be hiding? If it weren't for the impossibility of escape, that floor would be the best of all. Phoom. I put my doubts aside for later and examined the area quickly. There was no one there. The village chief had said that, in collapses, sometimes some people were thrown here, but apparently not this time. The probability must be very low, or there's some underlying condition, or perhaps it's just because the collapse is still active. At the time I didn't know, and it didn't matter either, but at least I saw a familiar face. On the library island, I found Little Ham sleeping. It was the only harvest. The other companions, nothing. Perhaps it's even better that they're not here. Although it was disappointing not to be able to directly confirm their safety, I decided to think positively. They must all be fine. I just can't find them because they were spending their stabilization period in areas hidden by fog, but what if we planted the flag here? Would it work? The doubt arose. When I left the underground, I made a pact with that supervisor, and he said I could never go back into that place, so I never tried to test it. I was sure the normal method wouldn't work anyway. Well, I had thought about checking it later, but soon after returning to the city, serious incidents started happening one after another, leaving me no time for that. If it's possible to enter via that route, it would be a real prize. As I said before, the first basement is a floor full of rewards. It seems that at some point I will need to create an exploration plan for this place and execute it properly, should an opportunity arise. If we could explore it properly, my companions and I could improve our attributes by several levels in a short time. Anyway, now that the search is complete, I moved my spiritual body to the 4th floor, and those damned bastards dare to threaten a barbarian. The labyrinth of Larquez, the same place where I first experienced the loss of a companion. You are all dead. Without hesitation, I planted the flag. The endpoint has been set. The character was kicked out of shortcut. The instant I planted the flag in the ground, an irresistible power took hold of my body, as if the laws of physics had ceased to apply. Shoo. It felt like dust was being sucked up by a vacuum cleaner. When I regained consciousness, I saw in the distance a staircase divided into 10 levels, and then, a flash, as if it were the instant of the universe's creation. That was the last memory inside the shortcut. Phoom. That strange sensation that's always present when crossing portals, as if the cosmos were spitting out something immense. My body was thrown forward. Quang. Damn, I fell flat on my face. I look like a complete novice who's never been inside a portal before. My body, has it always been this heavy? If I had to pinpoint the cause, it would be my senses. After so much time in a spiritual state, transcending physical laws, the sensation of walking on my feet felt strange. Well, actually, it must be heavier than usual too. Ultimately, the field effect here was brutal. You have entered the labyrinth of Larquez. Field effect, Guardian of Balance activated. The occupant's attributes have been redistributed equally. In this place, as if blessed by Karl Marx, everyone has their attributes redistributed equally. It was thanks to this that, in our rookie days, we were able to face even the criminal from molecules on equal terms. Now, ironically, that was why Aner was almost defeated by those wretches. An awkward silence. I got up slowly, still a little clumsy from the fall. Who are you? What? Why did a portal appear out of nowhere? They still hadn't recognized me. They were only startled by the portal that appeared out of nowhere. Unlike Aner, who stared intently at me. BJ. Bjorn? Aner's eyes widened, as if she couldn't believe my sudden appearance in this desperate situation. But soon a light of resignation settled in those eyes. I understand, it's a hallucination. There is, because I thought I wanted to see you one last time before the end. What is she talking about? It seemed that Aner's condition was more serious than it appeared. I don't know what happened, but you did well. Leave the rest to me. I gently patted her head and stood up. But those scoundrels, of course, heard. BJ, Bjorn, she said Bjorn, didn't she? That can't be. You must have misheard. How could that wretch have ended up here? But, from behind, it's identical. The growing voices confirmed that they had already recognized me. I took a deep breath and turned around. Shit. It's the real Yandel. Yandel, how did that lunatic end up here? When they saw me, they recoiled as if they had seen a ghost. But not all of them. Ha ha ha. A middle-aged man with red hair let out a laugh. The same laugh you had seen during the fight against Ryakis, with the vice leader serving as his right-hand man. Without a doubt, this was the leader. Don't be afraid. This is even better. His deep voice echoed, commanding attention over the clan members. Remember where we are. With just that order, the unrest between them subsided. That's right. Here, check your bodies. We're stronger than before. And that damn barbarian can barely move, so he's all alone. They already understood the terrain, and they were right. In the labyrinth of Larkaz, numbers made a difference. Even we, in our beginner days, managed to face the Dragon Slayer because of that effect. I nodded, without denying it. Indeed, it would be difficult to do it alone. In that situation, victory against so many couldn't be guaranteed. But, look, even that bastard Yandel is scared. Funny, but I didn't say, I interrupted, taking a step forward, unintentionally, but the timing couldn't have been better. That I'm alone. And at that exact moment, Foom, the portals opened, and my temporary companions began to leap out. Chapter 836, Resentment, 3/5. FUU. Adventurers gushed out of the undulating portal. Ouch, that hurt. 4 occupants in barbaric tank mode that I encountered shortly after getting lost. Oh, just like you said, the soul power has increased. 6 survivors who were pulled under by the Earthcaller. Mr. Viscount, who are those people? And 8 more from the Armin Adventurer group. Based on the symbols, they appear to be from the Sawtooth clan. They're pointing swords at us. Are they enemies? The gazes of the Sawtooth clan, which until then had been fixed on the explorers emerging from the portal and lining up in formation, filled with confusion and fear. It was a natural reaction. How did these guys end up in this place? Aside from that question, the current situation was crystal clear to them. Shit, we're screwed. The instant a nameless member's murmur echoed in everyone's ears. See chief? The vice captain called to the leader as if seeking an answer. In my eyes, it was useless. I, and 18 elite adventurers who had crossed the portal, and, although wounded, totaling 20, their only strength, their numerical superiority, had been reversed. Their fate was sealed. Calm down. What a deplorable sight. Surprisingly, instead of succumbing to panic and fleeing, the man yelled at the clan members, and, trap. Leaving the members in silence, he walked towards me. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it was a scene hard to believe. What is that? A new suicide method? Or is this guy just incredibly strong? If it weren't something like that, the situation wouldn't make any sense. Trap. He stopped a certain distance from us and stared at me calmly. The situation was undoubtedly favorable to us. I could activate gigantification and reach him with a blow of my hammer. Even so, his calm posture seemed to say that all of this was mere illusion. In the silence that even conveyed a strange pressure, he finally opened his mouth, with a hoarse voice that seemed to scratch metal. Viscount Yandel, do you know where you are right now? I know. The response came out so cold-blooded that my speech faltered. Then we can be brief. Put down your weapon. Could there have been some hidden piece in Larkaz's labyrinth that I didn't know about? He acted with such confidence, as if he knew it. I don't intend to accept that this is a misunderstanding. I'm just saying it would be better to stop this now, don't you think? There hasn't been any bloodshed yet. What? My left and right hemispheres took a while to process the situation. Perhaps that's why he got so excited and continued speaking without getting tired. The moment our equipment clashes, that will be the real moment of bloodshed. Viscount, is that what you want? We are experiencing a dimensional collapse, an unknown disaster. If we fight amongst ourselves, we will only lead both sides to annihilation. Damn it. I don't believe he would use that repertoire. He spoke with such pomp that I thought there was something behind it. So, let's put aside petty animosities for now. Croc. The moment I activated gigantification and swung the hammer forcefully, the subject's temple was crushed like clay. And then, plop. I looked away from the fallen body and glanced at the vice captain. In war, when a superior officer is incapacitated, the officer immediately below assumes command. All I had to do was persuade this guy. It's too much trouble to explain. I summed it all up in one fell swoop. If you want to fight, come. If you want to talk, put down your weapons and kneel. It was too simple, wasn't it? Anyone who can't do that doesn't deserve to live. The vice captain seemed preoccupied with his thoughts and didn't respond easily. I had still been kind enough to give him options. With a scoundrel like that as vice captain, it was obvious they were going to fail. If he had chosen to fight, Upon hearing my proposal, he should have shouted and calmed the members down immediately. What if he chose to surrender? He could simply cut ties with his boss and protest his innocence, dropping his weapon immediately. But, the vice captain's choice was to do nothing. He simply remained silent, rolling his eyes, and in the end, the members without leadership lost cohesion and began to act on their own. I've always been against that from the start. Me too. When one dropped his weapon and knelt, the others quickly followed. Did they think it was a matter of order of arrival? Oh, sure, some tried to flee without looking back, running through the maze. But, arg, haha, I knew some cowards would try that. Since even that had been blocked beforehand, there was nothing left to see. The Sawtooth clan crumbled like dominoes in a matter of moments. And then, we were wrong, spare us. We beg for mercy. Finally, the vice captain, alone, collapsed and knelt with the expression of someone whose mind had been shattered, and the situation ended. Unlike what was expected, there was no bloodbath, which was satisfactory. But how to put this? It ended in a rather anticlimactic way. Honestly, it was strange that James Carlo was vice captain here. Oh, maybe because he was surrounded only by idiots he received so much surveillance? Yeah, maybe. Idiots are good at that sort of thing. They never complain openly, but they're always plotting behind your back. They are not to blame. While my temporary colleagues were restraining those who were kneeling, the vice captain finally broke the silence. The captain and I deserve as much punishment as you want, but please, calm your anger about it. That's my request. That even deserved some credit. Let's say 5 positive points. But since the previous actions were worth about 100 less, he remained at the level of an imbecile. Please. Seeing that he even bowed his head, it seemed that his intention to protect the clan was sincere, but that decision wasn't mine alone. I still hadn't heard the testimony of the greatest victim. Aner, are you alright? I'm fine. Even after so much time, Aner still seemed lost, as if she were dreaming. It had been a long time since he had seen her like this. Calm down. There's no need to rush. I ordered that she be allowed to receive treatment from the priest while I waited for her to regain her lucidity. Bjorn, what the hell happened? How did you appear out of nowhere, opening a portal? Okay, judging from your question, it seems you've recovered. Oh, it just happened. Instead of explaining about the 9th floor, the door of spirits, and everything else, I summed it up in one sentence. After all, it was Aner. Oh, it happened. I understand perfectly. Oh, really? Of course. It was because of the dimensional collapse, right? That's right. Well, I wasn't wrong. Since Aner seemed satisfied, now it was my turn to ask. And you, what happened? That's right. Actually, that also ended up happening. A little more detail, please. Okay, Bjorn, since it's your request. Thus began Aner's detailed account, and I managed to understand, even if only in general terms, what had happened. When Amelia took Caselin to the rear, the red dragon grabbed me and carried me outside. Aner, seeing this, rushed to rescue me and, when I regained consciousness, I was in another place. I tried to go back, but only strange places led out. This time I really thought I was finished. After that, it was similar to me. She became a dimensional wanderer, running aimlessly, until she joined a group of survivors. Well, being Aner, she was more of an elite reinforcement than an intruder. Anyway, and it was precisely those people. It was lucky to have found another group quickly, but otherwise, luck wasn't on their side. When the long wave ended and the calm returned, the Sawtooth clan began to show their hidden prey. The one with gray hair. That warrior with gray hair helped me right away. What saved Aner at that moment was the gray hair. According to her, he wasn't from the Sawtooth clan, but, like her, a survivor who had joined by chance during the collapse. He said he knew you, Bjorn. That he had received your help before. My help? What was his name? I don't know. A warrior with gray hair. No one came to mind. Perhaps one of the warriors I encountered at the Battle of Burzak? No, in that case, at least Aner would remember the face. So, what happens next? Thanks to his gray hair, we managed to escape the surprise attack. But, in the process, he ended up dying. Oh, we can't stay here. We need to at least recover his body. It must be somewhere in the labyrinth. Don't worry, I think I know where it is. Oh, really? Yes, before crossing the gate of spirits, I had seen a body. I thought it was just another one of the Sawtooth that Aner had shot down during the escape. But now that I know it was a benefactor, I have to find him and show him the bare minimum of respect. Otherwise, nothing much. We were caught again by those wretches, and since then I've been surrounded, getting beaten non-stop. I swear, this time I even saw the faces of my ancestors before me. I understood. And it's all the fault of that damned labyrinth. If it weren't for the drained strength, I wouldn't have fallen so easily. Thus ended Aner's testimony. With such clear evidence and testimony, the judgment was practically decided. But, Someone cure this bastard. First I woke up the boss who was unconscious. After all, I am a Korean barbarian, who combines the heart of a warrior and the mind of a modern man, my head. Before delivering my verdict, I should at least hear the final defense, oh, the hero of the city is the one who cowardly attacks in the middle of a conversation, poof, I sacrificed myself to judge rationally and avoid bloodshed as much as possible, poof, and to think that in such a disaster there would be someone so foolish as to be unable to even make that rational decision, crack, did I hit too hard this time? At least now I understand what kind of mentality led that wretch to crawl up to me in that little charade. But the most important question remained. Priest, could you pray for this fellow one more time? Yes. As soon as the sacred power was infused, the skull-crushed subject awoke again, like a zombie, Yug, I asked in a low voice, almost like a murmur, why? Normally I didn't ask that kind of question. It didn't make sense. Knowing the reason wouldn't change anything. But, why did you try to kill Aner? This time, I wanted an answer. Of course, there were plausible hypotheses, but even so, in a disaster like this dimensional collapse, would it really be necessary to insist on personal revenge? To me, it seemed too irrational an act. Perhaps there was some hidden motive I was unaware of, but then, this, phew. After a long silence, as if savoring my question, the man began to laugh. And then, do you want to know why I tried to kill her? Do you still need to ask that? He shot me a look full of hatred. Better than begging for my life, but still nothing pleasant. You ruined the hunt we've been planning for so long against Ryukus. Do you know how much damage this has caused us? So they were the ones who invoked him. At the time they denied it to the end, not that it matters now. Phew. Yes, that doesn't matter. But later you even took away Count Almanus's sponsorship. There is? Withdraw sponsorship? I never had that kind of support. My relationship with the Count was always a business one. The attack, planned for years, failed. We lost Count Almanus's sponsorship. Do you know how low we fell after that? Apparently, after that incident, they also lost their funds. By your face, you didn't know? You probably didn't even care. You were only thinking about stepping on others to get ahead. Okay, so what? Besides that, what else? He even stole our vice captain afterwards, unceremoniously bringing him into his clan. Look at that, he himself had rejected the guy, and I was the one who took him in. So, is that all? Isn't that enough? He returned the question to me, and I remained indifferent. It seems there really wasn't a hidden story. Seriously, is that all? Are you mocking me? Well, I understand. Creatures who only know how to live by blaming others also exist in the civilized world of Korea, especially in the gaming scene. But why Aner? I was the one you hated. Before concluding the final defense, I made a point of asking this. And again, he responded with another question. Don't play the saint. You really think it would be any different? It wasn't just a simple angry shout, but a direct observation. Thinking about it made my mouth go numb. In fact, in the end, I wasn't so different from him. My target of hatred was Bicoli, but if one of his companions appeared before me, I would crush their head without hesitation. You're absolutely right. I acknowledge what needs to be acknowledged, but even so, that doesn't change the feeling of pettiness. After all, if he was able to propose peace at the very moment the situation turned against him, it's such a shallow grudge. In fact, more than resentment, it would be more accurate to call it envy, or jealousy. What do you intend to do? The priestess who was observing the scene asked me, and after thinking for a while, I made my decision. Chapter 837, Resentment, 4/5. The verdict was already decided in my mind. However, before I could announce it, the special wizard shouted first. What do you mean, Miss Eloyd? What a strange question. Those scoundrels dared to try to harm Viscount Yandel's companions out of personal spite. And on top of that, in a disaster situation where even joining forces would be insufficient. I didn't ask you. Summary judgment. There is no other answer besides summary judgment for everyone. At the special wizard's shout, the faces of the Sawtooth clan members, who had previously watched in fear, paled. Summary judgment for everyone? What nonsense. Viscount, I cannot defend the main defendant. But since ancient times, when a ship takes a wrong course, the bow is castrated. I beg for mercy. Tisk, that's why believers are like that. What did you just say? If you intend to insult Lord Handel, I was just talking to myself. The two kept exchanging taunts. At first it seemed that the special mage treated the priestess well, but now they were acting like enemies. This is not something you should meddle in, to begin with. This is for the Viscount to judge, and the Viscount will certainly steer the ship in the right direction. Well, I wonder about that. I really don't like this situation. Ending up taking someone's side, that's not what I want. Tisk, I stuck out my tongue and approached the leader of the Sawtooth clan. Last words? Kekek. so there's nothing there. If you return to the city alive, could you give this to my children? Okay, I'll deliver it. Upon hearing the permission, the leader, his eyes bloodshot, looked at me and, without blinking, spoke in an enraged voice. My beloved descendants, the one who killed your father was Viscount. Never forget this hatred. Even if they can't do it now, have patience, the moment will come. Even if they don't kill him, it will be enough to inflict the same pain on his companions, his family, the children they will one day have. Anyone will do. If you can inflict the same pain, kill them and complete this father's revenge. That's all I have to say. Will you transmit it? Upon finishing his will, he smiled with bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, and his temporary companions around him were furious. What a lunatic. Viscount, don't listen to that nonsense. But the malice contained in that last statement was too strong to simply ignore. I couldn't help myself and asked, seriously, does it seem like I'm lying? No, it didn't seem like a lie. And that's precisely why I didn't understand. Asking me to pass this on to my own children? This animal has already made so many mistakes. One of my temporary companions shouted, but his sentence was unfinished. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong. What's the point of all this? The moment they get stained with blood, anyone who does it will go up to the gallows. You idiots. For a moment, the curse that poured forth from him solemnly overwhelmed everyone. Kill me today, Bjorn. Go back to the city and kill my children, my wife, my brothers. If you don't, one day, like a candle flame about to go out, his scream did not end. Crack, I struck with a hammer, and so the last words he tried to utter remained forever unknown. The silence that followed was as intense as the madness that preceded it. I lightly brushed the blood clinging to the hammer and walked over to the vice-captain. Perhaps he had already sensed his fate. I have nothing more to say. Before I could ask anything, he spoke first. No, actually I wanted to ask a favor. I asked that my son, my family, not know about my passing. Why? Because I don't want them to live in hell. That short answer left my arm strangely tired. The hammer in my hand felt heavy. No, it wasn't the hammer. It's not the hammer. Tap, tap. The blood dripping from the tip of the hammer today seemed to weigh too heavily. I understand. Suddenly an old portrait came to mind. The portrait I had seen in Hanse's bag. It showed a little girl of about 3 years old and a young wife. She must have grown quite a bit by now. Yes, he must have grown a lot. Perhaps to the point of wondering why he didn't have a father. Perhaps, growing up, he would begin to investigate his father's disappearance and, by fate, discover that the one who killed his father was the hero of the city. What would that child do then? Would he think that, because his father was a plunderer, he deserved to die? What the hell? How would I know that? What? Get up, you son of a bitch. I lifted the vice-captain, who had his eyes closed as if awaiting death. It wasn't an impulsive decision. I never intended to kill you from the start. Get up. Holding him by the shoulders and forcing him to stand, he seemed stunned, unable to believe it. I glanced at the other clan members already subdued and said, even if I were to execute all of you here today, no one in this world would have the right to judge me. That is the unspoken rule of this labyrinth. Those who attempt to kill someone have no moral authority to speak when the roles are reversed. However, nevertheless, I'll give you a chance, I declared. From now on, you'll move with us and obey my orders. You'll take on the unpleasant tasks, the boring tasks, and you'll be the first to be sent on the most dangerous missions. It was, in fact, a declaration of near slave-like treatment. But if you promise to endure this unfair treatment, I guarantee that, even upon returning to the city, no one will bring up this incident against you. I promise this with the honor of a warrior in my name. There wasn't even a brief pause between my statement and the response. We will. Please give us a chance. The obvious and predictable reaction. Much more than the only way to save our lives, in a dimensional collapse situation, sticking to our group, even as slaves, greatly increased our chances of survival. You made a wise choice. I bet even Lord Heindel will be pleased with the Viscount's mercy. Very sensible. Free slaves are useful, if well managed. Ironically, both the priestess and the special wizard, who had previously opposed me, were pleased with my decision. Bjorn. With the Sawtooth clan problem resolved, Einar came running to me as if he had been expecting it. We have to find the gray-haired guy who helped me. That's right, we have to find that person too. He saved our Einar. Does anyone know anything about that guy with gray hair? Before going to look for the body, I asked the clan members, but I didn't get much information. From what they said, the gray-haired guy had also joined them by chance during the collapse, just like Einar, and nobody knew him. Hans? I think that was more or less his name. What? Me? Who saved some guy named Hans? If that were the case, the tragedy would be greater than Romeo and Juliet. Are you sure? Can you guarantee the information? No, not to that extent. I'm sorry, I don't know. Mentioning that name without being able to vouch for him, I already feel overcome by a strange sense of unease and itching all over my body. Still, I need to look into it. Even if the guy's real name was Hans, there's no doubt he owes me a debt of gratitude. Elbean Cutter, I'm going out for a bit, keep everything in order. Yes, don't worry, I'll take responsibility and stay in charge. The special wizard acted as if he were number 2, but I saw no reason to complain. He seemed to have some talent. Come on, Einar, it's that way. I continued on with Einar, separating ourselves from the group to search for the labyrinth. It wasn't difficult. I had already seen the general structure on the shortcut, and the Larkaz labyrinth was a place I had already encountered. Besides, it wasn't that far away. There. That's right, it was there. As we emerged from the fork in the road, we saw a man lying motionless against the wall. He gripped his sword tightly in his right hand, while his shield lay a few paces ahead. A blade pierced his iron breastplate, and the dark blood covering it had not yet dried. If that man hadn't warned me and bought me time, I would already be dead. And so, Bjorn, do you recognize him? He said he had received help from you before. I don't know. Honestly, I didn't recognize him. The face seemed vaguely familiar, but let's search first. Fortunately, it didn't take long to confirm his identity. A badge. Every adventurer carries one. By consulting it, it was possible to obtain basic information. Adventurer level 5. Neither high nor low, sufficient to stand on your own, but without the weight of someone decisive in an expedition. In fact, many medium-sized clans require at least this level to join. Clan of Origin, Blue Flag. I had heard of them while studying before this expedition, but they weren't famous enough to know the details. Age, 28. And the name was, Carlson Endurk. It wasn't Hans, but I didn't remember, Carlson Endurk. I repeated the name, staring at his face, perhaps because of the effort. So, remember, I remembered. Carlson Endurk. I had indeed encountered him in the past, inside the labyrinth, you remember. Well, he risked everything to the point of giving his life. It must have been something big, but, contrary to what Einar thought, nothing like that had happened. I met him in the first floor crevice, the glacial cave, where I encountered Uncle Bear and also committed my first PK. Carlson Endurk was part of that group. I don't remember what his level was at the time, but his strength was comparable to someone in the middle of the second floor. He was clearly inexperienced, a rookie. Still, I remember he had a good attitude, he did everything without complaining and tried hard to contribute as a member. In the final division of the rewards, he wasn't greedy, and I liked that so much that I gave him a good extra portion of mana stones. And then, and then what? That was all. That was the last contact I had with Carlson Endurk. After that, we never met again. I only just now discovered his last name. In other words, I'm confused. I never did him a favor that would justify dying for me. I just added a few extra mana stones to the split. If that counted as a favor, that was all. I see. I simply didn't understand. But perhaps, in Einar's eyes, who saw the world in a straightforward way, it was different. I think Carlson must have been very grateful for your help. No, even so, to give one's life for, that's our point of view. Carlson was a warrior of honor. He knew how to reciprocate. But, as a warrior, I didn't know how to calculate. If the debt has a different value for us, then it is enough to pay it in the same measure. Einar's words silenced me for a moment. I wanted to argue, it seemed nonsensical, but in the end, I was the inconsistent one. I ended up accepting it. Yes, it could be, I've decided. When we get back to the city, I'm going to look for Carlson's family. I'll take care of them myself. So Einar gathered all of Carlson's equipment and carried the body on his shoulders. Let's go back. With the warrior Carlson Endurk, we returned to the group together. Seeing Einar with her body on my back made me feel strange, as if I didn't understand anything. It is difficult. Mana stones, and extra that, nowadays, could only be traded. I think Carlson must have been very grateful for your help. That alone was enough for someone to give their life in return. You ruined the hunt we've been planning for so long against Ryalkus. That alone was enough for someone to harbor hatred to the point of wanting to kill. It's really difficult. The world I live in is far too complex. Chapter 838, Resentment, 5/5. After returning to the group, we held a simplified funeral for Carlson. Actually, calling it a funeral was an exaggeration. We simply cremated the body following the priestess's advice. There was a moment when Einar protested, saying he wanted to deliver the body intact to the family, but, the decision is yours, Miss Fenelon. But don't you think it would be better to grant immediate rest to the soul of this warrior, so exhausted from battle? Understood. Convinced by the priestess's words, Einar yielded. It was more fitting than carrying a rigid corpse through dimensional space. And, with the priestess present, reciting a prayer for eternal rest, Carlson surely went to a good place. Thank you for allowing this. As I watched Einar carefully placing the ashes in a container, the Sawtooth vice captain approached to speak. He too was holding a warm urn. I had consented to his request to cremate the chief along with Carlson. Sharing so many years together weighs heavily on my heart. I knew he had gone astray, but I couldn't correct him. Semicolon, and even? Yes, he wasn't like this from the beginning. You might not believe it, but he used to be completely different. Semicolon, and even? It's hard to believe that the one who cursed at the end was once an upright man. Comma, I am truly grateful for giving us this chance. There's nothing to thank me for. I just needed people to use. Even so, I won't treat this as something commonplace. I won't forget this grace. Who knows? Maybe they're acting like this now, and when they return to the city, they'll start sharpening their blades of vengeance. And if, like Carlson, they unexpectedly retaliate, I'll be surprised, but I won't count on it. Comma, do as you wish. I responded indifferently, and he bowed before leaving. My head ached just thinking about it anymore, so I decided not to worry about it. What does it matter? There's no right answer in this chaotic world. What matters is what I want to do. I don't do good expecting gratitude. I don't fail to do what needs to be done for fear of resentment. This principle alone is enough to survive in this harsh world. Lord Viscount, if it's not too much trouble, could you tell us what your plans are now? When I finally organized my thoughts, Maze Reiner, the first temporary member, came to ask, what to do now? Rest, comma, forgiveness? We will rest freely until the collapse begins again. We had already confirmed that there were no more survivors, but there were still things to do. This labyrinth holds interesting rewards. Defeating a boss and receiving a restricted wish would already be a bonus, not to mention the special events accessible only during the dimensional collapse, such as the cabin where I found Zephyrus. But we don't know when the period of stability will end. Even moving around is risky. Furthermore, ever since we reached the stable phase, everyone has been running around non-stop. The wisest thing to do now is to focus on regaining strength until the next wave. Rest. The Viscount said we can rest, comma, ew. So now we can finally sleep. I didn't expect them to be so happy. Well, from the Eternal Hall all the way here, we haven't stopped once. Even with dozens of people crammed into tight space awaiting collapse, the survivors lay down on the floor without a single complaint. And then, drr, dororum, dororum, to the sound of the symphony of snores, I closed my eyes to droon. Yes, when it's time to rest, you have to rest. I had a dream a long time ago. In the dream, Gensha appeared. The place was the glacial cave, and Gensha was begging for my life. She said she wanted to go home, that she couldn't die in such a shitty place, that I should please save her. Without hesitating for a moment, I brought the apple down on Gensha's head. But then, that happened, comma, mother. Gensha had become a child, and the space around her had changed. The underground city of Nork, decades ago. Little Gensha was walking with some mean uncles from Nork. When their eyes met mine, she stared at me with a fierce look. She fixed her gaze on me and began to stab the little girl beside her with a knife, comma, die? I looked closer and saw that the little girl was little Amelia. I ran to stop her, but somehow my body froze. The dream ended there, comma, huff. I woke up panting, relived the dream for a moment, and concluded, comma, what a shitty dream. There's no need to attach great significance to this type of dream. Dreams use the most intense memories of the day as their raw material. I know better than anyone why I had this dream, but it didn't seem like I would fall back asleep. So, drrrr, Dora wrong, Dorora wrong. Slowly lifting my torso so as not to wake the survivors, I checked the time. Not much had passed. 1, 2, maybe 4 hours, but since my body is almost superhuman, even sleeping little I didn't feel that tired. He's awake too. As I blended in among all those lying as if dead, Armin, in the distance, noticed and made a greeting gesture with his eyes. He approached carefully so as not to step on anyone, comma, you woke up, didn't you? Aren't you tired? Comma, I'm the one asking that. I woke up in the middle of it and couldn't fall back asleep. Really? So, do you want to see? Comma, Armin suddenly handed me a small notebook. I took it and read it. It was a sort of list of names. There, concisely, was the name, level, and class of all the adventurers present. Did you do this personally? Comma, I had some free time, so I organized it. We need to know who does what in order to put together the formation. That was a lot of work. Comma, not really. Cutter and Kevin were a great help. Comma, Kevin? Yes, the vice captain of the Sawtooth clan. Didn't you know? Comma, I think that was the name. Yes, since it was a minor detail, Armin and I moved on to another topic. Comma, well, based on my experience leading an expedition team, I put together a formation. Want to take a look? Oh, that sounds good. As Armin turned the page of the notebook, a detailed positioning diagram appeared. The strongest components were at the edges, forming a barrier. The weakest and most important components were protected in the secure center. Did you place some warriors in the center as well? Comma, as you know, during a collapse, monsters can even appear inside the formation. Comma, and he carefully separated the members of the Sawtooth clan so they wouldn't get too close together. Haha, I thought that would worry you. It was my job, but while I was sleeping he had done everything. Good job. We can continue like this. Comma, I'm glad if it helped. Oh, these are the belongings of the Sawtooth chief. Armin took a bag out of his dimensional pouch and handed it to me. Oh, that's right, I haven't even opened the treasure chest yet. What could the boss have had? Upon opening and rummaging through the bag, I found some very useful things. Besides the equipment he used, there were spare parts that would be worth a good amount of money. And, above all, look what we have here. Among the belongings was something special. A bright red crystal, clearly expensive, restricted desire, oh, you know, from what I heard, the Sawtooth clan obtained it by hunting a minotaur during their exploration. I was about to give up and then I received this, kind of stunned, but excited, a gamer's curiosity. Does it match the synthetic essence of the underground floor? If you combined them, what level of essence would you get? Even if they offered me a second level one, I wouldn't trade it. That essence, mixed with third, fourth, and fifth level essences, is worth more to me than a pure second level essence. Now, if it were a first level essence, that's a different story. Thanks to you, I achieved something good. After that, we chatted freely. Dimensional collapse, the Lord of Tears, the Sawtooth chiefs will, our Nabada clan, the deceased members of Armin's team, various topics. That's when an unexpected person approached. Priestess, Maria Sure Eloyd, she corrected, KHM. Of course, I knew, I only called her that because, among the priests, she was probably the only woman, for me, it's an honor. So, what are you doing here? Can't you sleep either? I asked, throwing the words out there, but she shook her head. No, I came to ask you something in private. Private? You can speak. I nodded immediately, curious, but even after my permission, the priestess hesitated, without opening her mouth. Didn't I say I had something to ask? Yes, he said. So speak up. Don't beat around the bush. Well then, after stretching out the sentence, he finally asked, I heard you participated in the last mission of June, the former inquisitor of the Church of Tavara, Jun? Yes, under the name Revenshoots, he would have accompanied a special royal mission. A name I wasn't expecting popped up out of nowhere and surprised me, and I became curious. What did she want to know, after all? And then, how did he meet his end? I was standing, sorry, protecting his comrades from the enemy. He died standing. He stood so steadfast that even his enemies only realized it much later. Not even death could bring him down, really? An incredible man. To hear that from a hero like the Viscount. That tone sounds strange, is it just me? I asked a bit more bluntly, but she just bit her lip without answering. So only I look bad, I answered. Now your answer. Why did you ask about the end of June? Don't you want to answer? I frowned at her refusal, and finally she opened her mouth. I had a friend at a church in Tabora, so, she died. Branded a heretic, she lost all honor and was executed before the image of the god she so venerated. And the one who investigated her at the time was June, that man. That's why I wanted to know, what kind of person was he? What did he see that led my friend, so devout, to the scaffold? I was speechless, mute. The priestess made a formal bow. If that answers your question, I'll leave, please, get some rest. Yes, rest too. When she left, Armin, who had been just rolling his eyes, released a breath he was holding. Me, I'm going to rest too, then, go. My benefactor could be, to someone, an executioner. Chapter 839, Recursion, 1/4, DRR. Before the collapse started again, I woke Einar, who was lying on the floor with her arms and legs spread open. Einar, Björn, stop sleeping and get up. We have work to do. Oh, I don't know what it is, but let me sleep just a little longer. I told you to get up now. Oh, okay, I'll get up, so stop poking me. It tickles, damn it. Even though she was stretching and grumbling, all it took was a nudge on her side with my index finger for her to jump up. Tisk. If she had just gotten up sooner, she wouldn't have needed to do that. So what now? You just told me to rest peacefully. The situation has changed. Hearing this, Einar began to turn his head from side to side, looking around as if a monster had appeared. Then he frowned. What exactly has changed? Instead of answering, I shrugged and took out an object. Einar's eyes widened in surprise. Whoa, hey, that's, oh, do you know what that is? No, I just wanted to pretend I knew. That makes sense. When I got that item, Einar wasn't even part of the team yet. So, what is this thing? If it woke me from my sleep, it can't be anything ordinary. His speech, brimming with irritating self-confidence, made me want to retort, but arguing now would only prolong the conversation unnecessarily. I decided to explain calmly. This is an item called restricted desire. Oh, I understand. Einar nodded and extended her hand, but I quickly pushed it away. You weren't going to give me this? I'll go. But listen to the explanation first. If I handed it over early and she broke the item then, it would be my fault, not hers. Let's face it, Aner is as careful as a child, and everyone knows you shouldn't put something as fragile as glass in a child's hands, when you break this, you will be taken to a special space. There, you can choose an essence of level 4 or lower, and it will be randomly replaced with another of the same level. I explained the basics and then told her to choose Samira's essence. After all, it was the most advantageous. The level was the maximum, 4th, and the repeated cut no longer made sense for Aner now that she was a spear warrior. In other words, the risk of this reroll was practically zero. What? You want me to throw away Samira's essence? For some reason, Aner screamed in horror. That essence was a gift from Kaduba. You know that. Right. On second thought, repeated cut was the essence passed down as an inheritance by his master Kaduba, the Elder, through a ritual of spiritual succession. Naturally, for someone as sentimental as Aner, my suggestion didn't sound very appealing. But when you switched your main weapon for a spear, I said you'd have to erase that essence, and you agreed, didn't you? I don't remember that. Tisk. It's obvious she remembered now, but still wants to insist. Apparently, despite having calmly agreed at the time, she no longer wants to erase Samira's essence. Fine. It's not like it's the first time I've had to convince a stubborn barbarian. This essence is practically Kaduba's soul, and you want me to throw away his soul? I would never. When did I say to throw it away? I said to replace it. It will only change the ability he left behind. Think about it. If the power he gave you becomes even stronger, don't you think his soul would be happy too? But even so, Aner, was the Kaduba you knew the kind of petty warrior who would get offended just because his form changed a little? No, absolutely not. Kaduba was one of the most daring and magnificent warriors. Great, then you can do what I said. Understood. I'll do as you say, Bjorn. So, after the persuasion session was over, I gave a few more instructions and finally handed the restricted desire to Aner. Since she was an expert at acting on impulse, I repeated my warning several times before letting her use the item. Understood? Aner, if you're holding the spear, choose that one first. If not, choose whoever seems most prepared to fight. Oh, understood. There's no going back now. Aner broke the restricted desire. Crack. Why do I have a bad feeling? Aner Fenelon used restricted wish. Aner Fenelon was transported to the Hall of Balance. Whoosh. The flames that rose up illuminated the stone chamber. Oh. Aner Fenelon's eyes began to gleam as she surveyed her surroundings. Until recently, she had still been consumed by guilt for having extinguished Kaduba's essence, but now, fascination with the mysterious place enveloped her. So that's the stone gate Bjorn was talking about. Aner carefully examined the gates arranged around him. Of course, there was curiosity, but also prudence. If he chose the wrong one due to distraction, Bjorn would certainly give him a serious scolding. This is Bertus. She recognized the first gate as soon as she saw it. After all, she herself had defeated that monster and obtained its essence. Although it was no longer of much help, it was still an impressive essence, capable of making wings sprout. It's a good thing it's 5th level. If it were a 4th level gate, Bjorn probably would have told her to get rid of it, Aner thought, sighing with relief as she turned towards the second gate. She recognized that one immediately too. Lord of Lava. It was an essence she had acquired by exploring the labyrinth alone, after the Masinera clan dissolved with Bjorn's disappearance. The residual heat ability contained within it could connect with control of Savage Ray and explosive scars, which greatly helped her to be recognized as one of the powerful 7. This one is also level 4. Aner licked her lips, with a hint of regret. Although she had accepted Bjorn's logic after much insistence, she still felt tempted. Couldn't you have chosen this one? But he knew Bjorn would be furious. He vaguely remembered him saying it would be better to erase repeated cut than this. Apparently, residual heat would have good future synergies if the new ability resulting from the reroll was of the fire type. Yes, that was why. SHFF. Upon seeing the third gate, Aner's expression saddened. That must be Samira, the 4th level monster. Samira. She had never faced it, but she remembered seeing it in a book at the library when she had accompanied Bjorn. The descriptions matched exactly what he had said. Aner examined the remaining gates. There were only 2, and both revealed creatures she had never seen before. Even more horrific than I imagined. They looked like amorphous masses, as if several creatures had been melted and fused into one. Of course, she knew what that represented. They are the owners of the essences I obtained in the first basement. The personalized essences she had synthesized there. Bjorn had specifically asked her to confirm if there were gates corresponding to them and to let him know afterward. Tap. Looking away from the deformed figures, Aner stopped before Samira's gate, but he couldn't reach out his hand immediately. If he chose that one, the repeated cut skill inherited from Kaduba would disappear. Just thinking about it made his chest tighten. There were too many memories tied to that essence. Her first real fight using repeated cut. The feeling of triumph at defeating Berthas and managing to combine the technique with explosive scars. She felt, then, that she had taken a step towards becoming a great warrior. And, on nights when she felt discouraged, she imagined defeating the former tribal chief with that strike, and thus regained her determination. Strange. I feel like I'm going to cry. Of course, the tears didn't actually fall. It was just a vague feeling, as I'd said. But the discomfort of erasing that essence was real. Perhaps that was why. His gaze began to wander toward other gates. Bertha's. No, not that one. The wings are too cool to throw away. Lord of Lava. No, Bjorn said not to delete that one. But anyway, a spark crossed his mind. Those hideous monsters. He never explicitly said not to choose those. He only asked to observe and report. He hadn't forbidden us from choosing, right? Oh, with that thought in mind, the weight of the decision began to tip to the other side. Of course, she knew she would be reprimanded if she did it. But so what? In the end, it's just a matter of being reprimanded, isn't it? Come to think of it, she was already used to it. Tap. As if under a spell, Einar approached the gates that revealed the fused creatures. A strong impulse drove her, a feeling that something very good awaited her. Something better than erasing Samira's essence. SHFF. She examined the two grotesque gates alternately. Then, this one is holding a spear, so it's best not to choose him. And finally, he extended his hand. You have selected the essence of error detected. The level of the chosen essence slightly exceeds the maximum allowed limit. The Guardian of Balance is adjusting the transaction. The level of available essences has been increased. From now on, no essence that exceeds the balance limit will appear as an option. This is an essence that currently belongs to no one. The Guardian of Balance recognizes its rarity and presents a new choice of equal value. SSSRRRK. The gate slid open, revealing a corridor beyond. With firm steps, Einar passed through it, and on the other side, a new chamber appeared, identical to the previous one. Whoosh! Flames rose, illuminating the surroundings. With eyes gleaming with anticipation, Einar quickly examined the 3 stone gates that had appeared. Oh, a spear. Fortunately, among the gates, there was one that depicted a monster wielding a spear. The problem was that she had never seen that creature in her life and didn't even know its name. But it seems quite strong, doesn't it? With an almost superhuman effort, Einar restrained the urge to immediately jump onto the gate. Suddenly, Bjorn's words echoed in his mind. Check all the gates first. Right, then, oh, after calming down and observing again, he realized that the other 2 gates revealed familiar monsters. This is Bardanus, and that is the infernal blacksmith. And she even knew their rank. An ordinary warrior might not, but Einar was a wise warrior, capable of reading and writing well enough to recognize the names. Oh, 3rd level. Whatever the case, level 3 essences were already incredibly rare and powerful. Enthusiasm overwhelmed her, yet 2 doubts began to form in her mind. But Bjorn said that it was only possible up to the 4th level, so why, suddenly, had level 3 essences appeared? And more than that, the color is a rainbow? The jewel embedded in that gate gleamed with a multicolored glow. Of course, she had no idea why. Bjorn said that if it's a rainbow, it's a guardian essence. It's unlikely to show up, but it's good to know in case it does, he had said. And now, what was happening, after all? Einar didn't think much about it. Whatever the reason, it was too good to complain about. Baalaah, raising his arms and letting out a joyful cry, as if receiving a blessing from his ancestors. Einar, for a moment, felt like the luckiest person in the world. But soon an existential doubt arose. So, which one should I choose? Moments ago, she had been determined to choose the spear monster, but now, realizing what the other gates represented, she began to hesitate. After all, she still didn't possess any guardian essence, and now that she was one of the 7 mighty ones and had even earned the title of Divine Spear, shouldn't she at least have one? The thought kept swirling in her mind. But he said to choose whichever one had a spear. Like a wise warrior, Einar once again mustered all her willpower to contain the burning desire rising within her. Then, tap, tap. He stopped before the gate that revealed a monster wielding a spear. He took a deep breath, controlling his racing heart, savoring that mystical experience for a moment. To think that Bjorn already knew of such a mysterious place back then. She bit her lip, murmuring in a choked voice. Bjorn is really. His eyes, once full of emotion, had become cold and intense. The essence of Titanus permeates the soul of Einar Fenelon. Chapter 840, Recursion, 2/4. The instant Einar used the restricted wish, the jewel shattered like a firework, scattering a trail of light. And that was all. SSSRRRK. When the glow faded, losing its strength and color, Einar's gaze remained blank for a moment, as if he had lost consciousness. Then, slowly, the focus returned to his eyes. Oh, welcome back. Bjorn, get well soon and tell me, from beginning to end, what happened in there. Just wait a little while so I can get used to it. I feel a boiling energy inside my body. What kind of essence did she obtain to sense that? Samira, For example, already possessed a 4th level essence, one of the strongest in attributes. Okay, I'll wait. Speak up once you're used to it. My curiosity about what she had brought back from that place almost consumed me, but I restrained myself and waited in silence. However, time passed and Aner still didn't say a word. Judging by his expression, he had recovered a long time ago. Why is she avoiding my gaze? Like someone hiding something? She even seemed guilty. An uncomfortable assumption crossed my mind, and, in a low, firm tone, I confirmed it. Aner, do you swear on your warrior's honor that you did exactly what I commanded? Aye. Aner stammered, trying to disguise it, and suddenly raised his voice. Why bring up warrior honor in a matter like this? Bjorn, you really are peculiar. This confirmed everything. So you didn't do what I told you to? No, I mean, it's not that I didn't do it. It's just, there was a reason. Tell me everything that happened, every detail, without leaving anything out. I adopted an authoritative tone, and she realized there was no way out. So, she ended up confessing everything. It was an absurd story, the kind that makes your blood boil and your tears well up with anger. I had decided to wait until the end to judge, but, so, instead of Samira, you chose one of the synthetic essences that I combined myself? Just because you felt like it? I told you, it wasn't just a feeling, it was a hunch, an intuition that something good would happen if I chose that. What is she saying? It's the same thing. I sighed, but let it go. It was too late. The milk was spilled, and, come to think of it, almost every time she talks about these intuitions, things end up working out. In the end, I would only know if her impulsiveness had been worthwhile by hearing the outcome. After all, even I didn't expect my vampire essence to transform into that of an ogre. Perhaps synthetic essences also held unforeseen possibilities. So, what came up for you after the selection? Barbarous and the infernal blacksmith. 3rd level? So the system adjusted upwards. It seems there really are special conditions in the balance room that I'm unaware of, and they both had rainbow-colored essences. What? 3rd level guardians have appeared? That was even worse than my case. I had 2 options for 4th level guardian and a common 3rd level essence. Wait, this means that, the last one, unfortunately, wasn't a guardian. It was a monster I'd never seen before. So, which one did you choose? I chose the unknown one. Even though he wasn't a guardian, he had a spear, and you said to choose whoever had a spear. I'm not angry, so calm down. Tell me, what did this spear-wielding monster look like? Oh, right. She seemed to calm down when she realized she wouldn't be reprimanded. She described the creature's appearance in detail, and as she spoke, a shiver ran down my spine. Titanus. A 2nd-tier monster. Unbelievable. Oh, so you know him? Of course I know. In fact, she should too. Titanus was the base form of the Sky Lancer, Miliel, the one who unleashed the Verted Giant Lance in the first subterranean zone. Oh, I didn't realize. But that one was different. He was wearing armor, remember? After explaining everything about Titanus, I asked what color the essence was, and she replied, yellow. The more I heard, the more unbelievable it became. So up to that point she managed to use recursion. But what kind of luck is that for her? The excitement over Aner having obtained a 2nd level essence was short-lived. I asked which of the 2 synthetic essences she had erased, and, piecing together the information I had, I arrived at the answer. She deleted Weapon of Warring Perseverance. It's a good thing she didn't erase the essence with Focused Strike. Despite being a 5th level ability, it's one of the most important for a spear barbarian, just as gigantification is for shield barbarians. Now that you've got recursion, you'll be able to take full advantage of Focused Strike. Ultimately, since repeated cut wasn't deleted, the total gain was much greater. Anyway, as soon as we get back to the city, I'll have to remove it anyway, but that's the topic for later. But how on earth did she get a 2nd level essence? I started wondering exactly how the balance room worked. There seemed to be some hidden mechanics there, and if I could figure it out, I could gain a huge advantage. Does adding a synthetic fragrance automatically raise the level by 2 levels? If that were the case, then using a restricted wish on an essence made with 3 3rd level essences would result in a 1st level essence. But that's unlikely. Dungeon and Stone isn't such a simple game. Furthermore, the restricted wish should only work up to the 4th level. Still, there's a contradiction there. The essence Aner chose had 3rd level attributes combined with 2 4th level abilities. In that case, perhaps the system will consider the highest skill level. I would need to test this thoroughly later. Bjorn. There is, what are you thinking about so intently? Come on, tell me, what skill did I gain? You surely already know. Oh, that? I briefly explained to Aner the new skill she had acquired. Starting with a built-in skill, the passive, P-Devoto 1. All strengthening effects received from external sources are duplicated. In other words, any buff she didn't cast on her own would have double the effect. Simply put, when fighting alongside priests or support spellcasters, her efficiency would increase dramatically. Huh, is that all? Aner tilted her head, confused, but she clearly didn't understand what that meant. In Dungeon and Stone, the shorter and more direct the description of a skill or item, the more powerful it tends to be, and Devota certainly fit into that category. I knew very well how much that double boost could change a battle. That in itself is excellent, so don't be disappointed. I haven't noticed a difference yet, but I understand. And next, what's the active skill? That's the one you saw Miliel use when we faced her. Recursion. Throw and retrieve the weapon. The thrown weapon will inevitably hit the target, and upon retrieval, the ability's power increases slightly until the end of combat. If it pierces the enemy, the weapon is instantly retrieved, and half of the spent soul power is restored. A longer description than the passive skill, but still of extremely high value. On its own, it might seem ordinary, but the potential for combinations is enormous. So that's how it's done. After explaining the basics of using the skill, I was about to tell her to practice a little when ZZT. Cracks like spider webs opened in the air. The period of stability was ending. The collapse would soon begin again. It looks like we won't have time to train. The dimensional collapse. Everyone, gather now. Well, there's nothing better than real combat to test new skills. The dimensional collapse event always follows the same pattern, 2 repeating phases. First comes the collapse itself. The field constantly shifts as waves of monsters appear without stopping, and then comes the brief period of stability between waves. We were now entering the third wave, and the initial field was the dark continent, the gray field. Everyone knows the monsters that appear here, but remember, during the collapse, nothing is guaranteed. The gray plains of the 7th floor of the dark continent. The survivors, newly awakened and rushing to regroup since the first wave, had barely begun to organize themselves when monsters started appearing everywhere. Void ants and infernal ghouls, both 6th level, Minum and Jambit, 5th level, Black Crystal, Bronze Executioner, and Karpa, all 4th level. In addition to them, several creatures that shouldn't normally exist on the Dark Continent have begun to appear. For now, no monsters above 3rd level. Perfect. Aner, do as I taught you, and don't overdo it. Baal Laah. As soon as he received permission, Aner let out his war cry and raised the verted giant spear. This time, however, it did not advance as usual. There was no need. After all, he wanted to test his new ability. Aner Fenelon launched recursion. Whoosh! The spear was hurled like an arrow, propelled only by the strength of the shoulders, not by rope or propulsion. The target was the Bronze Executioner, a 4th level monster, who managed to dodge at the last instant with an agile movement. But, as if one could escape a blow with an inevitable hit, the trajectory of the verted giant spear adjusted in the air, like a guided missile, and hit the target precisely. PSSSHHK. The blow wasn't lethal. The point of impact wasn't ideal, but it didn't matter. Successful piercing attack. Half of the spent soul power has been restored. Aner Fenelon recovered the verted giant spear. Recursion power increases slightly until the end of combat. The spear returned to Aner's hand in a smooth motion. Oh, she really came back. Excellent, but that wasn't what I wanted to see. I wanted something more. Stop playing around and show her what she can really do. Oh, I just wanted to see what would happen if I used it once. I'll show you in a moment. With that, Aner reverted to his throwing stance. Fwoong. Unlike before, a white light formed at the tip of the spear, the effect of one of the main abilities of spear-wielding barbarians. Aner Fenelon launched Focused Strike. Focused Strike, a conversion skill that serves as a trigger. When the next attack deals damage, the effects of all piercing type skills will be applied. The spear, enveloped in light, shot forward again toward its target, and then, whoosh, 2 translucent spears materialized beside the main one, the effect of Trident-To. Enemies detected near the primary target. Since there were many monsters nearby, the main spear was aimed at the Bronze Executioner, and the 2 secondary spears targeted creatures around them. Thud. The monsters tried to dodge, but it was useless. The trigger was Focused Strike, and therefore, Trident inherited the inevitable hit from recursion. Successful piercing attack. Half of the spent soul power has been restored. Successful piercing attack. Half of the spent soul power has been restored. Successful piercing attack. Half of the spent soul power has been restored. Incredibly, the refund effect could be activated up to 3 times, and under certain circumstances, the MP recovered could exceed the MP spent. And that wasn't all. Recursion power increases slightly until the end of combat. Recursion power increases slightly until the end of combat. Recursion power increases slightly. Recursion charges also accumulated 3 times faster. Whoa, did you see that, Bjorn? The level 4 monster has already fallen. After retrieving the spear and throwing it once more, the Bronze Executor was struck in the forehead and dissolved into particles of light. Even though it wasn't a high defense enemy, it was impressive. A 4th level monster taken down in just 3 blows. Well, the main damage came from the verted giant spear, but even so, There are few spear essences, so the potential from here on out is promising. But as for Einer's future, I'll think about that later. For now, I advanced shouting my own battle cry and joined the front line, Behela. Hopefully, this time the wave will end without incident. The correct term here would be devotee, but since the essence belongs only to Einer, right arrow curving left. When using a spear to attack, you deal the same damage to 2 additional enemies within range, right arrow curving left. Chapter 841, Recursion, 3/4. Surviving in the game as a barbarian. The monsters were truly falling like rain, but perhaps my prayers for a calm wave had reached the ears of the ancestors, for so far, no first-level monster had appeared. A second-level one did emerge, but we had a good affinity advantage, and we defeated it without major losses. Much of the credit goes to Einer. Thanks to the non-stop battles, her recursion charges were increasing at an absurd rate. Recursion power increases slightly until the end of combat. Recursion power increases slightly until the end of combat, each recursion charge increases damage by 1%. With 1,000 charges, attack power increases tenfold, activating the full stack state. The problem is that this state doesn't last long, but even that has its advantages. Einer Fenneling recovered the verted giant spear. The next attack will receive the Soul Hunter effect. When the stack reaches its maximum, all charges are consumed and a unique bonus is granted, the Soul Hunter state. In this state, the next attack is always a critical hit, and the critical damage varies depending on the enemy, as each monster has its own weaknesses. Like that second-level monster, the Golem of the Abyss, which appeared imposingly and disappeared in an instant. Fwoong. The spear shot like an arrow, piercing the black carapace. But piercing wasn't even the right word, it was as if it pierced directly the hidden core within a shell that not even dozens of adventurers attacking together could scratch. SHHK. She literally went right through it. Poook. The core shattered, and the Golem of the Abyss dissolved into particles of light after that single blow. It was a complicated type, few weak points, but each one fatal. You killed an Abyss Golem, plus 8 EXP. That in itself was already incredibly lucky, but fate seemed even more generous. Look, an essence. Lord Viscount, an essence has fallen. The Golem's core had released an essence, which a mage quickly sealed in a test tube and sent directly into my dimensional space. A second-level essence. I clenched my fists tightly. GRRRP. Luck was on my side, but that didn't mean I could relax. Carelessness is what causes tragedies. While I'm on the field, I have to fight with everything I've got. Only then, if something goes wrong, will I at least have the right to regret it. Yes, that's why. Behela. I let out a war cry. The shout of a highly developed shield-wielding barbarian not only shakes the enemy and strengthens the warrior's spirit, but also causes devastating side effects. You used Wild Explosion. It increases threat and physical strength attributes, and damage is dealt to all undead nearby. Thanks to the 8th stage of the Mark of Immortality too, the area damage against them was immense. You killed Death Knight. You killed Necramia. You killed a Dark Cultist, the ability was fatal against undead of level 6 or lower. You cast a Draconic Fear. Even monsters that weren't undead weren't immune to my scream. Depending on the level difference compared to the target, penalties are applied differently. With a single roar, the common undead were swept away, and the others suffered mass paralysis. White Wyvern is petrified for 5 seconds. Drake of Bones is petrified for 5 seconds. Bloody Roar is petrified for 10 seconds and then enters a state of fear. Archer Naga is petrified for 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. It didn't seem like a long time, and the type of effect varied depending on the enemy. For third-level monsters, the effect was nothing more than dormancy, but anyone who has been in a real fight knows how much a few seconds of vulnerability are worth. Now, crush those damned monsters, While the stun monsters were being hit by a barrage of attacks, the field was quickly cleared. I, who was on the front line drawing all enemy attention with my extremely high threat level, inevitably also found myself in the middle of the spellstorm. But Charlotte Emblet cast the 6th level spell Baptism of Fire. Elbane Cutter cast the 5th level spell Dispel. Vero Raffine cast the 5th level spell Lightning Bolt. It made no difference. I had already given the order, only spells could be cast around me. Struck by magic of level 5 or lower. Aegis Will protects the character. Aegis Will protects the character. Aegis Will protects the character. I am immune to spells of 5th level or lower. Even spells above that level have little impact. Physical resistance increases proportionally to the amount of magic damage absorbed. When spells of 4th level or higher hit me, my skin becomes even more resistant. The increase is small, since the damage absorbed is minimal, but it still counts. You cast Scales of Greed. Your mana resistance is above 500. All magic damage received will be reduced by 50%. Any magic that hits me has its damage halved, and with the Aegis Wall reducing it by another 30%, the total, in multiplicative calculation, becomes about 65% reduction, not 80%. Sure, it's an approximate value, Because of Soul Connection 3, the performance of Aegis Wall also increases, but I don't know exactly by how much. After all, with monsters appearing from all sides, you can't stop to calculate experience, can you? When the link reaches the 7th level, a visual effect should appear. We will know then. Anyway, since the recharge time should have returned by now, again, Behala, you used Wild Explosion. You cast a draconic fear. With all the air in my lungs, I roared again, spreading the impact across the field. The hardened monsters were engulfed in a new wave of attacks, and as they were destroyed, the fallen magic stones were collected by the mages, a new group is approaching, beware. Many of them are 3rd level. When the strongest monsters appeared, Aner and the assigned unit, covered in buffs, rushed forward, and whenever an essence dropped, another task followed, an essence. Did anyone see which monster it fell from? The one who wielded an enormous sword, resembling a fang, Garshan, a 3rd level monster. Warn the wizards. The rules were clear, only collect essences of 3rd level or higher. For now we had enough tubes, but later it would be a different story, Behala. We continued at this frantic pace, and I noticed something curious. The way people looked at me was changing, especially among the adventurers from the Sawtooth clan. He took all that magic and he's still standing. Impossible. It's a good thing we surrendered. Whether it was Larkaz's labyrinth or whatever, we would never have one. But then, the captain left at will for his sons to get revenge on a monster like that? Let this will remain between us. The boy has suffered enough already. Tisk, they're whispering, but I can hear everything. Well, it's not exactly an insult, so I'll pretend I didn't hear. Phew, huff, huff. Gasping for breath, I carefully threw a small stone. Talk. The stone flew a little ahead, hit the ground, and rolled. That alone was enough to make dozens of men each let out a cry. He finished. The 3rd wave had ended, and surprisingly peacefully. Coincidences? Except for one member of the Sawtooth clan, none. Considering the 3 survivors who joined us during the collapse, our total strength has actually increased. Only one did. And on top of that, from the Sawtooth clan. It makes sense, since Armin, when forming the front line, placed the members of that clan in the most dangerous positions. Furthermore, since he deliberately spread them out, they probably couldn't coordinate well with the rest. I understand. Even so, the feeling was strange. Losing just one and ending the wave was cause for celebration. Even more so without any real loss of strength. So why can't I feel light? His death doesn't seem as insignificant as it should be. A member of the Sawtooth clan. It didn't seem right to leave that sentence like that, alone. What was his name again? When I asked him, Armin opened his notebook and replied, May Morita, sir. I understand. I nodded. Perhaps it was self-deception, but just hearing the name already took some of the weight off my shoulders. Therefore, it was time to do what needed to be done. Ugh, priest, here, come and see this. While the exhausted adventurers collapsed to the ground to rest and the priest tended to the wounded, I quickly assessed our current position. A red sky, as if the world had been destroyed. Flocks of crows and, in the distance, a black fortress. There was no doubt, the Bloody Citadel. One of the rifts on the 1st floor, the Bloody Citadel. And we were still at the very beginning, before even entering the fortress. Oh, Bjorn, there. Yes, I know. Stop shaking me. Incredible. I never thought I'd come back here. Aner was excited, and although not as much as she was, I also felt a strange nostalgia. Back then, before defeating the corpse golem and the vampire, I was just a novice barbarian, without even a single essence. At the time, I thought the appearance of the vampire was the worst possible bad luck. Now, thinking about it, maybe it was the greatest thing I could have done. Thanks to that, I was able to advance quickly at the beginning and, in the end, obtain the essence of the ogre, surviving the dragon slayer. Are you going to explore? After resting a bit. Understood. I'll let everyone know. Did you hear? He told us to rest. As soon as Armin relayed my orders, the adventurers finally relaxed and began to rest. The 3rd wave had been truly fortunate. No 1st level monsters appeared, and we only saw 2 2nd level ones. We didn't fall into anomalous regions with strange field effects, and we even took in 3 survivors. But that didn't make victory easy. A coincidence. This result was only possible because mages, priests, vanguard, and archers perfectly fulfilled their roles. It will still take a while for the period of stability to end. For now, let's all rest. I walked around the camp and called out to 3 people in particular. Link. What was her last name again? Maria. Finally, the priestess. Elbane. Ho-ho. What an honor to hear my name. That means you now trust and value me enough. Finally, the special wizard. And you, excuse me, what was your name again? Anton Finders, sir. Okay, Anton. With a priestess, the mage, and the advanced radar equipped with luck detection, I formed the group and stated the purpose directly. We're going out for a search. Are you up for it? He could go alone, of course, but you never know. There might be some dangerous creature trapped here, dragged in by the dimensional collapse. Tired, yes, but I will never neglect my duty, and it's obvious that an important mission like this requires a legitimate mage like me. I'll go too. Finding survivors is important. My legs are cramping, you know. Oh, that's serious. I'll take care of it. What do you mean by, I'm going, stop it. Great decision. The best way to cure muscle pain is to keep walking. With the democratic approval of all involved, we departed without a guilty conscience. Outer checkpoint, drawbridge, outer wall, and city streets, the same places I had traversed with such difficulty in the past, I now crossed with ease. I didn't even need to exert myself. In the bloody citadel, only the undead appeared. Behala. All you had to do was use wild explosion and everyone would die at once. Pang, pang, pang. Seeing the heads of thousands of zombies exploding on the drawbridge was quite a spectacle. Oh, how weak they are. The name for this, celestial barbarian mode. What? Just thinking out loud. And you, are you spying on me? I apologize. Anyway, after collecting the essentials and cleaning the outer streets, this is what happened. Wait a moment. Luck detection picked something up. The radar had detected something. That statue. Something is definitely hidden there. A statue in the center of a dry fountain. Quite a skill indeed. Finding that immediately. Well, I don't even need to pretend I don't know. I destroyed the statue with a hammer and, inside it, I found a small box. The character obtained the item Tears of a Goddess, a disposable artifact of exceptional quality, but usable only within the bloody citadel. If my assumption is correct, during the collapse it might be possible to take it outside and use it elsewhere. Swish, I slid it into my subspace and thought, perhaps one day this item will be even more useful than when I defeated the vampire. Mrati. I found the name interesting, since Aner chose the exterminator mark, which granted the predator's soul at 3rd level. Right arrow curving left. Chapters 784 and 785, right arrow curving left. Chapter 625, the Aegis Shield's ability to connect to Bjorn's soul and evolve, right arrow curving left. Remember, the undead in the bloody citadel are just weak, unranked monsters that don't give EXP or anything, right arrow curving left. A small gesture, a big impact. Chapter 842, Recursion, 4/4, Tears of a Goddess, the same item that played a decisive role in the defeat of Boromir, the Vampire Duke, a 5th level monster, back when I was still an empty-handed barbarian. In truth, this item shouldn't be used against something of such a high level. I only used it because there was no way to take it outside. Aren't you going to check what it is? Just looking at it, you can already feel a sacred energy. To the priestess's curious question, I replied with an awkward smile, saying I would look into it later. Of course, I knew very well what it was. When used, it deals area damage to undead, and if drunk, it can heal wounds as severe as severed limbs. That's why, early in the game, when the main character's arm was torn off and he gained a disadvantage, I always came here to use the terror and reattach it. But, ultimately, that's not the most important thing. The damage? To be honest, it's not that great. Even though it's an artifact that appears as a sacred relic, it wasn't able to defeat a mere 5th level monster in one hit, even if it was the Guardian. Well, the healing power is considerable, but it can still easily be replaced by a supreme level potion. The true value of this item lies elsewhere. The Tears of a Goddess have been destroyed. Grace descended upon the ruins. All of Vampire Duke Boromir's resistances have been temporarily suppressed by Grace, and he suffers a critical blow, sealing off all resistances. This single line is what makes this item truly precious. Even if temporary, it's capable of completely negating a monster's defense. Even with distortion magic, I don't think it's possible to take her outside into the city. Even so, just having it with me already made me feel safe. It would be a great help in surviving the calamity of the dimensional collapse. When facing an enemy too powerful, it would be my trump card. Of course, ideally I would never need to use it, but things never go the way we want. Well, I've already secured what was most important. I thought about going back and rejoining the group, but I kept exploring. Leaving like that, suddenly, would be kind of strange. Now I'm curious. Who would be in the boss's office? It was pure player curiosity. If it were Boromir again, I'd want to tie him up and have a chat. What if I find the original, like that Orc from the cabin? With that thought in mind, I continued exploring. We traversed the city, the underground dungeon of the inner wall, and arrived at the final chapter, the sanctuary of the demonic cultists. To my surprise, there wasn't a single monster outside, none that had been dragged in by the dimensional collapse. If I had known it would be like this, perhaps I should have come alone. I brought the priestess and the wizard just to ensure some kind of response in case of emergency. The radar, well, it only came along for convenience, this must be the final stop. According to the book, beyond this door appears a Death Knight as a guardian, Knight of Death, This time it seemed likely. The doorknob was a normal color. When Boromir appears, even the color of the doorknob is different. Soon, Kriyak, I pushed open the old door and entered the boss's office without hesitation. There is. As soon as I walked in, I froze in place. Gru? What the hell is that? In the center of the boss's room there wasn't a Death Knight, but a winged pig, sitting calmly. The character has entered the realm of original sin, gluttony. Distortion is applied to all life forms within the radius of the effect. The boss's room, where there should have been a Death Knight or a vampire, housed only a single creature. He doesn't look like a Death Knight. But it was described in a reliable book. How strange. What will we do? I've never seen a monster like this before. The trio accompanying me remained calm, analyzing the situation and preparing to fight at any moment. And stop. I yelled with all my might to stop them from even touching their weapons. They looked at me confused, but there was no choice. I knew that creature, Giltigus, a level 1 monster that appears on the 10th floor. Obviously, the 4 of us together wouldn't stand a chance against it. Crunch, crunch. It appeared to be eating, in its claws, or rather, in the claws of its front paw, was impaled a body of a 3rd level monster. So Giltigus uses its claws like a fork. I mentally noted this detail and shared the most important information I knew with the group in a direct and quick manner. Giltigus is a level 1 demon, HHK, but as long as we don't attack him or get too close, he never takes the initiative. Do you understand? Why yes, understood. I didn't mention secondary information, such as the fact that, despite not attacking adventurers, it devours all other monsters, or how it gets stronger the more monsters it devours, so the strength of each one varies between individuals. Because that wasn't important at that moment, if you understand, then let's retreat very slowly until we're out of here, without provoking that thing, not even by mistake, okay? No one answered, but sometimes silence is answer enough. Tap, tap. The careful sound of footsteps echoed. Everyone was in perfect harmony. Badum. Amidst the suffocating tension, we managed to leave the boss's room without incident. Although we had only taken a few steps, since the monster was near the entrance, I felt my whole body exhausted. I closed the door carefully, as if to let it finish its meal in peace. Even so, the feeling of relief only came when we had already crossed the sanctuary of the demonic cultists and the underground dungeon, arriving back in the city. It was then that everyone released their pent-up breath. The priestess was the first to speak. What a hideous demon form. I'm still trembling. I was speechless. Well, until I mentioned I was level 1, she seemed more curious than scared. The second thing was the radar. What? A level 1 monster? What's something like that doing there? It seems he was so dazed that he didn't even notice the scenery around him. There were bones and equipment that appeared to belong to adventurers. He was probably dragged there along with him. It was impossible to know when it happened. It could have been during the collapse, or perhaps in one of the early stabilization phases. Nothing surprising, not all adventurers were as lucky as we were in the 3rd wave. A truly impressive experience, but, thinking about it calmly, there's something that intrigues me. The expert wizard spoke just now. A monster eating another monster. How is that possible? That's it. To explain, I'd have to start with his passive ability. Original sin, gluttony. This passive ability is an aura-type skill that applies distortion to all life forms within its radius. When it hits monsters, they leave behind a corpse upon death. When it hits living humans, they vomit up a mana stone or, less likely, drop one of their essences. And then, there's even an effect where it gets stronger when you eat the essences. A peculiar ability, worthy of a level 1 monster. I thought it best not to explain everything to them. It would only cause unnecessary worry. Giltigus. I'll look him up when we get back to town. This guy just won't stop raising flags. How much does he plan to do after we get back? In any case, nothing happened, and that's what matters. We ended the search and returned. After an encounter with a level 1 monster, no one disagreed. We quickly returned to base and went on a period of rest. But it wasn't long before unexpected news surfaced, a clue about our scattered companions. Did you see Misha? The information came from one of the 3 survivors who had joined our group in the last wave. It's hard to say if it was good or bad news. Can you vouch for what you said? Yes, I'm sure of it. Miss Kalstein was wandering around just like us. Alone? What on earth had happened? After talking a little more, I realized he didn't have much more to say. Before joining our group, he mentioned that he had met Misha by chance while being dragged around in the midst of a breakdown. But how are you so sure it was Misha? She approached me first, sir. She asked if I had seen Viscount Yondell. Then, thinking about it, I realized that her appearance was identical to Miss Kalstein's. Furthermore, the monster that attacked her was frozen after being struck by her sword. Indeed, with so much evidence, there was no doubt, it really was Misha. And then? What happened? That's all. I replied that I hadn't seen him, and then we quickly parted ways. There were monsters everywhere. I understand. After I ended the conversation and let him go, I was lost in thought. How did Misha get separated from the other members? It seems she was left alone and spent the entire third wave wandering, searching for me. But, could she still be alive? Badum. My heart began to race, and dark thoughts crept into my mind. Should I look for her on the next wave? But with the current group, that's impossible. Maybe I should change my plan and go alone. Bjorn. Einar approached without me noticing, pulling me out of my spiral of thoughts. I heard what happened. It seems Misha is alone. Yes, that's what they said. What are you going to do? When asked what would come next, I replied with another question. And you, what do you think we should do? Normally I would never ask Einar that kind of question, but this time, I wanted to hear his opinion. Perhaps it was just a weak desire to share the burden of the choice with someone. And as always, Einar answered clearly. Well, it doesn't matter to me. We can stay or go out to look for her. I'll go with you either way. In other words, anything goes. Suddenly, the memory of when I met Jan Bale came to mind. So, in the end, the decision is mine, it's because I trust your choice, who, I didn't know whether I should find this comforting or irritating. Still, I felt my mind lighter. Choosing is both a right and a duty. If I have always exercised the right on behalf of others, now it's time to fulfill the duty, even in difficult times. Okay, then, the plan remains the same. We'll stick with a group and survive the dimensional collapse together. I finally got rid of the last vestiges of indecision and made my decision. Misha? She will survive. I know it. Not that I was being indifferent. I simply concluded that this was the best option for everyone. If Misha continued wandering, staying in one place would increase the chances of us finding each other. After all, the survivor who gave me the news only managed to reunite with us by chance. Okay, question resolved. I'm going to rest a bit. Einar, you should rest too. Understood. After telling her to rest, I laid down on the floor on my back, and then, after an indefinite amount of time, ZZZT, that sound, which was already giving me almost post-traumatic stress, echoed in the air. I jumped up. Everyone stand up. The collapse has begun. Quickly, gather in the center. The fourth wave had begun. Chapter 843, Wave, January 8th. Surviving in the game as a barbarian. Chapter 843, Wave, January 8th. The start of the fourth wave went smoothly. Suitable fields appeared in quick succession, and there was almost no accumulation of monsters left behind. Thus, we advanced to a point that could already be considered the middle or even the end of the phase, without any noteworthy incidents. But, if I were to point out a problem, it would be this one. We should have seen at least one person, but there isn't a single hair in sight this time. Well, I think that shows how much the number of people has decreased. No survivors could be seen wandering through the collapsing labyrinth. In the previous wave, we had found 3. Apparently, by the time we reached the fourth wave, the number of adventurers still alive had decreased considerably. Badum. Anxiety and restlessness tried to grow inside me, but there was nothing I could do about it now. She'll be okay. And my other teammates too. They're definitely okay. So, I just need to believe and do what I have to do. Wow. I let out a war cry, brandished my hammer, and raised my shield to repel the enemy attack. HM? During that monotonous repetition of movements, something strange happened. Suddenly, a blue light exploded from the shield and began to flow into me. What? Did someone give me some kind of buff? That's what I thought at first, but I soon realized that wasn't it. That bluish light, the feeling that the shield and I had become one. This wasn't a buff. Yes, this was. Aegis Wall has reached the 7th level. All effects of this equipment are increased by 40%. Since the soul connection, Aegis Wall had been steadily accumulating experience behind the scenes, and now had finally reached the 7th level. So, if we were to put the numbers in order now, superior level indestructibility. Defending with a shield provides immunity to all damage. If the threat level exceeds 500, all monsters will prioritize attacking the bearer. These options are fixed, so they remain the same. Increases all of the wearer's defense attributes by 20%. When an aura skill is used, the radius of effect is doubled. The attribute increase must have risen to 28%, and the range is now multiplied by 2.8 times. Reduces all magic damage received by linked allies within a 10-meter radius, including the user, by 30%, and grants immunity to spells of 5th level or lower. The magic immunity portion is fixed, but the preceding line is affected by the enhancement. Radius of 14 meters and a 42% reduction in magic damage. In other words, when activating Scales of Greed, the 50% reduction is multiplied by the 42%, resulting in a final reduction of 71%. So, I think I can consider that I have graduated my magical defense. With some adjustments to the equipment, it might even be possible to achieve a 100% reduction, but that wouldn't make much sense. Just as the blade resistance of the evolutionary carapace has a limit, magic damage reduction also has a ceiling. Over time, only with the soul connection and the favored weapon effect of the 8th stage of the Mark of Immortality will it be possible to reach values close to that limit. But it's already at level 7. It's a strange feeling. I've spent years dragging myself through the maze and I'm still on the 8th level. Somehow it feels like all that effort has lost some of its value. Well, leveling up is only difficult at the beginning. Once you have enough power, it's a matter of moments, like in a game. Furthermore, I haven't exactly been on ordinary expeditions. First the underground, lands outside the walls, dimensional collapse. The sheer number of large events I've experienced has generated an absurd flow of experience, so reaching the 7th level so quickly actually makes sense. Will she reach the 8th level before I reach the 9th? To be honest, I've been hunting monsters non-stop, so much so that I've lost track of how much experience I've accumulated. Roughly estimating, it seems I'm almost at the end of level 8. In practice, I've already eliminated almost everything that could be hunted below the 7th floor. Sure, there are still some elite monsters that only appear in hidden rifts or fields, but it's not like they're prey you can hunt whenever you want. At times like these, I envy that era from a few decades ago, the so-called golden generation. They say that back then there were so many high-level adventurers who mounted expeditions with hundreds of people and reached the 9th floor. Compared to today, when exploration of the 8th floor has been stalled for years, the pace of leveling up should be much easier. Maybe that's why everyone was a bit inflated back then. The executives at Oracles are a good example. Active during the Golden Generation, they had high levels and high-grade essences, but their essence combinations, viewed in isolation, were quite weak. Well, that's understandable. It was a time when collective power mattered more than individual power, so even with mediocre combinations it was possible to advance through the upper echelons. ZZT. A familiar sound of something tearing echoed. As soon as I heard it, I stopped thinking and examined my surroundings. After all, after that sound, the transference always begins. Gather together. Even without a direct order, the adventurers scattered along the front line, advancing to reduce the number of monsters, instinctively returned to the center. After all, following a special transfer, there was always a chance of monsters appearing right at the central point. We had already gained some experience with these dimensional collapses. Flash. Suddenly, like a TV being switched off, the vision went blank and a new space appeared before us. A beach, with waves crashing on the shore. That alone was enough to give me an idea of where we were, but the 6th floor was much more vast. I was just about to check out my surroundings when some adventurers spotted the place before I did. Ludria Island. It's Ludria Island. Oh, it seems so indeed. Ludria Island, located at the easternmost point of the Great Sea, just beyond the border of the Great Rock. It was also there that, during the shortcut, I spotted Bicoli's group resting. Surprisingly, the location was exactly the same. What an absurd coincidence. Driven by a pang of curiosity, I turned my head and saw, further on, the marks of an extinguished campfire, vestiges of Biko's group's campsite. That hollow, empty trunk. Until yesterday, Biko was sitting right there. But the feeling of strange irony of fate lasted only a moment. I quickly shook off the thought and focused on the current situation. Something is rising from the bottom of the sea. What are those things? They don't look like murlocs. Tridents? That's a spear diver. A 3rd level monster. What? Level 3 monsters, in such large numbers. A troop of spear divers marched in formation, moving inland like an army. At first glance, there were dozens, perhaps more, and not all of them had yet emerged from the water. Could it be because it's the place where Biko was? I had no idea why creatures that should be in the depths of the ocean were showing up here, and in such large numbers. But trying to make sense of something that was already happening was pointless, especially during a dimensional collapse. Prepare for combat. Maintain formation and stay alert. But just when I put my doubts aside and ran towards the beach, bad luck, as always, decided to come in droves. Wow, a tremor from the densely vegetated interior coursed through the grains of sand until it reached my feet. A chilling sensation ran down my spine. I turned quickly, and there he was, a colossal monster advanced, crushing coconut trees in its path, emitting grotesque and chilling noises. Gooek, gooek. The bipedal creature repeatedly vomited a black, viscous substance from its enormous open mouth, as if something were corroding its insides. The instant I saw that abominable sight, I recognized what it was. What the hell is that? First and foremost, it was a 2nd-tier monster, but, curiously, that thing didn't have a specific species name. It only appeared as a guardian, and never as a common monster. Gooek. Lights. Gooek. Rift of the Dark Continent, 7th floor. Guardian of the Tomb of Volantis. The fallen star, Volantis, has launched Eclipse. Strictly speaking, Volantis itself could be considered his name, but that mattered little at the time. I am going to devour. Geez, An army of third-level monsters advanced along the beach, while from the interior of the island came the level 2 guardian of the rift. Everyone, just focus on the beach. I'll handle that thing. I gave the order with almost instinctive speed and, immediately afterwards, braces LAAAH. I let out a powerful roar, lunging forward to intercept the creature. Badum. Even at that moment, as I faced the beast head-on, I couldn't help but think, it's no wonder everything was too easy until now. This time, there would be no way to avoid great sacrifices. As expected, the chaos that began on Ludria Island left deep wounds in all of us. During a dimensional collapse, the option to escape simply doesn't exist. No matter how much we suffer, all that remains is to fight to the end. ZZT. Not even luck with the fields was on our side. On Ludria Island we managed to hold on somehow, without losing anyone, but, it's a transfer. Get into formation. The next area we were transported to was the ruins of Pentelion, a field located on the 7th floor of the Dark Continent. There, mechanical monsters of all kinds, from 6th to 3rd level, began to gush forth en masse, Guic. Since I was in charge of marking Volantis, I wasn't entirely sure how critical the overall situation was. Hey, priest, over here, come quickly, he's already dead, damn it. And he wouldn't stop talking about his daughter. It was at this point that the first casualties occurred. 3 dead at once. You, Wilk. Next, we ended up at the orc camp on the 3rd floor. I thought it would be a chance to catch my breath, since it was a lower level area, but for some reason, a 2nd level monster appeared. And not just any monster, a raid boss, you orc lord. At least, amidst the misfortunes, there was a consolation. The orc lord did not have as high a magical resistance as this damned Volantis. Elbane Cutter casts the 2nd level special spell transmission. Our expert wizard managed to cast the orc lord out of the dimension, far away, but the price was high, cough, are you alright, sir, it's just a magic circuit malfunction, don't worry, but I won't be able to do anything else for a while. Our special wizard ended up being just that, special, but thanks to him, we prevented the situation from getting even worse. You defeated a spear diver. You defeated a spear diver. You defeated a giga wolf. You defeated a spear diver. You defeated a diver. The next transfer was so chaotic that I just fought, without even realizing where we were, an essence. Give it to the wizard. No, there's no time for that. Let anyone consume it. But that guy uses a spear, just eat already. You can delete it later, right? From then on, when an essence emerged, no one bothered to store it in test tubes anymore. Whoever was able simply swallowed it. Any increase in power, however small, was crucial. Furthermore, some had already leveled up during the collapse, freeing up new spaces for essences. ZZT. Thus came the 4th transfer, geek. When I opened my eyes amidst the confusion, I realized we were in the King's Nest, one of the cracks on the 8th floor, road, wyverns, shoot them, don't let them get close. If they're taken, it's over. Even with the arrows of containment rising, the winged heads circled above us, cawing like crows and searching for the right moment to attack. And then, some finally seized an opening and, in a flash, dove down, grabbing people and soaring back into the sky. There was nothing to be done. The instant they passed through the invisible wall as they ascended, the captured adventurers simply vanished without a trace. GRRRPP. What could I do about it? Braces LAAAH. Nothing more than letting out a war cry from time to time, giving indirect support. I was occupying Volantis, preventing it from advancing. The fallen star, Volantis, has released isolation. The fallen star, Volantis, has unleashed corrupted matter. The fallen star, Volantis, has released fixed destiny. For me, containing him was the best I could do. Even activating the Aegis Dragon breastplate at full charge, there was no way to inflict real damage. It was in Volantis's nature. Therefore, defeating him would depend on the main force managing to stabilize the field. But that felt like pouring water into a leaky bucket. Curse. The longer the fighting dragged on, the more casualties we suffered, and the situation worsened. This is the hallmark of a dimensional collapse. When the pace of battle slows, the effort required to recover multiplies several times over. Therefore, I observe, I listen, and I endure. Because there is nothing else I can do. Oh, brother, my brother is here. Miss Ambret, come here. It's late. But a wyvern flies carrying a person in its mouth. The spear diver threw the trident. A spear diver, already nearly defeated, plunged his spear into the person's stomach. Jacob, Droga. In the midst of the chaos, where it's difficult to even take care of the person next to you, through a moment of carelessness I ended up stepping through an invisible wall. It's over for us here. That guy, that crazy guy, isn't he coming here? I just have to wait a little longer. I am sorry. There were cases of those who viewed the situation pessimistically getting up abruptly and leaving. even with news of deaths coming in incessantly to the point that no one knew for sure how many had died this time. Braces LAAAH. I screamed and endured, because there was nothing else I could do. And I also knew this: if I hold on and wait, the time will come someday. Crackle. Okay, exactly like that. TZZT. Finally, the fifth transition arrived. Flash. The moment a new field appeared, I threw away the stone I was holding in my hand. Action took priority over confirming where we were. Tuck. Flop flop flop. The stone, thrown with force, passed by Volantis and rolled across the ground. This meant only one thing. Finally, the fourth wave is over. In other words, simply put, now I can kill them all. Now there's no need to endure it anymore. Chapter 844, Wave, February 8th. Surviving in the game as a barbarian, even in a dimensional collapse event that's already brutal enough, what really raises the difficulty is the narrow terrain. When the area is limited, the number of participants is also restricted. If there are more than 100 people, one wrong step is enough to be thrown out. So in practice, 60 is the maximum number. In other words, in dimensional collapse, quantity doesn't win. But that's not all. As the waves advance, it's inevitable that the group will suffer casualties, and replacing them depends entirely on luck. And, as if that weren't enough, training. The worst part is that, during a collapse, freedom of formation disappears. There are several possible formations during exploration: advance, retreat, annihilation, but in a dimensional collapse, only the defensive formation is allowed, and even that needs to split the front lines to contain enemies attacking from all directions. The difficulty level cannot be low. The reason I was stuck just holding Volantis and couldn't do anything was precisely because of these characteristics of dimensional collapse. A limited formation means, in other words, that freedom of strategy is also nullified. Just like that, Bail LAAH. Throughout the chaotic battle, I was only holding Volantis, but for the first time I moved from my position. Something that would never have been possible during a dimensional collapse. But now, we were in a period of stability, without restrictions. You used Wild Explosion. Your threat level is above 500. All nearby monsters will prioritize the character with their attacks. The instant I let out the roar, the effect of the Aegis barrier was activated, and Volantis, as if hypnotized, came after me. Everyone, retreat. Aner, get that ready. After ordering the main troop to retreat, I ran to the opposite side, where it wasn't possible to attract attention with threat level alone. Thus, I completely took over the aggro of the monsters attacking the group, a strategy impossible to use before, when the space was tight. Priority and absolute are different things. No matter how much you provoke, if the main troop is right next to you, the aggro breaks. Okay, the monster grouping is fine as it is. The distance between me and the group was already adequate. So, shoot. At my command, the full force of the troop's maximum firepower was concentrated around me. Under normal conditions, such a method would be impossible with a conventional tank. Kwang, it doesn't matter. All magic damage received will be reduced by 50%. All physical resistance attributes will increase proportionally to the amount of magic damage absorbed. After all, I'm no ordinary tank. Besides, while the bombardment was raining down on me, all the main troops' efforts were also focused here, which offset a good portion of the damage. Maria Sure Eloyd conjured an ode dedicated to the hero. The target of the song and melody is limited to a single person, but the effect is tripled. Maria Sure Eloyd conjured Aria of Consolation. As long as the melody continues, the character's natural regeneration increases significantly. Maria Sure Eloyd conjured Wind and Light that caress the wounds. While the chant lasts, the character receives a healing effect. Even if I was injured, the wounds healed immediately. With the priests focusing all their assistance on me, there was no tension whatsoever, even surrounded by over 100 monsters. Unless there was some creature with an instant death mechanic, even a first-level monster would hardly be able to take me down in a single blow. Rule number 1 of the Shielded Barbarian. You have suffered damage. Pain that doesn't kill only makes the Shield Barbarian stronger. Damage is cumulative. You use the Aegis Dragon Breastplate. Even after 5 transfers, the persistent group of spear divers and the mechanical beasts from the ruins of Panthelion were finally annihilated. In fact, considering the chaos of the previous battles, it was easy to the point of seeming frustrating. Of course, the fact that the wyverns that tormented us so much didn't manage to follow us this far helped a lot. Anyway, with all the smaller monsters defeated, the relative silence allowed one presence to stand out even more. Guik, the guardian of the tomb of Volantis, the falling star, Volantis, Guik, Guik. From the moment he appeared until now, he hasn't taken his eyes off me, vomiting that disgusting substance non-stop. Fire. Mages or conjurers, use fire. Nothing else works against this thing. As soon as my command echoed, a brief pause followed before feedback arrived from the main troop. Fireballs, rain of flames, magma arrows, countless fire attribute spells began to fly at the same time. Guik, light, biased. It didn't take long. In just 5 minutes, the first phase was over, and the next one didn't present much difficulty either. The fallen star, Volantis, cast the oath of immortality. With his life reaching 50%, the second phase began. Normally, this part summons soldiers in a number proportional to the volume of bile he had spat out, and the main body strengthens according to their number, but dimensional collapse does have its positive aspects. Currently, we had already gone through 5 transfers. The number of soldiers summoned was minimal, and therefore advancing to the third phase was straightforward. The fallen star, Volantis, is engulfed in flames. Someone who prays for corruption bestows a blessing. The fallen star, Volantis, gains immunity to fire until the end of the battle. All resistances drop drastically. Thus began the third phase. The creature's abilities, now covered in black flames, were the same as before. However, the fallen star, Volantis, has unleashed corrupted matter. This time, it wasn't just corrupting the field and causing continuous poison damage. Puff, puff, the black masses began to explode, causing area damage. Furthermore, the isolation aura ability gained a new effect, random explosions all over the field. Oh, and of course, the main troop had already retreated long ago. The fire doesn't work anymore, so use whatever you want. After that, every type of attack except for fire attacks began to rain down on the enemy, and soon we entered the last, fourth phase. The life of the fallen star, Volantis, has reached 0%. The conditions for those who reject eternal rest have been met. It was the moment when his passive ability kicked in. FUU. From the sky emerged a huge black star, at least 10 meters in diameter, a kind of totem that spread all sorts of debuffs in the form of an aura and summoned soldiers endlessly. During this phase, the enemy received total immunity to any damage until that star was destroyed. But, if we've come this far, then it's over. At my shout, the response came immediately, as if everyone had been waiting for exactly that moment. Einer, ooh. With a roar as powerful as mine, a spear was hurled like lightning. The next attack will receive the Soul Hunter effect. Einer's throw was aimed at Volantis' main body, but the accuracy of the strike was perfect. Fiu. The spear didn't fly toward the creature's vital point, but, as if bending in the air like a staff, shot straight towards the black star. The tip pierced the body of the star, which emanated a sinister vibration, without any resistance. And then, phew, after a brief moment, boom, the black star that floated in the air exploded as if it had reached the end of its life, and Volantis' body fell heavily to the ground. Kuang. At the very moment the massive object fell, an intense shower of light spread out. You defeated the fallen star, Volantis. EXP +8. Bonus for defeating a high-level guardian. EXP +5. The battle was finally over, but what would be the reward for all this hell? The guardian's essence drop rate is 33%, and as Einer delivered the final blow, no, 9,999, beginner's luck added another 5% chance, totaling 38%. However, the essence, it didn't drop. Unfortunately, the essence didn't fall. A shame, since that essence could have been combined with Amelia's self-replication and yielded something quite useful. Still, it wasn't a wasted hunt, but a numbered item fell. That's right, a numbered item. An item had dropped, and it was nothing less than a 2-digit item. As rare as an essence, a double digit had fallen. A truly strange occurrence. Knock. As I bent down to collect the spoils, my hand felt strangely heavy. 13 did. As soon as the battle ended, I checked the casualty report, and I couldn't hide my feeling of devastation. Of the 39 of us, a third had fallen. The origins of the dead were also varied. 1 from Armin's exploration group, 2 from Clan Aluma, 7 from Clan Sawtooth, and the 3 survivors who had joined us during the 4th wave, all dead. One of the latter could even be considered a deserter, but I decided to classify him as dead anyway. The relief of survival, which spread like an epidemic soon after the fighting ended, was short-lived. A somber atmosphere enveloped the group. It's been 7 years already. We've known each other for so long. I never imagined I'd end up saying goodbye like this. It's suffocating. When we get back, what am I going to tell their family? Shit, fuck. Being an adventurer accustomed to goodbyes doesn't mean being a heartless monster. Losing someone close is painful for anyone, and if it's family, even more so. We will have to hold a funeral. Hearing my murmured words, a woman who was sitting on the floor suddenly stood up, as if seized by a spasm. How are we going to do this? Charlotte Emblet, from Armin's exploration group. She was a mage, and worked side by side with her older brother in the same clan. And my brother, disappeared. He disappeared. I should have held him tighter. I should have taken better care of him. I shouldn't have left him there. Yes, that's another one of the cursed aspects of dimensional collapse. If the body isn't recovered in time amidst the chaos, it can never be found again. A heart-wrenching cry, laden with sorrow. But even watching her crumble, I couldn't help but think that she was stronger than she seemed. After all, she was placing the blame on herself. Suddenly, I remembered what had happened in the first basement level. Brian Emblet. I didn't get to know him very well, but he was a truly kind person. At that time, he had also lost a companion, and he was taking great care of his grieving sister. It was a rare scene to see in a labyrinth, a heartwarming scene. Why, only me? Why always me? Unable to bear seeing Charlotte Emblet consumed by grief any longer, I looked away. Then, I approached the priestess. I will prepare a place later. Could I say a prayer for the dead? Sure. Thanks. But I was already turning to leave when she called me back. Does this really make sense? Her gaze was fixed on Charlotte Emblet. Even without explanation, I understood what she meant. She was asking if there would be any consolation for them in holding a funeral without bodies, or perhaps, from a religious point of view, she meant that without the bodies there was no way to conduct a true rite of passage. In any case, I answered without hesitating for a moment. Absolutely. Understood. After that, when I felt the situation had calmed down enough, I ordered the ceremony to begin. Whoosh. The mages, following my instructions, lit bonfires on the bare ground, serving no purpose beyond the symbolic. The priest stood before the empty flame and offered prayers that only the living could hear. Even the weary adventurers were present at that moment, remaining silent until the end. When the ceremony ended, some remained, others moved away and lay down at a distance, closing their eyes as if they were dead. And I stayed there, in an undefined place, neither leaving nor joining those who remained, wandering in silence for a long time. 001. When I glanced at the time by chance, it was already past midnight. Einar approached and lightly tapped my shoulder before continuing on his way. It's time for bed, Bjorn. We still have to fight tomorrow. Okay. Only the fourth wave had ended. Chapter 845, Wave, March 8th. The place where we spent the fourth period of stability was the second floor, the beast's den. Aside from the unpleasant smell, it was a fairly suitable floor for resting. Being a lower area, the difficulty level was reduced. The priest only needed to use the proclamation of eradication of evil, and the creatures inhabiting the den couldn't even get close. Of course, among the monsters dragged here by the collapse, there might be some capable of crossing the barrier, but a rotating watch patrol was enough to resolve that. What do you intend to do? Faced with Armin's question, I remained silent for a moment, pondering. There were two options: explore the surroundings in search of something, or simply lie on the ground and recover your energy. I didn't need to think for very long. I think I'll go get some sleep. Understood. I understand. Rest. Yes, this time I was just going to rest. Everyone was exhausted in various ways, and there were no relevant events to deal with on this floor. If there is to be any hope, perhaps it lies in finding another group of survivors during the search. To be honest, if we found them, it would be a great help. We suffered many casualties this time. Without reinforcements, the following waves would become increasingly difficult to bear. Even if the chance was minimal, the search was necessary. But then I will gather the adventurers who still have energy, and we will begin the sweep of the surrounding area. Your lordship, rest. I'm counting on you. For one day, leaving the work in the hands of others wouldn't hurt. After all, the scouts and rogues had practically done nothing the whole time. They needed something to justify their presence. Sorry to interrupt everyone's rest. We need to form the search party. The following names have been called: Creed Allen, Anton. As I listened to the most willing adventurers being summoned, I settled myself on the ground and ended up falling asleep. And then, RRRR rang. Woof, woof. This time, I didn't dream anything. It was as if I had only closed my eyes for a moment and, upon opening them, perceived a murmur around me. What on earth were they whispering about at this hour? Everyone should be asleep. I took the watch from my chest and, opening my eyes just a crack, checked the time. 6:35. In other words, I slept a little over 6 hours. Since the period of stability lasted at least 8, I still had about 30 minutes left to rest peacefully. So, I closed my eyes again, trying to sleep a little more. Oh, damn. With so many people whispering around, it's impossible to get a good night's sleep. Up just now? I think he woke up. Go ahead, go and see for yourself. Maybe it's best if we wait a little longer, just to be safe. From the sound of the whispered voices, now audible, I realized there was no point in trying to sleep again, so I just got up. The Viscount has woken up. But what the hell has been going on since just now? Perhaps because I had just woken up, my voice came out a little hoarse, and the survivors around me hurried to approach and give their reports. The search team has found another group of survivors. Mr. Armin is currently verifying their identities. What? Did they find any? How many? Well, it seems there are more than 10 people. You can confirm the details directly with Mr. Armin. More than 10. Good news, enough to sweep away any lingering bad mood from waking up. Of course, there was still some doubt. But why didn't you wake me up right away and just whisper to the side? It's just that Mr. Armin asked to let him rest as much as possible until he wakes up on his own, I understand. The consideration is appreciated, but it still seemed pointless. After all, with all that chatter nearby, how could I possibly sleep peacefully? Armin is, there he is. I stood up completely and spotted Armin a little apart from the main group, so I headed towards him. Lord Viscount, is that them? The group the search team found? Yes. To explain briefly, 3 clans naturally came together during the collapse and joined forces. During the last wave, they suffered heavy losses. 14 of them survived and were resting when our team found them. We have already made contact and confirmed their intention to join us. The identification has already been completed, so you can verify the data. But what the heck, that explanation isn't brief at all. I picked up the reports and took a general look. Their average level was quite decent. They seemed capable enough not to depend entirely on us. In other words, they wouldn't be dead weight. The reason they are waiting separately from the main group is that, up to this point, they still haven't received authorization from the Viscount. Authorization granted. As soon as I gave my approval, the adventurers who had been listening to the conversation between Armin and me, with apprehensive faces, immediately lit up, oh, we're saved, finding Viscount Yandel's group amidst the collapse. All I can say is that it was divine intervention. Long live Viscount Yandel. Seeing such intense reactions, I realized once again how skilled Armin was at dealing with people. Now I understood, he hadn't let me sleep out of mere consideration. I was deliberately buying time. The more distress I caused these guys, the clearer the difference in positions between us would become. And, consequently, my authority over them would be strengthened. Cooperation partners and rescued survivors, those are very different things. After all, Viscount, may I say a word? Say, we've already identified who they are, but I fear it would be unwise to accept them so easily. We're already overwhelmed taking care of ourselves. I understand your concern, but as you know, this dimensional collapse is a disaster of enormous magnitude. According to the Labyrinth's disaster law, created jointly by the Crown and the guilds, I have an obligation to rescue and confront the calamity along with all the survivors. However, if by chance they cause any problems, that's enough. I interrupted Armin and turned to the survivors. You guys aren't planning on causing trouble, are you? Absolutely not. We would never do that. If you trust us, we will do everything to live up to your trust. Did you hear what they said? Armin closed his mouth, visibly annoyed, and thus ended another short improvised skit. So, I'm counting on you from now on. Yes, Viscount. Thank you for accepting us. After that, the 14 newcomers left the periphery and joined the main group, receiving brief training from Armin, where they should position themselves when the next wave began, what strategies to use, and what to do in each situation. Okay, the tutorial is up to them. So, I momentarily set aside my interest in the new members and turned my gaze elsewhere, to the spot where, before going to sleep, we had held an impromptu funeral. Contrary to what he feared, the surroundings were silent. Thank goodness, they're sleeping. They haven't been asleep for very long, though. The one who answered my murmur was Maze Reiner, the user of special abilities, the first survivor I encountered after parting ways with the Anabata clan. Mr. Viscount, don't worry so much, they're not children. Reiner looked at the family members, who had fallen asleep exhausted at the funeral site and spoke calmly. For a moment, I thought he was the cold, heartless type, but his next words made me agree. These are people who have survived this far, right? Even if we leave it to them, they'll know how to handle it. Whether they like it or not, they've been through something like this at least once before. Strangely, that didn't sound insensitive, nor did it seem like the speech of someone who spoke easily because it was something other people did. After all, Reiner had also lost all his companions and was wandering alone when I found him. He had simply accepted, or perhaps resigned himself to, the miserable fate that accompanies the life of an adventurer. And what possessed you to suddenly come and tell me this? Go and rest, instead of worrying about me. I apologize for intruding. Reiner bowed politely and withdrew, leaving me to let out a bitter sigh. The air escaped my chest, but without any relief. It felt like a thick weight remained stuck in my throat. Still, in moments like these, all I could do was remember what I needed to do. After all, what good would it do? No words of comfort would bring the dead back. Crack. All I could do was keep trying. Do everything possible to keep alive all those who were now trapped in the same fate as me. Viscount. At that moment, an adventurer who was on guard duty on the outskirts ran towards me in a panic. A group of survivors ahead. What? I ran immediately and looked in the direction indicated by the detection class adventurer. Inside the heavy darkness of the labyrinth, clank, clank, an unwanted visitor was approaching, emitting a chilling metallic sound. The figures that emerged from the darkness were no ordinary adventurers. Knights of the Royal Guard. They are Knights of the Kingdom's Army. The group proudly displayed the royal family's coat of arms on their chests. Of course, their appearance was far from the splendor and cleanliness seen in the city. Their exposed skin was covered in blood and bits of flesh, and their armor, crumpled and dirty, indirectly revealed how fiercely they had fought to get there. It seems they've also separated from the royal army. It's a shame they're not a rescue team. It wasn't hard to see that those knights were in the same predicament as us, isolated survivors. Still, in times of disaster, encountering crown officials usually brought a sense of relief. That's right, the gods are helping us. Judging by the reactions around me, it was clear that the predominant emotion wasn't caution towards strangers, but joy and hope. Quite different from me, who harbored a deep distrust of royalty. They've gotten close enough now. I used a slightly aggressive tone and halted the advance of the approaching horsemen, while quickly counting the number of people. Viscount Yandel? The man at the head of the group seemed to recognize me. He tilted his head in surprise and took a step forward. Didn't you hear what I said? Don't move. I reinforced the order in an even harsher tone. People like that needed to be stopped from the start. There's no reason for distrust. As you can see, we are knights of the Royal Army of Raftonia. First, identify yourselves and state your unit. But before I could complete the verification procedure, a familiar voice and an even more unexpected face emerged from among the knights. Hey, Viscount Yandel. That irritating gaze, the robust body with a bit of fat, and the shiny scalp scarred by baldness. Ilya Agnus, the guildmaster, the same one who had joined the expedition alongside the Anabrata clan in exchange for the heart of the dragon. Don't worry, they are real royal knights. They were the ones who saved me when I was lost. For a moment, my head froze. What is this? Where's Miss Shah, who was supposed to show up? And why, out of nowhere, did this guy decide to appear here? Really? I'm happy to see you again. Now glory or achievements don't matter, I just want to go home alive. What is this? Why the hell are you here? And where are the others? There were some unforeseen circumstances. The shock was so great that I completely forgot about the knights and started by listening to the guildmaster's story first. It wasn't long, aside from the lamentations and exaggerated emotions. The summary of the events was simple. So you slipped and got separated from the group, then were rescued by the royal army, and in the end, you ended up finding me here. Is that right? In short, yes, and Miss Shah. What happened to Miss Shah? Miss Karlstein? Has something happened to her? Unfortunately, that damned guildmaster couldn't give me any answers about Miss Shah. He knew even less than I did. When I separated, everyone was fine. Oh, except for Miss Fenelon. From what we could gather, the guildmaster was the first to get lost, and then something happened that caused Miss Shah to get separated as well. But then, what the heck happened to the main group? Cough. Right, there were those two. Hearing the throat clearing, I reflexively turned my gaze away, and the knight, seeing the opportunity, began to speak. It's an honor to meet you. I am Saul Andriaco, captain of the 4th Company of the 3rd Battalion of the Order of Royal Knights. That was curious. I thought he had good sense, since he remained quiet while I was talking to the guildmaster. During the dimensional collapse, we suffered an accident and became separated from the main battalion. We would like to ask for your cooperation until we can reunite. Are you crazy? Cooperation? What? What did you just say? I ended up blurting out what I was thinking, but it wasn't a big problem. In the end, the important thing with any slip-up is knowing how to fix it, and I continued saying what I really wanted to say. Cooperation? What? You only have 2 options. Two, either you leave, or you kneel. Who does he think he is, acting so arrogant without even having a title of nobility? Marathi, it's a snore, I swear lol. Like I said, while I'm translating from Korean, I'll keep the onomatopoeia in their style. Chapter 846, Wave, April 8th. Surviving in the game as a barbarian. Contrary to what I expected, the knight's decision when faced with a choice between 2 options was quick and rational. I'm going to kneel down, there is. He spoke so naturally that for a moment I thought I had misheard. But no, I heard correctly. The 19 men of the 4th Company did their best to rejoin the main battalion, but we deemed it impossible to fulfill this duty due to circumstances beyond our control. Based on Article 41 of the Military Code, we will now exercise autonomous judgment and, in order to ensure the survival of the battalion, we transfer command to Viscount Yandel as requested. When I finally understood the situation, I felt my strength waning. I was already prepared to use my title and crush any resistance, so it was just a matter of providing an excuse, that's all. In the end, I was fighting alone against shadows. From what I've heard, you are exactly as they say. It's a shame to admit, but I will entrust my fate and that of my men to you. I promise we will not be a burden or cause any trouble. Well, honestly, I'm not worried about it. But are you sure you want to do this? The knight inclined his head slightly. What a strange question. Every citizen of Raftonia knows, if anything goes wrong inside the labyrinth, there's no one more trustworthy than Viscount Yandel. And what to say about that? Faced with such a direct and unexpected compliment, coming from someone like that, I felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, it didn't even seem appropriate to treat him in the same curt way as before. But did that bastard plan this? Saul Andriaco, captain of the 4th Company of the 3rd Battalion of the Order of Royal Knights, a man with frightening political skill. It's best not to let your guard down around him. Very well. As long as you don't cause any confusion or problems, I promise to take care of you responsibly and without discrimination. That's enough. Armin. Deciding to accept the group of knights, I left them in Armin's care. He, as always, handled everything efficiently. He checked the newcomers' backgrounds and conducted the basic tutorial. In the end, the number of people increased again. Of the 26 that remained, reduced after the 4th wave, which took 13, were added the 14 survivors found by the search team. And, finally, this last group of knights, 22 in total, 19 knights and 3 survivors rescued along with them, including the guild master. A total of 62 people. In practice, we could already consider this the maximum number of members. If it increased any further, it would start to become difficult to move around in the areas within the collapse. It's strange to think about it. Until recently, my biggest concern was precisely the opposite, the small number of people. But now, all I did was send the search team and take a good nap, and suddenly the group grew so much that there was no room for anyone else. It was a strangely uncomfortable feeling. Everything is going too well. A sense of unease began to creep in for no clear reason. Of course, after the last wave, which had been brutal, perhaps it was natural that we might have a bit of luck now. But even so, no, it's still giving me a bad feeling. When things are going too well, I have this damn habit. My heart races and my breathing becomes heavy. So I decided to review everything one more time, just to make sure nothing had slipped through the cracks. I glanced at the list Armin had made, checking if Hans hadn't secretly infiltrated, and then I talked to the new members, listening to what they'd been through so far, if they'd seen anything strange, if there had been any unusual incidents. It was just an attempt to calm my mind, but it ended up yielding unexpected information. You said you were on Arps Island when the collapse began? Yes. As I listened to Captain Saul's account, I frowned without realizing it. The reason was simple. The Royal Army had officially announced that it would occupy 3 islands with a higher rate of mana stone collection. But Arps Island isn't known for having a good yield of mana stones. I don't know the details either. We moved there and, shortly after, everything happened. Saul said that, in the end, they were lucky. After all, Arps Island was one of the few that remained unaffected even after the summoning of the Lord of Tears. This doesn't seem like a coincidence. Thinking this way, I began to question him more thoroughly. Saul, at first, seemed reluctant to reveal internal army matters, but faced with the title of Viscount, he eventually yielded and answered honestly. And what I discovered was the following. From entering the labyrinth to the beginning of the collapse, I managed to understand the overall picture of the Royal Army's actions. At first, they followed a plan to the letter. The 1,700 soldiers of the Royal Army divided into 3 groups and occupied the 3 islands, exploring them in search of mana stones. All of a sudden, they received an order to all move to Arps Island? Yes, and you don't know what happened to the troops that were stationed on the other 2 islands? I haven't heard anything about the other units, but I suppose they remained there, didn't they? No, not at all. I remembered the desperate cry that echoed when the Lord of Tears was summoned, and we were all swept away by the waves to the heart of the disaster. The Royal Army. Where the hell is the Royal Army? A calamity like this breaks out and they don't even show up to help. In that place, there wasn't even a royal warship. They were probably on one of the safe islands, just like Saul's group. Coincidence? Chance? A mere twist of fate? Words like that weren't enough to justify what was before me. By this point, I could say for sure, I don't know what they intended by doing something like this, but, so it wasn't Bicoli after all. It was the Royal Army that summoned the Lord of Tears. The royalty had summoned the Lord of the 6th floor. But why? What could be the reason? What did they hope to gain by summoning such a monster? Unfortunately, I wasn't given time to reflect on this in depth. The period of calm had come to an end. ZZZT. The air ripped open with that familiar sound of rupture. Fortunately, most were already awake and in position, so the response was swift. Everyone in formation. The collapse has begun. The adventurers ran into the lines we had marked beforehand, forming a tight formation to prevent anyone from being left behind. HAA. I followed the movement and positioned myself where I belonged, and then, flash. The vision flickered, and the 5th wave began. This is the 5th time already. Normally, a dimensional collapse ends around the 7th wave. If luck were on our side, we would only need to resist 2 more times to finally leave this damned labyrinth and return to the city. Of course, that is, if luck actually decided to smile upon us. Still, we've come a long way. It wasn't possible to say that the end was near, but at least it was possible to imagine it. Therefore, BALLAAH, I let out another battle cry to gather strength and get through another day alive. The starting point of this wave was one of the rifts on the 8th floor, the Frost Lord's palace. The creatures that emerged there were high level, and the field had complicated effects, but there was a silver lining. It was better to face the worst right at the beginning than when we were exhausted and overwhelmed. That's right, you defeated an ice spirit. EXP +7. You defeated a knight of extreme cold. EXP +6. You defeated a frozen tower. +7 EXP. You defeated an ice ogre. Higher level monsters appeared en masse, but were quickly eliminated, and experience accumulated. With over 60 people and, above all, with the presence of the knights, or users, combat became incomparably more efficient. The arrival of the 19 knights was, in practice, equivalent to adding 19 elite attackers. The aura cut through level 4 monsters as if they were tofu, and the knights weren't just good at attacking. As is common among them, their offensive strength was masked by the aura, a practically cheating ability, while their weaknesses were compensated for with defensive essences and heavy armor. In other words, they could even act as support tanks. If we were to point out a weakness, it might be the fact that the stronger the defense, the slower they tend to be. But in truth, that mattered little now. You cast a draconic fear. One roar was enough to stun everything around. The knights only needed to cut open the banquet already served before them. ZZZT. Oh, is it over already? The first field ended surprisingly easily, much more so than I feared. This time, no bosses appeared out of nowhere like in the Red Dragon's Heart, and the number of monsters that followed us to the next field was minimal. Basically, we cleared everything that came our way. HAA. Is it the 9th floor this time? The second field was even more complicated. You have entered a special area. Field effect. Dragon Skull Mountain has been applied. Dragon's Curse status effect has been applied. Physical resistance reduced by 50%. A random essence has been sealed. I quickly checked. Soul Dive 1 wasn't working, which meant the beginning cell passive was also disabled. It looks like a whole army is coming. Hold the line. As soon as we opened our eyes in the second field, monsters began raining down from all sides. It was, without a doubt, the largest number of enemies we had ever faced up to that point. Well, that was to be expected. Dragon Skull Mountain was known precisely for its absurd number of creatures. At least their type goes well with our team. Our area firepower was also quite impressive. Mylarmin summoned the spirit of suicidal vengeance. And since they're undead, even better. You used wild explosion. Damage is dealt to all undead nearby. Maria Sure Eloyd launched the Torch of Doom. As the melody continues, the resistance of all undead in the area is severely reduced, exploding and crushing the waves that came as if in a siege. We continued to resist. You defeated a Lich. You defeated a Black Knight. You defeated a Bone Dragon. You defeated a Helmhorn Skeleton King. You defeated a Zombie Lord. During the fight, 3 second-level monsters appeared at the same time. One was teleported away by the specialized mage, another was defeated by Aner along with the knights, and the last one remained under my guard. I kept it contained until the others were finished, and then we all defeated it together. Oh, and none of the 3 left any essence. And then, ZZZT. Even with the 9th floor field appearing right after the 8th floor rift, the initial part passed without major incident, and what came after wasn't much different. ZZZT. The fields kept changing, and with them came new field effects, new types of monsters. ARG. Fatigue was setting in, and some enemies escaped the defensive line, crowding around it, but in the end, clack, flop, flop, the 5th wave ended without major tragedies. Although that's not the same as saying there were no losses. 3 confirmed deaths, total survivors, 59. Still, it was a wave where we managed to handle the danger very well. Even so, 3 lives were lost. But that wasn't surprising. In the labyrinth, a tiny mistake can mean death. Considering the onslaught of 3rd and 4th level monsters we faced, the fact that only 3 died was actually proof that we withstood it incredibly well. This time, our luck with the fields wasn't on our side. Perhaps it was the price to pay for the increased strength resulting from the larger group. The fact is that this wave had a considerably high level of difficulty and, to make matters worse, the stabilization zone wasn't very favorable. Primordial Earth, a field located in the heart of the 9th floor, the Star Tomb. What do you intend to do, sir? We're going to forego the exploration. We're not short-staffed, and the risk of losing people during the search is too high. Understood. And increase the number of night watchmen. The creatures here will probably violate the annihilation decree. It will be done as ordered. Oh, and, call a priest. Yes, as with every rest period, we called the priest and lit the bonfire. This time, however, there was no one weeping softly as before. After all, the 3 dead were people who had joined the group alone, without direct ties to the others. Even so, everyone gathered before the flames and observed a moment of silence. Have mercy, welcome their souls with warmth and guide them. Grant rest to those who are exhausted. When the 5th wave ended, I stood there, before the crackling bonfire, thinking, whoosh, how many more times would we have to light the fire? From the giant of the deep sea, Chapter 847, Wave, May 8th. Surviving in the game as a barbarian. The period of stability following the fifth wave in the primordial territory passed without major incident. Except for the monsters that periodically approached the camp and were repelled, nothing noteworthy happened. We hadn't sent out exploration teams, and, unlike previous groups of knights, no survivors came to us on their own. ZZT. Thus began the sixth wave again. Starting from a favorable field, the second floor, known as the Land of the Dead, we faced the relentless onslaught of monsters, defeating them as the transfers continued. And then, 4 dead. The current total of survivors is 55. We ended the wave with 4 casualties. The overall difficulty seemed less than in the previous one, but, paradoxically, there was one more death. It wasn't just bad luck, probably everyone was exhausted. After all, we had been sleeping and fighting, 4 days amidst the dimensional collapse. So, what do we do now? Let's explore. We've lost quite a few people, understood. During the period of stability, we organized a search team, but in the end we didn't find any other survivors. Not even Miss Shah. Seriously, where the hell is she? Please, I hope you've found a decent group and are surviving well. A paranoid unease rose within me, but every time it happened I forced myself to control my mind and suppress the feeling. After all, there was nothing more I could do at that moment. ZZT. Thus began the seventh wave, a phase full of various incidents and accidents, but leaving all that aside and speaking only of the result, 12 dead. The total number of survivors is now 43. Devastating. It was the highest number of deaths since the fourth wave, when we lost 13 people. Whoosh. The flames that rose this time brought almost no sobs. Not that they had disappeared, nor that the pain felt was any less than before, but the lamentations simply did not last. The living need to stay alive. Faced with the absolute imperative of survival, all other values become superfluous luxuries. As soon as the fire, which had been burning in vain, died out, a heavy silence filled the air. It was a difficult round. This time, we didn't even form a search team and, as expected, by the time we woke up, no other group of survivors had come to meet us. The same was true for Miss Shah. Time passed while everyone slept like walking corpses, and when the period of stability ended, yet another wave began. ZZT. And so we reached the eighth wave. There were no more cries of courage to resist with strength, nor childish complaints of I want to go home. Exhausted to the limit, everyone simply stood up silently, grabbed their weapons, and prepared to fight from their positions as soon as the new wave began. When will this damned dimensional ruin finally end? I'm not asking for much, I just wish it would end before the 10th wave. I suddenly realized, while I was mechanically going about my work, somewhat absent-mindedly, the silence around me. At some point, the monsters had disappeared, leaving only piles of mana stones scattered on the ground. Come to think of it, it had been quite a while since the last transfer. Clack, flop, flop. The stone I carelessly threw flew far and rolled weakly. This meant that the eighth wave had come to an end. But, honestly, this realization brought me no joy whatsoever. So, this time it's not over either. The survivors, only realizing the wave had ended when they saw the rock I had thrown, lowered their weapons and collapsed to the ground, exhausted. I also wanted to throw myself down with them, but, thud. Before that, there was something I needed to confirm. Armin, what's the current situation? 3 dead, a total of 40 survivors. Okay, 3 more this time. We didn't face any second-level monsters, and the field was favorable. I really expected a better result. They must have reached their physical limit. Even though there were pauses between battles, fighting so many times in a row inevitably took its toll on the body. And that's not even mentioning the mental exhaustion. Even the mages, who during the pauses always immediately began meditating to recover MP, now collapsed unconscious as soon as the wave ended. An axe. Or, if you don't have one, any club will do. Do you have anything still usable? My wrist guard broke this time. There were many in the same situation, with destroyed equipment. The shortage was so great that we had already organized a system to share what was left over. Whoever had something extra would make it available to those who needed it. Even so, the material was still insufficient. I'll make the preparations. The priests, so accustomed to these procedures, began preparing the funeral without me saying a word. And then, whoosh, the empty flames rose once more. I've lost count of how many times. The priests recited the prayers in the same tone as before, and the survivors, though exhausted, gathered for a few moments to watch until the end. When it was all over, everyone lay down in silence, too accustomed to the routine, and finally rested. I'll organize the search team. You should rest. No, that won't be necessary. Excuse me? Oh, don't tell me you intend to go in person. That's not it. This time, we won't be doing any search. Armin tilted his head, confused by my answer, and it wasn't hard to understand why. The group, which had once numbered over 60, was now greatly reduced. The dimensional collapse continued with no sign of ending, and even during the last period of stability, we skipped the exploration because everyone was too exhausted to move. Logically speaking, of course we should go out to look for survivors, but the problem was, exactly where we are now. The place where we spent the 8th period of stability was none other than the 5th floor, the Great Demon Kingdom. Badum. The same floor where the Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, was last seen. The Lord of Tears, Tetrasy. When I used the spirit portal to explore the entire labyrinth, I found that creature right in the center of the Great Demon Realm, on the 5th floor. For some reason, it had advanced to the 4th stage without suffering even a scratch, and around it were the bodies of adventurers reduced to bones. Even though I was in good spiritual shape at the time, there was even an incident where our eyes met, but that doesn't matter, so let's leave it at that. Badum. My heart pounded, heavy. Could it be still here? It's hard to say. After so many waves, it wouldn't be surprising if it had been carried somewhere else. But honestly, I can't be sure of anything. It's not the entire labyrinth that's crumbling, but only the space around us. As if the labyrinth itself wanted to expel the invaders. If the expert wizard's theory were correct, the transfer phenomenon of the monsters would only occur in the presence of adventurers nearby. In other words, there was a good chance the creature was still in this area. Perhaps it simply hadn't encountered other groups since then, or worse, perhaps it had killed anyone it saw before there was an opportunity to be involved in a transfer. All of this was perfectly possible. I hope it's just paranoia, but I knew viewing the world with excessive optimism only led to an even more painful fall. That's exactly why I decided not to send any search team, a kind of passive resistance tactic. Better to minimize any external activity until the end of the stability period than to risk wandering out there and running into him. Would you like some? Suddenly, a hand appeared to my left, offering me a piece of dried meat. When I turned to see who it was, I was surprised. You are Kevrin, the second in command of the Sawtooth clan. Or rather, now that the former leader is dead, I guess I should call him the leader. Anyway, that wasn't the important thing. It's just that I've hardly seen him eat lately. What? Did he mix poison into that dried meat? To be honest, it was hard to believe it was a gesture of pure goodwill. The whole situation seemed strangely out of place. Oh, forgive me if I disturbed you during your rest. I'll leave you in peace. No, I accept. I took the dried meat from his hand and chewed it without ceremony. But then, something was wrong. An impossible taste filled my mouth. Strawberry flavor? It's all the rage among adventurers lately. Is this the first time you've tried it? More and more absurd trends are appearing. Haha, I think it tastes awful too. Then why did you buy this piece of junk? I don't know, maybe because I hate the feeling of being left behind. An unexpectedly serious response. I was speechless and just kept chewing the dried meat. Croak, croak. I sighed. Well, eating something helped relieve some of the stress. So, what do you want? When I got straight to the point, the deputy leader made a strange expression. I don't want anything in particular. I just realized I hadn't eaten anything yet. Damn, it seems like he's serious. I don't know if he realizes it, but I'm not very good at handling these kinds of situations. That's why I changed the subject abruptly, perhaps even in a way that made him uncomfortable. How many of you are left? Now there are 7 of us. Really? Many died. My words might have sounded cold, but he only responded with a slight hint of irony. Yes, soon we won't even be able to call it a clan anymore, just a team. Damn, why did he come to talk to me right now? This uneasy feeling kept growing. It was so uncomfortable that it felt like I would end up saying something cruel without meaning to, but I managed to hold my tongue, barely and clumsily. It's not that, he blurted out the words suddenly, in a calm tone. It's not that we're resentful. Neither I, nor anyone else. What are you talking about? What do I care how many of you die? That's true, and, in fact, we should be grateful. Contrary to what some said at the beginning, you never treated us as mere disposable items. You did separate us, yes, but after that first collapse, you didn't even do that again. Armin must have acted on his own initiative. At my murmur, the deputy leader displayed a complicated smile. At first, we thought Mr. Armin had adjusted the formation out of consideration for us, so that we could fight together. But, we heard that it was you yourself who gave the order. Damn, and how did they find out about that? I doubt Armin told them. Anyway, it wouldn't make sense to discuss it now. And what exactly are you trying to say with all this? In fact, even if it hadn't been out of consideration, we wouldn't have blamed him. Anyone here with functioning eyes and ears knows that no one has worked as hard as you have to keep everyone alive. Oh, I appreciate the kind words, but honestly, at this point it almost seems like he's provoking me in a polite way. So I changed the subject again, in a nonchalant manner. Well, after chewing a little more, it's not bad, but I still prefer real dried meat. I completely agree. At least we have something in common. Next time, bring a regular one. Yes, sir. Rest well. The deputy leader bowed respectfully and walked away, ending the conversation. After eating a little, sleepiness overcame me, and I lay down anywhere to rest. And then, 1 hour, 2, 3, 4, who knows how much time has passed, Lord Viscount. The urgent voice startled me awake. For a moment, I feared the Lord of Tears had appeared, but thankfully that wasn't the case. We were simply dealing with unwanted visitors, it's a group of about 50 survivors. Their leader, called Golden Ghost, requests a meeting with you, Golden Phantom? Once again, an unexpected visitor, with a name I never imagined I'd hear here. Chapter 848, Wave, June 8th. Golden Phantom, one of the members of the 7 powerful ones, with whom I had a disagreement on Skull Island during the same exploration. The most striking information about him was the suspicion that Lord Bear was bound by a slavery contract within that clan, being exploited by them. But to find that wretch here, it must be pure coincidence. After all, I didn't even know where I'd be a few hours later. This wasn't an environment where someone could simply go looking for someone else. The same was true for me. Miss Shaw or the Anabata clan don't appear, but he soon does. Suppressing my disappointment, I followed the direction where the survivors were murmuring. The name Golden Ghost didn't exactly conjure up positive images, but I still needed to hear what he had to say. You never knew what kind of information he might bring, you've arrived, Lord Viscount. What do I need to know, nothing more than what we've already informed you. I said I would only speak with you in person, I understand. I left Armin aside and moved forward until I spotted the Golden Phantom ahead of me. He waited silently, leading a group even larger than ours, displaying it as a show of force. Lately, we've been seeing each other quite often, haven't we? I didn't mention the fact that he followed me to Skull Island. Without proof, bringing up that subject would be a waste of time, indeed. It seems that fate insists on bringing us together, Lord Viscount. So that's why you came looking for me? There are many attentive ears around here. How about we move our people further apart, all good. I did as he suggested, ordering my group to retreat, and he did the same with his. But Golden Phantom seemed unsatisfied. He pulled a magical artifact from inside his cloak and activated it. The design was new to me, but I didn't even need to ask what it was. It was undoubtedly a sound-suppressing artifact, it seems you really do have a thing for secrets. Haha, I prefer to think of myself as just cautious. So, if there's no more beating around the bush, just say what you want. We weren't close enough for small talk, so I went straight to the point, and knowing my temperament, he did too. Golden Ghost revealed his intentions without hesitation. I am willing to hand over Admin Urickfried to you. What is that bastard plotting? On Skull Island, when I tried to take Mr. Bear with me, even at the cost of enormous losses, he categorically refused. We can even tear up the contract that binds him to our clan, clearing everything up without any loose ends. How about that? No need to pay Mr. Bear's debt. As soon as I heard the offer, my instincts kicked in. When a deal seems too good to be true for one side, it's because there's a scam going on. What are the conditions? Give me 20 people of the 3rd level or higher. You can include some of the 4th level. That's fine. For a moment, I was stunned. It took me a few seconds to process what he had just said. What? What kind of lunatic makes a proposal like that? Refused. And anyway, even if I wanted to, I couldn't force anyone to go. I refused immediately, without needing to think much. He just clicked his tongue, as if he already expected that response. That's true. As if nothing had happened, he quickly made a new proposal. So, how about this? We join Lord Yandel's group. Oh, of course, on the condition that we annul Admin Urickfried's contract. Are you telling me you're going to hand over command to me? Not entirely. Let's just say we'd be partners. We're both in a difficult situation. After all, I'm sorry, but if your group joins, we'll be too large. I can only accept a maximum of 20 people. That's problematic. They all have contracts with me, and abandoning them like that would cause me immense losses. In that case, the conversation ends here. Oh no, not at all. Golden Phantom shook his head and stared at me. One look into his eyes was enough to understand. Everything he'd said so far was just bait. The real issue was coming now. Traditionally, good deals are those in which both parties give a little, don't you think? I remained silent, observing that fake smile. He seemed to notice that I wasn't going to respond and stopped laughing before continuing. After experiencing a few breakdowns, I've come to the conclusion that 70 people is the ideal number. More than that just gets in the way. So what? So, to make a small concession, I can reduce my current group from 56 to 40. How about you do the same and reduce yours to 30? So that was it. I should have guessed. Are you telling me to abandon people, to make room for your group to come in? I'm saying to select only the best. That way we increase our chances of survival. And you think that makes sense? Why wouldn't I? Golden Ghost responded with complete honesty, as if he truly didn't understand the problem. Do you owe them something? or have a moral obligation to save them? Why let personal feelings get the better of you in a situation like this? Are you worried about your reputation afterward? Personal feelings. Well, even though I felt repulsed by the proposal, I couldn't deny that there was a certain logic to what he was saying. Rationally, acting that way would actually increase the chances of survival. Think about it. What if it were the other way around? If sacrificing yourself alone guaranteed everyone's survival, what do you think they would do? There wasn't much to say. I wasn't the type to blindly believe in this so-called humanity, or, more precisely, I never considered humanity something so sacred. In a way, what Golden Ghost said was even more human. Survival is an instinct. Faced with the imperative of survival, the line between good and evil inevitably blurs. Besides, I'm not talking about or abandoning anyone outright. It's enough to adjust the formation a little. We leave the useless ones in the outer positions, and before the next collapse is over, they will have disappeared themselves. Thus, there will be no stain on their reputation. Even if someone discovers the truth, who would blame them? Those who are left behind, perhaps, but those who survive, they will surely be grateful for their decision. Golden Ghost's words carried a certain weight. He spoke to those who understood human nature and knew how to exploit it. That bastard talks like a real con man. Even coming from someone I detested, parts of his reasoning made sense, but that didn't change anything. Rejected. I resolved this issue a long time ago, sir. The man tilted his head, as if he had misheard, so I repeated it, I said I refuse. Are you deaf? Go clean your ears, I don't understand. I thought you and Admin Rickfried were very close, so what, I really don't understand. Are you a sentimental person or completely cold? You throw away old companions like old rags, but prioritize people you've barely met. What the hell is that bastard saying? When persuasion fails, he resorts straight to insults. I asked one last question. Do you prefer the left side or the right side? Left, right? What are you talking about suddenly? Time's up, do both. Then, I swung the shield to the left and the hammer to the right, striking the guy's face simultaneously. The name of the technique, barbarian hamburger. Yes, that sounds pretty much right. Crack. The impact coming from both sides caused his face to be crumpled like clay, his face stretching forward like rubber. What the heck? Even with a surprise attack, it seems he wasn't completely stunned. The man tried to regain consciousness and retreat. And where do you think you're going? I reached out and grabbed his collar in one swift motion. What do you think you're doing? Still, the idiot seemed unable to understand and asked why. I shrugged and replied, you see what I'm doing, don't you? That golden bastard thought he could give me options, but he chose the wrong man. Or maybe the wrong time. If it were back when I was still a fucking barbarian, maybe. I'm tired of being the one who makes the choices. The hero known as the giant of the city, chief of the barbarian tribe, nobleman in Raftonia, now it's your choice. I'm no longer the one making the choice. You'll either die here, or you'll accept my offer. Now I'm the one giving the options. Does he really not understand the situation? The golden ghost bastard stared at me with a dumbfounded expression. But, being someone with a quick wit, it seems he finally came to the conclusion of negotiation impossible. Suck. He pulled a magical artifact from his pocket. It looks like he's going to turn off the noise control to ask his teammates for help, but I didn't physically stop him. I just gave him some brief advice. I wouldn't do that if I were you. What? As soon as the sound comes out, I'm going to make a proposition. I'll ask them to abandon you and join me. Do you really think that's going to work? They have a contract with me. Oh, yes. I was also going to say that, whatever the contract is, I, Bjorn, Yandel's son, will assume full responsibility when we return to the city, so you can rest assured. Think about it. What choice do you think they would make? The golden bastard was speechless. He knew it too. He knew that if it came to that, his companions would discard him like an old rag. I let go of his collar and he fell to the ground, collapsing on his back. The golden ghost gestured with his hand, signaling to his team, who seemed undecided about whether to help him or not, that everything was alright. And then, what do you want from me? It seemed he finally realized that the situation had completely reversed. The tone was now much softer. At this point, it was safe to say that the negotiation was over. All that was left was to sign the agreement. Admin Rickfried, exactly as you said. Tear up that weird slavery contract. Seriously, is that all that's needed? Oh, do you want me to order something else? I'll give in. Oh, that was reasonable. A word of advice, when you return to the city, it's best not to bring up the unfair contract under duress argument. I have some very influential friends in the legal field as well. He shut his mouth suddenly, so that's what he was planning after all. The original contract is being kept in the city. In exchange, I will give you this commitment agreement. As it bears my official seal, it will have full legal validity. As for your Rickfried, I will send it back as soon as we return. The Golden Phantom then handed me the document that annulled the contract with Mr. Bear, and with that, The entire negotiation came to an end. Good trade. I left the farewell hanging in the air, but the guy turned his back, making it clear he wanted nothing more to do with me. Still, there seemed to be something he simply couldn't swallow without asking. Talk. Suddenly, he stopped walking and turned to me. Semicolon. Why? You'll want to complete the subject of the sentence, won't you? Comma. Why were you satisfied with just abman uric Freud? Even if you asked for more, I wouldn't have been able to refuse. Comma. Oh, that? Yes, you're not wrong. Frankly, even if I demanded 20 of his and told the rest to get lost, he would have swallowed his tears and accepted. If it were the other way around, that bastard would have exploited me to the bone. Of that I have no doubt. Still, I let out a light laugh and replied, comma, you're incredibly annoying, but I'll assume you only did what you did because you wanted to survive. Comma, oh, sure, not that I think your way is right. It's precisely because you live like that you're now getting all flustered by a simple threat, isn't it? It may sound a bit paternalistic, but enlightening an ignorant citizen is also the duty of a noble person, after all. So try to be a little more decent from now on, okay? I didn't even know, but doing good deeds once in a while it ends up coming back to you, you know? TCH. Does this guy have honey on his lips? Here I am wasting my time giving good advice, and he's just sitting there quietly like that. Semicolon, reply. Semicolon, reply. It was only after I had to repeat myself twice that he finally opened his mouth. Comma, you're wrong. Comma, oh, someday, in time, we will know who among us was right. Be that as it may, in this world, whoever survives is right. Tisk, defiant to the end. Sad to see a Viscount of Rafdonia like this, but teaching this fellow seems like a daunting task. Well, with physical therapy he might improve for a while. Will it be necessary? After saying what I had to say, I turned my back again. I saw no reason to hold him back. I just want Mr. Bareback. I have no reason to get entangled with that guy. Comma, oh, okay. Wait a moment. A question suddenly came to me, and I arrested the man who was leaving with his back turned. Comma, by the way, what's your name again? Comma, hey, you don't even know my name? No, not Bill Ironlid. Before he changed his name, they say it was a very common name. Why do you want to know? Feeling the piercing gaze, he sighed heavily and replied, Hans. Comma, what? Comma, the old name. Hans Ironlid. Are you satisfied? Wait a moment. Then, seriously, you swear on your mother that you really are Hans? I denied that horrible reality with a question, and he trembled as if offended, turning his back as if he didn't want to talk anymore. I stared at that scene, speechless. Hans P. That guy is Hans P. And that bothered me more than anything else. So everything I've been telling Hans to be nice up until now was for nothing. What a deplorable situation. Not even a psychopathic farm owner who feeds chickens omelets as fertilizer would do something like this. I should have dealt with it right away. Perhaps it's not too late yet. As I thought this, the hand holding the hammer tightened without me realizing it. Tech, a sinister anomaly has been detected. This great labyrinth is not a field where it should rain. Tap, tap. Drops began to fall to the ground, as if a downpour was about to occur. Continuously. Tap, tap, tap. Thick, heavy drops soaked the ground. Soon, I saw bubbles rising where they fell, boiling, and then I understood what was happening. Chike, shit. Prepare yourselves for combat. It was too late. Marathi, interesting fact, but the name of the golden ghost can be interpreted as golden ears, which led the author to use this pun. Chapter 849, Wave, July 8th. Surviving in the game as a barbarian. It all started with a few drops of acid rain falling here and there, and soon, countless anomalies began to be observed everywhere. The beginning was, Chike, where the drops fell and the ground bubbled, grotesquely shaped flowers began to sprout, and then, exclamation mark, a dissonant sound, impossible to describe, echoed from them. It wasn't pleasant, but there was a clear rhythm, a sound that somehow conveyed sadness. It sounded like the sob of a creature that had forgotten how to speak. Well, that was just my personal impression. Anyway, exclamation mark, a harsh sound, like fingernails scratching a chalkboard, mixed with a metallic hiss, a somber melody composed of pure noise, exclamation mark, and that melody began to spread, like the soundtrack to a horror movie. At that same instant, a shiver ran through my entire body. I'd heard something similar before, not in real life, but in a game. Comma, oh hey why am I crying? Right after the sound started, I saw one of the survivors shedding tears for no apparent reason. He seemed confused by what was happening, but I only felt fear, because I knew what it meant. You are within the area of effect of despair. Sadness status effect applied. The Lord of Tears, Tetrasy. We had entered the range of her passive ability. Fortunately, the fog was not yet visible, which meant that the Lord of Tears wasn't that close. For now, what is this flower? Don't touch? Even without a direct order, the adventurers did not approach the newly bloomed flowers. Instead, they cautiously retreated, attentive. After all, they were experienced adventurers. The unknown is not something to admire first, it is something to fear. And, in this case, their reaction was correct. Touching those flowers causes an explosion, Sir Viscount, what on earth is coming? The Lord of Tears. As soon as I answered Armin's question, a chorus of curses echoed from the other survivors who had heard my words. Damn it. I already had a feeling something was wrong, damn, so even if Lord has shown up now, just when it seemed like we were going to get a breather, so we're going to have to fight this thing? I've never even seen a floor lord before. Upon hearing the news of the appearance of this expedition's most powerful enemy, the survivors became tense, alert in all directions. I, for my part, quickly made my assessment. As soon as I saw the acid rain begin to fall, I instinctively shouted prepare for combat, but the situation wasn't quite that desperate yet. We haven't run into him yet. With a bit of luck, perhaps we could avoid a direct confrontation. Therefore, everyone into formation. As soon as you're ready, follow behind me. Watch out for the flowers. If you touch or step on them, they'll explode. As I was giving the orders, the golden ghost, who was still standing there in the corner not knowing what to do, came into my field of vision. Oh, that's right, he's still here, what are you waiting for? Just hand over your Rickfried and get out of here, did you hear me, why yes, I'll go get it right now. Perhaps because of the sharp tone I used, different from before, he froze for a moment, but soon ran towards the group and, shortly after, returned bringing Mr. Bear, you've probably heard the summary of the situation already, right, I heard, but, do you think everything will be alright, and why wouldn't I stay? Come on, Burak, I owe you once again. Mr. Bear seemed rather downcast, but there was no time to comfort him. The situation suddenly became chaotic, so I'll skip the introductions. Follow Armin. The rearguard is all with him, understood. After leaving Mr. Bear in Armin's care, we finished our preparations to move forward. The problem is, and you, why are you still here? Why hasn't that bastard disappeared yet? It's just that, his tone changed so suddenly. Well, of course things have changed. After finding out that this worm is Hans, there's no way I can open my mouth without feeling disgusted, and I wasn't going to waste time explaining that. I didn't even want to talk anymore, tisk, what bad luck for me. Get out of here already. I expelled the fellow without ceremony, and he, stunned, ended up being pushed back into the group, you are more resentful than I thought. What the hell? Does he think I was offended by our last conversation? Enough already, go away. You know what? Never mind. We'll pass, just get out of the way. And so, I ended my conversation with Hans. He seemed to want to say something more, but before he could open his mouth again, I started marching. Soon, the sounds of the survivors' tired breathing, who had barely rested after the last wave, reached my ears, but I ignored them. In any case, this was still 1,000 times better than facing a Lord of Ander. But then, Tuduk, even after we had made considerable progress, the drops continued to fall here and there, damn it. Why won't my eyes stop watering? The adventurer, who was crying like a runaway tap, continued in the same way. The abnormal effect showed no sign of ceasing. Strange. By now, we should have been quite far from the Lord of Tears. Is it following us? This hypothesis came to mind, and I instinctively looked back. There is. Did I see wrong? Behind the main group, keeping a certain distance, there was another team following us. Looking closer, it was the Golden Phantom, Hans P., and his damned followers. Oh shit. The curse word slipped out as soon as I saw them. What are those bastards doing? I'd already told them to get lost, so why the hell are they following us? I wanted to go over there and chase them away by force, but there wasn't time to fight them along the way, so I decided to keep going, until an idea struck me. Could it be because of them? Perhaps, with Hans nearby, it would have been impossible to escape the reach of the Lord of Tears. Yes, that made sense. Then, right now, I needed to resolve this, nip the problem in the bud. With that decision, I turned back and ran to the rear, and then, how long will you continue following us? I was about to give Hans P., the shameless parasite, a good scolding when, there is, behind him and his followers, another group appeared in my field of vision. 7 people, with desperate expressions, breathing heavily, as if they were fleeing from something. And when they saw us, they started shouting, not asking for help, but, get out of the way, run, hurry. And right behind them, a white mist appeared. A mist so dense that, upon entering, it wouldn't be possible to see even an inch ahead. Even so, something within it was clearly visible. 2 shimmering lights. Fuang, a pair of blue eyes, blazing like phantom bonfires. The feeling that they met my gaze was by no means my imagination. Shit. So that's how it's going to be. Even with time running out every second, I let out a long sigh, closed my eyes, and opened them again. Okay. Change of plans. A dense fog, thick enough to engulf us all. and within it, 7 adventurers were fleeing desperately. Perhaps feeling responsible for protecting the rear, the warrior at the back of Hans's group approached the fugitives, and then, "Stop. If you come any closer, we'll attack. First, identify yourselves, what nonsense are you talking about? The Lord of Tears. That damned monster is right behind him. Get out of the way." The desperate crew left him confused. He didn't seem to doubt that the Lord of Tears was coming, he just didn't know what to do. The distress of an ordinary soldier at the back of the line is understandable, but for the fleeing adventurers, that hesitation was a death sentence. Perhaps because the group ahead had slowed down, the adventurer furthest behind tripped over his own feet and fell, and then, the fog, which had been slowly pursuing them, enveloped the lower part of his body. His companion beside him realized too late what had happened and pulled his arm with all his might, but it was already useless. In a matter of seconds, the lower half of his body had melted away, leaving only his exposed bones. And no, don't leave me here. I'm sorry. The man who tried to save him saw the fog drawing ever closer and, having no choice, turned his back and began to run. And perhaps because they had witnessed that horrific scene from afar, the warrior who had hesitated among Hans's group finally made a decision. What are you waiting for? Make way. Run forward, now. In fact, he began to forcibly push people paralyzed with fear, but, as always happens in the midst of panic, this only brought disaster. What is that? Hey, don't push. I told you not to push. The narrow gorge was packed with people. Luckily, no one fell off the cliff, but as they were pushed, some ended up stepping on the flowers that everyone was keeping their distance from. Boom. As soon as they received the slightest stimulus, the flowers exploded like landmines, spreading acid in all directions. No one died immediately, but, and my eyes, absolute chaos. In the blink of an eye, the whole place turned into hell. Make way, what are you saying? Hurry up, get out of the way. Didn't you hear the explosion? They said there's something coming from behind, where's the wizard? Create a barrier, anything. First, stop this fog. Boom. A hellish scene unfolding as 50 people panicked and pushed each other. It's complete chaos. If it's gotten to this point with just the fog and a flower, imagine when the thing actually appears. The situation was already so clearly unfolding in my head that a feeling of despondency overcame me. But what could I do? It seems like aggro has already been pulled. It was clear that this was an unavoidable future. Like it or not, soon everyone would see it with their own eyes. Whoosh. I turned my back without hesitation and ran to join the main formation. I quickly positioned myself at the front and began to lead the group. What are you doing? Follow me. Going down a steep slope. When the path broke, we would jump. If a monster blocked the way, I would hit it hard enough to send it rolling down the ravine. This way. After running like that for a few minutes, the place I was looking for finally appeared before us. A wide clearing. It was the place where, originally, the mirror that released monsters in the center was located, an area where various guilds used to set up to hunt. Survey count? But this is a dead end? The main group behind us began to murmur, confused. Everyone was acting like that, and I looked like some kind of possessed navigator. I know, the escape plan had already failed. The aggro was already completely drawn in. After all, fleeing for nothing would only slowly deplete our strength until we were completely powerless to do anything anymore. I transformed my beating heart into energy and clenched my fist tightly around the shield. It wasn't the 6th floor, but the 5th. In other words, no token monsters summoned from the sea, no buff obtained on the Island of Beginnings, Lemia. We were already in the 4th phase, therefore no more special mechanisms would be activated, and I even have the tears of a goddess from the Bloody Citadel. Based on all of that, my decision was made. Yes, then, what? Instead of giving a long explanation, I shouted loudly, prepare yourselves for combat. This is where we are going to defeat the thing. Chapter 850, Wave, August 8th. Surviving in the game as a barbarian. Chapter 850, Wave, August 8th. Notoriously, Lord of Tears. The Lord of the 6th floor of the Great Sea, officially recognized as the beginning of the intermediate floors. Obviously, he's no ordinary enemy. Now that I've decided to face him head-on, 1,000 thoughts have flooded my mind. My heart raced without me even realizing it. Riotous, Lord of Chaos. Dreadfear, Lord of Fear. After them, this would be the 3rd raid by a floor lord. I never imagined that the next one would be this one. Badass, but, interestingly, it's not a bad kind of tension. There is, however, a hint of uncertainty, a fear that things might not go well. Badass, but perhaps this is a characteristic unique to barbarians. Faced with a great battle, the body begins to release excess dopamine, excited by the anticipation, a vague hope that, somehow, everything will work out. The optimistic vision of emerging victorious and collecting the spoils begins to haunt my mind. But the more this happens, I bring reason back, drowned in excitement. I still think this state is 1,000 times better than cowering in fear, but even so, I know the reason of modern man, the instinct of the barbarian. Only when these two are balanced in perfect harmony does true power emerge. Armin, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. From this moment on, command of the rear will be entirely yours. I called Armin aside and shared with him the entire strategy I had devised. If something unexpected happened during combat or a key moment arrived, I myself would shout the orders, but he needed to understand the basic structure. That's it. Understood? Yes, I understand. Armin didn't ask any questions, and, in a way, that made me even more confident. With what he's shown so far, stubborn but efficient, if he said he understood, then he really did, this. So, all the preparations we could make are complete. Following Armin's orders, I watched the main formation retreat completely while I took up my position. The only path that led to the clearing where we were, standing right there, blocking the entrance alone, I looked like Zhang Fei himself defending Changbin Bridge against Cao Xiao's army. Of course, there's a big difference between us. In his case, the enemy army retreated in terror after his shouts, but the wretch who's about to appear, he would never do something like that. Hell, it was about time. In the distance, a familiar silhouette appeared before my eyes. Hans P., who had followed me this far without showing any sign of fatigue. I looked back. It seemed that more than half of his men had been swallowed by the fog. What are you looking at? Why did you stop? I shrugged, without answering. He looked around, examining the terrain, until an expression of disbelief came over his face. Don't tell me you intend to fight here? What if I tell you? Will you fight by my side? I replied dismissively. Hans P. stepped back slightly, frowning, as if trying to organize his thoughts, but, befitting the urgency of the situation, his decision came quickly. Follow me. Let's go down further. Hell, I was expecting that. I let out a short laugh. Even if he had agreed to fight, I would have told him to get lost anyway. Because, let's face it, fighting alongside that bastard, I wouldn't be surprised if, out of nowhere, the Lord of the 5th floor appeared summoned just because of him. Hans is practically the Lord of Bad Luck incarnate. It's a good thing he decided to leave on his own accord. As I watched Hans's group rush headlong down the slope, I let out another dry laugh. His decision didn't seem sensible at all. Half the group was already dead. Even if they managed to get through this lull, the next wave would start soon, and then the situation would get incredibly worse. But now was not the time to worry about others. I completely dismissed any thoughts about Hans P. The real guest was finally arriving. SSHH. A grayish fog advanced, covering everything as if it were going to swallow the whole world. Within it, two eyes shone intensely, and even now, that mournful melody echoed, reverberating through the mists. Then, a huge translucent droplet emerged from the mist, floating like a soap bubble, but several times larger than my body, enlarged by the gigantification ability. One of the enemy's abilities, the Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, has conjured tear. Even seeing the droplet slowly approaching, I didn't move. After all, it was a guided projectile. There was no point in trying to escape. The faster you run, the faster it gets. Boom. As soon as it hit me, it burst like a balloon, spreading a strange liquid all over my body. Shit. It burns like hell. It's in moments like these that you feel the true suffering of being a tank. Even with a shower of healing spells restoring my skin almost instantly, the memory of the pain doesn't disappear. Focus on the positive side. At least my head didn't melt. The first order I gave to Armin was also carried out. Swoosh. A powerful gust of wind blew past my back, pushing all the fog away. Tech. The mist dissipated, and finally the creature revealed its form before everyone. Tech. Being the 4th stage, its size was smaller than before. Still, it was several times larger than me, but it was nowhere near the colossal monstrosity it had been on the 6th floor, when its body was the size of an island. Tech. Apart from that, its proportions remained the same: enormous head, rounded body, and short limbs, almost like a baby's body. But it was anything but adorable. Tech. His face resembled that of a demon tortured for years in the laboratory of an insane scientist, distorted at impossible angles. Tech. Her skin, or rather, her shell, since calling it skin would be a mistake, was thick and full of irregularities, as if it had been molded from stone. And that wasn't all. From head to shoulders, from feet to knees, all over her body, small holes sprouted like volcanic craters, so dense that they caused trypophobia just to look at them. And finally, Tech. Those eyes, gleaming with a bluish light. Not even their shape or position resembled anything human. But that, I'll leave for later. Is that bastard looking down on me, or up? It was impossible not to ask that question when you looked at him. After all, his eyes were literally reversed. Tech. Finally, perhaps that's why it was a little more bearable when covered by a blindfold. If he ever wants to get a girlfriend, I recommend he never goes out without one. TSSHHH. The creature had already come close enough to reach me with a single strike of its front paws, and so I concluded my brief aesthetic analysis of it. Tech. I have no idea what's making him cry so much lately, shedding tears and almost heartbreaking sobs. Tease, how ridiculous, a man that size crying. Losing to a crybaby like that would be a disgrace in the eyes of our barbaric ancestors. In other words, braces LAAAH, I will win. A brief, stifling stalemate ensued. The creature stared at me in silence, and I stared back, motionless. But this calm was short-lived. Despite bearing the pompous title of Lord, his nature remained unchanged. In the end, it was just a monster from the labyrinth, created to hate and exterminate all adventurers. Whoosh! The monster moved one of its front paws in a casual swipe. Was it just testing the waters? I raised my shield at the exact moment, like in a game of rhythm, blocking the attack. Even with a block, the impact traveled throughout my entire body. Considering the distance I was pushed and the internal damage I felt, the conclusion was clear. It's bearable. In terms of brute force, Snictura, the one from Arta's secret base, hit much harder. Not that made him the most dangerous. Tetracy's strength wasn't physical damage, it was this. From dozens of tiny holes in its paws, a mysterious liquid gushed out. It wasn't exactly a skill, more like a natural trait. Just like a blade wolf has sharp claws or a swordsman goblin carries a sword. TSSHH. Each blow from Tetracy spread acid, like corrosive sweat flying through the air. Arg. It hurt like hell. I'd felt it before, but this thing was, without a doubt, one of the worst I'd ever faced. Even with continuous treatments keeping me on my feet, the pain shot through my nerves and pierced straight into my brain. Crack. But I wouldn't show it. If I lost the psychological battle, the morale of those behind me would collapse. That's why. You launched swing. I swung my hammer, aiming straight at the center of the monster's forehead. I knew very well that, with a barbarian shield attack, I wouldn't inflict significant damage on a floor lord. But actions speak louder than words. Gesture, strength, conviction, all of that communicates more than any speech. Wow. From that point on, we officially begin. From now on, we will kill this monstrosity. Now, fire, let's take down the Lord of the Floor. With my hammer embedded in the creature's forehead, the main formation opened fire, unleashing everything they had. The Lord of Tears, Tetracy, cast excess. The enemy also began to unleash their abilities. The raid had officially begun. At first, everything went exactly as planned. Swoosh, a gush of acid gushed from every orifice of his body, cascading down like a waterfall. Thanks to the canyon's topography, all the liquid flowed downstream. For a moment, I worried about Hans down there. I hoped that goo hadn't hit him. You are within the area of effect of despair. Sadness status effect applied. A strong emotional compulsion arises periodically. One of Tetracy's passive abilities, despair. While everyone watched each other, tears began to stream from their eyes, even without them realizing it. It was just a visual effect, but a deep sadness turns against you. At this point, attacking causes the character to receive a penalty called self-flagellation, which gives an 80% chance of targeting themselves. Therefore, Miss Emblet, your tears. Stop conjuring immediately. As soon as the signal is detected, the player interrupts the attack to avoid accidents. And then, Tuduk, the rain began to fall harder, thick drops hitting the ground. It was a sign that the creature's vitality was dwindling. Another of its passive abilities, Endless Rain, intensified as its life ebbed. When the storm became so violent that it could barely open its eyes, it would mean the enemy was on the verge of death. Tetracy's sadness deepens. The flowers generated by the Endless Rain effect attack the enemy. Even with a monster's health already below 70%, the flowers that sprouted around it hadn't yet evolved into token monsters. We had taken care to destroy them beforehand. The mere fact that the field has changed makes everything much easier. After all of this was originally meant to happen at sea. Of course, we couldn't take advantage of certain mechanics here on land either, but it was still a relief. The difference in difficulty was striking. The Lord of Tears, Tetracy, casts excess. In the original game, the name was Spillover 1. Normally, every time he used this ability, the seawater would mix and create token monsters. Tuduk. Even this light drizzle was a nuisance during the third phase, when the fight took place aboard a ship. All it took was for the ship to explode, and it was game over. Despair is similar. By its very nature, the Lord of Tears raid required adventurers with massive ranged damage. But what if someone were to be hit by the self-flagellation effect and blow up their own ship? Game over, plain and simple. And that's not even the worst part. From the start, he's not a boss you can confront with a real tank. Unlike other raids, the Lord of Tears relied more on high-performance vessels and powerful long-range guns, an environment in which tanks had little to contribute. Tetracy's sadness deepens. Therefore, when playing a barbarian with a shield, I would usually skip that fight unless the team composition was perfect. Eek. The creature's distorted scream brought me back. Tetracy writhed in pain, howling as her whole body trembled. Tadadadad. The rain intensified, becoming heavy and violent. The Lord of Tears, Tetracy, casts distorted resistance. Pain tolerance -1000. Natural regeneration dramatically increased. I prepared myself mentally like never before, because the place where I was now was no longer the two-dimensional, pixelated, dotted world of a game. Your pain tolerance has been reduced by -300. The game was in English, so I didn't translate it. Spillover means to overflow. Chapter 851, 3 choices, 1/7, distorted resistance, an ability where, upon being hit, pain is amplified, but natural regeneration increases dramatically. However, it's difficult to classify it solely as an enhancement ability. It also possesses a curse-like function. Exactly like that, your pain tolerance has been reduced by -300. While the ability is active, enemies within the radius also have their pain resistance reduced. It doesn't reach the user's 1000, but still, in truth, this doesn't mean much. Monsters have the common characteristic of becoming more combative and ferocious the more pain they feel. One could even consider this acting as a buff. Unlike us, fragile non-magical beings, oh yeah, as soon as pain tolerance drops, all the changes in the body become clearly noticeable. Lose, 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 lose. Raindrops falling. Until recently, it only caused a slight itch. Now, I feel it clearly, to the point of perceiving in real time where it touches my body and in which direction it runs. With clarity. Chiac, a sharp, burning pain blossoms. Of course, that's natural. The corpse golem's pain resistance was only 70. Even so, thanks to that value, I managed the insane feat of continuing to fight while drinking potions. Dear, damn, that hurts like hell. Of course, it's not enough to knock me out yet. My spirit attribute is quite high. When the base spirit attribute increases, all attributes subordinate to it, including pain resistance, rise slightly. But, thump, involuntarily, I become curious. If raindrops are like this, what will it be like when I'm completely drenched by that thing's fluids? The answer came much faster than I imagined. Eek. The creature lets out a cry of pain and delivers an even more menacing and violent jab. Naturally, I raise my shield to parry. Whoa, the physical damage wasn't that extensive, but again, the problem was the after effects. Chike. Bodily fluid gushed from the holes scattered across its front paws. I had already gritted my teeth in anticipation of the sensation. Useless. Alrock. Pure arrogance. It was unbearable, Alrock. A pain that far surpasses what I had imagined. For a moment, I have the impression of having returned to the past. Not the robust body of a barbarian warrior, but the frail and thin body of the modern Li Hansu. If that body were to jump into a bonfire, it would probably hurt exactly like this. Shit. Damn. Now it makes sense. Why did the game characters freak out so much after being hit by that ability? Taking hits caused stiffness at the very least. Sometimes, a state of fear would arise out of nowhere. For characters with low spirit attributes, such as battle spirit, if this persisted, it would occasionally lead to fleeing the battle. With this message appearing, due to excessive pain, the character gives up the battle and abandons their position. The first time I saw that message was when I was studying the Elven Archer. The dwarf who was our main tank simply abandoned the front line and dove into the sea. I still remember how absurd the situation was. Well, since the tank wasn't that essential in that raid, we ended up completing it without problems. So that was the reason. Now I see that the dwarf had no choice. When your whole body feels like it's on fire, how can you resist the urge to throw yourself into the water? It's never easy. Okay, it's never easy. For some reason, thinking like this gives me a little encouragement. When has anything ever been easy before? As always, it's about winning by sheer force. Like a barbarian, wow, when it hurts, just shout the names of your ancestors all at once and shake everything off. Either way, there's no way to escape. What the hell? What the hell is that? What are they doing? Realizing too late that everything around me was silent, I couldn't hold back my scream. Why did they stop? The gentleman seemed to be suffering terribly. Can't you see that wretched man is regenerating? If we rest for a few seconds now, we'll suffer for several more minutes later. So, keep attacking. As he yelled at the top of his lungs, the rain of blows, which had been interrupted for a moment, began again. Fire, lightning, ice, spears, arrows. Powers of varying kinds were unleashed, and their effects also struck me. The target was the creature, but I was too close to escape the impact. It's the inevitable fate of a tank. But the problem is, Kerhik, Alric. Unlike before, even the allies' magic now hurts like hell. Of course, I had already given Armin advance orders. Eek. When that thing started screaming, nobody should consider my condition. They should attack with full force. I would suffer too, but if the damage that gets past my magic resistance and the Aegis wall isn't that great, that means it wouldn't be that dangerous for the monster either. So, they shouldn't let up even a little. The Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, conjured tear, about distorted resistance, about resistance to pain, about the hell that would unfold the moment this plan was put into action. Chike. Even though I understand this better than anyone, I gave that order, and now that it's already begun, I have no intention of going back on it. The reason is simple. If enduring is the best option, then enduring is the best option. I'm aware that this sounds like something a certain famous Japanese politician would say, but I can't find a better expression. Besides, go. Enduring is something I'm really good at, The battle continues, filled with the screams of the enormous monster and the enormous barbarian. Charlotte Emblet cast the 4th level curse spell Excessive Bleeding. Elbane Cutter cast the 3rd level curse spell Greater Aggravation. Mylarman cast Eternal Weakness. The target's physical attributes are reduced by 30%, and all curses have their effectiveness increased by 1.5 times. Curses that reduce regeneration, used to counter twisted resistance, overlap and are strengthened. Einar Fenelon cast Recursion. Malid Kevrin cast Superior Deterioration. Abamin Urikfried conjured Giant Arrow, and the long-range attacks continue without pause. Mylarman summoned a Suicide Soldier of Spirits. Mylarman summoned a Corrosive Dog. Max Griffinheim summoned the Hall of Knights. Alona Ravnair summoned a Dalron. The summoned creatures periodically approached the enemy, from afar or up close. Boom. Melee warriors who lack ranged attack capabilities or support skills. Well, it's not the warriors' fault. They always suffer a lot. What can you do? If they don't have anything to use, they don't have anything. As time passed, the rain grew increasingly intense. An excellent sign. This meant our DPS had surpassed his regeneration speed. Eek. Still, I didn't expect him to die obediently. Tetracy's sadness deepens. The Lord of Tears, Tetracy, a lord of the floor with a perverse concept. The more he gets beaten, the stronger he becomes. We were only halfway there. There wasn't a separate HP bar, but it wasn't hard to see that the creature's health had reached half. Thanks to its passive ability, this was visible to the naked eye. The flowers, which, when invoked, would sing a strange song and spit acidic saliva, have gained a new function. The flowers generated by the endless rain effect give rise to new sadness. New invocations arose at the spots where the flowers spat, sadness begetting sadness. I don't know what the philosophical meaning of that might be, but I was simply furious. Rain creates flowers, and flowers create new invocations. Isn't this a subcontract of a subcontract of a subcontract? I never imagined such an abomination existed in this world. Eek. When I could no longer control myself and let out a monstrous scream, the Lord of Tears hesitated for a moment, and then, as if he were staring at me, Eek. Soon after, he shouted even louder, as if he wanted to compete. Could it be that he was disconcerted because I stole his line? It's difficult to say. As a mere human, it's impossible to comprehend the heart of such a creature. But, if by chance, if you really felt that something was taken from you, Eek, then I'll shout even louder, Eek, higher and higher, ever greater, so that no one but me, the chief of the barbarians, the chief of the Anabata clan, the Viscount of Rafdonia, Bjorn, son of Yondel, I'm going to teach you the true pain of having something taken away from you, Eek. The young people whose lives were even taken away by a subcontract of a subcontract of a subcontract of a subcontract. The tens of millions of citizens who crumbled in agony, crushed by prices inflated by middlemen. A cry that carries the sadness and the remaining spirits of them all, Geek. Seeing that melancholic reaction, it seems he understood, I ended up smiling. Now you understand, you petty creature, the pain of those who are deprived, I laughed while tears streamed down my face, Kiek. Oh, insignificant creature, yes, sad little beast that knows nothing but destruction, Even understanding this pain, even having experienced this sadness with my own body, you still dare not break the chain of hatred and, in the end, try to take something from me, Eek. Then come on, I will never be broken. You have temporarily entered a state of frenzy due to excessive pain. I was wielding the hammer like a crazed barbarian, striking without distinguishing between the Lord of Tears and the summoned creatures that the main group had sent to aid me. Wow, one eye was watering, the other was half closed in a crooked smile. He continued destroying everything in a completely insane way, like someone who had lost his mind. Also, what the hell was I doing? With that thought, I regained consciousness for a moment. It wouldn't take long to understand the situation. The frenzy abnormal state has been removed. Damn, I really had freaked out for a few moments. The memory of myself howling like a madman suddenly surfaced, bringing a sense of shame, but I decided to focus only on the positive side. For a few minutes, I barely felt any pain. Yes, Phoenici was still a prophet. If I had tried to flee, that would have been a real disaster. Curse. Even so, with my current attributes, I thought I wouldn't be affected by this kind of situation. It's not just a dangerous situation, it's terrifying. But, since I managed to get through unscathed, it was best to stop blaming myself and think quickly of a solution. Divine spells for mental protection. It was the first method that came to mind, but I didn't like it very much. Mental protection also uses divine power. Inevitably, this would reduce the amount of healing I would receive, the crown of flowers of anguish. But I can't use it either. It would be reversing everything. With it, I would become immune to mental effects, but I would also become immune to divine power, meaning I wouldn't receive any healing, tch. There doesn't seem to be an alternative, and I don't have time to think about it much more, Armin. From now on, cast mental protection on me. I adopted the first method, but, Armin's response, after hearing my order, came out strange, and not just because it took him a while to reply, I understand, indeed. What kind of reaction is that? My question was answered by Armin's next sentence. So all those bizarre behaviors from before were due to a mental breakdown. Damn, no wonder they didn't take any action until the frenzy passed on its own. So you thought I was like that even when I was sober. Is this also a type of prejudice against barbarians? Chapter 852, 3 choices, 2/7, schwa. A downpour so intense it would soak anyone even with an umbrella. Gusts of wind ripple through the canyon, emitting a chilling sound, while petals are carried by the wind in every direction. The flowers play a mournful and strange melody. To this is added a beautiful voice that is completely out of place in the atmosphere. It was the mental protection chant I asked Armin for to prevent me from falling into frenzy again. Increased spirit, reduction in the duration of all abnormal states. These 2 effects should apply to all characters in an area, but thanks to the hymn dedicated to Hero, the effect is tripled, although restricted to me only. With that, I shouldn't have any more problems, so I was finally able to relax about the mental risks. Of course, this chant doesn't lessen the pain. The intensity of the suffering when the creature's fluid flows through my body remains the same. No, perhaps it's even worse, since I receive less healing and it takes me longer to recover. But, wow, patience. If I wanted to be comfortable, I would have used magic. There are several paralysis-type spells that could produce a similar effect. Not that I would use them. Why on earth would I use an ability that hinders the fight? Less pain, greater chance of survival. If you had to choose between the 2, any normal person would choose the second one, right? Q. Anyway, it didn't matter if BGM 1 changed to the Wolf of the Full Moon. I kept doing the same thing, blocking punches with my shield, enduring my body corroding from the acid rain, watching my body crumble when I'm hit by allied bombardments. To be honest, it's exhausting. Even without a state like frenzy, I feel like I could lose my sanity at any moment. I can feel, deep down in my soul, the urge to drop everything and run away growing stronger and stronger. But, I'm not the only one suffering. The harder it got, the more I looked at my temporary companions. It shouldn't hurt as much as it hurts me, but they were also at their limit. Even the warriors, who before had just been sucking their thumbs waiting for something to do, were now rolling from side to side giving it their all. Wow, the rain was now much heavier than before. And with it, petals appeared in absurd quantities, and from these petals, new creatures were summoned. An absurd hell created by endless subcontracts. No, better stop thinking that way. Anyway, hold on tight, the barrier. There's a gap in the barrier and the rain is getting in. I know, but I don't have time to fix it. The main group could no longer simply burst open every flower that appeared and elegantly attack the leader from afar. The conditions didn't allow it, and perhaps that's too human, but, even knowing I shouldn't feel this way, even knowing that if they suffer more, I will suffer more too, seeing everyone struggling together brings a certain comfort, Kiek. To be honest, I think I understand how this creature ended up with a stupid ability like distorted resistance. If I suffer, you all have to suffer with me. That way, at least I feel a little better. This must have been the evil spirit behind the creation of this ability. Or not. Oh, because I was thinking nonsense, I went about 10 seconds without feeling any pain. Really, when things are tough, distracting your mind is the best solution, Q. Therefore, the more the pain intensified, the more I delved into my thoughts, preferably not negative ones, but positive ones. It's been 2 hours since the fight started. No, maybe 3? Actually, I don't even know. From so much pain, it feels like 10 hours have passed. Finally, I think we can continue like this. It's going to get worse and worse, and there will be casualties, and then we'll be dragged along almost relentlessly to hold back the next wave. That's a bad thought, so forget about it. Okay, if we all hold on just a little longer, we'll make it. Don't think about the next wave. There can't be a greater misfortune than that damned Lord of the Floor, right? It was at that moment, while I clung to that optimistic hope, don't let them push you, damn it. How am I not going to get pushed? It hurts like hell, please, no swearing, sorry, with a thump. Even in my state, unable to pay attention to my surroundings, I could hear, far away in the main group, a man and a woman arguing, how can I not swear? Come here and see what it's like to be on the front lines, I'm doing what I can too, damn it. All you do is stand back there casting spells. Oh, crap. Judging by their tone, a warrior and a sorceress were exchanging barbs. It wasn't a pleasant conversation. Those comrades who had survived the last wave together, who had honored the dead and, even exhausted, stayed until the end of the funeral, were now fighting. But it's understandable. Do you think this is easy? Do you think we're comfortable? I've already suffered magical overload several times. Just a little more and I could have permanent mana loss, extreme situations, exposure to stress. It's natural for people to become very sensitive, and what am I supposed to do with this? I'm about to die here. And I, honestly, was 100% on the warrior's side, because even I would lose my patience if someone told me to hold on tight and not be pushed under those conditions. Oh, of course, that doesn't mean his attitude was acceptable, what do you do? Hold on, give it everything you've got. There's no escape route, oh shit, I can't take it anymore, what are you saying? Look at Viscount Yondell right there, enduring all this alone. Perhaps that final sentence, sharp as a pair of scissors, had cut away what little sanity remained in his mind. You crazy woman. To hell with everyone. My clan is already finished anyway, do you think I care? In the end, the warrior took a desperate action. Hey, where are you going? That crazy guy. Thump. And then I understood why, even in that insane chaos, I was able to hear that argument from afar. It was because the body of that barbarian, so sensitive to survival, perceived it before everyone else. Brickton Nazgul abandons the match due to excessive pain. We're fucked. Anyone who has played Jenga knows very well how unstable a tall tower can be, and how vital each block at the base is. The warrior who had abandoned the main group ran towards the cliff, stepped lightly onto the edge, and leaped high, and then, son of a, he disappeared into the darkness of the labyrinth. However, at the very moment when everyone concluded that he had died a pathetic death, I did it. Damn it, I did it. A deafening scream echoed from the other side of the darkness. It seems he managed a random teleportation. He must have simply jumped into the void and happened to fall down some ramp below. What a disaster. Did that work? I shuddered just thinking about it, but the warrior on the other side was in complete euphoria. You bastards. Enjoy life. He left us with a cry full of excitement and relief, never to return. And in its place, crackle. Something snapped. It wasn't a dimensional collapse, nor any magical phenomenon. It was the sound of a crack opening up within our group. The warrior Brickton Nazgul, of the Sawtooth clan, has deserted. Shortly after, Armin, in a panic, informed me of what had happened. And that was enough. It was the trigger, sufficient to explode a group that was already fractured. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not even friends with that crazy guy. You know very well what we've been through to get here. Perhaps it was because the deserter was from the Sawtooth clan. Negative attention immediately turned against members of that same clan. But there is one absolute truth in this world. When injustice accumulates, there is always someone who is unable to bear it. Like now. You sons of bitches. Looking at me like that. Bed. See, calm down. Shut up. This all happened because of you. The deputy leader's distressed voice echoed, but his despair did not reach the warrior's heart. And yet another warrior ran through the torrent of rain toward the same cliff. Tatted. He followed the same route as before, jumped, holy shit. And he succeeded as well. Curse. Why? Why did it work again? Is there really a large field down there? Or am I just unlucky? Has the Harn's effect not worn off yet? The answer was simple. The subject himself revealed it. Come on too. It's really wide down here. You could easily fall. Let's leave those bastards down here and just survive. You think we can't do it alone? Relax. The Golden Ghost. If we find the Golden Ghost down there, we're saved. We can get back to the city alive. For those who remained, it was the worst possible scenario. Fortunately, Armin acted quickly. Sir Kevin. Thankfully not. Acting quickly doesn't mean acting correctly. Gather your members and bring them to the center. Use force if necessary. The vice leader's order, that the knights capture all their clans and force them to stay in the center, preventing their escape. I couldn't believe it. Armin, making such a grotesque mistake? Armin, cancel the order. That's unacceptable. Issuing coercive orders at a time like this, with everyone at their breaking point, would only destroy what little reason remains in everyone. I tried to stop him, but it was too late. What are you doing, you sons of bitches? Let go. He's running away. Grab him. I wasn't looking directly, so I don't know exactly what happened. The storm made everything difficult. The distance muffled screams and sounds, mixing everything into an inaudible blur. Wow. A few minutes later, all I could hear was the result. We apologize. In the Sawtooth clan, a total of 6 deserted. We couldn't stop it. 6 fewer, then, a small number, perhaps, but enough to predict the future. The raid would become even more difficult. Grrrrpp. But it was too late. Nothing would change reality. Blaming anyone now wouldn't help at all. We needed to continue what we had started, and to do that, we needed to turn the tide in our favor. Therefore, Chike, enduring the melting pain in my flesh, I screamed, don't panic. So what if 6 escaped? We're hunting a floor lord. Do you really think this would happen without losses? Of course I knew that too. This wasn't a common occurrence. They weren't dead. They were deserters. It was natural for the group's morale to plummet, so it was necessary to change the perspective. I apologize. It's my fault. I underestimated that thing's ability. First, I took full responsibility, protecting their minds. Eloyd, stop the dedicated chant. I then gave a clear order to reorganize the chaos. From now on, protect the minds of everyone, including mine. They fled not of their own free will. It was because of the abnormal state imposed by the Lord of Tears, frenzy, or fear. So they were not deserters. We can't allow more victims to appear. I powerfully injected that hidden meaning. The effect was immediate. So that was it. They were completely messed up because of that monster. Aner and the other survivors, already on the verge of exhaustion, readily accepted my suggestion. The more difficult the situation, the more people believe what they want to believe. It's less painful that way. Then, the chant dedicated to me ceased, and the crystalline voice of the priestess of the sacred musical triad filled the ravine. Maria Sure Eloyd casts the full moon wolf. As long as the song continues, the spirit of all characters in the area increases dramatically, and the duration of all abnormal states is drastically reduced. Of course, the real effect wouldn't be that great. For me, the desertion wasn't caused entirely by mental confusion. Except for the first one, the others were driven by humanity crushed to the extreme. Still, wow, Company 4, listen. As Knights of the Kingdom, I will not tolerate such shameful behavior. For honor's sake, defend your position to the end. Perhaps this was what's called the placebo effect. The belief that the song was protecting their minds rekindled their fighting spirit. And so, the battle, which was on the verge of collapse, got back on track. Okay, let's try again. Background music. Chapter 853, 3 choices, 3/7. The struggle continued exactly as predicted. However much morale had been restored, the wall of reality remained cold and insurmountable. The rain was falling heavily. The flowers continued to bloom without stopping, and so did the hydrochloric acid monsters they summoned. These monsters mercilessly exploited the gaps in the front line left by the 6 deserters. As a result, the main group was forced to dedicate some of its resources to holding the line. Simply put, it was no longer possible to concentrate all the damage on the Lord of Tears. Sir Jefferson is dead, Captain. In the midst of all this, a knight from the 4th Company fell. The first death during the raid, excluding deserters. Unfortunately, this was only the beginning of the tragedy. While I struggled on the verge of losing consciousness from so much pain, a new death report would arrive from time to time. 1, 2, 3. As the death toll rose, the rain also intensified proportionally. Although the rate of increase was much slower compared to before, that was irrelevant. What mattered was not the speed, but the fact that we were making progress. 4, 5. When the 5th death was recorded, suddenly, the torrential rain ceased, replaced by the rumble of thunder echoing throughout the area. It wasn't an anomaly. It was simply the exact moment for it to happen. Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, cast Bias Judgment. Bias Judgment, a seemingly simple ability, to unleash lightning bolts upon all those caught in endless rain. But, upon closer inspection, its mechanics were unique. Kwong. Even ignoring the fact that it's impossible to dodge, there's a completely unique aspect to this ability. All of your attributes are reduced by 30% until the end of the battle. If you are hit by this ray, your stats drop by a percentage, and the percentage is equal to Tetrasy's current HP. If he has 30% HP, then his attributes decrease by exactly 30%. In other words, if he used this at full HP, any character, no matter how well built, would instantly become a piece of scrap. Well, that's why it's a conditional skill. Bias Judgment is a conditional active. It can only be used in 2 situations: when your life reaches 30%, like now, or then. Tetrasy's sadness deepens. If this message, which appears every 5% of HP lost, does not appear for more than 15 minutes, it's truly a world full of damned mechanics. Actually, that was the reason I chose raiding. If it weren't for that skill, it would have been entirely possible to hold out until the end of the stabilization phase and escape through the dimensional wall when the next wave started. Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. I'm going to kill that bastard, no matter the cost. As soon as the rain started pouring down again, I shouted to the main group, Aner, begin the preparations, what exactly? Armin didn't say anything, it seems, and there wasn't time to explain to Aner, who was far away. Ask Armin. I decided to leave the coordination of the main group in Armin's hands and focused solely on holding off Tetrasy. The end of the raid was approaching, but my job remained essentially the same. After all, her patterns were extremely simple. Quang. His physical attacks were nothing more than pampering, swipes thrown like a petulant child. Nothing threatening, even with my attributes reduced by 30%. Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, Conjure Tear. His only attack truly aimed at a single target wasn't problematic either. The base damage was high, yes, but I received immediate healing. Aside from nearly dying from the pain caused by distorted resistance, holding off the boss wasn't difficult. My health, after all, had never dropped below 70%. That's his concept. A colossal HP, absurd regeneration, area of effect aura, mass mental CC1, summons that consume no resources whatsoever, and all these abilities getting stronger as your life decreased. His physical attacks were insignificant, but his capacity for attrition bordered on the absurd. Confronting him was like entering a survival game, where whoever attacked died first, like clothes soaked in the drizzle, until they rotted away. To be in the fourth phase, to have a geographical advantage in the canyon, without those two conditions, I would never have attempted to confront him with such a small group. HM? While I was thinking about these things to ease the pain for a few moments, Tetrasy's sadness deepens. I realized it too late. He had stopped shouting. The Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, conjures victimhood. I blinked slowly. Finally, that moment had arrived. Victimhood. The last ability that the Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, activates when her life reaches 25%. As with excess, bodily fluid gushes from the entire body, non-stop, in continuous bursts. But there is a clear difference compared to excess. This time, the fluid didn't flow down the ravine. Instead, it defied gravity, floating in the air and moving as if it had a will of its own. Fuang. And the more fluid he expelled, the smaller his body became, as if he were literally losing water. Of course, while this was happening, the main group continued launching attacks. But the floating fluid opened up like an umbrella and blocked all attacks. I raised my arm, sending a hand signal. Cease attack. There was no reason to waste energy. Just as manga protagonists can't be hit while transforming, victimhood also makes him invulnerable during activation. I suspected as much, but it's exactly the same in the real world. What a shame. You're not going to let us get away with this for free, are you? I sent another signal. Simple. Prepare. Naturally, the next signal will be attack. And at that moment, everyone will throw everything they've saved up until now at the wheel, betting their destinies on it. About a minute after he started this sort of detoxification, his body was already almost my size, even though I was in gigantification. So it's almost over. He finally stopped expelling fluid. At the same instant, the fluid suspended in the air clumped together like viscous clay and began to settle on his skin. 1 layer, 2, 3, 4. The layers darken, hardening like a solid shell, as if wishing to protect it from any external attack. It was the final pattern of Phase 4. The final barrier to overcome the Lord of Tears, the point at which even experienced players shed tears of blood if their power falls even slightly short of what is needed. All abilities are temporarily sealed. From this point on, Tetrasy loses distorted resistance, biased judgment, tear, and even dark cloud, which exuded acidic mist. It can't even perform basic attacks. And of course, endless rain stops completely, producing no new summons. But, in return, all of Tetrasy's resistance attributes have reached maximum. His defense rises to absurd levels, and when that ability runs out, no, there was no need to think so far ahead. I would end it here. Shoot. I yelled with all my might, initiating the group's full-scale attack, and plunged my hand into the subspace. SSSRK, a small jewel, about the size of a fingernail, was firmly attached to my hand. Tears of a Goddess, the item that allowed me to survive, even back in my days as a barbarian with no essence whatsoever, against a 5th-level guardian vampire. I'll save the sentimentality for later. I shook off any emotion, squeezing the jewel with all my might. Crack! The jewel crumbled, releasing a fierce light that illuminated the entire canyon. The tears of a goddess have been destroyed. Grace descended upon the point of destruction. A strangely bittersweet feeling came over me. A slight smile. I never imagined I would use it again, much less that I would depend on it at a time like this. All of Tetrasy's resistances have been temporarily suppressed by Grace. Normally, you would need to use special conditions present in the raid area to reduce your resistances, but this is a superior replacement. While the original methods only reduce values, Tears of a Goddess simply sets all resistances to 0. Despite its short duration, complaining would be the height of ingratitude. After all, everything has gone remarkably well up to this point. Quang. As soon as the light expanded, the main group's reign of concentrated attacks began. The sound was nothing like it had been before. No rain, no summons. They could finally unleash the full force of their firepower. There is no longer any reason to ration the damage or control the pace. Kill or be killed. A total confrontation, no middle ground. A layer of Tetrasy's compassion is removed. Within seconds, the first layer of skin cracks. Crack, crack, crack. The shell breaks with a crash, unable to withstand the force, and collapses. From that moment on, Lord Viscount, step aside. I hear Armin yelling desperately from the main group. I had already retreated after activating tears, as there was no longer any reason to hold the boss. But he wants me to retreat even further, so that's it. Without arguing, I took more steps back, and, in the next second, Fuang, a gigantic magic circle formed beside the group, radiating light. Flash. A white flash exploded. Even with my senses focused on strength and resistance, it was impossible to discern what had been launched with the naked eye, but I knew very well what it was. Charlotte Emblet cast the second-level attack spell Spear of Annihilation, the same magic I saw being used to hunt Primogen in the first underground level. Only now, during the raid, all the mages had joined forces to perform a joint spell. Fluke. When I realized it, a huge white spear had pierced deep through the layers of carapace. A layer of Tetris's compassion is removed. A layer of Tetris's compassion is removed. A layer of compassion. Watching the shell crumble and flake off like splinters, I took a deep breath. 4 layers at once. Much better than expected. Even using the tears of a goddess, I imagined a maximum of 3, high consumption magical attacks are out of the question. The remaining mages will only keep their current curses. From what I heard in Armin's report, it seems that, in the combined spell, they burned absolutely all the mana they had, to the point where only dust remained. Now it's my turn. Since we were in a situation where we needed to concentrate all the damage in the shortest amount of time possible, there was no reason to hesitate. I immediately took out what I had prepared. You used the Aegis Dragon Breastplate, the Draconic Chestplate of Aegis, the revolutionary item for tanks, whose strength increases proportionally to the damage received, reflecting all the accumulated damage. A spiritual warrior appeared behind me, wielding a huge sword and striking with all his might. Kwajiajik. The shell shattered as if it had been torn apart by a single blow. A layer of Tetris's compassion is removed, but the spiritual warrior seemed far from satisfied. He raised the giant sword again, and then, the accumulated damage has exceeded a specified limit. Additional use has been granted. Once again, Kwajik. The shell detached again. Up to this point, everything was within my expectations. I knew that, taking all this damage, at least 2 hits were guaranteed. But, perhaps this is just human greed? Suddenly, I wondered. A layer of Tetris's compassion is removed. My life never became critical thanks to constant divine healing, but I really did take a lot of beatings. A lot, really. Ignoring the excruciating pain caused by reduced resistance, it was hard to remember another time I'd been beaten so badly for so many hours in a row. What will it be like this time? With a slight hint of expectation, I turned my head to look at the spiritual warrior. The accumulated damage has exceeded a specified limit. The fact that he hadn't disappeared yet, as if he still had work to do, brought a smile to my face. Yet, I really took a beating today. As I suspected, there was more. A new stage, something I had never experienced before. Crowd Control. Chapter 854, 3 choices, 4/7. Through the Draconic Breastplate of Aegis, the Spirit Warrior was summoned. Constantly calling him a Spirit Warrior is a bit strange. Let's just call him Aegis. Uoo. Aegis roared, as if enraged by the fact that the enemy was still alive. His booming voice was so powerful it made the ears vibrate, and I longed to see what his next blow would be. Although, there is, but what? Swoosh, why did he just scream and disappear? Perhaps the roar had some additional effect? It was impossible to know, since it wasn't an intuitive skill like striking with a sword. Even so, your damage will be increased by the sum of all your resistance values until the end of the battle. Okay, it must have been a good thing. Whatever happened, it didn't harm me. The way it disappeared felt more like something infusing itself into me than dissipating like smoke. I'll analyze that later. Boom, 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 boom. The bombardment continued. Even without the mages, there were still skill users and archers left. A layer of Tetris's compassion is removed. When yet another layer was removed, we're starting Phase 3. Another report from Armin. Phase 3 was when ranged DPS reached its limit, cooldowns, MP consumption, or cast time began to have the damage. The next step, therefore, all forces, advance, let's go. Now it was the turn of the hand-to-hand combatants. Unfavorable terrain, the accumulated pain from the entire combat, and, finally, the chance to strike an enemy who couldn't react. With these 3 factors combined, the hand-to-hand combatants faced the moment with terrifying impetus. Mammon Magnus launched Spinning Strike, Mihail Lectus launched Crushing Assault, Creed Ellen launched Vile Coup, starting with warriors spinning in circles with a 2-handed hammer, knights striking while enveloped in aura. Even those who weren't specialized soldiers used absolutely everything they had to maximize DPS. So the wretched thief knew how to fight after all. It seemed like the first time I'd seen him do something useful with a weapon, but it must have been my imagination. He'd definitely done something before. He wouldn't have spent all those waves just wasting time, right? Aner Fenelon launched the trident. Oh, and of course, Aner was only using trident, not focused strike. After all, she needed to keep recursion stored with as many stacks as possible. Bail. Yes, I also got involved in the hand-to-hand combat and swung my hammer. And then, you launched swing. Crack. What the hell? Why did it break as soon as I touched it? Did I accidentally take the final hit? A layer of Tetris's compassion is removed. I don't know, but the 8th layer came off faster than I expected. A layer of Tetris's compassion is removed, and the 9th one didn't take long either. In the end, physical DPS isn't necessarily lower than that of archers or mages. It's just harder to apply. Crack. And there was a strange feeling. It seemed like I was taking all the final blows. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe not. Finally, only the last layer is missing. A shell. Just one more. And finally we would see the living flesh of that thing. But, how long will it take to break this last one? Now it seemed a little distant. Not because the last layer was more resistant, but because the period of grace has ended. Time was up. Now we would have to break through a shell with maximum resistance, using brute force. Therefore, everyone except the knights of the 4th company, retreat. The warriors were withdrawn, and only the knights remained on the front line. After all, the only possible answer was aura, Fwung, capable of ignoring 90% of defense and magic resistance, the strongest ability in Dungeon and Stone, aura. Even so, the last layer was absurdly hard. Kakak. The knights were visibly perplexed. It makes sense. After learning aura, they had probably never heard that sound when striking something. Kakak. The aura, which normally cut through steel like tofu, barely penetrated a few centimeters before being blocked. A simple calculation: if the defense is 10,000, ignoring 90% still leaves 1,000. Ha. It was practically like hitting a monster with 1,000 defense using a normal sword. Even so, there was no alternative. Aura was still the only thing that really did damage. Bjorn. Aner approached, impatient like someone needing to use the restroom. But I immediately shook my head. Wait, it's not time yet. Only with knights could this layer fall. Even if it seemed uncertain, I needed to believe in it. It was the only way we could win. Besides, look, crack. Just as no tree trunk could withstand axe blows forever. Crack. The more cuts accumulated, the more cracks appeared in that rigid shell. And then, with a snap, the entire layer broke apart. The moment had finally arrived. There was no time to waste on celebration. Aner. Now, Aner, who is already waiting with his recursion fully charged, threw his spear. The next attack will receive the Soul Hunter effect. Beneath the shell, the exposed flesh seemed more fragile than ever, small, raw, vulnerable. Fwook. The spear shot off like an arrow at close range, piercing the flesh with absurd ease. And then, ! He couldn't even let out a scream. His body bent like a plank pulled by a rope. Apparently, it was a critical hit. He's still alive, but not enough to kill him. So, what are you waiting for? Attack. All the nearby combatants, knights, warriors, scouts, advanced and began to stab, cut and crush the exposed body. Puk. A sword imbued with an aura was plunged into the eye. Hammers were used like real hammers, crushing bones and tearing off fingers. Spears pierced every hole from which the acidic fluid had previously oozed. Splash. Every time a gun was drawn, it no longer gushed out acid, but bright red blood. Damn it. Just die already, monster. Please, just die. Everyone was fighting desperately. Even though I hadn't said it aloud, everyone understood instinctively. There were no more tricks up our sleeves. We had used absolutely everything. All our skills, all our resources, every item. The rest was the result. It would be victory, or failure. ! He merely writhed in pain under the violence, unable to react, or rather, even his spasms were subsiding. Perhaps that's why. Badum. A very strong feeling arose within me. Just a little more, not as a barbarian expert in hunting and combat, but as a gamer with 10 years of exclusive dedication to Dungeon and Stone. The life of the Lord of Tears, Tetrisy, is below 1%. Now it's not 1 anymore. It's almost 0. Just one step. Only one step left. When that number reaches 0, this infernal duel will come to an end. Then, just as I was raising the hammer to cause any damage whatsoever, tap. I stopped. I automatically looked up. Tap. A few drops of rain fell, but their meaning was crystal clear. The reason could vary, lack of time or lack of damage, but the result remained unchanged. Tetrisy ends its long victim mentality. Plan A had failed. Badum. Time flowed slowly, the extreme concentration that only arises on the threshold between life and death. Badum. Raindrops began to fall, one by one. It was the beginning. Soon, a storm unlike any we had ever seen would once again engulf the entire canyon. Badum. In the end, it happened. We gave absolutely everything, squeezed every resource until the last grain, but we were just one spoonful short of turning 1 into 0. A breath, a blow, an instant. But not yet. It's not over yet. It just means the road ahead will be much harder, if the chance isn't zero, so it's still worth a try. Badum. As soon as I made that decision, time went back to normal. Tetracy's life is restored by 10%. The Lord of Tears' mangled body regenerated rapidly. It was the victimhood effect. When the effect ends, he instantly recovers life proportional to the number of shells destroyed. If we hadn't broken any, he would have returned to maximum. 10% is manageable. That was the point that underpinned my decision. Tetracy's resistance and natural regeneration gradually increase. After regaining health, all resistances and regeneration increase rapidly. From what I remember, they reach their maximum value in about 15 minutes. For now, he's even weaker. The resistance levels, which had reached their peak during the victimhood phase, returned to normal. Lord of Tears, Tetracy, cast distorted resistance. Yes, he gains extra regeneration because of it. But, what are they doing? The opportunity hasn't disappeared yet. If we make the most of the next 3 or 4 minutes, this brief golden window, we still have a chance. Keep attacking. The survivors, astonished to see the creature recover in an instant, resumed striking when they heard my shout. The swords and spears began to move again, but now it was much more difficult. Shwa. An acid rain so heavy it was hard to keep your eyes open. The barrier that had previously served as a protective roof no longer existed. Hong. The rain reactivated the acid flowers at a frantic pace, and each flower spawned more acid creatures. The melee combatants were completely exposed. I can't see. Shouts came from all sides. Even if the flesh was regenerated by sacred magic, the pain remained deeply etched in the mind. Just die already, you wretch. Focus. He's only recovered a little. It's even easier to cut than before. Ignore the invocations. Trust the priests. Kill them. Oars, hammers, spears, axes, everything struck relentlessly, tearing and piercing the monster. And then, shwa. The more we wounded him, the more violent the rain became, proof that our DPS surpassed his regeneration at that moment. Lord Viscount, we are ready. The main group, which held the line with invocations in place of warriors, sent word. The second round of bombardment was underway. Everyone back down. Upon hearing my order, the melee troops moved far enough away. Boom, shuck, boom. The bombing began, lasting for dozens of seconds. Dust rose, but was quickly washed away by the torrential rain. And then, the monster reappeared, skin torn into large shreds, bones exposed in deep wounds, an amputated arm, a sunken skull, pieces of flesh scattered around. He looked like he was about to die. With the knights leading the melee, there was real hope of victory. Shwa. The rain was getting even more violent, which meant only one thing: we were winning. But there was no time to celebrate. Tetracy's resistance and regeneration would increase with each passing second. The golden period was drawing to a close. What are you waiting for? Attack again. As soon as my order was given, the fighters advanced again, even groaning in pain as the rain melted away skin and muscle. GRRH, daughter of a, for God's sake, die. Driven by desperation and the sight of an enemy clearly on the verge of death, they attack like madmen. Just kill him. The priests will heal them later. Arg. Just a little more. Just a little more. They all struck with the same urgency, but the monster wouldn't fall. PUK. SRRRK. 10 seconds. Kwang. SRRK. Sirk. Fwuk. 20, 30, 40 seconds. Blows that broke bones, punctured organs, and severed tendons. Die. Any other monster would have turned to light and vanished, but this one resisted. 50 seconds, 60 seconds, and then, when the melee fight was almost a minute in, at the worst possible moment, son of a, as if he had made a bitter decision, Creed Allen abandons the battle due to excessive pain. Another deserter. Chapter 855, 3 choices, 5/7. Creed Allen, the one I met in the wave that separated me from the Anabata clan, one of the first to join us. What do you think you're doing? A nearby knight noticed his desertion and tried to call him back, but it wasn't enough to convince him. Go back now. Look closely at that. We can win. Win what? Nothing. Are you blind? Nobody can kill the thing. It was obvious what kind of thinking had led him to that conclusion. Extreme pain had warped his judgment. If he believed the monster was impossible to kill, then fleeing became a justifiable choice. I did what I could, and with that, he disappeared along the escape route opened by the previous deserters. Damn. Unbelievable wasn't an understatement. We saved that worm when he was about to die. I ignored the fact that he did almost nothing during the entire raid, and the ungrateful wretch bails. Right now, when every pair of hands is needed, that's why those damn thieves. You see, an overwhelming bitterness overwhelmed me, but I tried to understand him as much as possible, out of consideration for the time we fought together, especially since I just noticed something. The music had changed. Maria Sure Eloyd conjured light and wind that soothed the wounds. While the chanting continues, all characters within the area receive a high healing effect. It seems the main group judged that the damage from the hand-to-hand combat was getting out of hand and decided to strengthen the healing process. I don't blame them. In fact, it's the right decision. But it's bitter. Even a useless thief would be missed now. And worse, that escape left morale even more fragile. No one said anything, but you could feel the uneasy stares. What if someone else ran away? What if, seeing that, they themselves decided that running away was the best thing to do? Schwa. Even amidst this fog of suspicion and despair, the acid rain continued. The knights and other warriors kept attacking with everything they had, but the damn thing wouldn't die. In fact, no matter how much we cut it, it regenerates. Someone do something. Cast curses, anything. At a certain point, his flesh began to regenerate faster than the wounds were being inflicted. Wounds closed, severed limbs sprouted again, his crushed face regained its shape. The rain, it seems to have lessened a bit, and the rain, once overwhelming, was now losing its strength, which meant only one thing: his life had already recovered considerably. It's over. It's getting harder and harder. I can't even cut it. His morale, already broken, sank even further. And yet, we continued. His life improved, and everything we did now only served to prevent it from becoming completely overwhelmed. Don't back down. Just a little more. I kept yelling to hold the line, because if we waited, our chance would come. Just like now. Bjorn, I'm finished. Einar finally brought good news while attacking relentlessly. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up. I was going to say throw, but, fwiggish. The next attack will receive the Soul Hunter effect. The spear, fully loaded, flew over my head like lightning and pierced the monster. This was the last card to play. Thump. What if? A single blow, capable of leaving the monster on the brink of death even after recovering 20% of its life through victimhood. Perhaps that final blow would end it all. Shuck. The green spear, laden with the desire of all, pierced deep into the creature's torso. Eek. His scream was terrifying, proof that it had been a fatal wound. Shwa. The rain, which had been gradually easing off, suddenly became brutal again. And then, the life of the Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, is below 1%. And that was all. The monster screamed, but its body didn't disappear. In other words, Plan B. No. The raid against Tetrasy failed. The raid had failed. And the reason was all too simple. We lacked damage. We threw absolutely everything at it, every crumb, leaving nothing behind. And even then it wasn't enough. From this point on, there is no solution that would allow us to kill the thing. Continuing the raid would be pointless. The correct approach would be to analyze how to minimize losses. But, why? Frustration kept hammering in my head. We were really close. Just a few more drops, and the cup would have overflowed. If the thief hadn't escaped. He arrives. Accept the outcome. I did everything I could. Dwelling on it only makes me look pathetic. Shwa. If the thief had fought to the end, well, maybe that single bit of damage would have changed everything. But going down that road leads nowhere. If the 6 members of the Sawtooth clan hadn't fled, if Armin had handled the situation better, or if I myself had prevented it from the beginning, if the mage hadn't provoked the first deserter, if I had ordered mental protection sooner, if I hadn't clung to the name Hans and accepted the Golden Ghost's help from the start, if any of those ifs had happened, perhaps we'd already be laughing now, arguing about who would get the essence or the treasure of the floor. But, so what? Following this line of thought, we eventually arrive at the obvious. It would have been better not to have undertaken this expedition at all. Then, GRRRP. It's time to accept it. The attempt failed. Everyone, retreat and regroup with the main group. I forced the words out of his mouth, announcing defeat. There was no reaction. Everyone already knew. The raid had failed miserably. And now, what do we do? The hand-to-hand combatants escaped the acid rain and quickly returned to the main group. And then the question arose. This time, even I didn't know the answer. What should we do from now on? While I hesitated, others were quicker. We're sorry, but we'll be leaving first. It was the Illuma clan, who had been sucked into the Eternal Hall and joined us amidst the chaos of the Earthcaller. 3 had already died, only a tank, a summoner, and a priest remained. And, with all due dignity, they declared desertion. What does this mean? As soon as the collapse begins, we can get rid of this monster. That's true, but what happens next? How long will this period of stability last? Will we remain like this until then? In our current state, would we survive a collapse? So they leave, and then what? What do they intend to do? They have no plan at all. We'll do as those who fled first did. We'll seek out the Golden Ghost clan. The chances of survival are better with them. It was logical. Irrefutably logical. Even Armin, the first to get excited, was at a loss for words. We are grateful for your protection so far, but I believe we have fulfilled our duty to you, Viscount, in taking this battle to the end. I need to get my comrades back alive. Not even Armin could stop them. They soon disappeared, following their escape route. And then, Under these circumstances, we have no choice. Next was the 4th Company of the 3rd Royal Order of Knights, for the survival of our battalion, we reclaim here the command authority that we had ceded to Lord Yondell. Furthermore, according to Article 39 of the Military Code, the speech was long, but, in short, it meant they were leaving to save their own skin, and, in fact, soon after, the 4th Company jumped off the cliff in an orderly fashion, like disciplined paratroopers, and disappeared, and, as expected, I am sorry, the skill user, Maze Reiner, I'm sorry, I've already used up all my mana, there's no way I could help anyway, the special wizard, Elbane Cutter, and several other survivors who couldn't be considered to belong to any specific group. One by one, like people whose number in the waiting line had finally been called, they threw themselves off the cliff. All this while I was being attacked by tetrasy, burned by the tear, and corroded by acid rain. But, those damned bastards, Bjorn, why don't you stop them? Say one word and I'll come after them myself and rip every single one of their heads off. There was no reason to be as furious as Aner was, leaving aside what I did for them. It's the obvious choice. We were a group that banded together to survive by any means necessary. Unlike the close-knit Inabita clan, they were third parties with no vested interests. Their choice at this crossroads of survival was predetermined. That's why it was natural that they would choose to live. These guys are the strange ones. I swallowed my resentment and observed who still remained with me. Armin's entire expedition, Aner and Mr. Bear, the priestess, Maria Sure-Eloyd, although, in her case, it was probably pure religious conscience. Why didn't you leave with him? When I looked at that guy and asked the question with just my eyes, I received a completely unexpected answer. I'm tired of following trends. And didn't you promise on your own honor, that if we resisted, even if we returned to the city, you would never make a problem of it? Malid Kevrin, the second in command of the Sawtooth clan, is he trying to atone for some guilt? I don't know, but as soon as he answered, another decided to offer an explanation without even being asked, Khan, Conquest, the guild master, Eliad Nuss. Oh, that's right, that guy was still here. I never imagined he'd stay this long. Even if I come back with some achievement, my head is already on the line. Indeed, I discovered that he had embezzled so much money that the moment he ceased to be master of the guild, he would be executed. Most importantly, there must be some kind of plan, right? If you let all those people get away, it's because you still have a way to turn the tables. Apparently, he was much more optimistic than I thought. No, there was no plan at all. If there had been, I would have held everyone back by force until the end. But now it's clear what I have to do, Armin, Lord Yondell, don't worry, no matter what happens, we will never abandon you. What the hell is he saying? The intention is good, but, enough. Take those who remain in retreat. Aner, you too, what are you saying? Don't get worked up. I'm not saying I'm going to die here. We'll meet alive in the city. Until then, take care of admin for me. Aner seemed to think for a few moments, trying to understand what kind of decision I had made, and then, understood. Don't worry about Burak. That's the virtue of barbarians. That's not coldness, it's romanticism. She believed 100% that we will survive and see each other later, but seriously, how do you plan to handle this on your own? I have a plan, don't worry. Having you here will only get in my way. No nonsense, go now, we'll see each other in the city. With my firm voice, Armin realized there was no choice. He quickly gathered the others and jumped with them off the cliff. Bjorn, don't hurt yourself too much. And after Aner's scream echoed from below, absolute silence. Don't hurt yourself too much, she said. Is that really something you say to a tank? As much as I thought about it, it was absurd, but I guess it was typical of Aner. I calmed my emotions and checked my surroundings. I took a deep breath and looked around. Exclamation mark. There was no more sacred singing. Only the mournful sound of the distorted melody filled the rain. Alone again, huh? I forced a crooked smile and placed a crown of anguish on my head. There were no more priests to heal me. My sanity was now my own responsibility. You have equipped item no, crown of anguish flowers. Total equipment level increases by? Okay, my mind seems a little clearer now. I looked at the only being besides myself that still remained in the canyon. Hell, all it took was stopping the beating for a minute and it already has a brand new shell. Look at that. From the perspective of someone who had diligently attacked him just moments before, it was an incredibly disheartening sight. Judging by the amount of rain, I'd estimate his current life expectancy was around 20%. So, why aren't you attacking? The creature just stared at me, and then, Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, displays curiosity. Incredibly, human speech came out of its mouth. Why? An archaic language incomprehensible to normal people. The diction was awful, probably due to the structure of the mouth. But still, why are you laughing? He spoke clearly, and, for a few moments, I was completely stunned. But, what the hell is this? I never expected something like this. Chapter 856, 3 Choices, June 7th. After being left alone, my plan was very simple. Resist. Something I've always done, and something a tank barbarian like me does better than anyone else. The basis for the decision was the current time. We had long since passed the guaranteed 8 hours of stability. If I held out just a little longer, inevitably the stable period would end, the next wave would begin, and the instant that happened, I intended to drop this wretched thing and cross the dimensional wall to escape. And then, running around, I'm bound to bump into some group of survivors, and if I find them, getting in would be easy. Who would refuse a human resource like me? Of course, there's a chance that, with bad luck, I might step into an instant death trap and get a game over before that. But, with luck, I might end up finding Monsieur or even the Inabita clan somewhere. Yes, that was the plan. But, what the hell is this situation? The creature's blue eyes rested on me, as if awaiting an answer to the question from before. Suddenly, I realized the environment was silent. There was no sound of rain, nor the wind blowing strongly through the ravine. The reason was quite simple. He stopped. A world where everything had stopped, as if a photograph had been taken. The only things that moved in it were me and that blue-eyed monster. An illusion. That was the first possibility that came to mind. If my mind had gone haywire again, feeling time stand still and the monster talking to me would make sense. But, your mental immunity is maximized. Special condition equivalent exchange fulfilled. As expected, it's not an illusion. The crown of anguish grants total immunity to any harmful mental effect. This has been proven multiple times. Even demon eyes, which possessed a first-level essence, couldn't overcome this crown. Therefore, reply. Everything that's happening now must be real. I don't know what combination caused it, but time has truly stopped, and within this frozen time, he's questioning me. Why are you laughing? What on earth should I answer? Or rather, should I even answer at all? What if I say something stupid and die? These concerns made me hesitate to speak, but thinking about it, what else could go wrong from here? I'm in a situation where I have no choice but to endure it alone until the wave begins. Besides, who knows? Just like with Dreadfear, a trigger I didn't know about was activated, and now I was able to converse with a being presumed to be the original. Then, answer, why? Seeing the monster repeat the same phrase, I also replied in the ancient language, because it's better than whining? These were my sincere feelings, without embellishment. I wasn't trying to pretend. If the tears wouldn't come, what was I supposed to do? Anyway, now let me ask you something. You are the original. He just stared at me silently, without giving any answer. Wow, could it be because he's a rude monster? It's common sense that when one party answers a question, it's the other's turn to answer next. Radu. So he's not the original? While I was thinking about that, he continued. The reason why you can laugh, he continued, it's because you aren't feeling enough pain. What kind of nonsense is this? If you were going to draw that conclusion right away, why did you ask? The way he spoke, like someone who probably has no friends, was already giving me a headache, but I kept my patience and continued the conversation. So what is it that you want, after all? Honestly, I'm curious. What is this individual, presumably the original, thinking, to the point of stopping time just to try and talk to me? The twisted pilgrim makes you an offer. Then he said, I will give, with suddenly much better diction, I will give you the pain I carry. At first, I thought it was a declaration of war, a promise to severely torment me, but from what followed, I realized that wasn't what he meant. Huang, a blue sphere was pulled from inside his body, as if it had been forcibly extracted. Unless my eyes were deceiving me, that was the essence of tears. What the hell is this situation? Why are you suddenly offering me your essence? This whole development has been hard to follow, but let me first give a quick answer. No way. You can stop right now. Good heavens, what's this about the 6th floor lord offering his essence? I recoiled in disgust and took a step back, afraid of accidentally touching the essence. Sure, the essence of tears isn't bad, and it's undoubtedly good for tanks too, but, still, I categorically refuse. Firstly, you can only consume one essence of walking per character and, once consumed, it's impossible to remove it. Furthermore, why would I choose this when there are much better options? To begin with, it doesn't fit my build. The goal of a shield barbarian is to be a tank so resilient that its HP doesn't decrease, but the moment I ate this, I would turn into a fragile tank whose health regenerates rapidly. Well, it's not like there's no way to use it, so if I was lucky and this essence appeared first in the game, I would usually eat it. Its maximum potential is a little lower, but it's still a good essence. Furthermore, the other essence has a much higher acquisition difficulty, so I often lost the game before I could eat it. You could say that the essence of tears has a much better cost-benefit ratio, I think. Hey, I told you not to do that. However, despite all of that, there were 2 reasons why I was going crazy like this and retreating. In the end, the moment I finally reached the gate of the abyss was when I had increased my limit by eating that other essence. And this isn't within a 2D game. Instead of regenerating quickly when cut by a sword, choosing a tough hide that won't be cut is 100 times better, because it would hurt a little less. Oh, shit, you're not going to leave? I told you to stop. I will not accept this. Seeing me take steps backward and scream, almost breathless, perhaps he finally understood my sincerity. Huang, the essence, which had been slowly drifting toward me from his body, stopped moving. I let out a sigh of relief. Then the monster gave me a bewildered look. Why do you refuse? Because I don't need to. This pain will protect you. Oh, I don't know. If you're going to give me something, I'd prefer you give me something else, like a floor treasure or something. A rift stone that lets you force open a rift once would be cool too. Except, your destiny, fate, damn it, with irritating insistence. At this point, it was impossible to remain polite. I already said, I don't need this crap, so put it away. Looking him straight in the eyes as he said this, the monster finally gathered the essence back into his own body. Huang, okay, he only understands when I speak in a gruff voice. It's a good thing it wasn't a mandatory event. As I watched the essence being fully absorbed, I exhaled in relief. Then he opened his mouth again. Even so, you won't be able to avoid it. Tisk, still sulking? Just like it happened to me. It almost seems like a curse. But at least my refusal seems to have been registered, because something changed immediately. You rejected the Twisted Pilgrim's offer. Your soul power has been permanently increased by plus 100. A sudden surge of MP coursed through my body, like when leveling up. The Twisted Pilgrim feels compassion for you. Her sadness deepens. Time, which had stood still, began to move again, slowly. The raindrops fell in slow motion, like photos being turned one by one. From somewhere not too far away, the sound of a single drop of water hitting the ground was heard, and with that as a starting point, the flow of time returned to normal. Wow, the acid rain began to fall again. The acidic flowers resumed their macabre melody, and, above it all, a familiar scream arose. Ki. Upon seeing the monster scream as usual, I instinctively knew the event was over. Of course, questions remained. What exactly triggered this event? I have no idea. It wasn't that there weren't any clues, but rather that there were too many, making everything even more confusing. The dimensional collapse, being on the 5th floor instead of the 6th, using the tears of a goddess during the raid, the crown of anguish on my head. There wasn't just one, but several conditions that I had never met in the game. And not only that, that farewell curse at the end was disturbing too. Inevitable fate and things like that. This continues to bother me because it contains exactly the words that irritate me the most. Also, just when my train of thought reached that point, a flash of pitch black light erupted from somewhere. Flash, dyeing the whole world black, launch dissolution of the stars. My vision was blurry and the world seemed tilted to the side. I could feel the soft texture of the muddy earth against my cheek. As I blinked like someone who had just woken from anesthesia, a human shadow fell to the ground. Rhyme. Someone approached me. It wasn't just one person, but several. They seemed to be talking, but I couldn't hear them clearly. Rhyme. What was the current situation? What exactly had happened to me? My head wasn't working properly. Fragments of shattered memories were scattered everywhere, impossible to piece together. However, even amidst all of this, one thing was certain. That's why. That intense flash I saw at the end. I was absolutely certain I'd seen it somewhere before. Final blow, you bastard. As my senses returned, their voices gradually became clearer. The clearer they became, the more I focused my vision. The world was composed only of black and white, as if my organ responsible for distinguishing colors had stopped working. Swish. Then my eyes, which had been blinking weakly, suddenly opened. Not of my own volition, but of someone else's. Hey, Grandpa, how is doing? Completely out. Right. Someone crouched in front of me, pulling at my eyelids with their hands. I recognized the culprit. After all, he appeared in front of me, bringing his face close to mine. Back. Yes. Oh, you regained consciousness? That's me, dude. How did you? You're here? Oh, I don't know. Let's just say it was a coincidence. Actually, I found you a while ago, but the situation was so funny that I decided to stay and watch. He laughed as if he were truly enjoying himself. By the way, your friends were amazing, weren't they, man? Even the ones who stuck it out until the end. They pretended to be loyal, but the moment they were kicked out, they just ran away, didn't they? One chance. He was relaxed. Even though he could kill me right now, his arrogance was buying me time. So, but tell me, brother, do you think this is right? Giving me lectures to get my act together, when you're the first one who should be ashamed of yourself? I needed to regain my senses, to survive. Like that day, when I awoke during the barbarian's coming of age ritual. Hey, are you listening? First, information number 1. Let's just say it was a coincidence. His presence here is no coincidence. Of course, I have no idea how he managed to locate and find where I was during the dimensional collapse, but I'll find out later. Why aren't you answering? Oh, are you trying to figure out a way to survive? Typical of you, but it's going to be difficult. You remember Grandpa, right? While you were passed out, he completely destroyed your insides. Information number 2, my body was supposedly destroyed. At least, that's what Biko believed, it could be worse. Like a tank that has been beaten and injured countless times. After checking the condition of my body, I can say with certainty, it's actually quite a serious situation, but not to the point where Biko is so confident. He probably underestimated my HP reserves or something. Gradually, my reasoning became clearer and my physical senses also recovered. The background, which had seemed blurry because I couldn't focus my vision, gradually became clearer. No wonder it seemed like the rain had stopped. Information number 3, the Lord of Tears is already dead. You killed the Lord of Tears, Tetrasy, plus 100 EXP, bonus for eliminating a floor lord, EXP plus 15. I didn't know that rewards had fallen, but he dropped an essence, and, okay, here it is, and it was even kept in a test tube. Fallen Grandpa appeared behind Biko, holding a test tube that glowed with a blue light. Then, suddenly, a voice came from another direction. I couldn't see their faces due to my limited field of vision, but I knew who they were just by their voices, since we had spent some time together. Master Biko, could you give me that? I truly did my part. If you give me this, I can do so much more. It was Lekors, the main tank of his team. Oh my god, I already said no yesterday. Stop whining. Biko grimaced and refused. He received the tube from the old man. Or rather, I said I have a plan for this. Before he could turn his shoulder and reach out to put it away, Taduk, I slid down as if I were still groggy, stretched out my hand. Crash, the tube shattered, as if my own life were breaking along with it. The same fragment I had so fervently rejected, even from the Lord himself, now I was destroying it with my own hands. Perhaps, someday, when I looked back, I would regret it, but, at that moment, whatever you wanted to use it for. Looking into Biko's wide eyes, seemingly in shock, I completely erased even the slightest hint of regret. Yes, let's have no doubts, this was the right choice, even if a difficult path unfolds for me in the future. You, son of a... Of course I couldn't let that bastard get away with it. The essence of tears penetrates deep into your soul. Natural regeneration plus 1500. Pain tolerance minus 150. Chapter 857. 3 choices. 7/7. Surviving in the game as a barbarian. How long had it been since I last ingested an essence? I don't know the exact date, but the sensation of absorbing an essence felt strangely familiar and yet distant at the same time. It was like something warm coursing through my veins and being injected directly into my heart. Maybe it's because it's a layer essence, so it works a little differently? Badum. My heart was still pounding, but since I did what I did, there's no point in regretting it now. Let's focus on the positive side. Yes, it was the same back in the time of the corpse golem. After I consumed it, it ended up being incredibly useful. Your highest attribute has been changed. Your natural regeneration increases by 1.5 times. My natural regeneration far surpassed my strength and physical endurance, so even my critical state was recovering in real time, as if I had 3 priests healing me simultaneously. That bastard's sour face was just a bonus. You still had a slop for an essence? Biko, who seemed shocked, finally snapped out of it and started grumbling. From what I understood, he was sure I wouldn't have any more free space, and that assumption of his was one of the reasons he was so confident. In fact, someone at our level usually enters the labyrinth with all the spaces already filled. When the desired essence appears, we store it in the tube and absorb it only in the city. Any increase in strength before entering is precious. But, it must be because my insides are returning to their place. I'm burping constantly. That's right, Biko. Thanks for the meal. Next time, you get the drop. There is. Before his expression could change from disbelief to fury, I stood up quickly, and then, oh, right. There are many people here that I'm meeting for the first time. I glanced at his companions, those I saw on the island when I used the spiritual portal, and made eye contact with all of them, even if only briefly. I don't know who you are, but learn to choose your friends better. Seriously, what is this? Couldn't you find anyone better to hang out with besides this trash? Tisk. If any of you are still with that individual the next time I see you, you're going to be in serious trouble, so think about that. Understood? As soon as I finished speaking and stretched, one of his colleagues murmured, the dwarf from Morcules. Next time? Sure, next time, buddy. You don't really think you're going to get out of here alive, do you? You think I'm running away? So, you're going to fight against all of us? He seemed to find his own words absurd, but nevertheless took a step back out of sheer intimidation. Perfect timing. Okay, warm-up complete. I opened my arms wide to adjust my body balance. Tat. And then, I just jumped. It was like I was bungee jumping. Whoosh. As my field of vision shifted to the sky, I saw Biko running to the edge of the cliff. But he didn't utter any cheap villainous lines. He just stood there, watching me fall. I only felt a slight embarrassment and raised my middle finger in his direction. And then, didn't I say I wasn't going to run away? Shouted the dwarf from up high, far away. Oh, shut up. I'm not running away. It's just that I just consumed a new essence. I need to test a performance. Yes, that's all. My heavy, barbaric body, clad in heavy armor, pursued the source of gravity. In other words, to put it simply, whoosh, I was falling at a terrifying speed. At that point, you'd think I was going to crash or get caught on something, but none of that happened. I just kept falling. My body accelerated endlessly. That's also one of the characteristics of the 5th floor, the Great Demon Realm. You have strayed from the designated path for a certain period of time. In a normal environment, there is a defined acceleration limit when falling. Due to our resistance, the maximum speed has a limit, but the darkness of the Great Demon Realm pulls you in. There is no such thing on this floor. When you fall, your acceleration increases infinitely in proportion to the time spent falling, and during this time, levitation magic or special magic cannot be used. A truly poor design choice by the labyrinth. If it weren't for that, you could have instantly skipped the 5th floor with levitation magic or something like that. Only on the 5th floor, you also cannot use aircraft. In any case, due to this characteristic, explorers passing through the Great Demon Realm are very careful of death by falling. Because, if you fall in the wrong place, it's simply instant game over. But for how long exactly will I keep falling? It felt like well over 30 seconds had passed. That makes me appreciate again how incredible that first defector was, to take all those risks and succeed in a random bungee jump. Am I just unlucky? I don't know, but I decided not to worry too much about it. Of course, if I were still my old shield-wielding barbarian, this random bungee jump would have been a life-or-death gamble, but not now. Anyway, maybe because I didn't feel much of a sense of crisis even falling like that, other thoughts kept creeping in. The essence of tears. Should I say things ended well or not? It was good when I tricked Biko, but I'm a little worried about what comes next. If it were a normal essence, it would be one thing, but since it was a walking essence, once ingested, it can't be erased. Furthermore, it's an essence with such a strong personality. First and foremost, the essence of tears is an essence optimized for melee warriors. The raw attributes alone demonstrate this. Natural regeneration plus 1500, pain resistance minus 150, spirit minus 150, stamina plus 150. Even setting aside spirit and pain resistance, the natural regeneration attribute is insane, to the point that it's practically impossible to find a similar value in a single essence. Thanks to this, your stability in hand-to-hand combat increases drastically, and due to the high resistance attribute, your body becomes like that of an immortal who doesn't tire easily. No, is that all? If you combine it with Blood Demon or Crimson Sword, which use natural regeneration as a coefficient, it can become the core essence of a damage dealer. Through skills like Solidarity, which allows you to share a portion of your attributes with linked allies, you can even become a healer. Honestly, anyone can use it, as long as they set up the right configuration. Sure, except for tanks. First of all, I consumed that essence most often when creating ranged damage dealers. Through abandoning the body, I converted the highest physical attribute, that is, natural regeneration, into the highest special ability attribute with a 300% bonus, greatly increasing the damage dealt. But after figuring out how to use the essence of chaos, I started always consuming it when creating elven archers. But anyway, the attributes are okay, but the skills are the problem. Surprisingly, this essence has much more personality on the skill side than on the attribute side. However, it seems this freefall is about to end. I'll try activating it later. First, let me test the passive. With that, my thoughts could no longer continue. For a very physical reason, the noble guardian judged that the bearer's life was in danger. For 10 seconds, all of the wearer's stamina attributes are increased by x10. Even if Aegis Dragon Breastplate had been activated, it didn't matter. Crunch! My head exploded. Your HP has reached 0%. Countdown starting. The denied condition has been met. During the countdown, natural regeneration increases dramatically in proportion to the spirit value. Your natural regeneration attribute exceeds 5,000, the depths of the subsoil, the bottom of the Great Demon Canyon, AOW. When I regained consciousness, everything around me was soaked in blood. The equipment that didn't have indestructibility was completely destroyed, to the point that I was worried about the cost of repairs, much more than I had anticipated, it hurts more than I thought, damn it. Perhaps because my pain tolerance had dropped, it was difficult even to move. You know how it is, when your ribs or collarbone are all shattered, just coughing feels like you're going to die. This pain was erupting all over my body, so this is what I'll have to go through every time from now on. Even though I could already feel the discouragement creeping in, there was nothing I could do. I had to force myself to see some positive side. For example, arg, as long as I could endure the pain, my body would still move. At some point, the broken bones had healed, and my whole body had recovered enough to function normally. But, consuming 3 spirit points per second, 555/657, the countdown was probably still ongoing at this very moment. Denied is an ability that, upon reaching 0% health, drastically increases regeneration, but only stops the countdown when health reaches 10%. Consuming 3 spirit points per second, 552/657. Oh, and by the way, I discovered all of this by testing it myself. In the game, it was all summed up in a single sentence. P. Denied. You have not yet received permission. Perhaps there's some other mechanic I'm unaware of. However, assuming there was some hidden Easter egg, I ran numerous tests, and this is all I managed to discover. Consuming 3 spirit points per second, 449/657. In that sense, the second passive is a bit better. At least its effect is clear. Although, from a shield barbarian's point of view, I don't even know if you can really call that a beneficial effect. Anyway, P. Absolute pain converts 50% of the damage dealt and 50% of the damage received into fixed damage. Damage increased by 50%, resistance decreased by 50%. Depending on your point of view, it might seem like a reasonable trade, but for a shield barbarian, it's a complete loss. There's no such thing as equality just because the percentage is the same. Increasing by 5 from 10 and subtracting 500 from 1000. Where's the fairness in that? Well, at least I have high natural regeneration in my attributes, so I can somewhat compensate for this loss. But now, every struggle meant guaranteed extreme pain. My path of suffering was officially open, at least until I found and consumed that essence that could compensate for it. Your HP is now above 10%. The countdown has ended. Phew, judging by the state of her body, it seemed the countdown had finally ended. Swish. I, who had been frozen in a crouched position, resisted the pain and slowly forced myself to stand. Looking at the blood that hadn't even dried yet, a feeling of misery overwhelmed me again. It would have been better to have come with distorted resistance. If I could, maybe the final version of the shield barbarian would have actually chosen that essence from the start. It would hurt like hell, but the performance would be insane. And it's not like I'd be the only one in pain. Well, it's typical of walking essences. There's nothing to be done. Walking essences are different from normal essences, like Chaos Circuit or Fusion. With a few specific exceptions, they usually come with completely random effects that have nothing to do with the usual abilities. Phew, now it feels like I can breathe. Thankfully, the regeneration rate was incredibly high. It no longer hurt to move. This meant that my body was practically recovered. Therefore, it was time to find the next thing to do. Behala. My scream echoed through the canyon with all the force I could muster in my throat. But no matter how hard I waited, there was no response. It truly seemed like there was no one around. That makes sense. Aner and the others wouldn't be able to be here. After all, while the 5th floor of the Great Demon Canyon takes days to traverse, I fell straight down the free-flow path. The group that escaped earlier would probably still have a long way to go before we could meet up. It's best to rest. I even thought about looking around for someone, but I quickly gave up. To be honest, I was at my limit. So I moved a little away from the bloodstains, threw myself back, and closed my eyes. And how much time passed? Zzz. A deafening noise tore through my ears. When I opened my eyes, there were cracks spreading all around me. Phew, it felt like I'd only blinked. Flash. The stabilization period was over. Above the canyon, littered with the marks of a fierce battle. At least a dozen people, men and women, gathered on a narrow, sloping path, maintained an awkward silence while observing the reaction of a single man. Perhaps disliking the atmosphere, one of the warriors cautiously approached the man staring into the abyss below and asked, "So, Master Biko, are you all right?" No answer came, and the warrior said nothing more. No one knew how long that silence lasted. Suddenly, the man, still gazing into the depths of the precipice, murmured distractedly, "Wow, this is giving me the creeps." Don't blame yourself. In life, we go through all sorts of things, don't we? Even though he felt frustrated inside, the warrior tried to offer words of comfort. Sadly, the man seemed so absorbed in something that he didn't even hear him. Everything happened exactly as that old man said, didn't it? There is. The conversation, which lacked any logical flow, caused the warrior to tilt his head for a moment. Then the man seemed to regain his senses and looked away from the ravine. Oh, what did you say a moment ago? I got distracted thinking about something else. I was trying, let's say, to comfort you, cough. Forget about it. But what did you mean by that? That everything happened as the old man said? Didn't you say the other day that you had another destiny reserved for the essence of tears? That's right. And I just used it at that other destination. The warrior needed some time to process the meaning of those words. Don't tell me you gave him the essence on purpose, sure, I'm not stupid enough to fill a test tube and hand it to him, am I? Look at this guy, did he really think I was an idiot? Cough, cough. Embarrassed, the warrior cleared his throat, but there were still doubts he needed to clarify. But that's what I don't understand. Why hand over something so valuable, and to him of all people? Wasn't he your enemy? Well, that's how that guy thinks, Judging by the things you usually say, you also think more or less the same way. Upon seeing the warrior's observation, the man merely smiled slightly, without giving any answer. However, he seemed to want to make at least one thing clear. Hey, so don't sit there complaining so much. With all this, we're going to end up gaining something much more important than a little essence like that. Understand? Well, I understand, but whatever it is, isn't that important to you, Master B?